The early spring chill had not yet faded from the capital. In the bustling train station hall, people came and went in a hurry. Most of them wore blue or olive green military uniforms, carried green canvas bags slung across their chests, and pinned badges of great leaders on their clothes, hurrying about with purpose. Banners hung along both sides of the station, each emblazoned with slogans in large characters. On the streets outside, bicycles and tricycles flowed continuously, ringing their crisp bells, showcasing the vibe of this era. This was the capital railway station in 1977. Li Changhe slowly walked out of Yanjing station, carrying a large vintage Shanghai-style travel bag, taking in the scenery so vastly different from 40 years ago and, even more so, from the future. Yes, 40 years ago, Li Changhe had been reborn. From being a post-90s generation soul in his past life, he had become someone born in the 50s in this life. Honestly speaking, when he first woke up, Li Changhe was completely stunned. Rebirth is a good thing, but only if you're reborn into the right time period. Being thrown into 1977 instead? Definitely not ideal. It was a time of great transformation, full of opportunities, but the problem Wash had no first-hand experience of that era. As for what he knew about it, well, he could only claim to have a basic understanding. In his previous life, he'd been a web novel writer who loved reading and writing age-themed stories, earning hundreds of thousands from it. Had researched extensively and had a general grasp of future trends. But how much of that knowledge would actually help him now? That remained uncertain. After all, protagonists in novels usually had supernatural powers or game-like systems. Unfortunately, Li Changhe had none of those. Still, there were some advantages to reincarnation. The person whose body he now inhabited had been a sent-down youth. During winter, while working at a reservoir construction site, he heroically saved someone and fell into a ravine in the process. His original soul was gone, and Li Changhe took over. At first, right after the reincarnation, his consciousness wasn't clear enough, which made him act differently from the original person. The doctors diagnosed him as having a mental disorder. The local commune, upon hearing this, assumed he had gone insane. Since he had already been a rural worker for 5 years, meeting all conditions for medical discharge, they processed his return to the city as compensation. That coveted opportunity many sent-down youths dreamed of, the chance to return to the city, fell effortlessly into Li Changhe's hands. Therefore, once he fully regained his senses and healed physically, Li Changhe didn't argue or question anything. He kept quiet until fully recovered, then boarded a train back home. Moreover, one aspect delighted Li Changhe greatly: his family background in this life. Needless to say, other things, his height at around 1.8 meters she stood out noticeably in this era. Clearly, his living conditions must have been decent before, otherwise he wouldn't have been chosen as a key laborer at the reservoir. "Hey man, looks like you just arrived in our capital. Need a ride? Hop on. They'll take you where you need to go," a rickshaw puller suddenly called out beside him, speaking in authentic Beijing dialect, trying to get the job. "Sure, take me number 5 Zongwankan South Street." "How much?" Li Changhe asked politely. "You know what? From your accent, you're definitely a native Beijing or probably a returned sent-down youth. So hey, race the deal. Since we're locals, I won't rip you off. Just 1 yuan, what do you think?" Then quickly added, "Not trying to charge. Hai Zongwankan is way outside the city center. 30 li or more. 1 yuan really isn't too much." Back then, there were no ring roads yet. Generally speaking, beyond the second ring road meant leaving central Yanjing. Zongwankan was practically near the northwestern corner of the third ring road. "Brother, you make sense, but come on, I'm just a broke accent-down youth. Where'd I get a whole yuan? Forget it, I'll just take the subway." With that, he ignored further haggling and headed toward the subway ticket window. Right, in 1977, the capital already had an operational subway line. It was exactly the future Line 1. Subway fare, 10 cents. At that time, Line 1 was barely over 10 kilometers long, running east-west from Yanjing Station to Lisan Station, future Princess Tomb Station. And Lisan Station was only 5 or 6 kilometers from Zongwankan. Taking another rickshaw from there would be cheaper. Purchasing a 10-cent ticket using his letter of introduction, Li Changhe entered the subway station of this era. Inside the subway car, there weren't many passengers. The seats were arranged like bus seats, but wider and cleaner. Li Changhe casually chose a seat and quietly waited for the train to start moving. After exiting at Lisan Station, he found another tricycle driver, who this time charged only 20 cents. All right, total cost, 30 cents. Compared to the original quote of 1 yuan, he saved 70 cents, a real bargain. Number 5 Zongwankan South Street was Li Chang's destination today. Also known by another name, the Faculty Residential Compound of Yanjing Institute of Technology. Li Chang's father used to be an associate professor at Yanjing Institute of Technology. Now that his position was reinstated, naturally the family housing was still here. Incidentally, in the future, this school would change its name to Yanjing University of Science and Technology. But what surprised Li Changhe Wash couldn't get in. He was stopped by the campus security office staff at the gate. "Comrade, I really am coming home. Look, here's my letter of introduction. My registered address is inside. Why would I lie to you?" Li Changhe helplessly explained while showing his introduction letter to the guard on duty. The guard's attitude wasn't bad, but he still refused entry. "Comrade, I've seen your letter. But honestly, that address is outdated. It's not that I don't want to let you in. Personnel has changed a lot these years. Why don't you call someone from your family to pick you up?" The security guard spoke politely, but clearly implied, "How can we be sure your family is even here anymore? In that case, my father is Li Lishan. Don't you have a phone number for the security office? Call and confirm with him. He can verify my identity." Li Changhe thought for a moment and suggested. Whether the house had a telephone or not, and whether he remembered the number, were unknown to him. Thinking it through, the fastest connection he could make was contacting his father, though he wasn't sure if the latter was currently available or doing research. "Son, did you just say you're the son of Professor Li Lishan?" Suddenly, a voice interrupted from nearby. Li Changhe turned and saw the speaker was a middle-aged woman who had apparently just arrived at the gate. She looked about 50, short-statured with glasses. More importantly, she wasn't wearing the standard issue military blue or green uniform, but rather a gray lady's long coat somewhat resembling a trench coat, neatly tailored. The fabric looked distinctly different from what Li Changhe and others were wearing. In that era, such fabric had a notable name, Daikliang, a type of polyester fabric popular in China during the 70s-80s. "Yes, Annie, I am Li Lishan's son. Just returned from the countryside. Do you know my father? You wait here. He'll go call Yushio to come see." She didn't directly answer Li Chang's question, instead turning to the guards and saying, "Keep an eye on him." Then she strode straight into the compound. Shen Yuxiathat was the name of Li Chang's mother. Clearly, this woman knew both of his parents. Once she left, Li Changhe curiously asked the guard, "Comrade, may I ask who that was?" "Oh, that's Mrs. Zhu, the wife of Professor Zhu from our university." "Mrs. Zhu? Professor Zhu?" Li Changhe tried recalling, but couldn't remember any family named Zhu from his memories. However, his knowledge from the future suddenly sparked a realization. Yanjing University of Science and Technology, Professor, Doctor. Could it possibly be that coincidental? Chapter 2. The pinnacle of the world, I yearn to see. The long river. Before long, a woman, both familiar and unfamiliar in Li Changhe's memory, hurriedly appeared at the school gate. Familiar, as she resembled the visage he remembered. Unfamiliar, for she had aged considerably. In his recollection, his mother, Shin Yushio, was merely in her mid-40s, yet now she appeared as if she were in her 50s. "Mother, I have returned. Returning is all that matters. Come, let us go home." Shin Yushio's eyes brimmed with tears. She then clasped Li Changhe's hand and addressed the security officer at the gate, saying, "Officer Chen, this is my son. I will take him to obtain a pass shortly." With that, Shin Yushio led Li Changhe back to their home. Upon entering, they naturally engaged in heartfelt conversation, for it had been 7 or 8 years since they last met. Eventually, Li Changhe yawned, prompting Shin Yushio to exclaim, "Oh dear, look at me. Once I start talking to you, I forget that you've just returned from your journey. You must be weary from the train ride. I've tidied up your room. Hurry and rest. I'll go buy some groceries, and we shall prepare meat noodles for dinner. It's a tradition, dumplings when departing, and noodles upon arrival. Now that you are safely home, a steaming bowl of noodles awaits you." Indeed, Li Changhe felt fatigued. Traveling by train in this era was far from the comfort of modern high-speed trains. It was a tiring endeavor, slow speeds, unpleasant odors, poor ventilation, and crowded conditions. Upon entering his room, Li Changhe reflected on his father, Li Lishan, who had resumed work as a 4th-level associate professor, a position considered quite respectable among his peers. Being a professor in the sciences, his remuneration was notably better than that of his counterparts in the humanities. Given that Yanjing was classified as a 6th-tier region, salaries were relatively high. Li Lishan earned a monthly wage of 207 yuan. The housing allocation was equally advantageous. Li Changhe's current home consisted of a 2-bedroom apartment spanning over 60 square meters, complete with a bathroom and kitchen. In this era, such accommodation was indeed of high quality, far surpassing the conditions of communal living. Lying on the bed, Li Changhe quickly succumbed to a deep slumber. When he awoke, darkness had already enveloped the outside world. This sleep was the most restful he had experienced since his rebirth. Emerging from his room, He found the living room aglow with soft, warm light. Our son has awakened. I shall prepare the noodles, Shen Yuxiu announced as she rose from her seat, heading towards the kitchen while engaged in conversation with Li Lishan. The two men regarded one another, having been apart for many years. Please, take a seat. Traditionally, the archetype of a strict father and a caring mother has long been the standard in Chinese families, and Li Lishan embodied this as a father in the sciences. He was not harsh, yet during Li Changhe's childhood, he often maintained a reserved demeanor around his children. As Li Changhe settled down, Li Lishan calmly inquired, I have read your introduction letter. You have returned due to health issues. Is your health all right now? Li Changhe nodded. There's nothing serious. I was just a bit disoriented at the time. However, out of concern, they processed my medical retirement, and tomorrow I will report to the youth office. In this era, returning youth must report to the youth office to facilitate the relocation of their household registration. What are your plans moving forward? For youth like Li Changhe, who have been medically retired, immediate employment is not arranged, leaving them to live as unemployed individuals at home. I'll take it one step at a time. My medical retirement is legitimate, so I will see if there are any suitable opportunities in the neighborhood, and I will also search for a job myself. Li Changhe replied softly. In truth, he had already devised a plan in his mind. Although he had not lived through this era, he was a seasoned enthusiast of historical literature in his previous life and possessed a certain understanding of this time period. During the days leading up to his return, he had been meticulously planning based on the memories and knowledge he retained. The year 1977 was pivotal, particularly for the restoration of the college entrance examination. Li Changhe's goal was the Gaokao. Some matters require foresight, hence he had set his sights on it. This examination represented a prime opportunity for him to ascend through the social strata. There is a saying from my previous life, the highest individuals one encounters in their life are often university mentors. In the context of 1977, Li Changhe could assert that these mentors were not merely educators. Those who managed to pass the university entrance examination during this period would inevitably become prominent figures, most of whom would not fade into obscurity. In this grand era, Li Changhe too aspired to gradually ascend and behold the vistas at the pinnacle of human society. However, the news of the Gaokao had yet to be leaked, and no official announcement regarding its restoration had been made. Thus, Li Changhe could not anticipate the future by preparing for the examination. Well, I will inquire at the youth office tomorrow. And I will also check at school to see if there are any temporary jobs that can be arranged for you. Li Lishan nodded in agreement. The noodles are ready. You two should refrain from talking for now. Let us enjoy it while it's hot. At that moment, Shen Yuxiu emerged from the kitchen, carrying the noodles. Additionally, she had lavishly prepared braised pork ribs, marking Li Changhe's first taste of meat since his rebirth. He immediately began to eat heartily, devouring the food with fervor. A sight that stirred a multitude of emotions in Li Lishan and his wife. This child has truly suffered. Meanwhile, as Li Changhe savored his meal, in the apartment above his, the Dr. Lu and his wife were also seated at the dining table. Old Zhu, today the youngest son of the Li family has returned. Dr. Lu remarked casually as she ate. Returning youth? Her husband inquired with a curious expression. Dr. Lu nodded, according to Yuxiu. The child was injured while saving lives while working on a reservoir, and out of gratitude, they granted him a medical retirement. Is he all right? Dr. Lu's husband inquired with concern. Today, I encountered a young man who seemed utterly untroubled, exhibiting impeccable manners. He stood tall at 6 feet, with strikingly thick eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding an air of noble handsomeness. I recall that Yuxiu once mentioned to me that this young man was born in 1955. If that is the case, he would indeed be 22 years old this year. Dr. Lu remarked with enthusiasm. At this moment, Professor Zhu finally discerned his wife's intentions. It was evident that there was a deeper meaning in her words. Are you implying what I think you are? Dr. Lu gazed at her husband, who appeared somewhat dazed, and could not suppress a sigh. What do you think? Our Linlin is already 25 this year. One cannot simply refer to her as a young girl any longer. This is just as Dr. Lu was preparing to elaborate further. The door to their home was suddenly flung open. A young woman with short hair and bright eyes, dressed simply, stepped into the room, her charming visage illuminating the entire space. Mom, I'm back. Chapter 3. The year of the flourishing daughter of the kingdom. At the break of dawn the following day, Li Changhe awakened. There are indeed benefits to being reborn. For one, his health was remarkably robust. It remained unclear whether it was due to the foundation of his previous life or the advantages of rebirth, but in any case, the current Li Changhe brimmed with boundless energy. Changhe, come and have breakfast. Your mother specially went out to buy buns this morning. In this era, there were breakfast shops, although they were all state-run. All right. Li Changhe replied as he made his way to the restroom, splashing his face with cold water and drying it with a towel nearby, completing his morning ablutions. During this time, skincare products were scarce. Even oil was primarily used in the autumn and winter to prevent dryness. As for brushing teeth, it could be said that the majority of people in this era lacked such a habit, with only a select few cultured workers or officials in the cities adhering to it. Nevertheless, toothpaste and toothbrushes were available at the supply and marketing cooperative. Li Changhe planned to take a stroll to the cooperative later to procure some items. After finishing his meal, Li Changhe gathered his materials, preparing to handle his household registration. For only by relocating his household registration could he obtain ration books and such. Before stepping out, his mother, Xinyuxiu, handed him a stack of money, containing 5 and 10 yuan notes, as well as a collection of tickets. Changhe, once you finish with the household registration, take this money and visit the cooperative. Buy whatever you wish. If there's anything substantial you desire, let your mother know when you return. By the way, you can ride your father's bicycle. I've asked him to leave it for you. Li Changhe paused momentarily. But what about my father's class? He can walk. It's not far, Xinyuxiu replied nonchalantly. All right then. Li Changhe did not refuse. He understood his parents' current mindset, perhaps feeling a sense of guilt and a desire to compensate for the hardships he had endured. Xinyuxiu generously gave Li Changhe 20 yuan, which was still a considerable sum in this era. After all, the wages and prices of the 1970s were not vastly different from those of the 1950s and 1960s. An ordinary worker's monthly salary hovered around 30 to 50 yuan. Having gathered his belongings, Li Changhe descended the stairs, keys in hand, ready to locate Li Lishan's bicycle. Bicycles in this era were limited in style, predominantly the 280 model, and a row of them rested at the corner of the entrance. However, Li Changhe stumbled upon a rare sight, a lady's bicycle. It was quite unusual, for only affluent families could afford such a bicycle in this time. Not recognizing which bike belonged to his family, he took out the bicycle registration book, searching for the corresponding steel stamp number. Just as he bent down to examine each bicycle, a melodious female voice echoed from behind. Who are you? What are you doing here? Li Changhe straightened up and turned around, his gaze meeting a flawless visage, with short hair grazing her ears, a tall stature, and bright eyes that sparkled like stars. She exuded a gentle charm that starkly contrasted with the majority of people in this era, even clad in a simple green military uniform. Most importantly, the visage before him was strikingly familiar. Just yesterday, he pondered whether the encounter with Dr. Lu was mere coincidence, only to find himself face-to-face with the very person today. Indeed, the one interrogating Li Changhe at this moment was none other than the future illustrious ruler of the Kingdom of Daughters, Zhu Lin. However, Zhu Lin was currently regarding Li Changhe with caution, for his earlier actions bore a striking resemblance to those of a thief. It was only due to their location within the confines of the school's family quarters, with security personnel nearby, that she refrained from outright accusing him of theft. Hello. I am a newly returned educated youth from our district. My name is Li Changhe. I was merely searching for my father's bicycle, which may have led to your misunderstanding. After a moment of surprise, Li Changhe explained to Zhu Lin. This is our family's bicycle permit. Upon hearing this, Zhu Lin glanced at the information on the permit and confirmed it belonged to Li Lishan. She recalled her parents discussing it over dinner last night, mentioning that her uncle Li's son had returned to the city, injured while rescuing someone. To her astonishment, she had now met him. I apologize, Comrade Li, for my earlier misunderstanding. My name is Zhu Lin, and I reside in the same building as you. My father is a colleague of Uncle Li, Zhu Lin said gently, offering an apology for her earlier tone. It's quite all right. Your surname is Zhu. Is your mother Dr. Lu? Li Changhe casually inquired. After all, what harm could there be in conversing with the future ruler of the Kingdom of Daughters? In his previous life, while watching Journey to the West, he had been too young to appreciate the beauty of the gentle and graceful ruler, only to realize in later years the poignant sentiment of longing for what could have been. As he returned to this era, he found himself amidst such delightful encounters. Upon hearing Li Changhe's words, Zhu Lin's face brightened with surprise. Indeed, Dr. Lu is my mother. How did you know? When I returned yesterday, it was thanks to Aunt Lu that I found my family, allowing me entry through the security gate. The personnel informed me that Aunt Lu is Professor Zhu's wife. When you mentioned your surname was Zhu, I wondered if you were their daughter, Li Changhe explained with a smile. You are quite perceptive. The bicycle over there belongs to Uncle Li, parked adjacent to mine. Their bicycles are typically side by side, and they are usually left here. You can return it to the same spot, Zhu Lin said, pointing to a black bicycle nearby. Thank you. Li Changhe replied as he unlocked his own bicycle and wheeled it out. I shall take my leave now, Comrade Zhu. He waved goodbye to Zhu Lin before riding away. Zhu Lin watched him depart, smiling to herself. Indeed, Uncle Li's son was as polite as her mother had described. Suddenly, as she bent down to unlock her bicycle, a thought struck her. What had he just called her? Comrade Zhu. This young man must be younger than myself, I suppose. Meanwhile, Li Changhe, cycling away, felt quite elated. Experts assert that gazing upon beautiful women elevates one's spirits, and at this moment, Li Changhe found their assertion to be remarkably accurate. The young queen of the Daughter Kingdom, in her 20s, was indeed a vision of youthful elegance. After all, she was the heroine from several novels of his previous life. He wondered if she was married now. In his past research, he had discovered that Zhu Lin married quite late, initially tying the knot with an ordinary worker. The exact year eluded him, however. Given the current circumstances, with Zhu Lin still residing with her parents, it was highly improbable that she was married. Most likely, she was still single. Calculating the timeline, this young lady should still be attending university in 1977. Yet, Li Changhe also discerned that her family background might be quite distinguished. He had surmised this during his previous inquiries. After being selected by the art troupe, she was recommended to enter the Chinese Academy of Medical Sciences upon her discharge. This institution stands as the pinnacle of medical education in the country, not an opportunity afforded to just anyone. The health system wields considerable influence. Nevertheless, our protagonist was not lacking either. His future promised to be even brighter. As he pedaled, Li Changhe indulged in self-praise. Soon arriving at the brigade headquarters of the Zhongguancun commune. Upon entering, he submitted the youth materials and completed the necessary procedures, receiving his grain book and vouchers. Subsequently, Li Changhe exited the commune, armed with the substantial sum of 20 yuan gifted by his mother, and set forth towards the supply and marketing cooperative in Zhongguancun. Chapter 4. The beginnings of dependence in the 70s. Prior to 1980, Haidian was primarily designated as an agricultural zone, serving as the supplementary food base for the entire region of Yanjing, providing a bountiful supply of fruits and vegetables to the capital. Thus, along the Bai Road, which would later evolve into Zhongguancun Avenue, one could frequently encounter vast expanses of woodland, wasteland, and burial sites. Following Bai Road northward, one would reach the Eastern University campus. Then veer westward, passing through the ancient alleys of Qianguan Hutong and Daying Hutong, eventually arriving at the bustling commercial district of HD. The grand estate of the renowned Style family, frequently referenced in the literature of the era, was situated in this very area, comprising several large courtyards. In later years, this entire section would become Zhongguancun West District, with the old alleys demolished. Navigating through the winding paths of these ancient lanes, after crossing the Tiger Cave Hutong, one would arrive at the heart of Haidian town. The Haidian department store, a Christian church, and an array of various shops were all located within this vicinity. Li Changhe did not rush to the department store. Instead, he first rode his bicycle to the Xinhua bookstore on Beida Street. While the future Haidian would emerge as a preeminent hub for science, education, literature, and health resources, at that time, the HD district boasted only this single Xinhua bookstore. Adjacent to the bookstore, there was a designated area for bicycles, charging 5 cents for each visit. Li Changhe paid the fee, received a ticket, and secured his bicycle before stepping into the bookstore of that era. Comrade, are you here to buy books? Upon entering, a clerk asked in a rather indifferent tone. Unlike the bustling atmosphere of grain and grocery stores, the bookstore of this time felt rather desolate. This was a well-understood reality, as intellectuals were often marginalized. I would like a complete collection of works by great leaders, and do you have any high school textbooks from before? Please get me one. Li Changhe spoke softly. The clerk regarded him with a hint of surprise. A collection of great leaders was quite common. Which young person wouldn't desire such a set? However, the request for high school textbooks was peculiar, considering high school had been suspended for several years. The collection is readily available, but for the high school textbooks, we would need to search the storeroom, and they are likely to be from a decade ago, the clerk replied. Young comrade, what do you need these books for? The clerk's gaze towards Li Changhe shifted from indifference to suspicion. Had this request been made a couple of years prior, it could have easily led to his denunciation. I have just returned from the youth cadre program, and the district has yet to arrange a job for me. I thought I might review what I had learned in the past so that I could better contribute once I am assigned a position, Li Changhe explained casually. You are a returning youth cadre? The clerk's expression transformed slightly upon hearing this. Many who returned were perceived as having taken dubious paths. Some considered them to be deserters. A source of shame. Yes, while I was repairing a reservoir, I saved someone who had fallen, but I was injured in the process. The commune leadership approved my medical discharge, Li Changhe elucidated earnestly. In this era, some matters carried significant weight, necessitating explanation. As anticipated, upon hearing that Li Changhe had retired due to his heroic act of saving others, the saleswoman's expression underwent a transformation. The earlier disdain dissipated, replaced by a look of admiration and a hint of a smile. So that's it, young comrade. You are indeed commendable, she remarked. In that case, allow me to take you to the storeroom. I recall there being a batch of unsold books there that is yet to be dealt with. Thank you ever so much. Li Changhe replied gratefully. The saleswoman then guided him to the storeroom at the back, where they diligently searched through the dusty shelves. Eureka! Here lies the final batch of high school textbooks from 1965, including mathematics, language arts, politics, and geography, she exclaimed, gesturing towards a pile of dust-covered books on the floor. Indeed, this is perfect. Li Changhe crouched down to inspect the collection and casually glanced to the side, where he caught sight of another set of books. The self-study series in physics, mathematics, and chemistry, published in January 1964. Recognizing the title, Li Changhe understood it to be the future renowned guide for college entrance examinations. And notably, the original first edition from the 60s. Could I also have a set of this self-study series? He inquired eagerly. Of course, take it along with you. The saleswoman readily agreed, recognizing that these were merely surplus books, and any sale would be welcome. Shortly thereafter, Li Changhe emerged from the storeroom, burdened with a hefty stack of books. The textbooks, typically priced between 30 to 50 cents each, totaled over 20 volumes, costing him a mere 8 yuan and 20 cents. He then spent an additional 5 cents on a large bag to carry them. By the way, do you have any newspapers or magazines available? Li Changhe asked. They're over there. Feel free to browse and see what piques your interest, the saleswoman indicated with a casual wave. Li Changhe approached the display, finding an abundance of newspapers, though the magazines were rather scarce. Notably, there were few well-known titles such as Harvest, Contemporary, and Yanjing Literature, which appeared to have not yet resumed publication. He surmised that the only magazine suitable for submissions was People's Literature. Indeed, his intention in perusing the magazines was to seek a channel for potential submissions. After selecting several newspapers and a copy of People's Literature, he returned to the counter, paying an additional 30 cents. Not many magazines here, are there? He casually inquired. The saleswoman shrugged dismissively. Such publications are inherently limited. They had been out of circulation for quite some time. It was only last year that People's Literature resumed sales. However, it may be in vain, as there is little money for writing, aside from the editorial staff, who would write. Upon hearing this, Li Changhe felt a chill in his heart. The changing circumstances posed a challenge to his plans. May I leave these books with you for a while? I need to run to the department store to pick up a few things and will return for them, he asked. Go ahead. I'll keep an eye on them for you, she assured him, noting that the bookstore was rather quiet and the sales staff was merely chatting amongst themselves. Subsequently, Li Changhe arrived at the department store, where a long corridor was lined with a plethora of assorted goods. He made his way to the stationery section, purchasing 2 fountain pens and 2 bottles of ink, 1 black and 1 blue. Following this, he acquired some daily necessities, including toothpaste and a toothbrush, and took a leisurely stroll, using the candy ticket his mother had given him to buy a pound of white rabbit milk candy. In these times, there were few snacks available, so he thought it best to indulge in some milk candy. As for cigarettes, he had never cultivated the habit in his previous life, and he intended to refrain from such indulgences in this one as well. After organizing his purchases, Li Changhe retrieved his books and rode his bicycle homeward. Indeed, plans often do not withstand the test of change. Initially, he had intended to spend the upcoming months at home reviewing his textbooks while simultaneously writing articles to earn a bit of money. After all, in his previous life, he was a full-time online novelist, and writing was a skill he had mastered. He harbored no literary ambitions, merely wishing to utilize his earnings for personal expenses. In truth, this was one of the safest avenues for making money in this era, and the returns were quite satisfactory. He was acutely aware that reform and opening up would only become increasingly liberal over time. In the early years of reform, particularly before 1982, the upper echelons were still exploring, while the common folk experienced little change. The crime of speculation was taken very seriously. according to the saleswoman. It seemed that the state had yet to commence reforms regarding manuscript fees. In light of this, Changhe pondered for a moment and decided to adopt a different approach. This interval was perfect for him to focus on his calligraphy and revisit his textbooks. His practice in writing was necessitated by his previous reliance on simplified characters. However, in this era, he noticed a mix of simplified and traditional characters in use. Some simplified characters from his past did not exist in this time, and Changhe recognized the need to adjust his writing habits. Otherwise, using unfamiliar simplified characters in an examination would be a significant pitfall. Furthermore, the educational materials from the 1960s and 70s differed markedly from those of later years. Changhe had researched information on the college entrance examinations from this period, which was one of the reasons he decided to participate in them. His motivation stemmed from a debate he had with a fellow book enthusiast in a discussion forum, where they exchanged data regarding the examination information of that time. Naturally, their debate concluded without resolution, yet Changhe retained some of the information he had gathered. For instance, he recalled that the essay topic for this year's Chinese examination in Yanjing was My Year in XX. He had previously read an article in the People's Daily titled My Year of Struggle. Additionally, he was aware that this year's first college entrance examination was independently set by each province, resulting in a mix of easy and difficult questions, though overall, they leaned towards the simpler side. However, the literary path he had originally planned to pursue for financial gain now appeared to be on hold. Nevertheless, Changhe estimated that this delay would not last long, as he remembered that some works of scar literature had already been published by 1977. He surmised that it was likely just a matter of 1 or 2 months until the literary scene would open up, providing him with the perfect opportunity to diligently practice his writing. He would need to discuss his impending reliance on his parents with his mother upon returning home. Soon enough, Changhe pedaled his bicycle, filled with excitement, back to his home. Chapter 5, The Missed Opportunity of an Arranged Marriage. Changhe, why have you bought so many items? As Changhe came to a halt on his bicycle, a voice of astonishment echoed from behind him. Turning around, he saw Aunt Lu, Zhu Lin's mother. Hello, Aunt Lu. I just went out to handle some household registration matters and took the opportunity to browse the department store, purchasing a few household items. Come, let me assist you. My, this is heavy. Aunt Lu reached out to help Changhe with the bag filled with books, only to find its weight exceeded her expectations. What have you bought? Allow me, Aunt Lu. I just acquired some books from the Xinhua bookstore. Changhe took the bag from Aunt Lu and effortlessly lifted it with one hand. Realizing the weight, Lu Shuan refrained from offering further assistance and instead inquired, Changhe, did the commune mention anything about arranging a job for you? They said to wait for a suitable position to be assigned to me. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuan shook her head. Oh, you child, you are too naive. With so many people returning to the city, can you afford to wait for a job? You must be more proactive. If necessary, let your father inquire at the school to see if there are any openings there. A good job waits for no one. I understand. Thank you for the reminder. Aunt Lu, I will ask the commune more frequently. Changhe nodded in agreement. He could hardly express that he had no intention of working in a factory. After all, in this era, one must not disdain the working class, regardless of the profession. Aunt Lu, I will head upstairs now. Go on. Watching Changhe's retreating figure, Lu Shuan shook her head once more. This boy seemed quite decent, albeit a bit bookish, just like his father. Initially, she had quite liked Changhe, but now she felt a tinge of hesitation. She thought it prudent to wait and see how Changhe's job situation unfolded. Not that she expected an extraordinary arrangement, but at the very least, it should be a position within the worker classification. Her daughter Lin would soon graduate, after all, and she would be a university student with a cadre status. There was no rush in the coming days. Observing the situation further seemed wise. Lu Shuan formed a new resolution in her heart. Meanwhile, Changhe was oblivious to the intangible opportunity he had missed. Carrying a large bag of items, he ascended the stairs and arrived at his door, retrieving his keys to unlock it before stepping inside. His mother, Xin Yuxiu, had already left for work. After all, Li Lishan was an associate professor at Yanjing Industrial College, and Xin Yuxiu had been assigned to the school's logistics department. Given the chaos within the school over the years, there were numerous vacancies after the rectifications. Once inside, Changhe first laid out the books on the balcony to sunbathe them. After all, they had been stored for so many years, and it was fortunate that they had not been gnawed to pieces by rats. Next, he took out a penmanship book, a standard cursive script practice book published by the Shanghai Painting and Calligraphy Publishing House in 1972. The contents primarily featured revolutionary modern peaking opera pieces such as Taking Tiger Mountain by Strategy, The Red Lantern, and The Shaw Family Shore. After saturating the pen with ink, Li Changhe sat at the table, diligently began to practice. There is no alternative. Practicing calligraphy serves as the foundation for all of Li Changhe's forthcoming endeavors. As a member of the post-90s generation, he had dabbled in penmanship during his primary school years, though his handwriting left much to be desired. Subsequently, his entire writing experience transitioned to typing on a computer and even voice input, leading to the gradual disappearance of his handwritten Chinese characters. However, the contemporary era is markedly different. Penmanship is the cornerstone of all literary pursuits. Whether Li Changhe is preparing for the college entrance examination or embarking on literary creation, extensive writing is imperative, especially when it comes time to draft manuscripts. If his handwriting is unsightly, who would wish to read it? A fine penmanship is undoubtedly an asset. After practicing for over an hour, Li Changhe stood to stretch his wrists. After a brief respite of approximately 10 minutes, he retrieved his set of high school textbooks and began to study. Among the subjects, mathematics posed the least challenge for him. Though he may not have been a prodigy in his previous life, he had consistently ranked among the top 10 in his class, successfully navigating the competitive landscape of a province infamous for its rigorous college entrance examination. Chinese literature proved to be more complex, as the textbooks differ significantly from those of later years, particularly with the selections of classical texts. The most troublesome subject was politics. The current political textbooks are entirely dissimilar to those of the future, and Li Changhe had deemed it essential to focus on this area. Geography and history, conversely, appeared simpler to him, as the knowledge contained within was often less comprehensive than his own understanding, a reflection of the limitations of the era. As for physics and chemistry, he did not even glance at them, having already resolved to pursue the humanities for the college entrance examination. He possessed a clear awareness of his strengths. History, geography, and Chinese literature were his fortes, especially with the advantage of knowledge from the future. Mathematics was also satisfactory, but political science posed a challenge due to insufficient understanding, necessitating substantial memorization. Physics and chemistry were never subjects he studied in his previous life, and he had no intention of starting anew in this life, as he did not aspire to delve into scientific research. Should any questions arise in the future, he had a family member, a vice professor in the sciences, who could assist. At noon, Li Changhe ventured into the kitchen to prepare a meal for himself. In truth, Shen Yuxiu's provision of food stamps and money was intended to encourage him to indulge in a nice lunch. However, Li Changhe found no need for such extravagance. He still had some meat buns from the morning and quickly fried an egg to accompany them. After his meal, he picked up a newspaper and settled in the living room to read. He wished to stay informed about the changes occurring in this era, relying on newspapers as his primary source of information. After scanning the headlines, which failed to pique his interest, he turned to the magazine People's Literature, beginning to peruse its contents. This was all in preparation for his upcoming writing endeavors. Although he was aware that the next few years would witness the rise of certain literary trends, such as scar literature, he recognized that each magazine possessed its unique stylistic preferences. Much like editors of novel platforms in the future, each editor had their own tastes, and even each website thrived on distinct styles. What Li Changhe needed to do was cater to these preferences. A manuscript might flourish on one platform while being rejected on another, a commonplace occurrence in the literary world. Lu Yao's Ordinary World faced multiple rejections from editors in its early days, reportedly even from acquaintances. Such occurrences are increasingly common, as many novels that are turned down by one editor can later achieve great success under another's guidance. As an experienced online writer, Li Changhe is not under the illusion that merely producing a work that garnered awards in his previous life guarantees success. Many creations bear the marks of their times. In this era of profound transformation, even a gap of 1 or 2 years can render certain narratives unsuitable. Some plots that could be penned in 1981 might not be appropriate if set in 1977, for years prior. This illustrates the constraints imposed by the era. After perusing the latest issue of People's Literature, Li Changhe gained a preliminary understanding of the magazine's current style. The articles share a common theme, a critique of events from recent years. This sparked some thoughts within him. Unbeknownst to him, dusk had fallen, and the sound of a door opening signaled the return of Li Lishan and Shen Yuxiu to their home. "Changhe, have you eaten? I'll prepare dinner," Shen Yuxiu inquired with concern upon entering. "No rush. I'm not hungry yet." "Mom, you should rest for a bit," he replied. "Dad, I have some math problems. Can you help me solve them? Earlier that afternoon, Changhe had been studying mathematics, comparing it with the self-study series on mathematics, physics, and chemistry, and realized there were concepts he had yet to grasp. Seeing Changhe take out his math book, Lishan expressed surprise. Changhe, are you trying to learn mathematics? Not exactly. I bought some textbooks today to catch up on the knowledge I missed over the years. After all, I fell behind significantly. I inquired at the commune today about my work. It seems I cannot expect immediate arrangements. They will assess the situation before proceeding, so I estimate it may take some time. I want to seize this opportunity to study at home and complete the knowledge I previously overlooked, Changhe stated earnestly. Good. Changhe, it's commendable that you have this determination. Learning is always the most worthwhile endeavor, regardless of the time, Lishan praised him. In truth, being in his position, he had access to more information and was aware that there seemed to be a desire for change from above. However, many matters remain uncertain, making it difficult for him to speak freely and avoid raising Changhe's expectations too high. This period may require him to rely on his parents for sustenance, subtly indicating his intention to lean on them. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuxiu immediately rebuked Changhe, saying, "You child, what nonsense are you talking? How can living with your parents be called relying on them? Moreover, with both her and your father's salaries, how could we not afford to support you?" Shen Yuxiu, as a cadre, earned a salary, although it was less than Lishan's, set at the standard for a level 16 deputy position, amounting to 110.5 yuan per month. This means their combined income exceeded 300 yuan monthly, placing them firmly within the high-income bracket of that era. In fact, while many extol the Republic of China's treatment of intellectuals, the New People's Republic was not lacking in that regard either. Setting aside certain past circumstances, during other times, the treatment accorded to intellectuals by the state has consistently been esteemed. With his mother's approval, Changhe naturally felt a sense of relief. Subsequently, in the days that followed, Changhe entered a period of seclusion at home. He practiced calligraphy, reviewed his studies, memorized the sayings of great leaders, and began to pen the thoughts that flourished in his mind. A month passed swiftly. In April 1977, upon returning from an outing with a copy of the People's Daily, Changhe finally encountered a piece of news in the newspaper that filled him with exhilaration. Chapter 6, People's Literature on April 15, 1977. The state issued a notification to restore the remuneration standards set prior to a certain period, establishing the basic payment for original manuscripts at 2 to 7 yuan per thousand words and for translations at 1 to 5 yuan per thousand words. This announcement appeared in a corner of the People's Daily and was not considered a formal regulation or document, merely a news notification. However, for Changhe, this was more than sufficient. With this notification, at least his words could be transformed into currency. Upon returning to his study, Changhe rummaged through his desk and unearthed a manuscript. This was a short story he had recently penned, titled The Death of a Young Intellectual. The core of the narrative drew inspiration from the horse whisperer, Scar, and his own past experiences, focusing on the transformation of a young intellectual's mindset when sent to the countryside, culminating in a grand amalgamation. Unlike the literature of Scars, however, Changhe infused the story's conclusion with distinctive dialogues, resembling a soul-nourishing exchange. After all, he was not fond of writing filled with complaints or intentional depictions of suffering. Readers needed an emotional release, yet not be ensnared within their emotions. Moreover, as an author of uplifting narratives, he could not dwell in misery throughout. Clutching the stack of manuscripts, Changhe stood before his desk, lost in thought. As the moment to submit his work approached, a flicker of apprehension arose within him. The timeline was indeed somewhat premature. Although only a few months ahead, he surmised that his piece would likely incite considerable debate. While controversy itself was not disconcerting, the potential for others to exploit the situation for their own purposes was rather unsettling. Resolutely, he thought, enough of this. Lu Xinwu's homeroom teacher was published without incident. Mine is merely a few months early, so it should pose no significant issue. Besides, one of the greatest lessons learned from his previous life as a full-time web novelist was to disregard comments. Let them criticize. He was not thin-skinned and had an exceptional capacity to endure pressure. After all, being scorned was far more bearable than enduring poverty. He harbored no literary ambitions, merely identifying as a commercial writer, unburdened by the weight of artistic aspirations. Having made up his mind, Changhe placed the manuscript into his canvas bag and stepped out of his home. His bicycle had been taken by his father to work, but he had no intention of cycling. he directly boarded the number 32 bus. The number 32 bus was frequently featured in literary works, as it stopped near Peking University. The route began at the Summer Palace and currently concluded at Zizeman. Upon reaching Zizeman, he needed to transfer. As the editorial office of People's Literature was located at 166 Choiman Inner Street. After disembarking from the number 32, he glanced at the bus stop sign and then boarded the number 28 bus. During this time, bus fares were charged based on the number of stops, 4 cents for 1 to 4 stops and 7 cents for 5 to 7 stops. There were also monthly passes, but Li Changhe had no need for one. After several transfers, he finally arrived at the entrance of People's Literature. For many literary authors and enthusiasts, 166 Choiman Inner Street was a sacred place. However, Li Changhe felt no such reverence. His visit was purely due to its proximity within the capital. Submitting directly for review may expedite the process significantly, far surpassing the sluggish efficiency of sending manuscripts through the postal service and awaiting the leisurely pace of editorial review. Oh, comrade, what are you doing? We do not indulge in idle wandering here. If you wish to stroll, you may do so elsewhere. As Li Changhe approached the entrance, the gatekeeper called out to him in a loud voice. In these times, gatekeepers are not the various elderly figures of the future. Rather, they are earnest young individuals, some even affiliated with the security department. Greetings, comrade. I am from Yanjing University of Technology. Vice Dean Shun from our Mechanical Design Institute has sent me to the editorial department to collect a set of books, specifically the Foreign Publication Design and Research of High-Frequency Plasma Colliders. Li Changhe confidently addressed the gatekeeper without a hint of hesitation. Do you have identification? Indeed. I am a returned urban youth whose job has just been arranged, and my work permit has yet to be processed. However, here is my residence permit for the Yanjing University of Technology staff quarters. You may take a look. Li Changhe calmly presented his identification to the gatekeeper. Upon inspection, the gatekeeper confirmed it bore the official seal of Yanjing University of Technology and was indeed a valid residence permit. Very well, please register here, and then you may enter. The gatekeeper did not delve further into the matter. It was not unusual for individuals from the university to visit the Ministry of Culture or the People's Daily. Go ahead. The first building is right in front. Do not take a wrong turn. Thank you. I shall see you later. Li Changhe waved farewell and strode confidently inside. The gatekeeper remained, pondering. What exactly is a high-frequency plasma collider? That term is quite a mouthful. Li Changhe arrived at the front of the building indicated by the gatekeeper, where 2 signs were displayed. People's Literature Publishing House, Foreign Literature Publishing House. 1 institution, 2 signs. He stepped inside and soon spotted a directory on the wall of the first floor, detailing the layout of various departments. Notably, the Contemporary Literature first and second editorial offices were located on the 3rd floor. Ascending to the 3rd floor, Li Changhe observed the signs at the entrance of each office, ultimately arriving at the door of the first editorial office. Just then, the office door swung open, and a man in his 50s emerged. Noticing Li Changhe standing outside, the man expressed curiosity. Comrade, may I assist you with something? Hello, is this the editorial office of the People's Literature magazine? I am here to submit a manuscript. Li Changhe replied with a smile. Lu Jianqing, the deputy editor of the People's Literature magazine, appraised Li Changhe with intrigue, noting his youth. A submission, you say? Yes. This is indeed the editorial office of the People's Literature magazine. You are here to submit a manuscript, correct? I am Lu Jianqing, the deputy editor. May I see your manuscript? Lu Jianqing inquired warmly. Due to well-known circumstances in recent years, few dare to submit manuscripts nowadays, resulting in a scarcity of submissions. After all, writing does not yield profit, and one risks being labeled as a victim of the cultural black line, which carries substantial risks. In this context, the number of submissions received by the revival of People's Literature is rather limited. Even those who dare to write tend to adopt a rather conservative approach. This poses a significant obstacle for the resurgence of People's Literature. It turns out that the individual in question is a deputy editor. Upon learning of his identity, Li Changhe could not help but sigh inwardly, although he was not acquainted with the individual. His knowledge of literary figures from this era is quite sparse. He is only aware of renowned authors such as Lu Xinwu, Mo Yin, and Lu Yao. Esteemed sir, please take a look. This is my manuscript. Li Changhe humbly stated as he respectfully retrieved his work from his bag and presented it before Lu Jianqing. Demonstrating courtesy in front of an editor is a fundamental courtesy, and it is certainly not a source of embarrassment. Chapter 7. Li Changhe's beautiful dream. Lu Jianqing took the manuscript, glanced at it, and his eyes sparkled with a hint of delight. Setting aside all else, the penmanship displayed was remarkably neat. This was the fruit of Li Changhe's efforts over the past month. While it may not be exquisite, it was at least notably more orderly than before. Achieving such improvement is commendable, especially in an era where few possess the time or energy to practice calligraphy, resulting in many writing in a crooked and haphazard manner. Come, let us sit in the office. I wish to take a closer look. Lu Jianqing led Li Changhe into the office. Inside, several desks were occupied by other editors from the editorial department. Against the wall was an old, worn-out sofa, accompanied by a black wooden coffee table in front of it. Please, have a seat. Xiao Chui, prepare a cup of water for this comrade. Lu Jianqing commanded, settling himself at his desk. He did not need to scrutinize the manuscript in detail. His years of editing experience allowed him to gauge an author's competence with just a cursory glance. However, upon reading the first lines, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. From the narrative style to the choice of words, it was evident that this young man possessed considerable talent. The prose was polished, the vocabulary precise, and the story well-structured. A seasoned writer, Lu Jianqing assessed inwardly. In this age, the breadth of one's vocabulary often reflects an author's caliber, as avenues for expanding one's lexicon are limited. Many idioms, phrases, and adjectives commonly found in later generations were scarce then, accessible only through niche channels. This scarcity perhaps explained why Li Changhe found certain literary works lacking. The vocabulary often felt monotonous. The Death of a Young Intellectual was the title, which immediately reminded Lu Jianqing of Anton Chekhov's The Death of a Government Clerk. Initially, he presumed the content might bear some resemblance, but he soon realized his misjudgment. The manuscript depicted a young intellectual who, filled with fervor, ventured to the countryside and embraced arduous labor, distinguishing himself among his peers. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, he plummeted from grace, descending into the depths of despair. All his passionate aspirations and beliefs crumbled, culminating in a profound sense of hopelessness, leading him to contemplate ending his life atop a mountain. The narrative poignantly illustrated the psychological transformations experienced by many over the years. Lu Jianqing instinctively believed he had anticipated the tragic conclusion, envisioning a portrayal both grand and harrowing. Yet, he was taken aback when he encountered a twist in the plot. An elderly gentleman, who had shared his life with the protagonist, imparted a profound statement. The darkness before dawn is the most profound. Yet the first ray of light will make all those who await the daybreak feel that it was worthwhile, for the sun will always rise. Furthermore, in the end, the protagonist's relative returned from abroad, wishing to take him away, only for the protagonist to decline the offer. If you perceive our XX is flawed, then take it upon yourself to improve it. If you believe your compatriots are ignorant, begin your journey of learning and influence those around you, rather than resorting to incessant cursing, complaining, or fleeing. At the conclusion of the article, the educated youth have not perished. In this new era, they have embraced a new work environment with even greater fervor. You may wonder why this is so. Perhaps it is due to the profound love I harbor for this land. In his closing remarks, Li Changhe referenced a poignant line from A.I. Ching's poetry. Upon reading this, Lu Jianqing was taken aback. He was familiar with A.I. Ching's verses and recognized the line preceding the final phrase. Why are my eyes brimming with tears? It is because of my deep love for this land. Li Changhe utilized only the latter half of this line, omitting the former. Yet, at this moment, Lu Jianqing experienced the essence of the first half, overwhelmed with emotions and tears. He had initially assumed this was a narrative steeped in pain and accusation. But to his surprise, the conclusion transcended into a realm of elevated thought, resonating with the sentiments of their predecessors. This encapsulates the mindset of their generation. Even while bearing burdens in the dark, they silently contribute to the construction of a better future. He suddenly recalled the article's title, The Death of an Educated Youth. Indeed, this educated youth has perished, not merely once, but through this final demise, has attained a rebirth. Li Changhe remained seated, quietly observing Lu Jianqing, eager to ascertain whether his foray into motivational prose had succeeded. Upon witnessing Lu Jianqing's excitement, Li Changhe realized his gamble had paid off. The individuals of this era are still remarkably innocent. Despite enduring years of transformation, they remain imbued with fervent love and passion. The juxtaposition of a suppressed narrative alongside a twist of inspirational prose effortlessly stirs the light within their souls. much like the stirring phrases from the internet that ignite the spirits of youthful idealists. Lu Jianqing, after finishing the piece, closed his eyes and remained silent. Li Changhe felt a twinge of anxiety. The editor across from him appeared surprised, having rarely witnessed the deputy editor in such a state. "Chief, how is the manuscript?" One inquisitive editor could not help but ask. They had not encountered an engaging new submission in quite some time. At this moment, Lu Jianqing opened his eyes and declared emphatically, "Excellent. Truly remarkable. Let me see. Allow me to take a look. I want to." Hearing Lu Jianqing's words, several eager editors rushed towards his desk, clamoring to get a glimpse. "Hold on." Lu Jianqing suddenly snapped back to reality, reprimanding them. He then stood up with the manuscript in hand and approached Li Changhe. "Comrade, please wait here for a moment. I shall step outside." With that, he exited the room. Manuscript in hand. Li Changhe was somewhat taken aback. What is Chief Lu up to? He is likely going to seek out Chief Zhang, the head of our People's Literature magazine, Zhang Guangyan. A few young editors in the office explained to Li Changhe. Upon hearing this, Li Changhe felt a stirring in his heart. To seek out the chief editor, could this signify that his manuscript was on the brink of publication? Observing Lu Jianqing's demeanor, he wondered if a handsome remuneration might be in store for him, if calculated at the highest rate of 7 yuan per 1,000 characters. His 20,000-word novel would yield a payment of 140 yuan. Even if the rate were set lower, say 5 yuan per 1,000 characters, it would still amount to 100 yuan. And at 6 yuan, it would be 120 yuan. In any case, it would exceed 100. Contemplating this, Li Changhe's spirits soared. Over 100 yuan. This could very well be his first earnings in this era. With that money, he could finally indulge in a lavish meal. Establishments like Lao Mo, Quanjude, and Donglishun would all deserve to be experienced in their authentic glory. Having spent this time at home relying on others for sustenance, he felt a twinge of embarrassment about going out to revel. However, if he were to earn his own money, that would be an entirely different matter. Sitting on the couch, Li Changhe found a smile unwittingly creeping upon his lips. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Jianqing, manuscript in hand, had indeed made his way to the office of Zhang Guangyan, the chief editor of People's Literature. Chapter 8. The Manuscript Submission. Old Zhang. Old Zhang. Before the person arrives, the voice precedes them. In the office of the chief editor at the People's Literature Publishing House, Editor-in-Chief Zhang Guangyan listened to the urgent voice of Deputy Editor Lu Jianqing from outside and couldn't help but shake his head. Shortly after, Lu Jianqing burst through the door and hurriedly approached Zhang Guangyan. "Old Zhang, take a look at this manuscript." Zhang Guangyan, leisurely donning his glasses, replied gently, "Old Lu, there's no need to rush. Let me first see what manuscript has you so animated." To his surprise, Lu Jianqing calmed down at this light-hearted remark. "Never mind. Take your time. I'm not in a hurry." With that, Lu Jianqing boldly took a seat. Zhang Guangyan, unfazed, picked up the manuscript and began to read. As he read on, his brow gradually furrowed. It wasn't until he reached the end that he slowly set the manuscript down and thoughtfully remarked, "What do you think of this piece?" At this moment, Lu Jianqing earnestly responded, "New. Extremely new. A fresh genre, a novel structure, and a new critique." Zhang Guangyan articulated his appraisal slowly. Unlike the glorifying manuscripts of the past decade, this piece revealed a wealth of originality. Firstly, in terms of writing style, it rejected the previous form of glorification, shifting instead to portray suffering, centering on the tragic experiences of life. Structurally, it deviated from the traditional narrative style of a single core story, opting instead for a narrative filled with twists and turns, constantly reversing the plot. Just when one thinks they have anticipated the conclusion, it surprises them with a new revelation, right? You too felt a spark of inspiration, particularly with the final thematic elevation. Honestly, I found it striking. Initially, as I read, I felt a surge of frustration and indignation, but upon reaching the conclusion, it all suddenly made sense. That state of mind opened my heart, elevating my perspective. It was quite remarkable. Lu Jianqing said earnestly, if Li Changhe were present, he would surely point out that this manuscript is indeed a fusion of scar and spirit and flesh, along with the wildly popular motivational literature online. Each element has been tested and refined by the masses. When consolidated into a single character, how could it not shine brilliantly? However, Li Changhe was also aware that the character he crafted was perhaps too resplendent, which could be problematic. To put it plainly, enduring suffering is one thing, but to then be expected to embrace it and continue to radiate positivity is merely a case of speaking without understanding the pain, especially since Li Changhe himself had fallen ill during his time as a sent-down youth. This was undoubtedly a blemish. Nevertheless, there was no other option. Li Changhe's decision for such an ending was also influenced by the choice made by Ling Jue in Spirit and Flesh, where the characters similarly faced a pivotal decision. If Ling Jue could take such a path, then so could his protagonist. In the office, Zhang Guangyan continued to deliberate. The manuscript was indeed commendable, yet he needed to consider certain sensitivities. Lao Lu, I believe this manuscript is worthy of publication, yet we may need to exercise some patience. As you know, regarding our cultural front, the precise intentions from above remain uncertain. Zhang Guangyan spoke with a youthful tone. Lu Jianxing sighed in agreement. It is precisely this ambiguity that prompted me to seek your counsel. The manuscript is indeed commendable, and I am certain it will resonate with many. However, given the prevailing sentiment, who can predict the outcome? Lu Jianxing is not devoid of sensitivity. After all, who among us, having traversed these years, lacks such awareness? We ought to temper our enthusiasm. Upon seeing this manuscript, I have begun to contemplate some ideas. What do you think about utilizing the premise of this manuscript to convene a discussion forum? Zhang Guangyan mused thoughtfully. A discussion forum? Are you suggesting? It would serve as a preliminary gauge of public sentiment. By the way, who authored this manuscript? Ling Jue is quite an intriguing pen name. It evokes the image of standing atop a pinnacle, surveying the world below, rather imposing. Indeed, the author is currently seated in my office. He appears to be a young intellectual, likely just in his early 20s. There exists a certain youthful chivalry in his demeanor, embodying a spirit of life and death in discourse. Lu Jianxing remarked with a smile. Zhang Guangyan nodded, then suddenly inquired, how did he gain access? Although the volume of submissions to people's literature has diminished compared to the past, it is still considerable. If all were to reach the editorial department, they might as well cease operations. Lu Jianxing was momentarily taken aback, pondering. Indeed, how did he enter? He then expressed his confusion. I did not inquire. You should do this. Please call him over. I wish to converse with him. Zhang Guangyan said quietly. Primarily, he has certain thoughts he wishes to communicate with Li Changhe. Moments later, Li Changhe arrived at Zhang Guangyan's office. Observing the young Li Changhe, Zhang Guangyan nodded. It is only a young intellectual like him who could pen such a piece. Young comrade, please sit. Is this the death of a young intellectual, your work? Zhang Guangyan refrained from questioning how the individual had gained entry, as that was of little consequence. Yes, leader, is there an issue? None at all. I merely wish to convey this. The manuscript is indeed excellent, and we at People's Literature are keen to publish it. However, prior to that, we would like to hold a discussion forum based on this piece. You must understand, your manuscript diverges significantly from previous styles and contains certain sensitive elements. The timeline is uncertain. It may take a month, perhaps 2, or even. Zhang Guangyan fell silent. Yet Li Changhe comprehended the implication. There exists a possibility it may not be published. Of course, I was merely indicating the worst-case scenario. Li Changhe nodded, then furrowed his brow and asked, do you wish for me to? It is thus, due to certain reasons. I suggest you temporarily conceal the pen name, Ling Jue. Should the manuscript not be published, it would be prudent to refrain from using Ling Jue in the future. During a discussion session, I will have Lao Lu transcribe a manuscript anew, ensuring it remains anonymous to the greatest extent possible for your protection. However, during this period, I advise against submitting any more pieces in this particular style. Lastly, regarding the remuneration, considering the potential delays, we have decided to preemptively issue your payment. I will prepare a receipt shortly, allowing Lao Lu to retrieve it directly for you. This approach minimizes the risk of leaving behind personal details, thus serving as a safeguard for you. Zhang Guangyan, with his wealth of experience, is well aware that the publication of this manuscript could create quite a stir, and he is doing everything possible to provide protection for Li Changhe. Hearing this, Li Changhe was genuinely moved. Indeed, the older generation conducts themselves with remarkable propriety. The advance payment of the manuscript fee is particularly generous. I have no objections. Li Changhe responded with enthusiasm. Excellent, that settles it. Once your novel is published, it will indicate that all my previous concerns have been resolved, and you may write freely from here on. Zhang Guangyan remarked with a smile. Li Changhe nodded, realizing that he was likely to become a formidable force in breaking the shackles of the literary world. Given this exhilarating prospect of wielding such influence, he jested, Lao Zhang, for this payment, shouldn't it be a substantial amount? Shortly thereafter, when Yanjing brought him the payment and he beheld the sum, it indeed brought a broad smile to Li Changhe's face. Chapter 9. A Reunion with Zhu Lin. 145 yuan and 96 cents. This was the remuneration Yanjing brought to Li Changhe. In cash, Li Changhe was astounded, wondering how they managed to tally those single-digit figures, and moreover, they offered the highest possible price. How generous. Just based on the magnanimous nature of Lao Zhang and Lao Lu, Li Changhe had decided that he would submit his manuscripts to the People's Literature Office first in the future. Watching Li Changhe stroll away leisurely, Yanjing expressed his curiosity. Lao Zhang, I truly did not expect you to offer such a high fee for this young man. It's like spending a fortune to procure a bone. To be honest, I believe his article should not provoke much opposition, as his final ideological elevation is quite commendable. However, since we are using his piece as a stepping stone, it does pose a certain risk for him. It is only reasonable to compensate him accordingly. Moreover, this manuscript is indeed worth that price. Zhang Guangyan replied with a calm demeanor. Hey, buddy, I didn't TC you with a book. As Li Changhe approached the gate, the curious guard inquired. Li Changhe waved his hand dismissively. Don't mention it. There was a mishap. I didn't grab it. I'll probably need to make another trip in a couple of days. I'm off now. With a cheerful wave to the guard, Li Changhe exited. He thought to himself, next time, I should bring a pack of cigarettes. Even if I don't smoke, I ought to offer one to the guard. Once outside the gates of the People's Literature, Li Changhe was in no hurry to return home. With over 100 yuan in hand, he felt like a wealthy man and decided to take a stroll. Being situated in the heart of the capital, he realized that the Forbidden City was just a few hundred meters away and planned to explore it. In his previous life, he had visited it as well. But many areas were restricted back then, allowing only a walk around the outer courtyard. He had heard that in this era, many restricted areas were now open. Even the dragon throne in the Hall of Supreme Harmony could be sat upon. How could he miss such an experience? Ambling along, he arrived at the ticket booth, spent 5 cents, and purchased an entry ticket to enter. During this time, there were already quite a number of tourists. Many people traveling to Beijing for business took the opportunity to visit the Forbidden City. Upon entering the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Li Changhe took a glance around. There was nothing particularly extraordinary, and after a brief wander, he exited. However, just as he was leaving through the Divine Might Gate, someone called out to him. Li Changhe? Following the voice, he spotted Zhu Lin pushing her bicycle out from the parking lot beside the gate. Zhu Lin? Li Changhe exclaimed in surprise, not expecting to encounter her there. What brings you here? Zhu Lin inquired with curiosity. Li Changhe casually replied, I'm just wandering about. What about you? A friend of mine came to Beijing on business to meet me, so I brought her here for a little tour. Zhu Lin explained. Li Changhe surveyed the area, noticing there was no one else around, just this girl by herself. We lost track of time while exploring. She was anxious and took the bus back to the guest house. Zhu Lin clarified, sensing Li Changhe's confusion. Li Changhe nodded thoughtfully and then inquired, do you have any plans later? If not, may I invite you to dinner? Invite me to dinner? Zhu Lin looked at Li Changhe with a hint of surprise. What is the occasion for such a generous invitation? I had a small windfall today and was looking for a place to celebrate. It seems fortuitous that I ran into you. As they say, it is better to encounter friends unexpectedly than to formally invite them. Eating alone diminishes the joy of the delicious food, which is best enjoyed in good company. Li Changhe said with a smile, his words flowing naturally from a habit formed in his past life. After all, the greatest loneliness comes from dining alone, with neither the delights of food nor happiness to share. You had a windfall? Zhu Lin scrutinized him closely, a hint of skepticism in her gaze. In this day and age, most income derives from regular salaries. The notion of striking it rich seemed rather dubious. Noticing the doubt in Zhu Lin's eyes, Li Changhe realized he had perhaps spoken too freely, for one does not casually boast of wealth in these times. I submitted a few articles to the People's Literature magazine and earned a bit of writing fees. The magazine's address is 166, Choingman Inner Street. I stepped out for a stroll around the Forbidden City and happened to run into you. Upon hearing the name of the magazine, Zhu Lin's surprise deepened. People's Literature? You earned writing fees? For those who grew up in the 70s and 80s, especially urban youth, literature was a cherished pursuit. And books were the primary source of novelty and knowledge in an era with limited entertainment options. Zhu Lin, being a literary enthusiast herself, understood the prestige of people's literature. What did you write? Poetry, essays, or perhaps a novel? Her interest seemed genuinely piqued as she continued to inquire. Li Changhe hadn't anticipated her enthusiasm for literature. What I wrote is a secret for now, but I assure you, I did earn some fees. So, how about we go out for a nice meal to celebrate? All right, where shall we go? Zhu Lin responded without hesitation, displaying a refreshing directness typical of a girl from the capital. Of course, her willingness was partly due to their shared familiarity, living in the same building. Otherwise, she might not have agreed so readily. Moreover, she was genuinely intrigued by Li Changhe's submission to people's literature, and didn't he expect him to be a literary youth capable of earning from such a reputable magazine? I'm not very familiar with this area. I have 3 places in mind: Quanjude, Donglishan, and Laomo. You choose one, Li Changhe suggested. Zhu Lin chuckled, looking at him with amusement. Wow, those 3 places are quite expensive. It seems you really have made some money. To put it plainly, the riding fee was over 100 yuan, so there was no need for her to worry about him pretending to be affluent. She herself wanted to indulge in a good meal to replenish her energy. Which one shall we go to then? The most convenient one? Li Changhe was indifferent to the confidentiality of his riding fees, lest Miss Rin think he was merely posturing. Furthermore, in these times, the guise of the wolf in sheep's clothing is no longer in vogue. One must be discreet about their earnings. His pursuit of riding was driven by the prospect of legitimate profit, allowing him to spend freely and constructively. Both Quanjude and Donglishan are located in Wangfujing. But if we go there now, by the time we finish our meal, it will be dark, making it inconvenient to return home. Let us head northwest to Laomo instead, which is near Zizaman. After we dine, we can take Bai Road straight home. It will be quicker. Zhu Lin, well-versed in the capital, quickly mapped out the route, far more familiar with it than Li Changhe. All right, but I came by bus. Otherwise, I would have offered you a ride, Li Changhe remarked, glancing at Zhu Lin's bicycle. Upon hearing this, Zhu Lin suddenly realized, I see now. Your invitation for a meal was merely a pretext. You genuinely wished to borrow my bicycle. It's all the same. It's merely a matter of convenience. Li Changhe replied, then took the bicycle from Zhu Lin and swung his leg over. Observing this action, Zhu Lin momentarily froze, then quickly recognized that she was to sit on the rear seat, gripping him for support. A sense of shyness washed over her, as this was her first time sharing a bicycle with a male of her age. Let us go, Li Changhe announced, and with long strides, began pedaling. Zhu Lin instinctively clutched the fabric of his shirt at his lower back. There was no alternative. Her bicycle was a petite model designed for women, and sitting sideways on the rear seat, she found that the hand grip below was inadequate for stability. Thus, she could only grasp Li Changhe's waist. As a fresh, inexplicable fragrance wafted from behind, a subtle smile graced Li Changhe's lips. 1977, quite a splendid year. Chapter 10, The Admiration of Zhu Lin. Old Mo, officially known as Moscow Western Restaurant, was established in 1954 with the aid of a powerful northern nation. However, at this point, it is no longer referred to as Old Mo, but rather as the Beijing Exhibition Hall Restaurant, a name change that reflects the peculiarities of recent years. It is not until 1984 that the name is set to be restored. The later fame of Old Mo is predominantly attributed to its appearances in literary works such as In the Sunlit Days and Bloody Romance. For the spirited individuals of Beijing, Old Mo serves as a sanctuary for reconciliation. Whenever factions quarrel or seek to mend their differences, a meal at Old Mo signifies immense prestige. Li Changhe, however, harbors no sentimental attachment to this place. His inclusion of Old Mo in his options is solely due to its status as one of the few establishments in Beijing where one can indulge in Western cuisine. For Li Changhe, as long as he can feast on meat and replenish the nutritional deficiencies of the era, that is sufficient. Upon entering through the revolving doors, one is greeted by a grand hall with a soaring 7-meter ceiling, adorned with opulent, gilded chandeliers, an uncommon sight in this age. Nonetheless, to Li Changhe, the decor is rather ordinary, as even a casual luxury hotel in the future would surpass it in elegance. The two opted for a seat by the window. Before long, a waiter approached them. Good sir, may I take your order? Please allow this lady to peruse the menu, Li Changhe said casually. Zhu Lin, intrigued, accepted the menu and examined the offerings, only to furrow her brow slightly. Noticing her expression, Li Changhe chuckled and addressed the waiter. You may attend to other matters. We will call for you once we've made our selections. Certainly. The waiter replied politely and departed. Although the service attitude in state-run restaurants during this era is generally poor, often accompanied by signs prohibiting the mistreatment of customers, Old Mo, as one of the country's earliest Western restaurants, has a commendable training model for its staff. Once the waiter had left, Zhu Lin turned to Li Changhe, a hint of embarrassment on her face. I shouldn't have brought you here. The prices are rather steep. The menu featured dishes priced at 2 or 3 yuan each, and a meal for the two of them would likely exceed 10 yuan. Despite Li Changhe's assurance of his financial means, Zhu Lin still felt the prices were exorbitant. Li Changhe, discerning her concern, guessed it was indeed the cost that troubled her. No worries. Consider it an opportunity to broaden your horizons. To be honest, such Baroque architectural style is quite rare in Beijing during this period. The ambience influences one's taste. Dining in such an environment enhances the mood, and it is entirely reasonable for it to be a bit pricey, he said with a reassuring smile. Zhu Lin sighed, and then handed the menu back to him. All right, you choose something. By the way, what exactly is this Baroque style you mentioned? Hearing her inquiry, Li Changhe casually replied while flipping through the menu. It is a style of architecture that originated in Italy during the Renaissance, favored by European royalty and nobility for constructing palaces, indulging in luxury, and exuding grandeur. Old Mo's establishment is a quintessential example of Baroque architecture, characterized by its grand domes and intricate relief sculptures. Notably, the Summer Palace also features numerous walls adorned in a similar manner. In addition to this, there exists Gothic architecture, which tends to exude a darker and more mysterious ambience, marked by its pointed spires and columns. This is reminiscent of the Christian church in our Haitian district, a prime illustration of Gothic design. Old Guo once remarked that a crosstalk performer is akin to a general store, and this sentiment can equally apply to novelists, contemporary web fiction authors. Particularly those who rely on this genre for their livelihood, often possess a hodgepodge of knowledge, as such understanding is frequently essential for their writing. Li Changhe may not be a trained artist, yet he is aware of certain conventional elements. In contrast, Zhu Lin appears less informed on these topics. I have always felt that foreign architecture possesses a distinct quality, and it seems there are indeed classifications to consider. Li Changhe, you seem to know quite a bit. Zhu Lin remarked with a hint of admiration. At that moment, Li Changhe extended his arm and snapped his fingers, summoning the waiter instantly. Let us have a braised lamb pot, a large shrimp salad, French fried pork chop, and for this lady, a filet mignon. I'll take a tomahawk steak. By the way, can you eat it cold? Li Changhe recalled something and turned to Zhu Lin with a question. Zhu Lin initially looked surprised, then suddenly seemed to remember something, her cheeks flushing slightly as she nodded. Then let us add a dessert of ice cream. That will be all for now. With only the two of them, Li Changhe felt there was no need to order excessively. Certainly, please hold on for a moment. After the waiter departed, Zhu Lin gazed at Li Changhe with a mix of astonishment and mild irritation. You seem rather adept at this. Have you dined here often? No. It's my first time at Old Mos, but I've read about dining in Western restaurants in books before. In his previous life, Li Changhe frequented such places. But this was indeed his first visit in this life. What about you? Have you been here before? I visited once or twice over a decade ago, but I haven't returned since. Zhu Lin reminisced with a touch of nostalgia. However, I must say, you are quite generous, spending money so freely without a hint of reluctance. Zhu Lin felt a twinge of concern, considering that the items Li Changhe ordered must have cost at least $10, if not more. Do you know what the greatest sorrow in life is? Li Changhe suddenly posed a serious question to Zhu Lin. Noticing his earnest demeanor and the gravity of the question, curiosity flickered across Zhu Lin's face. What is it? The most painful experience in life is when one dies with unspent money. Zhu Lin could not help but feel a mix of vexation and amusement at his statement. What kind of absurd reasoning is that? Of course, there are even more painful experiences. Li Changhe continued to feign suspense. Zhu Lin, aware that his words were likely not to be taken seriously, could not suppress her curiosity and pressed on. What is it? To live and find oneself out of money. Haraha. The classic quotes from Xiao Xinyang have finally evoked laughter from the poised young lady before me, transcending 3 decades of time. However, it did not take long for Zhu Lin to realize her surroundings. She immediately covered her mouth with her hand and shot a fierce glare at Li Changhe. Yet, in Li Changhe's eyes, her dissatisfied gaze appeared as a charming display of playful annoyance. At last, after suppressing her laughter, Zhu Lin scrutinized Li Changhe, remarking, Li Changhe, I must say, I had not noticed that you possess quite the gift of gab. I merely wish to convey a truth. Money is ephemeral. It cannot be taken with us in death, so do not place too much weight upon it. Money is a fickle companion. Once spent, it can always be earned again. You see, during my recent financial struggles, I hardly ventured outside, contentedly relishing home-cooked meals. Now that I have begun to earn, I indulge in delightful dining experiences. Li Changhe explained nonchalantly. All right, what have you been up to at home for so long? Has your job placement not been arranged? Zhu Lin recalled that her mother had mentioned several times that Li Changhe remained indoors, neglecting to network for work opportunities, earning him the title of a bookworm. It has been arranged, but I chose not to attend. Li Changhe replied breezily. What? You didn't go? Then what have you been doing at home? Zhu Lin inquired, genuinely intrigued. In this day and age, who would turn down a job offer? I have been reviewing high school material. Reviewing high school material? What do you mean? Zhu Lin was momentarily taken aback. The college entrance examination. I am awaiting the college entrance examination. I have a strong feeling that this year, the country will reinstate the previous college entrance examination system. Li Changhe asserted earnestly to Zhu Lin. He understood that the young woman before him was a university student. But her admission was not due to the examination. Rather, she was recommended through the labor and peasant class. Young man, are you so certain? At that moment, someone behind them suddenly turned around and curiously inquired of Li Changhe. Chapter 11. Let us not discuss national affairs. An unexpected interjection interrupted Li Changhe's discourse. Turning around, he discovered an elderly gentleman seated at a nearby table. The old man, with a gaunt visage and spectacles, exuded the aura of an intellectual as he curiously regarded Li Changhe. Upon noticing Li Changhe's gaze, the elder offered an apologetic smile and remarked, I beg your pardon. Young comrade, I inadvertently overheard your conversation. I am quite intrigued. How can you be so certain that the country will reinstate the college entrance examinations? With a gentle tone, the elder inquired further. Li Changhe shook his head in response. Sir, I apologize. I was merely jesting. He had broached the subject with Zhu Lin due to their deep mutual understanding, even possessing knowledge of Zhu Lin's impending fate, which afforded him a degree of confidence. Moreover, for Zhu Lin, their exchange was akin to casual banter at the dining table, perhaps even characterized by Li Changhe's playful bravado. However, should a stranger engage him on such matters earnestly, Li Changhe would remain reticent. He harbored no intentions of encountering influential figures nor any desire to display his prowess. Perceiving Li Changhe's lack of intent to elaborate, a smile flickered in the elder's eyes. Ah, this young comrade is quite astute, he remarked. Let us simply engage in light-hearted conversation. Feel free to speak your mind. The elder, undeterred, continued to press Li Changhe with his inquiries. Sir, let us refrain from discussing national affairs while dining. Besides, given that I am in the company of such a lovely lady, it would be rather unseemly to divert our conversation to such topics. Li Changhe resolutely declined once more. Ha ha ha, you little rascal, quite the cunning one. The elder chuckled, playfully chiding Li Changhe before turning back to his meal. Meanwhile, the dishes they had ordered began to arrive, each plate adorned with rare ingredients from this era, igniting Li Changhe's appetite. Do indulge, Sister Zhu Lin. Li Changhe subtly employed her title to bridge the gap between them. In this age, employing contemporary courting techniques was quite challenging, given the innocence of the people. Thus, Li Changhe's approach to engaging with Zhu Lin was meticulous. Riding a bicycle could draw them physically closer, while the act of dining and addressing her by name could strengthen their emotional connection. Truth be told, Li Changhe was not infatuated with Zhu Lin, nor did he feel she was his sole desire. However, in an era where marriages were predominantly orchestrated by parents, the prospect of Li Changhe's own marriage would inevitably surface, considering he was already 22 years old, a considerable age in this time. Thus, rather than risk a blind date arranged by his family, why not select someone he admired and with whom he was familiar? As they sat down, Zhu Lin initially pondered whether to teach Li Changhe the intricacies of dining etiquette, particularly the art of cutting steak. However, she soon observed him adeptly wielding his knife and fork, skillfully slicing the tomahawk steak into manageable pieces. The level of proficiency is evidently not that of a novice. Moreover, as Li Changhe deftly peeled the shrimp from the prawn salad, he skillfully extracted the shrimp vein with a toothpick, leaving behind substantial chunks of succulent shrimp meat, while merely holding the empty tail shell in his hand. Here, take it. To his surprise, old MOS shrimp had not been deveined, earning a disapproving remark from Li Changhe. As he commented, he naturally placed the tender shrimp meat onto Zhu Lin's plate. Initially, Zhu Lin intended to decline and peel her own shrimp, but upon seeing the pristine shrimp, she found herself reluctant to refuse, aware that she lacked such culinary skill. Strangely, she felt the ambience between them shift during the meal. What had begun as mere curiosity about sharing a meal with this fellow seemed to evolve into an increasingly intimate connection. By the way, Did you really submit to people's literature? Remembering her initial intent, Zhu Lin decided to introduce a different topic to break the somewhat ambiguous atmosphere. Yes, indeed. Li Changhe nodded. What prompted you to suddenly think of submitting to people's literature? I never imagined you were a literature enthusiast. Zhu Lin inquired with curiosity. Li Changhe peeled another shrimp for himself and smiled, saying, Would you prefer the truth or a fabrication? Stop being coy, just tell me. Zhu Lin replied, somewhat vexed. She felt their conversational dynamic was unusual and unlike her typical exchanges with others. Had Li Changhe been aware of her thoughts, he would have revealed that it was a matter of seizing the conversational initiative. Unfortunately, he remained oblivious to her sentiment, and he had no intention of teasing her further. Their closeness had already increased, and excessive playfulness might prove counterproductive. Honestly, it's just to earn a bit of money. I had considered writing for income before returning. But to my surprise, there were no payments for submissions at that time. Today, I noticed in the People's Daily that they have reinstated the remuneration system, so I thought, since I have some free time at home, why not give it a try? And then, by sheer luck, I stumbled upon the chance to earn submission fees, leading us to this splendid meal. Li Changhe smiled. You're far too pragmatic. Zhu Lin expressed mild dissatisfaction, feeling that Li Changhe should articulate something more idealistic about literature. Writers need to eat too, and throughout history. Never mind, I want to elaborate. It would ruin the mood. Li Changhe began, but quickly realized the topic was inappropriate and halted. Unexpectedly, Zhu Lin's curiosity was piqued. Don't leave it half-finished, do continue. All right, since it's just casual conversation, consider it entertainment. Throughout history, those who have penned timeless masterpieces were either affluent aristocrats with ample leisure or from the lower echelons. Many prominent figures from the lower classes have thrived on the patronage of others. Otherwise, how could they create every day without the means to support themselves? Rousseau, Voltaire, Balzac, Tchaikovsky, they exist in our history too. Like the poet Liu Yong and Sima Xiangru of Phoenix Seeking Phoenix. What I mean to convey is that we should not imbue certain authors with excessive romanticism. Writers are but human. They must eat, they must survive, and it is entirely possible that their works are merely a means to earn a living, lacking any grand philosophical aspirations. After making this remark, Li Changhe casually stuffed a piece of steak into his mouth. Opposite him, Zhu Lin appeared somewhat perplexed. Who are Rousseau, Voltaire, and Balzac? She inquired. At that moment, the morsel Li Changhe had raised to his lips awkwardly halted in midair. Goodness, this girl is entirely unaware of these figures. Upon reflection, it is understandable. Zhu Lin and her peers, including Li Changhe, have had limited schooling. Even if they have encountered foreign literature, it is predominantly from the Soviet realm. Moreover, many works and stories from the philosophical milieu of the West had yet to permeate the domestic landscape on a large scale, circulating only among a select group of literary enthusiasts. Some of these books and figures are virtually inaccessible due to various reasons. How clumsy of me to speak so freely. Meanwhile, an elder seated behind Li Changhe displayed an amused expression, clearly impressed by the breadth of the young man's knowledge. Conversely, Zhu Lin suddenly felt a pang of inadequacy, realizing how ignorant she appeared before Li Changhe. Had she known, she would have abstained from this meal. At that moment, the elder, having finished his meals, stood up to leave. However, as he approached Li Changhe and Zhu Lin, he paused, turned to Zhu Lin, and with a smile remarked, My dear girl, do not be deceived by this young rascal's sweet words. Remember, it is often the righteous who are most treacherous, and scholars are prone to being the most disloyal. With that, the elder departed with an air of nonchalance. Li Changhe, in that instant, felt as if he had been struck by a wave of misfortune. This old man has set a trap for me. Meanwhile, Zhu Lin, witnessing Li Changhe's discomfort, felt an inexplicable sense of joy and let out a soft laugh. Chapter 12. Who isn't a little mischievous? With the old man's parting jest, Zhu Lin's spirits lifted, as the previous tension between the two dissipated like morning mist. Li Changhe, observing this transformation, could only inwardly curse the old man for meddling in affairs that were none of his business. After more than an hour of dining, Li Changhe settled the bill, totaling 12 yuan and 37 fun. Subsequently, he and Zhu Lin exited Lao Mo's establishment, preparing to depart on their bicycle. At this moment, Li Changhe was blissfully unaware that they had attracted the attention of others. As Zhu Lin sat in the back seat, eager to dispel the awkwardness, she broached a question she had refrained from asking earlier in the restaurant. Li Changhe, do you think the country will reinstate the college entrance examination? While pedaling the bicycle, Li Changhe responded, Of course. To put it plainly, the current admissions process for universities is quite irrational. As a student who gained admission through recommendations, do you find the knowledge you are acquiring genuinely engaging? Zhu Lin pondered his inquiry. Moreover, there's another point to consider. The quality of students admitted through the worker-peasant-soldier recommendations varies greatly. In your class, there must be many who struggle to keep pace with the lessons, right? I can say this quite frankly. Many of them probably cannot comprehend the material. Zhu Lin hesitated, letting out a sigh. You are correct. We are merely studying nursing, and many students from rural backgrounds indeed possess only elementary or junior high education, rendering them unable to grasp what the teacher is conveying. This is just your school. Imagine if it were Tsinghua or Peking University, especially in fields like engineering and weaponry research. If there is no solid foundation, from where will the engineers that the nation requires in the future emerge? We cannot wait until they are in their 30s or 40s to master those skills before entering the workforce, can we? The individuals responsible for this chaos have already been apprehended, and the nation is on the path to recovery. Thus, a rational talent selection mechanism must be established. The college entrance examination is a crucial component of this process. In fact, I think you should consider preparing yourself accordingly, especially if you are not fond of your current major. Li Changhe suggested after a moment of reflection. Me? Zhu Lin was taken aback as the conversation shifted to her. Yes, do you enjoy being a doctor? Li Changhe countered while continuing to ride the bicycle. Zhu Lin initially intended to respond, but found herself hesitating. Actually, I don't particularly enjoy being a doctor. It's just that my mother is a doctor, which is why I was recommended to Xia. Xia? Li Changhe was momentarily bewildered. He recalled that this girl was enrolled in a medical college. So how did it relate to Xia? Unaware of Li Changhe's confusion, Zhu Lin nodded and clarified. Yes, Xia Hospital. Our medical college is part of Xia Hospital. We are an integrated institution, serving as both a school and a hospital. However, I must confess that I am not particularly fond of that place. You see, within the confines of the hospital, one is constantly confronted with the cycle of life and death, witnessing poignant separations that can weigh heavily on the heart. Yet, if I were to depart from the hospital, I find myself at a loss as to what I might pursue. Moreover, at my age. Zhu Lin did not continue, yet her meaning was perfectly clear. At the age of 25, returning to school would likely mean graduating around 30. Age should not be a barrier. In my analysis, if the college entrance examination resumes this year, the former students of the 3 classes would undoubtedly be eligible to register, as it would be unjust otherwise. Thus, if the examination does resume, we can anticipate a significant number of older candidates. As for what you could study, I might suggest a direction. You might consider applying to the Yanjing Academy of Performing Arts or a drama school to delve into acting. With such beauty, it would indeed be a pity not to pursue a career as an actress, Li Changhe said with a grin. He believed that regardless of his words, this young lady would inevitably find her path toward acting, so it would be wiser to guide her early on. To speak candidly, in her previous life, Zhu Lin's portrayal of the daughter of the kingdom was highly praised, yet throughout her acting career, her skills were merely adequate. This was largely due to her minimal professional training, having only attended an amateur course at the Beijing Film Academy. To succeed as an actress, one must rely heavily on fortune, as it was primarily her striking appearance that garnered attention. Nevertheless, she contributed to the creation of an iconic character within the kingdom's narrative. Therefore, given the opportunity, he wouldn't mind encouraging Zhu Lin to take the entrance examination for the Beijing Film Academy earlier. After all, the film industry in the 1980s was still primarily dominated by major production companies and lacked the darkness that would characterize later entertainment circles. As for becoming an actress, upon hearing Li Changhe's words, Zhu Lin contemplated this direction she had not previously considered. Indeed, if the examination were to resume, she could always take the test. Failing would not hinder her graduation from medical school. If she succeeded, it would merely provide an additional option. I suspect that if the college entrance examination resumes this year, it would be quite straightforward. While Li Changhe was conversing with Zhu Lin, suddenly, 3 bicycles rushed past them, swiftly blocking their path. A few young individuals leapt off their bikes and positioned themselves before Li Changhe. Observing this, Li Changhe furrowed his brow. Goodness, had he encountered a group of troublemakers? He was familiar with the term troublemaker, having watched shows like Crimson Romance in his past life. However, in this life, Li Changhe recognized that Zhang Yuemin and his companions were not mere troublemakers. They belonged to a different category, veterans. Veterans were typically students from schools like Weiying. No. for middle school and number 101 middle school, as these institutions primarily catered to the children of officials. In contrast, troublemakers were generally from the common classes, like Li Kueyong and his ilk. In truth, following the upheavals of the past few years, most veterans had either gone to the countryside or joined the military, while some experienced a decline in their social standing. Conversely, certain troublemakers, due to their backgrounds and family circumstances, remained in the capital and continued to be active in the present day. Before us stand 5 individuals and 3 bicycles, who have intercepted Li Changhe and Zhu Lin at this intersection on the outskirts of Beijing. Look at this kid and the girl, dazzling indeed. And feasting on Laomo, what wealth. We've been quite impoverished lately. How about treating us to a meal at Laomo? The leader, appearing to be merely in his 20s, gazes at Li Changhe with a sense of smugness. In his eyes, Li Changhe, a delicate pretty boy, must be trembling in fear. However, to his surprise, Li Changhe halts his bicycle, plants one foot firmly on the ground, and regards the group of youngsters with a composed smile. Oh, it seems Laomo has drawn some attention. What luck to encounter such fools on a night stroll. When I used to hang out with Shen Junshin and the others, you were still in the dark, weren't you? If you're a true gentleman of Beijing, come face me one-on-one and leave the lady behind. Should you win, you may take the modest sum of about 100 yuan from my pocket. But if you lose, don't linger with your excuses, just scram. With that, Li Changhe dismounts his bicycle, boldly challenging the group before him. Let us not forget, he is merely 22 years old himself. Who among us was a rebellious spirit in our youth? Chapter 13, a paragon of martial and civil virtues. Li Changhe was born in 1955, a time when individuals of his generation were notably adept at navigating the underbelly of society. To put this into perspective, when the notorious Zhou Changli met his demise, Li Changhe was merely 13 years old, an impressionable age ripe for cognitive development. Zhou Changli served as the inspiration for the rebellious character featured in Blood Red Romance. Though Li Changhe's family did not belong to the lower echelons of society, in a place like Haidian, where educational institutions and rural life intersect, a natural dichotomy existed. Moreover, prior to certain decades, the remuneration for university faculty was relatively generous. Li Lishan, for instance, earned a respectable wage at that time, allowing Li Changhe to enjoy a comfortable upbringing, fostering a robust constitution. Alongside his childhood friend, Shen Junshin, he emerged as a formidable presence in the Haidian vicinity. In his reincarnation, while not entirely the original Li Changhe, the memories he inherited undoubtedly influenced his character. Although he lacked the proverbial golden finger of a system, his rebirth was not without its advantages. At the very least, he possessed acute senses, swift reflexes, and a significantly enhanced physique. Remarkably, after a month of ample nourishment, he had grown 2 centimeters taller, now standing at an impressive height of 183 centimeters. Most importantly, Li Changhe understood that evasion was futile. The ruffians of this era represented a societal malaise that one could not simply sidestep. Once they sensed weakness, they would fixate on their target. Furthermore, he and Zhu Lin were riding a lady's bicycle, while their adversaries mounted robust 2/8s, rendering any attempt to flee utterly futile. Changhe, Zhu Lin, apprehensively clutching the hem of Li Changhe's garment, voiced her concern. Having previously encountered these ruffians during her school days, she was well aware of their propensity to harass female classmates. However, during her tenure in the sanitary compound, her community provided a form of protection, as these ruffians typically respected territorial boundaries. Fear not, once I deal with them, we shall depart. Upon hearing Li Changhe's words, the leader of the ruffians, Zhang Xiaoyong, chuckled derisively. Bold words, you little thief. Today, I shall let you taste the consequences. As seasoned ruffians, they were well aware of the unspoken rules. Once inside the hospital, do not complain to the authorities. Dismounting from his bicycle, Zhang Xiaoyong swaggered towards Li Changhe, his bravado palpable. The Pauja refers to the GA Bureau and those lower in the hierarchy. Emerging from the precincts are dubbed Old Pal. Li Changhe smirked dismissively. Speak plainly, blade or brick, or shall we resort to fisticuffs? The term blade referred to a kitchen knife, while brick denoted a brick itself. In days gone by, there were also triangular military daggers and scrapers, yet such implements were often inaccessible to the uninitiated, being predominantly wielded by seasoned veterans. Fear not, I shan't resort to lethal means with a knife or brick. A good punch will suffice, Zhang Xiaoyong declared, charging forward and throwing a punch aimed at Li Changhe's jaw. Judging by his technique, it was evident that he had received some training in martial arts. rather than flailing aimlessly. Nevertheless, Li Changhe's confidence in facing him stemmed from one undeniable source: his exceptional physical prowess. Moreover, it is worth noting that Li Changhe had indeed pursued his studies, not during his previous life, but rather during his period of cultivation after his rebirth. While he was stationed in the countryside, he sought guidance from the village's militia captain. Previously, the captain had refrained from imparting knowledge, but due to Li Changhe's insistence, stemming from his desire to save others and his impending medical discharge, the captain agreed to teach him for over 2 months. This brief period of training, combined with Li Changhe's current physical condition, instilled him with profound confidence. Zhang Xiaoyong, initially brimming with self-assurance, found himself utterly dismissed by Li Changhe, who regarded his fists with disdain. In an instant, Zhang felt a powerful knee strike his abdomen, causing him to double over in agony. Almost immediately, Li Changhe delivered a sharp elbow to his back, knocking the wind out of him. Subsequently, Zhang collapsed to the ground, unconscious. With such meager skills, you dare to attempt robbery? Li Changhe coldly surveyed the group accompanying Zhang Xiaoyong, mocking them with a sneer. The others exchanged glances, their bravado faltering. Most of them, whether they were ruffians or seasoned veterans, had always relied on intimidation to assert their dominance. Otherwise, how could the notorious Zhou Changli have once so brazenly plundered from the ranks of officers? Enough. Take him away and don't show your faces around here again, or I shall ensure each of you faces the military tribunal. Li Changhe's voice was icy. Seeing this, the group hastily lifted Zhang Xiaoyong, placing him on a bicycle before making their swift exit. As they departed, Li Changhe let out a sigh. If not for Zhu Lin's presence, I would have made these ruffians pay dearly. It was evident that most of their bicycles were likely acquired from the offerings of the local tyrant. Unfortunately, Zhu Lin followed closely behind, and for the sake of maintaining a dignified image, he had refrained from taking further action. Let us go. Li Changhe turned to Zhu Lin and said. At that moment, Zhu Lin regarded Li Changhe with newfound curiosity. I never would have guessed you were quite adept at fighting. She had initially perceived him as a mere bookish scholar, only to be surprised by his prowess in combat. What is this called? A balance of intellect and strength? A well-rounded individual? I practiced during my time in the countryside. The place I was sent to was known for its martial arts, and there were many practitioners. Do you understand what that implies? Did you all practice martial arts? Zhu Lin inquired, intrigued. Not exactly. It was more about engaging in brawls from time to time. Historically, scholars have disrupted laws with words, while knights have violated prohibitions with their strength. Those of us who possess skills often found ourselves in fights, and as young intellectuals, we were frequently on the receiving end of beatings. Eventually, I insisted on learning from the militia captain and gradually picked up a few techniques, which, as fate would have it, I utilized today. By the way, wait for me downstairs tomorrow morning when you leave. I'll ride you home. Those ruffians were humiliated today, and they might harbor resentment, potentially blocking our path tomorrow. I seldom travel this route, and you still have school to attend, don't you? It's all right. I'll take a bus tomorrow. Once I arrive at school, I'll just stay there. Zhu Lin pondered before responding. Such circumstances are rather perilous. I shall accompany you by car. Let's reassess the situation over the weekend before I fetch you. The surrounding area is quite desolate, and should they seize an opportunity, what could a young lady like yourself possibly do? Moreover, I suspect that such individuals will proliferate in the future. After all, new graduates are no longer being dispatched to rural areas. Those without employment tend to congregate in cities, and such gatherings seldom yield positive outcomes. Upon hearing Li Changhe's analysis, Zhu Lin nodded in agreement, as it indeed seemed plausible. Then shall I call for you when I leave tomorrow morning? Zhu Lin pondered before speaking softly. No problem. Li Changhe casually replied in English. You can speak English now? Zhu Lin inquired, surprised. I've picked up a few phrases while reviewing recently. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation as they cycled back to the school's residential compound. Subsequently, Li Changhe returned home, while Zhu Lin made her way back to her own residence. What took you so long to return today? Lu Shuan questioned upon her arrival. I had dinner with a classmate. Zhu Lin replied. Very well, your father and I were waiting for you. You can sit on the sofa and watch some television while we dine. Lu Shuan thought little of it, serving the meal before sitting down to eat with Professor Zhu, all the while gossiping away. Old Zhu, I heard today that the commune arranged a job for the son of the Li family, and guess what? He turned it down. Can you believe someone would willingly refuse a good job? It seems he wishes to live like a young master at home. Lu Shuan expressed her disbelief at such a decision. In this day and age, who would voluntarily forego work? Li Changhe must be a fool, she lamented, reflecting on her earlier desire for her precious daughter to be matched with him. That lad may possess a handsome visage, but inside he is nothing but an empty shell. Unable to tolerate her mother's incessant gossip any longer, Zhu Lin finally interjected, "Mom, you shouldn't speak without knowing the facts. Li Changhe has his own plans. Besides, he can earn over 100 yuan for a single manuscript. Of course, he wouldn't covet that job." With that, Zhu Lin excused herself to her room. Lu Shuan was left in stunned silence, wondering why her daughter seemed so defensive of Li Changhe. Meanwhile, at the dining table, Professor Zhu gazed thoughtfully at his daughter as she retreated to her room. How did she come to know that Li Changhe earns over 100 yuan per piece? Chapter 14. Experience the aesthetic vibe of 40 years later. Wait a moment, what did she just say? Li Changhe receives over 100 in remuneration for each article? Is this not a return to? Lu Shuan, upon realizing Zhu Lin's words, instinctively voiced her thoughts in a manner reminiscent of previous years. At that moment, Professor Zhu gently tapped her with his chopsticks. Do not speak nonsense. Those people have all been apprehended. Recently, the previous remuneration system has been reinstated, and Li Changhe is now receiving payments quite legitimately. Professor Zhu explained gravely to his wife. Lu Shuan offered a somewhat embarrassed smile, responding, "I am just accustomed to it." However, upon reflection, it seems Li Changhe possesses quite a talent. In the past, those literary workers, especially writers, were well compensated. Lu Shuan remarked with a hint of admiration. You ought to refrain from eavesdropping among the crowd. If this reaches the ears of the Li couple, I wonder how you shall interact with them in the future. Professor Zhu gently advised his wife. Lu Shuan sighed. Oh, it is just my disappointment. It is frustrating to find a suitable son-in-law, only to have him behave so unimpressively. She felt quite vexed about her own poor judgment. However, it appears that Li Changhe does possess some capability, does he not? Wait a moment. Lu Shuan suddenly pondered how her daughter knew so much about Li Changhe. Old Zhu, how does Lin know about Li Changhe's affairs? She even knows how much his remuneration is. Seeing Lu Shuan finally grasp the situation, Professor Zhu chuckled teasingly. Isn't this precisely to your liking? You mean, she and Li Changhe? That shouldn't be the case. I haven't even arranged for them to meet yet. Lu Shuan found it hard to believe, as she had yet to take any action herself. Professor Zhu finished the rice in his bowl and replied nonchalantly, what is so improbable about it? They live in close proximity. A chance encounter on the staircase is entirely possible. Now, I suggest you cease your worries. Children will find their own fortunes. Your constant pondering will not alter Ling Lin's thoughts. With that, Professor Zhu rose and returned to his study. Meanwhile, Zhu Lin lay on her bed in her room, her mind drifting to the image of Li Changhe. She was not oblivious to his subtle affections. After all, she was 25, not 15. From her school days to rural service, and then to the literary troupe, and eventually to the medical college, countless young men had discreetly attempted to win her favor. Among them were the scions of officials as well as common youths, each showcasing their attributes. Yet, she always felt a lack of spiritual resonance. In contrast, today's Li Changhe left her with a pleasing impression. He did not engage in ostentatious displays of erudition, nor did he feign awkwardness or conceal himself. The balance in their interactions was commendable. Most importantly, his perspective seemed remarkably broad. It was evident that at times, his line of thought was beyond her comprehension. I truly cannot fathom the extent of his knowledge. He must have clandestinely perused numerous forbidden tomes in the past. It remains a mystery what sort of manuscript he has penned, shrouded in secrecy. However, given the substantial remuneration for his work, it is likely a novel. The following morning, as dawn broke, a persistent knocking echoed through the door, prompting Shen Yuxiu to approach with a hint of curiosity. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by the radiant smile of Zhu Lin. Lin, what brings you here? Did your mother send you to find me, or to seek out Old Li? Shen Yuxiu inquired, taken aback, for she recognized Zhu Lin as the second daughter of the Zhu family living above. Not at all, Aunt Shen. I am here to see Li Changhe. Zhu Lin replied with a smile. Seeking Changhe? Mother, Ling Jue is looking for me. I will accompany her to her school today for a matter of some importance. You two carry on with your activities. There's no need to concern yourselves. Li Changhe called out from the bathroom. Oh, very well. Come in, come in. Shen Yuxiu hastily ushered Zhu Lin inside, only to then recall something and turn to shout towards the master bedroom. Old Li, are you ready? Hurry up, or we shall be late. Coming, coming. Li Lishan emerged, donning his Zhongshan suit, somewhat displeased. Must you rush me so early in the morning? Have you forgotten you have matters to attend to today? Let us be off, Shen Yuxiu urged as she boldly listened towards the exit, turning back to Zhu Lin with warmth. Lin, your Uncle Li, and I shall head to work now. You and Changhe can leave directly when you are ready. All right, Aunt Shun. Once Shen Yuxiu and Li Lishan departed, silence enveloped Li Changhe's home. Zhu Lin found herself seated alone on the sofa, suddenly feeling a tad awkward. The atmosphere, now that it was just the two of them, was unfamiliar and disconcerting. At that moment, Li Changhe emerged from the bathroom. Please, make yourself comfortable. Feel free to look around while I grab a few bites of breakfast before we set off. I practiced my calligraphy a bit too late last night and overslept, he admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Not to worry, go ahead and eat. Zhu Lin waved her hand dismissively, indicating her indifference. Li Changhe then sat at the dining table, hastily consuming his meal while Zhu Lin perched there, feeling somewhat restless. She glanced around, unsure of what to do, her gaze wandering until it landed on the open door of Li Changhe's room. Inside, a desk was visible, adorned with a lamp and an array of books and notebooks. Could those be the manuscripts he had written? Curiosity piqued, Zhu Lin stood up. Li Changhe, may I take a look at your study materials? She called out casually. With one hand holding his bowl and the other wielding chopsticks, Li Changhe gestured nonchalantly. They are on the desk inside. Feel free to have a look. Zhu Lin then stepped into Li Changhe's room, which was quite simple, containing only a single bed, a desk, and a clothes rack with just a few garments. She approached the desk and lowered her gaze, discovering a calligraphy practice book alongside a notebook. Curious to see if it contained any of Li Changhe's written works, she opened the notebook, only to find a few lines of poetry instead, separated by mountains and seas. Yet both may be crossed. In this fleeting world, I cherish three, the sun and moon with you, the sun for dawn, the moon for dusk, and you for every dawn and dusk. May there be years to look back upon, and may we share a deep affection until old age. Among the myriad ailments of life, only longing cannot be cured. If I encounter the first snow after a clearing sky, beneath the full moon, with silver light flowing above and a bright shadow spread below, and you approach me with a smile, between the moonlight and the snow, you are the third kind of exquisite beauty. These were merely verses that Li Changhe had casually penned as he practiced his calligraphy, inspired by some popular love poems circulating online from a past life. At that moment, they struck a chord in Zhu Lin's tender heart, especially as an artistic girl in an era with limited literary exposure. What are you reading? Just as Zhu Lin was lost in admiration, Li Changhe hurriedly entered after finishing a few bites of food, ready to don his coat and leave. Did you write these poems? Zhu Lin turned back, her eyes sparkling like autumn waters, intently questioning Li Changhe. Noticing the notebook, Li Changhe chuckled. Some of them are mine, while others are not. Like these lines. They are my musings. The exquisite verses below belong to Mr. Yu Guangzhou. In truth, he wanted to clarify that the lines above were not his own, but rather written by internet users from a past era, a fact he regrettably could not trace back. He was not a seasoned connoisseur of traditional literature and had not read much of the classic modern poetry. The verses that lingered in his mind were mostly those that circulated online. While practicing calligraphy last night, he had written them down casually. Nevertheless, he felt that some of the lines were quite beautiful. Indeed, the internet users were remarkably talented. As the saying goes, if there had been netizens in the Tang dynasty, there would be far more than 300 poems. Li Changhe had not anticipated that his self-entertaining online verses would be seen by Zhu Lin. Moreover, judging by her demeanor, it seemed her appreciation was akin to that of the previous online users, indicating a shared sentiment. Li Changhe, you truly possess talent. At that moment, Zhu Lin couldn't help but sincerely express her admiration. Li Changhe felt a bit bashful and humbly replied, I am flattered. Chapter 15. The manuscript fees are flowing. As Zhu Lin emerged from Li Changhe's residence, her mind was still enveloped in the poetic lines penned by him. Conversely, Li Changhe himself felt little sentiment regarding poetry. The night prior, he had merely recalled those verses, pondering whether they might be of use in his pursuits of romance. To his surprise, before he could even express them, Zhu Lin had already discerned everything. In truth, he could recite phrases like the night has gifted me with black eyes, yet I use them to seek light. Or from this day forth, I shall tend to horses, chop wood, and traverse the globe. I possess a grand house facing the sea where spring blossoms. And other similar contemporary verses. However, he remembered that such lines were often lengthy, and the extraneous details eluded him. He found that poetry like Gu Cheng's generation resonated deeply only with those who had lived through certain eras. In later years, Li Changhe preferred the witticism of the night has gifted me with black eyes, yet I use them to roll my eyes. A humorous quip that resonated with his own experience. Alas, having not lived through that time, he found it challenging to empathize with the sentiments of others. The bus arrived. The 32 route bus, with its 2 connected compartments, swiftly pulled up, and Li Changhe escorted Zhu Lin aboard. As they were at the Weigong village stop, which was in the middle of the route, there were naturally no seats available, and the bus was crowded with people. Each passenger dutifully purchased tickets, and those with monthly passes displayed them. The conductor shouted loudly, checking tickets in the packed bus. Li Changhe and Zhu Lin presented their monthly passes. Once the bus started, the passengers jostled against one another. Li Changhe spread his arms, creating a small space around Zhu Lin, effectively shielding her from the throng. Standing at over 6 feet tall, his broad frame prevented anyone from encroaching upon their space. He clung to the handrails, steady as a mountain, allowing Zhu Lin ample room to breathe. "There are too many people. Perhaps I should ride my bicycle to pick you up next weekend," Li Changhe remarked, feeling the press of the crowd behind him. Zhu Lin turned to him with a gentle smile. "Aren't you worried they'll block you?" "Fear not. Next time I come to fetch you, I shall handle them," Li Changhe replied nonchalantly. A gentleman should not stand beneath a precarious wall. Refrain from fighting, Zhu Lin whispered at that moment. Li Changhe glanced down to find Zhu Lin earnestly gazing at him, her clear eyes brimming with tenderness, prompting him to instinctively look away. Damn it. This woman is playing unfairly, he thought, overwhelmed by her beauty. If they maintained eye contact for even a few more seconds, he feared he would truly be unable to resist lowering his gaze. What's wrong? Zhu Lin, noticing his sudden turn, looked puzzled, thinking he might be upset. No, it's just that I can no longer look. He chuckled. If I gaze into those eyes any longer, I might lose my resolve, and I'd have to poke my own eyes out. Upon hearing this, Zhu Lin instantly understood his meaning, instinctively lowering her head and playfully retorting, "You're such a tease." Seeing Zhu Lin in this demeanor, Li Changhe's confidence surged. There might be a chance. In this era, many matters cannot be rushed. Haste often leads to failure, unlike the ephemeral romances of future generations. Soon enough, they arrived at Zizaman, where the two continued to reverse their vehicle until they finally found a seat. Once seated, they exchanged a few casual remarks, but this time, Li Changhe refrained from his usual playful banter and engaged in earnest conversation with Zhu Lin. Upon reaching their destination, they alighted from the vehicle, and Li Changhe accompanied Zhu Lin to the entrance of Xieda Hospital. "Saturday afternoon at 5 o'clock, right? I will remember. Just wait for me at this entrance." Li Changhe confirmed the time once more before watching Zhu Lin enter. During this period, the workweek consisted of only one day off, unlike the dual weekends of later times. So schools were also closed only on Saturdays. After Zhu Lin vanished inside, Li Changhe meandered alone, contemplating a visit to the nearby Xinhua bookstore to peruse and possibly submit articles to other magazines. While submissions to Renmin literature were currently off the table, he could certainly explore other avenues. If necessary, he could adopt a different pen name, discarding Ling Jue. After wandering through the Xinhua bookstore, fortune smiled upon Li Changhe as he stumbled upon a magazine titled Yanjing Literature and Art. Although he had not heard of this publication in later years, he was familiar with Yanjing literature. Unknown to him, Yanjing Literature and Art would be rebranded as Yanjing Literature in 1982. The reason for his interest was simple. The magazine was rife with critiques of a certain small group from recent years. It was nothing but a platform for criticism, and Li Changhe excelled at that. Subsequently, Li Changhe began to explore further, purchasing several magazines from both local and out-of-town sources. With the resumption of manuscript fees, it was time to earn more. Initially, he had intended to make a name for himself under the pen name Ling Jue, leveraging that recognition to command higher fees. However, it seemed that both scar literature and reflective literature would require more time to gain traction. The comrades in the literary front had yet to see a clear dawn. Thus, Li Changhe decided to forego waiting for the pen name and instead focus on increasing his submission volume, demonstrating to editors what speed could look like from 40 years hence. Writing 4,000 words a day was a mere trifle for him. That was simply relying on pen and paper. Had he been using a computer, not only would 4,000 words be achievable, but 8,000 would also be easily within reach. Li Changhe harbored another idea: to comb through the inventory of old textbooks and other materials at the Xinhua bookstore in the capital. Much like the Xinhua bookstore in Haidian, numerous books likely lay gathering dust in various stores' warehouses. The rapid shifts and trends over the years meant that many books were quickly taken off the sales list. Some were destroyed, while others were not. After all, directives from above were carried out by those below, and some individuals, seeking to cut corners, would claim destruction without anyone checking. Li Changhe has speculated that when the announcement to reinstate the college entrance examination was made, even at the price of 3 cents, let alone 3 yuan, there would surely be buyers. After much contemplation, Li Changhe ultimately decided to abandon this notion. It was far too perilous, especially in the year 77. According to the latest news he had encountered, there had been no clear declaration regarding the conclusion of a specific phase. The entire capital was still under military control, with the armed forces yet to withdraw and grassroots organizations only just beginning to regain partial functionality. Engaging in speculative activities remained a serious offense, one to be avoided at all costs. He sighed, acknowledging that the potential profit was merely a few thousand yuan, and resolved to endure the situation. He began to console himself, thinking that he could simply write more articles and submit them to various publications in an effort to increase his earnings. Upon returning home, he immediately immersed himself in a state of seclusion, diligently reviewing materials and fervently typing away. Of course, during this time, Li Changhe also ventured out for a brief respite, cycling down Bai Road a couple of times to see if the previous troublemakers were still lurking about. Moreover, he had grown wiser. Nestled within his backpack was a newly acquired kitchen knife, a recent purchase for his household. Regrettably, after 2 outings, he encountered none of those individuals, likely having abandoned their thoughts of vengeance. This left Li Changhe somewhat disheartened, as he had hoped to extract a measure of retribution from them. Before long, a week had elapsed, and Li Changhe found himself once again cycling to the entrance of Xia Hospital. Chapter 16. Ling Jue is on fire. At the entrance of the hospital, Li Changhe waited in utter boredom. He now understood why people in this era had a particular fondness for watches. Without one to tell the time, it was truly challenging to discern the hour. Additionally, the winds in the capital during April were still quite fierce, as the gusts blew. They stirred up clouds of yellow dust, leaving Li Changhe exasperated. Eventually, he sought refuge in a sheltered spot, straddling his bicycle as he waited. After an indeterminate period, he finally spotted Zhu Lin emerging from the hospital with another girl. Upon reaching the entrance, they waved goodbye, the girl departed, and Zhu Lin stood there, scanning the surroundings. Soon, Li Changhe rode his bicycle up to her. A smile broke across Zhu Lin's face upon seeing him. He was quite punctual. "Here," Zhu Lin exclaimed, pulling an item from her pocket and handing it to Li Changhe. "What is it?" Li Changhe inquired as he received a thick, white mask made of gauze, with ties at each corner. "I've sanitized it. I figured you would come unprepared," Zhu Lin said, beaming at him. "The dust storms have been quite severe lately. You should wear this." Li Changhe nodded. "I was just contemplating whether to endure the dust on my way back, but you thought ahead. Let us go." With the weather being so poor, neither of them felt inclined to linger outside. Their conversation was sparse along the way, as the dust storm made it difficult to speak. They returned home, panting as they arrived at the family compound, where Li Changhe parked his bicycle downstairs. Together, they hurried into the building. "It's blowing too hard. We should get home quickly." "All right. By the way, Li Changhe, I may have to go on a business trip next week," Zhu Lin suddenly said with a smile as they reached his doorstep. "A business trip?" "Yes. Our school is involved in support and reconstruction efforts across various regions. And my classmates will be participating too. How long will it last?" Li Changhe felt a pang of disappointment, having just begun to draw closer to this girl. He was disheartened by the prospect of her leaving. "It's hard to say. Although our assistance is temporary, it generally lasts not less than 2 months. And if luck is not on our side, it might take even longer." "All right, I understand," he replied resignedly. "We are all bricks in the revolutionary wall. Wherever there is need, we shall be moved. Come Monday morning, I'll take you to school. This way, you too can contribute to our nation's healthcare efforts." Adding your own brick to the foundation, Li Changhe said, though he felt a sense of unease. In this era, medical advancements were still lacking. And with Xia being the pinnacle of medical education in the country, it was not unusual for them to engage in such assistance. After all, many places, especially in rural areas, still relied on barefoot doctors. It was a pity that just as their budding relationship began to warm, it seemed poised to cool once more. Listening to Li Changhe's words, Zhu Lin cast him a glance with eyes that seemed to see through everything, then smiled and said, "All right, considering your revolutionary fervor, I shall allow you to contribute your share. Off you go." After saying this, Zhu Lin turned to ascend the stairs. However, after only a few steps, she halted, turned back, and looked at Li Changhe. Li Changhe. Li Changhe, who was about to open the door, snapped back to reality at the sound of Zhu Lin's voice. When I arrive, I shall write to you, Zhu Lin said with a light laugh, and without waiting for Li Changhe's response, she briskly continued up the staircase. Li Changhe remained rooted to the spot for a moment, pondering her words. Writing a letter? In this era, it seemed a promising omen. Zhu Lin departed, and Li Changhe's heart, which had just begun to stir with emotion in this new epoch, gradually cooled once more. Life in this era felt profoundly unfamiliar to him. He deeply resonated with the saying, a grain of sand from the times, a phrase from a newspaper, could signify unimaginable upheaval in such a context. After Zhu Lin left on her business trip, Li Changhe returned to a tranquil life, spending his days at home solving problems, reading newspapers and magazines, and writing articles. The returning youth from the countryside gradually increased, and the officials in the commune, who once showed him concern, now turned indifferent. They had not inquired about his work for quite some time, and Li Changhe was quite content with this. He had his own plans for the future, which were destined to be somewhat unconventional in this era. Though his parents observed him closely, they said nothing and never pressured him, merely allowing him to remain quietly at home. The manuscript submitted to People's Literature had yet to be published. A month, 2 months. That piece seemed to have vanished into the void, with no further news. Conversely, the articles he submitted to other magazines began to elicit responses. These submissions were all written in a conventional manner. He simply submitted what he believed they would appreciate, without trying too hard to express anything particularly sharp or distinct. Thus, some pieces were accepted, though the remuneration was modest, such as the article for Yanjing literature, which earned him merely 4 yuan per 1,000 characters. Others were outright rejected. As the current climate was unpredictable, the social ecology across various regions had become markedly different. Li Changhe remained unfazed by the rejections, spending a few cents to submit to new magazines. These articles ultimately brought him over 700 yuan in earnings. Since he wrote at least 10,000 words for each piece, even the lowest-paying articles yielded 30 or 40 yuan, while more substantial works often fetched 80 or 90 yuan. His life began to take on a regular rhythm, interspersed with correspondence with Zhu Lin. Gradually, Li Changhe discovered why people of this era cherished letter writing. Many sentiments that were unsuitable or too daunting to express in person could be boldly articulated in letters. Their first correspondence was somewhat conventional, but as time passed, the content of their letters became increasingly unrestrained. Even the prose of Li Changhe had begun to adopt a bolder tone. The bond between the two individuals, it seemed, had deepened amidst their correspondence across the distances. Such tranquil days persisted until the arrival of a letter. One of the missives was from the People's Literature magazine, containing the latest issue, which featured Li Changhe's novel The Death of a Sent-Down Youth. At last, it had been published. By this time, it was already July. Li Changhe gazed at the magazine in his hands, his expression composed. His novel had emerged several months ahead of Lu Xinwu's The Homeroom Teacher. Yet, the potential impact of his work remained uncertain. He then turned his gaze to a stack of manuscript paper beside the table, filled with his writings on the literary style of scar literature. Although Zhang Guangyan had previously indicated that once a piece was published in the magazine, he could submit freely thereafter, Li Changhe had prepared himself. However, after a few months of contemplation, he resolved to wait a little longer. His earlier thoughts had been overly simplistic. He had underestimated the profound influence of many events in this era. Now, Li Changhe did not wish to be the one to take the lead. He decided to let the situation unfold for a while longer. Within the confines of Choingmen Inner Street, at the editorial office of People's Literature magazine, the publication had been circulating for several days, and the repercussions of Li Changhe's piece had begun to manifest. The excitement had started to radiate from the capital, and recently, the magazine had begun receiving numerous letters from the youth in Beijing. They anticipated that this was merely the beginning. Has Yanjing not submitted anything further? Inquired Zhang Guangyan, who hurriedly entered the editorial office and directed his curiosity towards Lu Jianqing. Lu Jianqing shook his head. No, he should have received the letter by now, especially since he is right here in the capital. Perhaps he is still writing. It is likely he hasn't completed it yet. Let's wait a bit longer. If not, I shall personally pay him a visit. Chapter 17. Rejection of People's Literature in the blink of an eye. Another month had passed. Li Changhe once again received a letter from Zhu Lin. She was finally returning. In this correspondence, Li Changhe learned the reason for their prolonged absence. Initially, They had intended to assist in the construction of a local hospital to enhance the area's medical facilities. However, unexpectedly, an outbreak of infectious symptoms occurred in a nearby region, compelling them to remain there to provide continued support, which had delayed their return until now. In his study, Changhe was contemplating how to respond to Zhu Lin's letter when a sudden knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Who is it?" he called out curiously as he stepped out of the room. "It's me, Yanjing," came the voice from outside. Surprised, Changhe approached and opened the door. It was Editor Lu. "Please come in." Changhe welcomed him in, noticing Lu's envious gaze as he surveyed the interior of Li's home. Despite being a deputy editor, Lu still resided in a cramped building, unable to secure a two-bedroom apartment like this one. It became clear to him why Changhe had not been in a hurry to submit any manuscripts. Given this living environment, situated in the family quarters of Yanjing Industrial College, it was evident that Li came from an affluent and educated family. "Please, take a seat, Editor Lu." Changhe gestured for Lu Jianqing to sit, but Lu stepped back out briefly, returning with two large bags. "What is this?" Changhe surmised already. "These are letters sent from readers. They all went to the editorial office," Lu Jianqing exclaimed. "This is just the beginning. These are only from the surrounding areas of Jingji. I've heard that in Modu and Yangcheng, the sales have been explosive. I suspect many letters from readers are still on their way to you." Through these letters, the immense popularity of Changhe's manuscript was evident. Changhe nodded, responding calmly, "Thank you, Editor Lu." Seeing Changhe's composed demeanor, Lu Jianqing felt a twinge of surprise. This young man exhibited no joy or excitement over his success. His mindset was astonishingly steady. "Ling Jue, the purpose of my visit today is twofold: to deliver these letters and to inquire if you have any new manuscripts," Lu Jianqing stated. "You need not worry about the price. It will remain at the top-tier rate as before." Changhe nodded in understanding. "I know. I recently completed a new piece. Let me fetch it for you." He then returned to his room, searching through his drafts until he found one that he deemed suitable and brought it back. "Editor Lu, you may take a look. The prose might not be as incisive as before." The first manuscript had incorporated numerous elements, as Changhe had aimed to establish his reputation boldly, necessitating a fresh and impactful approach to create a sensation. Now that the pseudonym Ling Jue had gained recognition, he felt no compulsion to persist in the genre of scar literature. Of course, another significant reason for presenting this manuscript was that he had recently read in the newspaper about an elderly writer who had made a return to the literary scene. His arrival signifies that the nation will soon return to various essential paths. For Changhe, however, the primary focus is on enhanced security. Lu Jianqing, having taken the manuscript, settled onto the sofa to read, while Changhe poured him a glass of water. The manuscript is a novella, approximately 20,000 words, narrating the tale of a young female intellectual. In retrospect, it leans somewhat towards the female perspective, primarily exploring the emotional entanglements during the youth's rural experience. While it possesses a degree of melodrama, it is relatively aligned with certain realities of that era. Upon finishing the reading, Lu Jianqing's expression became intricate. From a narrative standpoint, the plot is quite captivating, featuring complex character relations and conflicts that evoke strong emotions, making it particularly engaging. Yet, in terms of their expectations, this manuscript bears little connection to the earlier piece, The Death of a Youth, lacking the sharpness they had anticipated. The writing is commendable, but Lu Jianqing pondered his words carefully. Changhe, with a calm demeanor, remarked, "I understand your sentiment, Editor Lu. It lacks the brilliance of the previous work, does it not?" "To be candid, Editor Lu, I am not a cynical individual, nor have I aspired to depict anything with excessive sharpness. The unexpected success of The Youth was beyond our anticipation, yet I am aware that alongside its acclaim, there are certainly many opposing critiques. My recent lack of submissions stems from my engagement with various journals and reviews, encountering both commendable and critical perspectives. Such is the nature of literary works. However, for my part, I have not contemplated these complexities, nor have I sought to become a flag bearer of any particular literary movement. I merely wish to quietly narrate some stories and earn a reasonable income from my work. I might even say, Editor Lu, that being a writer may not be the focal point of my future life. I have noticed comments in newspapers suggesting discussions on the youth phenomenon. Personally, I hold no interest in such symposiums and would not participate. To me, a novel is simply a novel. It may reflect certain societal conditions, yet ultimately it remains just a story, without the need for elevation to higher realms. After listening to Changhe, Lu Jianqing nodded, his expression revealing a mix of complexity. It was clear he recognized Li Changhe as more than just a simple literary youth crafting stories. He possessed a maturity and foresight that belied his years. Very well, I shall take the manuscript back. Initially, the society had contemplated the idea of a symposium on the youth. However, given your perspective, I will relay this to editor Zhang upon my return. Lu Jianqing arrived with enthusiasm, yet departed in a state of despondency. It is likely that no one at People's Literature anticipated that, at this moment of literary triumph, Li Changhe would remain so composed, making judgments and decisions that exceeded their expectations. It seems I must return to discuss this further with Zhang. After Lu Jianqing's departure, Li Changhe gazed at the 2 sacks of letters in his home, then carried them inside, discarding them at the foot of his bed. He had no intention of reading those letters, be they praise or criticism, for he believed that doing so would only disrupt his peace of mind. Praise might lead him to become complacent, while criticism could shatter his resolve. If there were also elements of moral coercion intertwined within, he would find himself in a most precarious position. Thus, he decided to set them aside, leaving them untouched. Meanwhile, upon returning to the magazine office, Lu Jianqing handed his manuscript to Zhang Guanyin. This was his new piece, well crafted, yet I suspect it may not meet your expectations. Zhang Guanyin, intrigued, took the manuscript and glanced through it, only to furrow his brow. Indeed, the writing was commendable, yet it lacked the sharpness he desired. What is this? Zhang Guanyin inquired curiously, looking at Lu Jianqing, who sighed deeply. Ling Jue, this young comrade, possesses greater insight than we had anticipated. With that, he recounted the conversation he had with Li Changhe to Zhang Guanyin. After listening, Zhang Guanyin sat back, exhaling a sigh. He is quite astute. He has likely discerned our intentions. Never mind. If he is unwilling, we cannot force him. The manuscript is a good one. We shall publish it as is. Zhang Guanyin then settled down to make a decision. Old Zhang, what shall we do next? Lu Jianqing asked, a hint of concern in his voice. As they held no selfish ambition, but rather sought the good of the nation. Rest assured, the first shot has already been fired, even without Ling Jue. I anticipate more manuscripts of a similar nature will be submitted in the near future. We'll have the editors sift through them meticulously. Surely, we will find something suitable. Zhang Guanyin asserted confidently. In fact, he was right. At that very moment, in another publishing house in Yanjing, a young editor was diligently organizing a manuscript he had written a few days prior, preparing to submit it for consideration. The editor's name was Lu Xinwu, and the title of his manuscript was The Homeroom Teacher. Chapter 18, A Delightful Sensation. After bidding farewell to Lu Jianqing, Li Changhe re-entered the room. Observing the remaining manuscripts of scar literature scattered across the table, he pondered for a moment before picking them up. It was not in his nature to write without the prospect of profit. After all, the initial motivation for his literary endeavors was to earn money. However, having resolved not to submit to People's Literature, or rather, to abandon the pseudonym Ling Jue, he could still utilize other pen names. In fact, over the past 3 months, he had cultivated several aliases, regularly submitting to 4 or 5 magazines, with a slight increase in compensation. For instance, Yanjing Literature had already offered him 6 yuan per 1,000 words, just a mere 1 yuan shy of the top rate of 7 yuan. In this era, which magazine wouldn't seek a consistent contributor of quality work? There was a possibility that another piece of scar literature could elevate his rates, especially since his pseudonym Jiang He at Yanjing Literature had gained some recognition. Moreover, he had recently come across several esteemed literary magazines, including Yanhe. It was only last month that he discovered Yanhe had resumed publication, previously known as Shanghe Literature before its name change. Regardless, it mattered not. Knowing it as Yanhe provided him with an additional avenue for income. Li Changhe had established another pseudonym for Yanhe, naming himself Qin Chuan, and for his second submission, he could easily include the manuscript of scar literature. As long as it wasn't published under Ling Jue, he could create multiple aliases to distribute the load. Subsequently, Li Changhe divided his manuscripts and assigned different pseudonyms to each, before heading to the post office near the school to submit them. Upon exiting, he calculated that if all these submissions were accepted, his savings would surpass the 1,000 yuan mark. After more than half a year since his arrival, accumulating merely 1,000 yuan felt somewhat disheartening compared to the fortunes amassed by his predecessors. Unfortunately, in this era, it was exceedingly difficult to generate substantial income. The reselling of goods would require a few more years, as the winds of reform had yet to blow. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Li Changhe couldn't help but sigh. Why had his protagonist chosen to start in the 70s on Hong Kong Island, leaving him with scant information about the mainland? Surely, he couldn't consider smuggling himself to Hong Kong at this juncture. Shaking his head, he cast aside such impractical notions. How absurd. In August, the capital was already in the midst of the sweltering heat of summer, with temperatures soaring to at least 37 or 38 degrees Celsius, hot and dry. At this moment, Li Changhe longed for the comforts of the air-conditioned era of the future. Ice pops. Ice cream. Selling ice pops. A sudden, high-pitched call echoed in Li Changhe's ears. Following the sound, he spotted an elderly woman pushing a four-wheeled cart beside the road, atop which rested a large white wooden box covered with a thick quilt. "Granny, I'll take 2 ice pops." The scorching heat had become unbearable, prompting Li Changhe to rush toward the ice pop vendor without hesitation. "Certainly. What flavor would you like, dear child?" In these times, the varieties of popsicles are limited, primarily consisting of red bean and hawthorn flavors, which are merely the later renditions of mung bean and hawthorn. Though not as refined as those of future generations. Priced at 3 cents each, they are remarkably affordable. There are also more luxurious options, such as the creamy popsicles at 5 cents each, which are considered quite upscale. "Grandma, let me take a quick look." Li Changhe peered into the box and indeed found only a few varieties, yet beside it, he noticed several bottles of yellow soda, a classic brand from the capital, Beijing. "I'll have 3 bottles of soda and a few hawthorn popsicles." Li Changhe confidently placed his order. In these times, Beijing is not cheap, at 25 cents a bottle. With a 10-cent refund upon returning the empty bottles, Li Changhe preferred not to drink on the spot, so he calculated that with 2 bottles of soda and some popsicles, he managed to gather a total of 1 yuan. Fortunately, he had a bag, and he stuffed both bottles and the popsicles inside, casually opening one bottle. The soda in the box still retained some chill, being adjacent to the popsicles. Li Changhe took a delightful sip and let out a contented burp. How refreshing. He then made his way home, opened the soda, and poured it into a white porcelain jar, placing the popsicles inside. Soon, the temperature of the soda dropped, and taking another sip brought even greater comfort. Having dispelled the internal heat, Li Changhe then noticed a letter from Zhu Lin on the table. He picked up his fountain pen, intending to write a reply, but suddenly paused, setting it down. Why bother writing a response when she was about to return? On the evening of August 12, 1977, a train rattled into Yanjing railway station. This would one day become the future south station of the capital, though it still bore the marks of old, dilapidated buildings. Soon, at the exit, a throng of people descended from the train, comprising Zhu Lin and her cohort of medical students. "We've arrived. Let us hurry home to tidy up." Yes, it was indeed sweltering. Luckily, it was evening. "Ah, my family has arrived. I must take my leave." A myriad of classmates began to disperse in small groups, greeted by their families. Some remained, opting to return directly to the school dormitories. Zhu Lin also intended to head straight back to her dorm, not having informed her family of her return date. "Lin, it's not too far. Shall we walk back?" A classmate with braided hair earnestly suggested to Zhu Lin. Zhu Lin felt an inner reluctance. The heat was overwhelming, and she had hoped to take a rickshaw instead. However, she also understood that many boarding students hailed from out of town, with their families' financial situations being modest, receiving only 20 or 30 yuan monthly as support. Just as Zhu Lin was about to voice her thoughts, she suddenly spotted a tall figure quietly standing at the exit. Li Changhe, now standing at an impressive height of 1.83 meters, was quite conspicuous in the crowd. At that moment, he also noticed Zhu Lin and smiled, waving at her. "I want to be returning to the dormitory. My friend has come to pick me up." Upon seeing Li Changhe, an inexplicable joy welled up in Zhu Lin's heart. Particularly, she had never communicated with Li Changhe regarding her return time. Yet he was able to arrive precisely on schedule to greet her, which filled her with an inexplicable delight. As she observed Zhu Lin briskly approaching a young man, a few classmates following her side were taken aback. Was that tall and handsome youth there to pick up Zhu Lin in the evening? Could it be? That must be Lin's partner. I recall him coming to fetch her a few months ago outside the hospital. I thought as much. This young lady has been quite discreet, keeping her silence. Did you all not notice? She has been corresponding with someone all along. I suspect they began their romance back then. It appears we shall soon be indulging in sweet treats. The gossiping classmates behind her, of course, went unheard by Zhu Lin as she arrived before Li Changhe. Before she could utter a word, she witnessed Li Changhe perform a sleight of hand, producing a bottle of Beijing soda from his bag. "Is it hot? Have a sip of water first." Li Changhe said with a beaming smile. This water is quite extravagant, consuming soda as if it were water. Zhu Lin shot him a glance. Yet she accepted the bottle, which was not particularly cold but bore a hint of chill. After taking a few gentle sips, Zhu Lin curiously inquired, "What prompted your sudden appearance to pick me up?" "Sudden? I came prepared, having awaited you here for 5 days. I calculated that you would return within these few days, and with only 2 trains from your location to the capital, one in the morning and one in the evenings. I simply waited according to schedule. It's quite simple, really, thanks to big data," Li Changhe remarked with an air of nonchalance. His failure to respond to her letter that day stemmed from this very thought. In this day and age, estimating arrival times is not overly challenging, given the railway's capacity. Nevertheless, his words, when they reached Zhu Lin's ears, resonated with greater depth. In this era, emotions are often swayed by seemingly trivial gestures, much like Li Changhe's. Even though Zhu Lin considered herself well-versed in the ways of the world, her heart still stirred with waves of sentiment at this moment. That feeling was undeniably sweet. Chapter 19. The college entrance examination is approaching. On the way home, a gentle breeze wafted through the air, dispelling the heat of the day. Li Changhe rode his bicycle ahead, while Zhu Lin nestled on the back seat, savoring an ice pop. Indeed, in addition to soda, Li Changhe had prepared some ice pops in his bag. Typically, when he had not picked up Zhu Lin, he would have consumed them himself. However, fortune smiled upon him today as he had managed to collect the main character, allowing Zhu Lin to enjoy the frozen treat. To be frank, the sound of Zhu Lin relishing the ice pop behind him stirred a desire in Li Changhe to glance back. Nevertheless, he ultimately restrained himself from indulging in such mischievous thoughts, as he was confident that, given the current progression of their relationship, he would see her again soon enough. "Li Changhe, shall we visit the summer palace tomorrow?" Zhu Lin exclaimed suddenly, seemingly finished with her ice pop. "Huh, aren't you going to school tomorrow?" Li Changhe replied, somewhat taken aback. "No, it's summer vacation now. We're technically overdue. Having returned means we automatically have a break. Plus, I have ample free time ahead. I've nearly completed all my courses and will graduate next year." Upon hearing Zhu Lin's words, Li Changhe finally grasped the situation. Indeed, Zhu Lin belonged to the category of students from worker-peasant-soldier universities, where the original academic program lasted 3.5 years, which had recently been modified to 2 to 3 years. Zhu Lin, in this case, was likely on the 2-year track. "All right then, let's go in the evening. It's nearby, and the weather will be cooler," Li Changhe readily agreed, knowing that this was Zhu Lin's initiative. This invitation signified a deeper connection between them, suggesting that he had secured a place as her prospective boyfriend in her heart. As for the summer palace, it was conveniently located to the northwest of their residential compound, merely 5 or 6 kilometers away, a short bicycle ride indeed. Thus, strolling there in the afternoon would be quite feasible. "You should rest well in the morning," he added. Li Changhe had experienced the discomfort of train travel, which could hardly be described as pleasant unless one was in a high-ranking soft sleeper carriage. However, it was improbable that Zhu Lin and her peers would have access to such luxury. "All right," Zhu Lin responded, stifling a yawn, seated on the back of the bicycle. The gentle breeze caressing her, the fatigue from her train journey began to resurface, and a sense of drowsiness gradually enveloped her. The Bai road was a main thoroughfare, a smooth and straight road devoid of bumps. Slowly, Zhu Lin grasped the hem of Li Changhe's shirt with one hand, resting her head gently against his back. Her eyes fluttering closed. Li Changhe, pedaling his bicycle, immediately sensed the change behind him. In that moment, a melody from an old song resonated in his mind. "The night is beautiful, the wind is cool. It has been long since I caught a whiff of your hair's fragrance, a shy and timid face. I cannot help but want to cradle it in my palms." Ren Shenqi's whispers was, for Li Changhe, an old tune etched in his memory. As Zhu Lin opened the door to her home, carrying her travel bag, both Professor Zhu and Dr. Liu were taken aback. "Lin, why are you back at this hour? Why didn't you let me know you were back? It's quite unsafe for you to come home alone at this hour," Lu Shuan exclaimed anxiously as she watched Zhu Lin enter. The safety of the streets during nighttime leaves much to be desired, especially in the capital where miscreants abound. And their residential compound is, in truth, akin to a rural suburb. It is perilous for a young woman to navigate from the train station all alone. "Don't worry, Mom. Li Changhe came to pick me up," Zhu Lin reassured Lu Shuan gently. "Li Changhe came to pick you up? How did that happen? Wait a moment. Are you two dating?" Lu Shuan questioned, her surprise evident. In contemporary times, the notion of courting has evolved. Relationships between men and women are often casually referred to as dating. Lu Shuan quickly grasped the implications, realizing why neighbors had been subtly inquiring about her daughter. After all, it was not the first time Changhe had cycled Zhu Lin home, and many had observed them together. Such a beautiful girl has naturally garnered the attention of the residents in their compound. Zhu Lin, unperturbed, responded candidly, "Well, it's not really dating yet. We're just getting to know each other. But he is quite nice, and I have a good feeling about him." Zhu Lin felt that since Changhe had not formally acknowledged their relationship, they could not yet be considered a couple. Nevertheless, she did not shy away from expressing her fondness for him. "No, I do not approve," Lu Shuan instinctively protested. Zhu Lin remained calm, approaching the sofa and sitting down with curiosity. "Mom, weren't you just anxious about me? Why the sudden disapproval? Indeed, I find it strange." At this moment, Professor Zhu removed his glasses and smiled at Zhu Lin. "Your mother took quite a liking to Changhe the first time she met him, and even thought about introducing you too. How has her mind changed in just a few months?" Zhu Lin widened her eyes at Lu Shuan, the remnants of her sleepiness dissipating in the wake of this gossip. She hadn't realized that her mother had harbored such thoughts. "Oh, don't get me started. The first time I saw Changhe, I truly thought he was a remarkable young man. Tall, handsome, with both parents working at the school. His father is a colleague of your dad, so we know him well. His salary is decent too. To be blunt, we could be considered a good match. But who would have thought that Changhe would be so stubborn? He has been back for over half a year now, yet he hasn't sought employment, choosing instead to stay at home reading. If he had been assigned a job, that would be one thing. I learned from someone at the commune that he had indeed been assigned a position at the state-owned cotton mill No. 2, a legitimate government job, a splendid opportunity. And yet, he turned it down, passing it up for someone else. Do you think he has a problem with his intellect? Why would a competent worker in a state-owned enterprise choose to abandon his position? Is he aiming for a collective venture, or perhaps the service industry? In this era, jobs can be categorized into three distinct sectors: the service industry, collective enterprises, and state-owned factories, with the latter holding the highest prestige. To enter a factory means to join the ranks of the working class, a status that is considerably superior to that of collective ventures or the service sector. I am aware that you may argue he can write articles, but how much can one earn from writing? Can it sustain a lifetime? Isn't it merely a precarious existence? Moreover, Lin, upon your graduation, you will assume a position as a cadre. Will you be expected to support him every day? At this point, Lu Shuan appeared quite agitated. Meanwhile, Professor Zhu's expression turned serious. He has job arrangements but refuses to accept them? If that is the case, then Changhe indeed harbors a mindset of evasion. And such a son-in-law is certainly undesirable. I know this because Changhe has spoken to me about it. Upon hearing this, Zhu Lin understood her parents' concerns and felt compelled to defend Changhe. "He spoke with you, what did he say?" Professor Zhu inquired with curiosity. "He is actually awaiting the resumption of the college entrance examination, as he believes that the state will reinstate it. He wishes to enter university through this examination." Zhu Lin replied earnestly. "He still aspires to attend university? He must be dreaming. With the current recommendations from workers, farmers, and soldiers, given his background, how could he?" Lu Shuan interjected, unable to suppress her skepticism. The quotas for such recommendations are not easily obtained. At that moment, Professor Zhu stood there, momentarily taken aback. "Old Zhu, what is your perspective?" Lu Shuan quickly turned to him, eager for him to elucidate the challenges of gaining university admission in this day and age. Unexpectedly, Professor Zhu let out a deep sigh and then replied earnestly, "Is that truly his belief?" "Yes, he discussed it with me a few months ago. Changhe believes that the current method of selecting students for universities is flawed, with a mixed quality of candidates, which is detrimental to the nation. Thus, the college entrance examination must be reinstated." "Father, do you think he is incorrect?" Zhu Lin observed her father's expression, sensing a weighty seriousness, as if he was privy to some knowledge. "No, he is absolutely correct. He possesses remarkable insight," Professor Zhu asserted with gravity. "What? Old Zhu, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that the nation is set to reinstate the college entrance examination?" Lu Shuan was equally astonished. It is not merely a proposal to reinstate it. They are already advancing this initiative. Just days ago, a meeting was held, and the Ministry of Education has begun compiling a draft of opinions to submit to higher authorities. Once approved, this matter will likely be announced nationwide. As a full professor, Zhu naturally had the privilege of attending the recent symposium on science and education, where the primary topics were well known to him. Listening to his daughter, it seemed that Changhe had prepared for this months ago, Or more accurately, judging by his actions, he had likely been preparing since his return from the countryside. Is this young man truly so extraordinarily perceptive? It is essential to recognize that the matter of the college entrance examination was only propelled into motion after the return of that venerable elder. And it has scarcely been a month since then. This young man has indeed encountered a fortuitous turn of events. At this moment, Lu Xuan spoke with a hint of awkwardness, clearly aware that she had played the fool earlier. Meanwhile, a subtle smile graced Zhu Lin's lips, as an inexplicable joy enveloped her. Chapter 20. Sister Li Xiaojun Li Changhe was unaware of the conversation taking place at Zhu Lin's home. However, even if he had known, it would not have mattered much, for it was already August, and he recalled that in a couple of months, the announcement regarding the restoration of the college entrance examination would be disseminated nationwide. At that time, millions of educated youth in the countryside would rejoice and strive with fervor. During these past months, Li Changhe had not been idle. After all, he had a distinguished professor at home, and he had become quite adept in subjects such as mathematics. The language, history, and geography were his strengths, yet politics posed a challenge due to the sheer volume of memorization required, particularly the quotations from leaders. Merely memorizing was insufficient. He needed to apply these phrases correctly and contextually. To tackle this, Li Changhe devised a strategy. He would read newspapers, particularly those from previous years, which contained many similar news articles. Naturally, finding these papers required some pretext, as the times had changed. In truth, aside from preparing for the college entrance examination, Li Changhe found himself more entangled in matters of the heart. Given the current circumstances, his relationship with Zhu Lin seemed to be progressing naturally. Yet, this very notion left him in a state of conflict. In these times, pure love was often regarded as a lifelong commitment between two individuals. However, Li Changhe was acutely aware of his own capabilities. The uncertainty loomed large. If he were merely naive, it would be one thing, but he was well informed. The next 20 years would not only witness an economic boom, but also an explosion of beauty. Moreover, he was not entirely innocent. In his past life, he had been a writer of harem tales, never truly depicting pure love. He had no actual desire for a harem. Yet he was troubled by the thought that should he achieve success, he might find himself faced with temptations. The prospect of nameless admirers was tolerable. Yet what if one day, renowned figures like Guan Jilin or Zhou Weimin approached him, testing his resolve? Li Changhe contemplated this quietly, then chastised himself with a slap to the face. Nonsense. I haven't even been to Hong Kong yet, and here I am thinking of such things. Purely daydreaming. He decided to take life one step at a time. After all, he still considered himself innocent. Finding solace in his own thoughts, he lay down on his bed. He had been quite fatigued lately, commuting back and forth to the bus station, cycling 30 to 40 kilometers each day. Coupled with the expenses of soft drinks and ice pops, it was all quite draining. He needed a good rest to regain his strength for the next day's endeavors. After a night's sleep until dawn, Li Changhe rose, washed up, and prepared to have breakfast with his parents. Changhe, you were right in your earlier speculation. The college entrance examination is likely to be reinstated. Starting today, the Ministry of Education is compiling opinions to report upwards, either this year or next. The examination will surely resume, Li Lishan said earnestly to Li Changhe. As a senior associate professor at the Beijing Industrial Institute, he was well informed. The restoration of the college entrance examination is indeed a significant matter, and he is able to receive first-hand information about it. Li Changhe nodded thoughtfully and then earnestly said, Dad, Mom, let us write a letter to my elder sister regarding this matter. Li Changhe is not an only child. He has an elder sister, Li Xiaojun, who is 3 years his senior and currently serving as an educated youth in the countryside. The distinction lies in the fact that while Li Changhe remains unmarried in the rural area, Li Xiaojun is already wed. Understanding her situation, Li Changhe recognizes that his sister is a quintessential representative of the old 3 classes, having ventured into the countryside even before him. She has spent nearly a decade there. For 10 long years, a frail young woman has endured the hardships of rural life, lacking familial support and grappling with a challenging social background. One can only imagine the struggle for survival in such conditions. Furthermore, during this time, Li Changhe's parents were also facing difficulties and could offer little assistance to their children. Li Changhe considers himself fortunate, as he was too young at that time and remained in the capital for a few additional years before being sent to the countryside. Over the past 6 months, Li Changhe has been aware that his parents frequently send money and supplies to Li Xiaojun, a matter he has never questioned. He is acutely aware that, Under the policy for educated youth returning to the city that will be introduced next year, Li Xiaojun does not qualify. Since she is married in the countryside, her only options would be to divorce and abandon her family or explore other avenues to return. One such option would be through securing a position or, more promisingly, by taking the college entrance examination. However, finding a job placement is challenging, as Li Lishan and his wife do not work in a factory where it might be easier for workers to secure such positions. They are employed in a school. Listening to Li Changhe's words, Li Lishan and Shun Yuxiu paused momentarily, their hands suspended in midair. Truth be told, they have been contemplating ways to bring their daughter back. But the reality is daunting. Li Xiaojun has already had children. They cannot expect her to abandon her family. Yet, life in the countryside during these times is exceedingly harsh. Do you truly believe your sister could participate in the college entrance examination? Li Lishan asked hesitantly, his voice trembling. Certainly. With the nation's decision to reinstate the examination, certain issues must be addressed, particularly concerning the students from the old 3 classes. I anticipate that if the college entrance examination is reinstated, the requirements will be relaxed to provide these individuals with an opportunity. My sister was a high school student back then. Regardless of whether she has continued her studies over the years, she possesses a foundational knowledge. I will procure a set of textbooks, and Dad, you could help her highlight the key points in mathematics and science, and I will send her my study notes. If she dedicates herself, she can gain admission to university and subsequently transfer her household registration back from the countryside, Li Changhe analyzed earnestly. But your sister is no longer alone. Shin Yuxiu lamented. That's all right. We can bring them all back. We are not short on provisions at home. By then, I will surely pass the examination. And we can prepare my room for them while I stay in the school dormitory. Li Chang had declared with determination. How can that be possible? Shin Yuxiu felt somewhat reluctant. In truth, she harbored a certain disdain for her elder sister's husband from the countryside, believing that her daughter had suffered an injustice. Yet, there was little she could do, given the circumstances of those years. She felt utterly powerless. The specifics could be addressed later. For now, she resolved to seek an opportunity in a few days to visit her sister in Heilongjiang, while also taking the chance to observe her family. Li Changhe pondered for a moment before discussing it with his parents. After all, he had little to occupy him at home, and he could venture out. Although he would need to obtain a family visit certificate, he intended to ascertain the family's reputation to determine if they were of good character. If they were indeed a kind family, that would suffice. Otherwise, he could not idly watch his sister suffer. Although the two had not seen each other for many years, their childhood bond had been strong. Very well, let us proceed as Changhe suggests. In a few days, you shall visit your sister, Li Lishan ultimately decided. Acquiescing to Li Changhe's plan, with a course of action in place, Li Changhe visited the Haitian bookstore the following morning, seizing the opportunity to acquire a set of books. Upon returning home, he began analyzing and organizing the knowledge contained within, crafting notes not only for his sister, but also to refresh his own understanding. As for physics and chemistry, he would have to wait for old Li to return to address those subjects. Before he knew it, the afternoon had slipped away, interrupted only by a knock at the door that jolted him from his reverie. Chapter 21. A serendipitous encounter at Peking University. What are you doing? Zhu Lin inquired. Her gaze transfixed on the densely packed notes sprawled across Li Changhe's desk. She was taken aback by the meticulous detail inscribed upon them. According to Li Changhe's previous assertions, he had long since mastered this knowledge. I am preparing a lecture for my elder sister and plan to deliver it to her in Heilongjiang province while visiting, Li Changhe explained to Zhu Lin. This morning, my father mentioned that the government is pushing for the resumption of college entrance examinations. Zhu Lin nodded in acknowledgement. My father mentioned it last night as well, and he remarked on your keen insight. Of course, who do you think it is? Li Changhe almost let slip the word son-in-law. Fortunately, he managed to halt his speech just in time, avoiding uttering the final word. However, Zhu Lin, keenly perceptive, caught the slip and playfully regarded Li Changhe, grinning as she queried, What were you about to say? Nothing significant. Let us go to the summer palace. Li Changhe deflected with a chuckle and stepped outside. He failed to notice the fleeting glimmer of disappointment in Zhu Lin's eyes. Upon reaching the ground floor, Li Changhe, lacking a bicycle of his own, naturally rode on Zhu Lin's lady's bicycle. Previously, she had paid little attention to the curious glances from passers-by in the courtyard. But after Lu Shuan's comments the previous evening, she felt inexplicably uneasy today. It seemed to her that everyone they encountered was casting amused looks in their direction. Upon exiting the family compound, the pair rode north along Bai Road. passing by Renmin University and continuing until they reached Hadian Road. They then veered westward, with Peking University's south gate situated just to the north. After cycling a bit further, Changhe noticed a vendor selling popsicles by the roadside and decided to stop. Let us buy a couple of popsicles. Despite the evening hour, the weather remained a touch warm, particularly for Changhe, who had been cycling. Given that the famed ice cellar of Hadian was nearby, there were quite a few elderly women selling popsicles along the way. Sure, but this time, I'll take care of the purchase, Zhu Lin insisted, eager to avoid having Changhe always footing the bill. She dismounted and willingly paid. Changhe did not object. He intended to dine out later that evening. While watching Zhu Lin select her popsicle, he could not help but reflect. Indeed, this era is quite splendid. The principles of the young women are commendable. Women can indeed hold up half the sky. As Changhe waited by the roadside with the bicycle, a young man approached. "Hello, comrade. May I inquire about directions?" The young man, clad in a green military uniform, appeared weary. His accent was peculiar, somewhat southern yet not entirely so. "Of course. Where do you wish to go?" Changhe replied without hesitation, glancing at the young man. The fellow, modest in stature at approximately 1.60 m, with a square face adorned with a faint smile, responded, "I wish to go to Peking University, but I am unsure of the exact intersection." He asked timidly. Changhe understood the question posed by the other party. In this era, there are numerous narrow alleys along the way. Unless one happens to arrive directly at the main entrance of Peking University, it is quite uncertain. The road we are currently on is called Hadian Road, which runs east to west. At this moment, we find ourselves at a corner of Peking University, adjacent to the Wanghuan River. If you proceed east from here for a few hundred meters, you will reach the southern gate of the university. However, if you have come from afar and wish to see the main entrance of Peking University, that would be the western gate. You would need to walk west for several dozen meters and then head north for approximately 1,000 meters. As Changhe spoke, he noticed the other person's bewildered expression and suddenly realized a particular dilemma. "My friend, are you perhaps lost and unable to distinguish between east, west, north, and south?" Logically, the sun in the sky should provide a good means of navigation. However, in this era, few possess watches, making it difficult to ascertain the time of day. Most crucially, when one's sense of direction is disoriented, even if the mind can differentiate directions, the feeling remains chaotic. The other person awkwardly nodded. Having just emerged from those alleys, he indeed found himself utterly lost. "Never mind, I shall guide you," Changhe had declared. "After all, we can also reach the Summer Palace via this route. It merely entails taking a different path." Just then, Zhu Lin arrived with ice popsicles and, upon noticing the young man beside him, expressed some surprise. "This fellow is from out of town and wishes to visit the western gate of Peking University but is unfamiliar with the way. Let us enjoy our treats while we walk and accompany him," Changhe explained to Zhu Lin, who nodded in agreement since it was convenient. "Come, my friend. Have an ice pop to cool off." Zhu Lin selected several flavors, and Changhe took one from the assortment, offering it to the young man. "Thank you, but I insist I cannot accept." The young man hurriedly gestured to decline. "Nonsense, go ahead and enjoy," Changhe insisted, placing it firmly in his hand. "In that case, allow me to pay you." The other person, surprised by Changhe's insistence, began to fumble through his pockets. There's no need for such formality. We are all comrades in revolution. An ice pop is but a trivial matter. You, too, are a sent-down youth, I presume? Changhe inquired as he and Zhu Lin pushed the cart along, engaging the young man in conversation. "Yes, I am indeed a sent-down youth. Here on business in the capital. And you, comrade?" The young man replied, nodding before returning the question. "I am also one. I just returned to the city this year," Changhe explained. "Greetings, I am Haiwen, hailing from Hangzhou, though currently residing in Hongwei Commune, Hunan County, Hehe Province." "Hunan County in Hehe Province? What a coincidence!" Changhe responded, somewhat astonished, as his elder sister had also been assigned to that area. "What's the matter?" Haiwen inquired, noticing Changhe's expression of surprise. "My sister is also there. Her name is Li Xiaojun. I wonder if you know her?" Changhe asked solemnly. Upon hearing this, a hint of astonishment appeared on Haiwen's face. "You are Xiaojun's brother?" "Indeed. I am Changhe, and Li Xiaojun is my sister. It seems you know her. I wonder how she is faring there?" Changhe inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing his question, Haiwen shook his head. "We belong to the same cohort of sent-down youth. Yet we were not assigned to the same commune, resulting in our infrequent encounters over the years. I have merely heard that Xiaojun got married locally, but I am not privy to any further details. If you wish to know more, I can inquire on your behalf once I return, Haiwen replied earnestly to Li Changhe. Li Changhe pondered for a moment before looking at Haiwen and asking, "Have you been there for many years?" 9 years, Haiwen replied, his tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. Over the years, he had been recommended several times to attend a workers', peasants', and soldiers' university. But each time he was turned away due to classification issues. His father was a university graduate, and his mother's family had overseas connections. During this era, the significance of social classification was profound. Could you do me a favor? After you return, could you find out about the reputation of the family my sister married into? If possible, please convey to her that I will visit her in a few days. Li Changhe said earnestly. Of course. I won't ask you to do this without some form of compensation. In return, I can share a piece of news with you. Changhe, you need not offer me anything in return. Just for being Xiao Juan's brother, I will gladly assist you, Haiwen replied sincerely. Li Changhe shook his head. This should be good news for you. I am unsure of your academic performance, but as far as I know, the country is considering the restoration of the college entrance examination. It is highly likely to be announced this year, or possibly next year. In any case, it presents an opportunity for you. Li Changhe was unaware of the young man's future identity, yet he was willing to extend this favor, facilitating his own journey to Heha. In these times, those who chose to visit Peking University surely possessed a degree of insight, for children from ordinary families were unlikely to even know of its illustrious reputation, let alone visit. As anticipated, upon hearing Li Changhe's words, Haiwen was instantly invigorated. Changhe, is what you say true? The country is really going to reinstate the college entrance examination? Indeed, the Ministry of Education is currently compiling opinions. However, the exact timing of implementation remains uncertain, Li Changhe replied solemnly. Then, Haiwen swiftly produced a small notebook and a pen from his pocket, jotting down an address and phone number. Changhe, this is the phone number and address of our commune. Please call ahead before you arrive, and I will meet you at the bus station. The local customs in Heha can be quite fierce, and it may not be wise for you to venture there alone. I will certainly take Xiao Juan's situation to heart. You can rest assured. Haiwen reassured as Li Changhe accepted the information he handed over. Thank you, Comrade Haiwen. Yes, we have arrived at Ximen. At that moment, Zhu Lin interrupted their conversation, gesturing towards the ancient and elegant entrance of Peking University. Have we arrived? Let this be the end, Comrade Haiwen. We shall take our leave. Li Changhe and Zhu Lin bid farewell to Haiwen and subsequently mounted their bicycles to depart. At that moment, Haiwen gazed longingly at the ancient school gate. Unbeknownst to Li Changhe, under his guidance, Peking University was about to witness its inaugural encounter with the future vice president, 30 years hence. Chapter 22. A love affair at the Summer Palace. After bidding farewell to Haiwen, Li Changhe swiftly arrived at the eastern ticket entrance of the Summer Palace with Zhu Lin. In this day and age, a ticket to the Summer Palace cost a mere 10 cents, a price that has seen an increase. Just a few years prior, this place was renamed the People's Park, with a ticket price of only 5 cents. Quite a bargain. Li Changhe chose to visit in the evening for another reason, the fewer crowds. It was summer, with ticket sales ending at 6 o'clock. But the park generally closed around 8 in the evening. This meant that wandering in during the 5 to 6 o'clock window would allow them to enjoy a relatively uncrowded experience, as most tourists would have departed by then. He cherished the opportunity for some private time and space with Zhu Lin. In later years, Li Changhe would revisit the Summer Palace, but by then, many areas had undergone renovations, rendering them different from their current state. Overall, the present-day experience felt far more authentic, with several structures in a state of disrepair. Some even partially demolished, leaving projects abandoned. Furthermore, the original names on some plaques had been obscured, replaced with new ones, showcasing the distinct style of the era. As the two strolled along, they ascended Longevity Hill and paused at the Chongsue Pavilion. Shall we rest for a moment? Li Changhe gently inquired, observing the beads of sweat forming at Zhu Lin's temples. All right. Zhu Lin nodded, preparing to sit down when she noticed Li Changhe retrieving a white handkerchief from his pocket. He then leaned down to diligently wipe the bench and the armrests. In those days, disposable tissues were not yet available, and most people relied on handkerchiefs. Seeing that Li Changhe had one at home, he had taken it along. Zhu Lin felt a gentle stir in her heart at Li Changhe's meticulousness. Yet, despite his thoughtful actions, why did he remain silent? Was it truly necessary for them to navigate this ambiguous relationship? Previously, Zhu Lin had not pondered such matters deeply. But after her mother's words the night before, she found it essential to reflect on them. With so many eyes upon them, Gossip had begun to circulate. If her association with Li Changhe were to falter, what would become of her reputation? Noticing Zhu Lin standing there, fixated on him without taking a seat, Li Changhe sensed an unsettling shift. This was unusual behavior for Zhu Lin. Her persistent gaze indicated that something was amiss. What's wrong? If there's something you wish to discuss, please do so. Your stare makes me feel as though I've committed some grave offense, he replied, somewhat taken aback. At that moment, Zhu Lin looked at him with eyes filled with seriousness and resolve. Li Changhe, I want to ask you, what are your true feelings? Taken aback by Zhu Lin's sudden inquiry, Li Changhe's heart raced, and he quickly grasped the implications. Was she about to lay everything bare? Yet, what had triggered this abrupt confrontation? His mind raced, but there was no time for contemplation. He needed to respond. Surely you must know my sentiments. I have feelings for you and wish to be your partner in this journey of life, Li Changhe confessed earnestly. At this moment, one can only concede that in this era, ambiguity and familiarity are not in vogue. Countless individuals engage in matchmaking, merely meeting once and, if satisfied, proceeding to wed. Upon hearing Li Changhe's words, Zhu Lin felt a surge of contentment, yet inexplicably, a flicker of irritation arose within her. You clearly harbor such sentiments. Yet you persistently refrain from articulating them. Why, then, do you not speak? Zhu Lin pressed again. Li Changhe sighed, confessing, the truth is, I am uncertain about how to broach the subject. I have always felt that the timing is not yet right. You are currently a university student, and next year, upon graduation, you will assume a position of authority. As for me, here I am, merely an unemployed youth at home, or, as some might say, a drifter. Should this information circulate, I fear it would invite ridicule upon you. Moreover, I suspect that Uncle Zhu and Auntie would not approve. I was actually hoping to wait until the college entrance examination is reinstated, after which I would express my feelings to you, as I would then also be a university student, with a promising future ahead, ensuring a more respectable standing for you. Li Changhe was not merely attempting to placate Zhu Lin. These were indeed his genuine thoughts. He believed that once he had completed the entrance examination and gained admission to a university, confessing to Zhu Lin would be more appropriate. However, he did not anticipate that before the examination could take place, Zhu Lin would suddenly confront him so directly. Upon hearing Li Changhe's explanation, Zhu Lin's resentment began to dissipate, clearly indicating her acceptance of his reasoning. His intentions were not born of malice. He evidently had plans in mind. Yet, he overlooked one crucial aspect, public opinion. What has gotten into you today? Li Changhe was still grappling with the underlying issue, failing to comprehend why Zhu Lin had confronted him so boldly. Zhu Lin shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, with such careful consideration on your part, how could you overlook my reputation? You pick me up from work every day. Do you think no one notices in the courtyard? Just yesterday, my mother asked me if I was seeing someone. I told her no. It was then that I realized. If I am not dating you, yet we are so close, what does that make me? As Zhu Lin spoke, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. And Li Changhe suddenly understood the reason behind her distress. His understanding of the dynamics between men and women in this era was still somewhat naive. He had assumed that as long as they maintained certain boundaries, it would suffice, neglecting the scrutiny of society's gaze in this time. I am sorry. Li Changhe gazed at Zhu Lin with a look of deep remorse. Wait a moment. Li Changhe suddenly recalled something and dashed out of the pavilion. He spotted a flower bed not far below, and in such a royal garden, the variety of flora ensured that blossoms graced the grounds throughout most seasons. With keen eyes, he quickly noticed the red roses within. Sneaking over to the flower bed, he plucked a single red rose, carefully removing the soft thorns before racing back to the pavilion. As Li Changhe returned with a rose in hand, Zhu Lin felt a twinge of surprise. This foolish boy, was he truly intending to apologize with flowers? Yet, to her astonishment, upon his return, Li Changhe did not directly extend the flower to her. Instead, two hands lifted the flowers, presenting them earnestly before Zhu Lin. Comrade Zhu Lin, I, Li Changhe, solemnly confess my feelings to you here. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was captivated by your charm. Therefore, would you consent to be with me, to forge a lifelong revolutionary partnership? In truth, Li Changhe had initially contemplated kneeling on one knee, but after some reflection, he dismissed the idea. Such a Western-style gesture seemed rather inappropriate in this era, likely to be criticized as bourgeois sentimentalism. He recalled having seen a photograph in his previous life, depicting a man and a woman seated on the grass. The woman sat while the man rested his head on his hand, and that image had faced severe denunciation, occurring within these past 2 years. It can only be said that the perceptions of people in this era remain unchanged from those of the past. The transformation of thought and ideology requires considerable time. Upon hearing Li Changhe's sudden confession, Zhu Lin was momentarily taken aback. This fellow had concealed his feelings so well, and she never anticipated that he would so fervently express his innermost thoughts. Nevertheless, as she gazed at the rose offered to her, a radiant smile blossomed on her face, illuminating her features. "I am willing," Zhu Lin replied, a mix of joy and shyness coloring her voice as she delicately accepted the rose. In the next instant, she found herself involuntarily leaning forward, embraced by Li Changhe. Though the confession came with the swiftness of a whirlwind, in that moment of dreams materializing, Li Changhe could not restrain himself and fervently pulled the beauty into his arms. After a brief internal struggle, Zhu Lin, feeling an inexplicable aura emanating from Li Changhe, chose not to break free. The taste of love intoxicated her. Fortunately, Li Changhe refrained from further advances, while he yearned to lower his head and kiss her. He ultimately recognized the setting of the summer palace and successfully restrained himself. At that moment, Li Changhe's mind was consumed by a singular thought. He must urgently secure a home for himself. Chapter 23. The Elation of Xinyuxiu. A beauty in one's embrace. With a myriad of charms. However, this sensation lasted merely 10 fleeting seconds for Li Changhe. Although Zhu Lin was somewhat entranced, her clarity returned swiftly, and before long, she gently pushed him away. In an era where even hand-holding was tinged with shyness, Zhu Lin's allowance for a brief embrace was already a testament to her leniency towards Li Changhe. Subsequently, when he sought to hold her hand, she firmly declined, citing the awkwardness of their surroundings. Yet, with mutual understanding blossoming between them, any lingering distance faded during their continued outing. At the foot of Wanshou Mountain, the Kunming Lake still had boats gliding across its surface, and the pair rented one to paddle for a while. They frolicked together until after 7 o'clock before emerging from the summer palace. "Let us dine," suggested Li Changhe as he mounted his bicycle, his stomach audibly protesting its emptiness. Tonight, a grand feast was imperative. However, Zhu Lin shot him a disapproving glance. "What shall we eat?" "Where to? How about the Changchun Garden? I've heard that the restaurant there is a state-run old brand." Li Changhe recalled a rather commendable establishment, but could not recall its name. "It's too late for that," Zhu Lin retorted, exasperation evident in her tone. "Really? Is it that late already?" Li Changhe replied, glancing at the dimming sky, which surely indicated it was past 7. The chefs must have long since clocked out. No one would attend to us. In those days, the chefs at state-run restaurants would typically finish their shifts by 7:30, and they ceased taking orders by 7. By that hour, even if they ventured there, they would be met with indifference. Though Zhu Lin lacked a watch, she could estimate the time by observing the waning light. They were undoubtedly exceeding the limits of tardiness. "Fine, I miscalculated the time. I shall have to acquire a watch." Li Changhe had not previously recognized the significance of a watch, but now it seemed essential. "Let us return home, then. We shall forage for something to eat ourselves." Zhu Lin, too, felt the pangs of hunger. Initially, she had envisioned a delightful dinner out, but their playful escapade at the summer palace had delayed them, leading to this unfortunate predicament. With state-run restaurants closing, finding sustenance would prove challenging. They had no choice but to return home. Li Changhe, feeling somewhat disheartened, pedaled Zhu Lin back to the residential compound, where they parted ways, each returning to their respective homes. Upon entering, Li Changhe made a beeline for the kitchen. "Mother, is there anything to eat at home? Just 2 pieces of flatbread and some pickled vegetables remain. Should I fry you an egg?" In recent years, provisions were not as scarce as in previous times. Yet most households tended to purchase only what was needed for the day. "By the way, didn't you mention dining out? How come you're back without having eaten?" Xinyuxiu inquired curiously as she walked into the kitchen. "Don't even mention it. We left the summer palace too late, and the state-run restaurant had already closed." Li Changhe replied with a hint of frustration. "By the way, mother, do we have any watch coupons at home? I think I must buy a watch." Li Changhe can manage to provide for himself, yet when it comes to tickets, he finds himself at a loss, as they are notoriously difficult to procure. Such items are typically reserved for individuals of employment and rank. To illustrate, in a unit comprising over 100 individuals, a mere single ticket is allocated per quarter, which is then distributed among the subordinates, underscoring its rarity. Indeed, there exists one such ticket, a compensation from before your father and I, with 2 issued. One purchased by your father himself, and I have retained another. I shall fetch it for you shortly. As Shen Yuxiu entered the kitchen, busying herself, she noticed Li Changhe lingering at the doorway. Turning back, she softly inquired, "Changhe, tell your mother the truth. Are you presently courting Lin Lin from Professor Zhu's family?" "Indeed." Li Changhe nodded, unhesitatingly affirming her question. "Is that true?" Shen Yuxiu's face brightened with surprise, prompting her to reconfirm with Li Changhe. "Absolutely." Li Changhe reassured his mother once more. "You rascal, you certainly have your ways," she exclaimed. "Lin Lin is a fine girl, strikingly beautiful. I can tell you that many in our compound have set their sights on her, eager to introduce her to their own sons and nephews, yet none have succeeded. You truly bring pride to your mother." However, recent rumors had reached both Lu Shuwan and Shen Yuxiu's ears, albeit of a less flattering nature. Whispers circulated suggesting that Li Changhe had resigned from his assigned work positions, rendering him a source of ridicule among some residents of the compound. There were even claims that his retirement was due to an injury, implying that he had been afflicted mentally. After all, who would willingly forfeit a chance to work? The gossip further suggested that Li Changhe fancied himself deserving of courting Professor Zhu's daughter, a fanciful dream indeed. Shen Yuxiu had endured the sting of such gossip, feeling deeply pained by it. Unfortunately, she was not one to confront others directly, nor did she wish to question Li Changhe, keeping her feelings bottled up. Today, observing her son confidently spending time with Zhu Lin, she felt emboldened to inquire. As anticipated, Li Changhe's response filled her with delight. In high spirits, she cooked a batch of fried eggs, soon serving them. "Eat while it's hot." Li Changhe acknowledged her and began to enjoy a bite of pickled vegetables alongside a cornmeal pancake. Meanwhile, Shen Yuxiu returned to the room, quickly retrieving a watch ticket from an iron box in the wardrobe, along with several bills of large denomination, and emerged. "Here you go, son," she exclaimed, placing the ticket and money beside the dining table. Li Lishan, seated on the sofa with a book, looked up in surprise. "Is Changhe planning to buy a watch?" "Old Li, I have splendid news. Our Changhe is currently courting Lin Lin." At this moment, Shen Yuxiu gleefully addressed Li Lishan. "Lin Lin? Which one? Is it the second daughter from the old Zhu family?" Initially, Li Lishan did not respond, but upon recalling Zhu Lin's appearance that morning, he instantly remembered. "Indeed, it is Lu Shuan's daughter, who resembles a celestial being. She is currently courting our Li Changhe." Shen Yuxiu, with a renewed curiosity, inquired, "Changhe, do elaborate with your mother. When did you two commence this relationship?" Li Changhe cast a bemused glance at his mother. "Strictly speaking, it began today. I intended to confirm our relationship after the college entrance examination, but due to unforeseen circumstances today, we have already established it." He refrained from delving into details, merely offering a brief account. "Excellent. Humph. Tomorrow at school, I shall identify those gossiping women. I will confront them and set the record straight." Shen Yuxiu had grown weary of the slanderous remarks made by those women who belittled her son. Li Lishan, setting aside his book, sighed. "Do refrain from broadcasting this everywhere, just yet. We are still uncertain of the intentions of the Zhu couple. Should they disapprove, it would be Changhe who faces embarrassment. I suggest you converse with Dr. Lu tomorrow to gauge their sentiments, so we may have a clearer understanding." While Li Changhe quietly consumed his meal, he remained silent. In these times, parental arrangements and matchmaking were the norm. True love was a rare concept. The relationship between Li Changhe and Zhu Lin could be regarded as a progressive form of romantic freedom for their era, free from the confines of forced unions. Soon, after finishing his meal, Li Changhe gathered the watch, tickets, and money from the table. Although he possessed some funds of his own, he accepted what his mother provided. Previously, he believed that having 1,000 yuan at hand would suffice, but now he realized that was far from adequate. Without a place of his own, finding a private space with his girlfriend was impossible. Thus, he needed to earn money to purchase a home. It seemed that he must diligently work on his writing, producing more content to earn additional income, and perhaps even publish his work, which would yield further financial gain. Writing could not be paused. Chapter 24. All from one's own family. The following morning, Zhu Lin eagerly sought out Li Changhe. Last night, Li Changhe had publicly declared their relationship to his family, and Zhu Lin's side followed suit without hesitation. In this era, concealing such matters could tarnish one's reputation. Although Li Changhe still lacked employment and official status, which left Lu Shuan somewhat dissatisfied, the revelation that he had earned 700 or 800 from his writing left her with little ground for opposition. After all, during these times, the wage for an ordinary worker barely reached 30 to 50 a month, amounting to only 300 or 400 annually. Even those in skilled positions earned only 700 or 800 a year. Li Changhe had managed to earn such an amount in just a few months, ensuring that his financial standing was at least respectable. Truthfully, had the nation restored stability, Lu Xuan harbored no biases against Li Changhe's literary aspirations. In fact, she would welcome them. She was well aware that during the 1950s, intellectuals were among the highest earners in the country. While many workers brought home mere dozens of yuan monthly, it was not unusual for a writer to earn 1,000 or 2,000 from a published work. Unfortunately, circumstances had shifted, casting the artistic community into obscurity. Their status diminished, incomes evaporated, and writing became a labor of love devoid of compensation. It was indeed a challenging predicament. This was also why Lu Xuan initially viewed Li Changhe's writing endeavors with skepticism. The inherent risks were too great. However, it now appeared that the tides had turned once again, and the position of cultural figures had improved. Lu Xuan's resistance softened. After all, aside from this aspect, Li Changhe exhibited many commendable qualities. If, as her daughter suggested, he aspired to attend university and subsequently secure a position as a state official, it would be a perfect match for their family. As for Zhu's father, he harbored no objections. As long as his daughter was happy, he was content, especially since he was a friend of Li Lishan. The prospect of having his friend's son as a son-in-law delighted him. With the support of her parents, Zhu Lin felt liberated from any burdens. After a hearty breakfast at home, she hurried to find Li Changhe, as the holiday rendered her solitary time at home rather dull. However, upon her arrival, Zhu Lin quickly realized she had miscalculated. Li Lishan and Xin Yuxiu were both at work, leaving Li Changhe alone at home. Now, with a lone man and woman confined to the same room, was it not akin to a lamb in a tiger's den? Just the day before, at the summer palace, their affectionate gestures were somewhat restrained in the public eye. But now, in the privacy of his home, with no one else around, faced with the enchanting beauty before him, Li Changhe found himself utterly unable to focus on his writing. The following details may not be of interest, so I shall refrain from elaborating. Half an hour later, Zhu Lin tugged at Li Changhe, urging him to step outside. It was high time to emerge. Having him hold her was already a significant step. Did she dare hope for more? Though Li Changhe felt a pang of reluctance, he understood the necessity of restraint. This era was indeed unlike the future. This must be placed in future generations. Two individuals alone in a room have long since steadied their footing. Presently, merely sitting closely on the sofa together is considered a bold act for Zhu Lin. It is only due to the presence of neighbors above and below that the young lady would even enter your home. After stepping outside, they mounted Zhu Lin's bicycle and proceeded to a state-run shop in Haidian with a clear purpose: to purchase a watch for Li Changhe. The state-run shop in Haidian is located near West Street, adjacent to the Tiger Cave Alley, and not far from the Xinhua bookstore. Li Changhe had visited several times before, confirming the presence of signs prohibiting the unreasonable mistreatment of customers. The emphasis lies on the term unreasonable. If there is a reason, then it is permissible. At this moment, the state-run shop resembles a future pedestrian street, featuring spacious bungalows and long corridors lined with various counters displaying an array of goods. Previously, Li Changhe had not ventured into the watch section, as his earlier visits were solely for ordinary daily necessities. A luxury item such as a watch was beyond his means at that time. This time, Zhu Lin led him directly to the industrial section, where they beheld the watches within the counter. Upon their arrival, the clerks at two adjacent counters were engaged in idle chatter and paid no heed to Li Changhe and Zhu Lin as they walked by. The two were unfazed. Such was the norm of the era. It wasn't that the service attitude was poor. Rather, there was simply no service attitude at all. So, which one do you wish to buy? How about we consider the Shanghai brand? I've heard it keeps the most accurate time. Zhu Lin murmured to Li Changhe as they stood before the counter. During this time, several watch brands were available: Shanghai, the local Yanjing, as well as Seagull, Yellow River, and Peacock, among others. Additionally, Li Changhe spotted imported luxury brands, Rolex at $490 and a golden model priced at $1,200. Even an Omega was $340. Indeed, luxury items remain luxury items across all eras, unaffordable for the common populace. What is this? Are you interested in a foreign watch? Zhu Lin inquired, surprised to see Li Changhe gazing at the imported timepieces. Li Changhe shook his head, responding, only a fool would buy a foreign watch. Although watches were quite prestigious at this time, they were essentially depreciating products. To be frank, Li Changhe felt no necessity in investing over 100 for a watch. This was the reason for his previous disinterest. However, he did have a genuine need for one now, and could only make a purchase. Either a Shanghai or a Yanjing watch would suffice. He truly had no preference. The prices were quite similar, with Shanghai at 120 and Yanjing at 110. A mere 10 yuan difference. Let us go with the Shanghai watch then. It's accurate. He declared. Hello, comrade. Could you fetch us 2 of these watches? Zhu Lin called out to the clerk standing nearby. The clerk, interrupted from their conversation, turned with a blank expression and inquired, Do you have a ticket? Yes, I do. Li Changhe replied, producing the watch ticket and placing it upon the counter. Upon noticing Li Changhe holding a watch ticket, the sales attendant's expression subtly shifted, prompting him to remark to a nearby colleague, I'll tell you later, that family is quite amusing. He then leisurely approached the counter, gazing at the watches within, and calmly inquired, Which one do you want? I'll take these 2 from Shanghai Bashihua, 1 men's watch and 1 women's watch. I want them both. Zhu Lin interjected, producing a watch ticket from her pocket and waving it in front of Li Changhe. I have one too. Surprising, isn't it? Let's buy 2. The men's watch was priced at 120, while the women's watch cost 90, the latter being slightly more affordable. The wristbands differed as well. Li Changhe's men's watch featured a steel buckle, whereas Zhu Lin's women's watch boasted a flexible band. Let's finalize the order. Li Changhe instructed the attendant to prepare the payment slip, ready to proceed to the front to settle the payment. Li Changhe here, Zhu Lin called out, retrieving her share of the funds, 9 crisp bills. Put that away. I will cover the cost first. You can adjust the time here. Li Changhe did not accept the money, opting instead to carry the ticket directly to the cashier. He could certainly afford the price of a single watch. Observing Li Changhe's departure, Zhu Lin refrained from insisting, understanding that he wished to gift her something. Nevertheless, considering their joint purchase, she thought it of little consequence, as in the end, it was all part of their shared finances. Chapter 25. Adorning Li Changhe. Before long, Li Changhe settled the payment and retrieved the receipt, handing 1 copy to the sales attendant. Thus, the 2 Shanghai brand gem-studded watches unequivocally belonged to Li Changhe and Zhu Lin. Come on, put it on. Zhu Lin had already synchronized the time on both watches and cheerfully fastened one onto Li Changhe's left wrist, while adorning her own wrist with the other. How does it look? Pretty, right? Zhu Lin raised her wrist, aligning it beside Li Changhe's, beaming as she inquired. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. This girl looks charming in anything she wears. Li Changhe, hailing from a future era, possessed this insight. Shall we go? He suggested, ready to leave after their purchases. Where do you think you're going? Follow me this way. Despite Li Changhe's intentions to depart, Zhu Lin had other plans, leading him to another section of the department store, where rows of clothing hung behind the counters. Excuse me, could you please fetch that white shirt and those straight-leg trousers for me? Zhu Lin pointed at the garments displayed on the shelves and addressed the sales clerk. If any transformation could signify the passage of the recent fashion trends, it would undoubtedly be the evolution of clothing styles. When Li Changhe first returned in April, the streets were still dominated by yellow-green military uniforms or dark Zhongshan suits. However, by August, a diverse array of colors began to emerge in people's attire. Just as the once prohibited dress known as balaji, which had not been donned by women for many years, reappeared this summer, so too did the department store showcase garments in various hues, such as the white shirt and straight-leg trousers before them. Both pieces were fashioned from polyester, now referred to as décolleté. These finished garments available in department stores did not require fabric rationing tickets, yet their prices were exorbitant, marking them as luxuries of this era. Zhu Lin, however, did not dwell on the cost. She took the clothing and held them up in front of Li Changhe for comparison. In those days, there were no fitting rooms. One simply held the garments up to assess their fit. If they were unsuitable, alterations could be made at home, as most women possessed basic tailoring skills. It looks decent. What do you think? Zhu Lin posed the question after modeling the attire. I honestly think we might not need to buy it. Li Changhe was indifferent about his clothing, content to follow the crowd. Since his return, he had not acquired much in the way of clothing, primarily donning a sailor-style shirt or a thin green military jacket for the summer, and at home, he wore a simple tank top. As for his lower half, it consisted of the ever-present yellow rubber shoes and green military trousers. Upon hearing Li Changhe's jest, Zhu Lin shot him a playful glare. Your opinion doesn't count. Since the two had openly acknowledged their relationship, Zhu Lin had grown increasingly casual in her demeanor towards Li Changhe. This was quite normal for the era, where, although instances of broken engagements did occur, they were exceedingly rare. It is now the year 1977, and as we approach the subsequent year of 1978 and even 1979, The nation gradually liberalizes, leading to a continuous evolution of public sentiment. Over these 3 years, one could say that the liberation of thought has progressed in leaps and bounds, with each year marking a significant advancement. However, in 1977, the mindset between lovers remains rather conservative, with commitments often perceived as lifelong. For instance, in the case of Zhu Lin and Changhe, their mutual affection, coupled with the knowledge and acceptance of their respective families, effectively seals their fate as a married couple with little possibility for alteration. This also elucidates Zhu Lin's transformation in attitude, as she has begun to contemplate revamping Changhe's wardrobe. You are preparing to visit Heilongjiang province soon, right? The weather there is considerably cooler than here. I've heard that it snows in September and October, Zhu Lin remarked. Moreover, when you see your sister, you must present yourself well to instill confidence in her, demonstrating that we are indeed thriving here. As she gestured animatedly, Changhe realized, prompted by Zhu Lin's reminder, that he indeed needed to act promptly. Winter was approaching, and Heilongjiang, being the northernmost province among the 3 northeastern provinces, was bound to experience it soon. Let us get the books over there. Once winter sets in, you'll have ample time to read and study. That's fine. This size will do. Comrade, I'll take one in white and another in blue. And I'll also have these trousers. Zhu Lin exclaimed with exuberance, requesting 3 items all at once, leaving the sales clerk astounded. These days, the fabric known as diliang is no longer as scarce as it once was. Ready-made garments in department stores do not require fabric coupons, although their prices remain steep. A shirt costs 11.8 yuan, while a pair of trousers is priced at an astounding 22 yuan. Thus, the 3 items Zhu Lin selected amounted to a grand total of 45.6 yuan. By the way, I'll take 2 pairs of those 765 shoes as well. She added upon noticing a pair nearby. The 765 shoes, a type of leather footwear, are made not from cowhide but from pigskin, resembling what would later be known as casual leather shoes, featuring wide flaps on both sides, considered the most basic type of leather shoe of the time. Priced at merely 7.65 yuan and requiring no coupons, they earned their name accordingly. Naturally, there were more sophisticated cowhide shoes available at the counter, but their sales were few. This can be attributed to the previous year's attitudes, where wearing suits and leather shoes was regarded as a bourgeois indulgence. Even though people have begun to loosen their views slightly, suits and cowhide shoes remain somewhat distanced from their current preferences. These are for you to wear in the Northeast. They are sturdy and far more comfortable than your yellow rubber shoes. The roads there are likely to be rough, making these a more suitable choice. Zhu Lin expertly selected Changhe's size and promptly purchased 2 pairs for him to alternate between. The sales clerk was left in awe. Most people at that time would cautiously buy a single pair, fearful of damaging them. Clearly, based on this young woman's tone, she was purchasing these for everyday wear. She must be quite affluent. Yet, Zhu Lin remained unfazed by the clerk's astonished gaze, for she indeed possessed the means. From the art troupe to the health clinic and then to the school, she has consistently received a salary over the years. Although modest, her expenditures have also been minimal. Each time she receives her paycheck, she is relieved of the burden of contributing financially to her family. After returning from the art troupe, her living arrangements have been at home, allowing her to retain most of her earnings. Over the years, she has managed to save over 800 yuan, and spending 100 or so is truly inconsequential. Following the same procedure as before, this time, however, it was Changhe who oversaw the items while Zhu Lin took the receipt to make the payment. Upon returning after completing the transaction, Zhu Lin and Changhe together carried the clothing and shoes as they began to make their way outside. Let us head back. Go inside and try them on to see if they fit properly. If not, make sure to alter them swiftly. Before long, the 2 of them rode their bicycles back to Changhe's home. Once inside, he tried on the new garments. As he emerged, having changed into a complete outfit, he noticed the sparkle in Zhu Lin's eyes. He had glanced at himself in the mirror earlier and compared to his previous disheveled appearance. This neatly tailored ensemble indeed accentuated his features. However, the fabric was rather ordinary, and wearing it did not provide a sense of comfort. It's too hot. I need to take this off. The clothing offered little breathability, and after just a short while, Changhe could no longer endure the heat and hurried back inside to change. Meanwhile, in the living room, Zhu Lin reflected on Changhe's earlier appearance. It looked splendid. Chapter 26. The Elder Sister's Predicament. Clatter, clatter. The rhythmic sound of the train wheels echoed incessantly, akin to a hypnotic alarm clock, lulling one into a state of drowsiness. However, unlike his previous journey back to the capital in a heart seat, this time. Li Changhe was indulging in the rare luxury of a soft sleeper on his way to Heha. In this era, traveling in a soft sleeper required a certain status, which Li Changhe, by his rank, did not possess. Yet, fortune smiled upon him on this occasion. Train tickets were often acquired through various personal connections. Some officials were permitted to travel in soft sleepers on business trips, with their expenses fully reimbursed by their organization. If such officials chose not to utilize this privilege, they would often exchange tickets for hard seats, selling the soft sleeper for a profit, thus supplementing their household income. This kind of transaction was facilitated by insiders acting as intermediaries, either selling or purchasing tickets. Zhu Lin was instrumental in securing this ticket for Li Changhe, having compensated someone for the price difference to acquire this comfortable soft sleeper. The lengthy journey from the capital to the provincial capital of Harbin, lasting over 20 hours, necessitated this arrangement, especially given that Li Changhe was burdened with a watch and books, making travel cumbersome. Moreover, he was carrying a considerable sum of money, as Li Lishan and Shun Yuxiu had entrusted him with 100 large bills to discreetly deliver to Li Xiaojun. Typically, this couple refrained from sending money through the postal service, but with Li Changhe visiting, they seized the opportunity to send additional funds. They had not taken any grain tickets, as during that period, the countryside was directly allocated grain without the need for such vouchers. When grain tickets were necessary, they would bring food to the grain station for exchange. Fabric coupons were similarly impractical, as they were not universally applicable and were printed independently by various regions. Hence, the couple encouraged Li Changhe to carry extra money. It was also due to the valuable items he bore that Zhu Lin had leveraged her connections to secure him a soft sleeper. A stroke of luck that coincided with the availability of a soft sleeper from an official who had compensated for the fare difference. As for the supplemental fare, Li Changhe was unconcerned. Before his departure, the numerous articles he had submitted to various magazines had accrued over 300 yuan in fees, rendering him financially comfortable. In this era, soft sleepers typically accommodated 4 individuals in 2 upper and 2 lower berths, reserved for cadres of level 13 and above, along with overseas Chinese or foreigners. The Jinghe Railway was a bustling route, frequented by many on business, as the Northeast remained the industrial powerhouse of the country. In Li Changhe's compartment, 3 individuals occupied the space, leaving 1 berth vacant. Fortune favored him with a lower bunk, while the upper bunk remained unoccupied. As the train commenced its journey, the passengers engaged in light conversation, though the dialogue gradually dwindled. Having recently emerged from a bygone era, people were cautious, particularly those in positions of authority, wary of making significant missteps. The train offered little in the way of entertainment. Li Changhe had brought along an assortment of newspapers to peruse various news items. He refrained from dining in the dining car, opting to endure the 20-hour journey in anticipation of being greeted upon arrival. Before his departure, he sent a telegram to Haiwen, whom he had met at the North Gate, and received an enthusiastic reply indicating that Haiwen would come to Harbin to meet him. It is noteworthy that Harbin is not in the local area of Hulin County, but rather several hundred kilometers away. Frankly, Li Changhe felt quite moved. In this era, many people still possess a genuine and warm-hearted nature. The bus Li Changhe boarded departed from the capital in the afternoon, embarking on a journey that spanned 20 hours, making stops only at the provincial capitals along the way, ignoring the smaller stations. The following midday, Li Changhe, feeling famished, navigated through the crowd and exited the station. From a distance, he spotted a tall figure holding up a sign bearing his name, Li Changhe. As he approached, he realized that the man was also over 6 feet tall, sporting a rugged beard and exuding an aura of strength. "Brother, are you from Hulin? I am Li Changhe," he called out as he drew closer. "Haiwen, Haiwen." Upon hearing his name, the large man turned and shouted to a young man who was napping against a pillar nearby. Upon hearing his name, the young man removed his straw hat and quickly stood up. It was indeed the Haiwen Li Changhe had encountered near Peking University. "Comrade Changhe." Haiwen strode over, his face breaking into a warm smile. "Comrade Haiwen." Li Changhe set down his belongings and shook hands with him. "This is Brother Liang Han, who has come with me to welcome you." Haiwen introduced the large man to Li Changhe. "Hello, Brother Liang Han." Li Changhe extended his hand in greeting. The man, somewhat awkwardly, shook Li Changhe's hand and said, "Hello, Brother Changhe. Welcome to our Heilongjiang province. Let us go find a restaurant to eat something. The train to Hulin departs only in the afternoon, and it takes 10 hours. We'll arrive tomorrow morning, just in time." With Harbin being 400 to 500 kilometers from Hulin, they would need to catch another train. Li Changhe nodded, feeling unfamiliar with the area. Although he had read numerous novels about northeast China in his previous life, they mostly depicted rural life at the foot of the mountains, focusing on hunting and ginseng digging. After the three of them exited, they found a state-run restaurant nearby, where Changhe took the initiative to pay the bill. Despite some light-hearted contention over the payment, it lacked the aggressive nature of disputes seen in later times. After all, in this era, few could afford to flaunt wealth. Once seated after ordering their meals, Hao turned to Changhe and began to discuss the main topic. Changhe, I've gathered some information regarding your elder sister, Comrade Xiaojun. To be frank, the situation is quite complex. According to what I have learned from people around her and the other educated youth in that area, Xiaojun's husband, your brother-in-law, seems to be a decent man. People praise him as a hard-working individual who treats Xiaojun well. They have a child together. However, I must inform you that the overall atmosphere of their family is not particularly favorable. Your brother-in-law is named Chun, and he is the second child in his family, with an elder brother above him and a younger brother below. It seems he has neither the affection of his father nor the love of his mother. Changhe immediately empathized with the plight of the second child, who typically finds himself overshadowed by the eldest sibling and outshone by the youngest, existing in a liminal space where he is regarded as inconsequential. Haiwen sighed and said, "That's about right. The eldest in his family works as a laborer at the timber yard and has married a woman from the city, which is considered a source of pride for their family. The youngest, on the other hand, is even younger than us and is known for his cunning and trickery, showing little promise. It is said that when they married, your brother-in-law's family was opposed to the union. After all, they had been impoverished farmers for 3 generations, with roots deeply embedded in hardship. Your brother-in-law was determined to marry Xiaojun, and ultimately, they wed, though he was not welcomed afterward. Furthermore, she was a sent-down youth, lacking a maternal support system here, and they had a daughter together. All in all, her treatment within the family is rather mediocre." Changhe nodded, understanding that Haiwen's use of the term mediocre was a polite understatement. "All right, I understand." Upon hearing this, Changhe felt he had gained insight into the general circumstances of his elder sister. He also began to formulate a plan for what to do next. Changing the subject, he asked, "By the way, how has your studying been lately? I've heard there may be some arrangements this year, likely during this winter." Grateful for Haiwen's assistance, Changhe felt compelled to reciprocate. "Everything else is manageable, but I truly struggle with the sciences. There are numerous concepts I simply do not grasp. Even my desire to self-study is thwarted." Haiwen lamented, shaking his head in distress. "No worries, this time I brought a set of books for my sister, which includes some science notes my father prepared for her. If you have the time, you can copy some of it. My father is an associate professor at Yanjing Institute of Technology." Changhe smiled at Haiwen, who was taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise. "Really, Changhe? I can't thank you enough." Meanwhile, Liang Han sat nearby, listening to their conversation as if it were a foreign language, and then eagerly devoured his meal. The meat in the state-run restaurant's dishes was indeed plentiful and tasted exquisite. Chapter 27. Exile in Ningguda? Changhe was unfamiliar with Haiwen, yet this did not preclude him from recognizing Haiwen as a person of talent. To put it plainly, in this era, a young intellectual who ventured to the countryside and was able to represent a region on a business trip to the capital epitomized a certain capability and status. This was a significant leap compared to his own experience as a young intellectual, where his sole task was laboring in the fields. Anyone who could thrive and attain advancement in an unfamiliar environment was indeed worthy of respect. Moreover, the information Changhe shared with him was merely a hint. The college entrance examinations in 1977 were localized, and Haiwen's participation in Heilongjiang province would not impede Changhe's performance in Yanjing. Furthermore, given Haiwen's kind-hearted nature, it was likely that he would also take care of his sister, Li Xiaojun, in the future. For Haiwen, Changhe's guidance was akin to a timely gift from heaven. Upon returning from the capital, he immersed himself in reviewing his past knowledge. However, numerous concepts were so distant that it was exceedingly challenging to grasp them solely through textbooks. He had contemplated seeking advice from some teachers, but in remote regions like Hulin, high-caliber educators were scarce. The schools had been closed for many years, and even those that persisted often employed private teachers who were young intellectuals themselves, most of whom were not as knowledgeable as he was. Frankly, Haiwen had nearly resigned himself to abandoning subjects like mathematics and the sciences. Unexpectedly, Changhe surprised him once again. He brought notes for Li Xiaojun, along with problem-solving strategies penned by their father, who was a professor. For Haiwen, it was akin to a windfall, arriving just when he needed it most. Changhe, thank you. Rest assured, I will keep a close eye on Xiaojun while she is here, Haiwen earnestly declared to Li Changhe. Li Changhe nodded and then raised his cup, substituting water for wine, and toasted with Haiwen. After the three of them finished their meal at the restaurant, they proceeded to the station to purchase tickets for Hulin. At this time, Hulin was merely a county, not the future Hulin city. It was during his conversation with Haiwen that Li Changhe learned that Hulin had been part of the Ningguda subprefecture during the Qing dynasty. Goodness, this truly is an exile to Ningguda, he mused. As they sat on the train, Li Changhe could not help but admire Haiwen's meticulousness. He had brought Liang Han along, and the three of them secured a hard seat area, allowing their belongings to rest safely at their feet against the window, free from the worry of theft. Even when it came to restroom breaks, they felt secure. Thus, throughout the night train journey, two of them alternated resting by the window while one stood guard, ensuring their safety. And so, they endured a long night, emerging from the Hulin County station early the next morning. Upon arrival, they were greeted by the vastness outside. As the area was sparsely populated, this land was already part of the country's border region, nestled along the foothills of the Greater Xing'an Range, near the Wanda Mountains and the Ushuri River. To the east lay the territory of the Great Bear, which, at that time, still belonged to the Soviet Union. After exiting the station, all three felt fatigued. Despite taking turns resting on the train, true rest had eluded them. Changhe, why don't you stay in my dormitory for a day? This way, you can avoid staying in a guest house. Tomorrow, I will take you to your sister's house. Your timing is quite fortuitous. The autumn harvest has yet to commence, and in a few days, when the harvest begins, everyone will be exceedingly busy, leaving little time for you. Very well. Li Changhe did not object and followed Haiwen to his dormitory, a modest single-story dwelling. Inside, instead of iron-framed beds, there was a traditional northeast-style kong, spacious and wide. You may rest now. I must visit the commune. I will bring you lunch when I return around noon. After a day and a night of interaction, the two had grown quite familiar, and Haiwen was no longer reserved. All right, thank you. Li Changhe was indeed fatigued, having gone 2 days without proper rest. After Haiwen departed, Li Changhe lay down on the kong. Fortunately, the temperature in Hulin during August was not too low, hovering around a comfortable 10 degrees. Dressed in his clothes, he was provided with a blanket by Haiwen, which sufficed for warmth. Soon, he succumbed to a deep slumber. When Li Changhe finally opened his eyes, the sky outside had darkened. He had slept until evening. Upon waking, he noticed a white porcelain jar on the nearby table, containing 2 buns and a bowl of cabbage, presumably brought back by Haiwen for lunch. Li Changhe was not particularly hungry and did not rush to eat. He then spotted several books stacked at the foot of the bed, along with paper and a pen. Approaching, he discovered they were high school textbooks from the capital, as well as some from Heilongjiang province. The notebook was filled with meticulous calculations, though some were only partially completed, and certain problems in the textbooks were marked, clearly indicating those he found challenging. After some contemplation, Li Changhe took the textbooks and notebook to the table and began to write out his thought processes for the marked problems. He focused primarily on mathematics, as he noted that many of the questions Haiwen struggled with were mathematical in nature. There were no physics or chemistry problems addressed, leading him to surmise that Haiwen was likely inclined to abandon the sciences in favor of the humanities. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Haiwen returned home on his bicycle. Upon entering, he saw Li Changhe seated at the table, engaged in writing. Changhe, you're awake. Haiwen greeted him with a smile. Li Changhe looked up and nodded. I woke up this afternoon. I reviewed your textbooks and have outlined solutions for many of the mathematics problems you marked. I noticed you haven't touched the physics or chemistry. Are you planning to focus on the humanities? Indeed, it's too late to concentrate on physics and chemistry now. I believe I must pursue the humanities. Well, to be honest, regardless of the discipline, I estimate that this year's exam questions won't be overly challenging. The state must consider various factors, particularly for those of you who were among the first to go to the countryside. Li Changhe shared his analysis with Haiwen. Come, let us go out for dinner tonight. As Li Changhe observed the twilight, he turned to Haiwen and declared, No, this time it is imperative that I treat you. I cannot always allow you to bear the cost. Moreover, you are not familiar with this place. Come, allow me to introduce you to some rare delicacies that have just arrived. At that moment, Haiwen spoke in a mysteriously enticing manner. Very well. I shall defer to your judgment. Li Changhe made no further objections, while his mind pondered the nature of Haiwen's words. Typically, upon returning to this era, One would hear the most about the flying dragon, or perhaps the wild boar, or even the black bear. At this juncture, the river-S crayfish should also be quite abundant. When it comes to the resources of this era, the Northeast truly boasts a rich bounty, aside from the high-end products. It does not pale in comparison to the capital. Upon arriving at the state-run restaurant with Haiwen, he finally comprehended what culinary delight Haiwen intended to introduce him to. Goodness! He could only exclaim in astonishment. Chapter 28. The Clash of Bears and Tigers. As Haiwen entered the establishment, he was warmly greeted by the patrons within. With a smile, he introduced Li Changhe, saying, "Changhe, this is our esteemed chef, Chen, from the state-run restaurant. Today we shall indulge in his culinary artistry. Brother Chen, do hurry and bring forth the dishes. My friend here hails from the capital and deserves a taste of your creations." "Certainly. You two take a seat. I shall tend to the fire, as the dishes are still simmering on the stove." Chen swiftly retreated to the kitchen, and shortly thereafter, he emerged carrying a clay pot. Upon lifting the lid, an enticing aroma enveloped the air. Li Changhe peered curiously, while Haiwen eagerly picked up a chopstick. "Changhe, do try it. To be honest, had it not been for your visit, I would never have dared to indulge in such delicacies." Li Changhe gazed at the slices of meat within, unable to discern the specific type, but intrigued enough to sample a morsel. Delicious. The meat was tender yet possessed a delightful gelatinous quality. Could this be bear paw? Li Changhe pondered silently. Have you figured it out? Have you had it before? Haiwen inquired, astonished that Li Changhe had made such a deduction. "No, merely a guess. It has a texture reminiscent of pig trotters, rich in gelatin, yet far more flavorful. Here in the Northeast, dishes with such a texture are likely bear paws," Li Changhe remarked with a smile, aware that this region was replete with exquisite fare. Bear paw was indeed one of the 8 culinary treasures, a truly top-tier ingredient. "You are quite perceptive. However, there is more to come." As if summoned by fate. Just as Haiwen finished speaking, Chen approached with a large platter. This time, the dish appeared to be a type of meat stew, braised to a deep hue and accompanied by an assortment of wild mountain greens. "Now do taste this," Haiwen confidently urged Li Changhe, clearly convinced that this time he would be unable to guess the dish. Li Changhe hesitantly sampled it, then shook his head. "I cannot say it is unpleasant, yet it hardly qualifies as exquisite." "What is this?" This is the meat of the mountain god, specifically tiger meat," Haiwen revealed without further preamble. Recently, a fortunate encounter befell some hunters who stumbled upon a fierce clash between a brown bear and a tiger, resulting in mutual destruction. In the Northeast, the black bear is known as the black bear, while the brown bear is significantly larger. Do these two actually engage in combat? Li Changhe expressed his astonishment. Having read numerous tales set in the Northeast, he understood that such large carnivorous animals typically avoided conflict, as both were sovereigns of the wilderness. Indeed, who would have thought? Even the seasoned hunters claim that such occurrences are exceedingly rare. They speculate that the bear, in its quest for autumnal fattening, encountered the famished mountain god, both driven to madness by hunger. In the end, those hunters reaped a substantial fortune, earning thousands in mere moments. In the state-run restaurant, news travels swiftly. Brother Chen had already gone ahead to procure bear paws and some meat. "Your arrival is quite timely. We can indulge in a taste," Haiwen remarked with a smile, then picked up a piece of tiger meat. Truth be told, such meats are more of a novelty. Whether bear or tiger, they are predominantly lean, somewhat tough, and often carry a distinct odor that requires careful preparation. Being able to sample it is a rare treat. In a few years, one might not even dare to seek it out. Li Changhe chuckled in response, although Haiwen spoke lightly of it. Such precious ingredients are certainly the crown jewels of any master chef's repertoire. For Haiwen to have secured such a delicacy is not merely a matter of wealth. This also subtly indicates that he has indeed made a name for himself in this area. Nowadays, even tigers are seldom hunted, as they have been officially designated as endangered species. However, in border regions like ours, encounters are occasionally inevitable, as in this case. Hunters claim they merely stumbled upon it, and one cannot delve too deeply into such matters. Generally, one turns a blind eye. After all, there is no count of these creatures, and who knows if they wandered over from the Soviet Union. This situation is akin to the ancient prohibition against slaughtering plowing oxen, although the court forbids it. Those who wish to indulge will always find a way, whether through illness, exhaustion, or unfortunate accidents. After the two had eaten their fill, Haiwen settled the bill, which amounted to over 40 yuan for just 2 dishes. The bear paw alone cost 35 yuan, while the braised tiger meat was priced at 8 yuan, hardly cheap. Subsequently, the two returned to Haiwen's residence. Once home, Haiwen retrieved his textbooks and began to seek Li Changhe's guidance. Although Li Changhe had written down some problem-solving approaches, Haiwen needed to fully grasp the underlying principles. Their study session extended until well past 10 o'clock. It was fortunate that Haiwen's dwelling was located in the county, where electricity was available at night. After their study, the two freshened up and then settled down on the large Kong. After a long day and a restless night, Haiwen quickly succumbed to sleep, snoring softly. In contrast, Li Changhe, who had napped extensively during the day, found himself less fatigued and began to contemplate the upcoming meeting. Eventually, he drifted into slumber amidst his musings. The following morning, Li Changhe awoke early, tidied himself up, and, noticing the lunch Haiwen had brought him the previous day, warmed it in the kitchen. The temperature in northeast China was not too high, with nighttime lows around 10 degrees, so it was still good to eat. Shortly thereafter, Haiwen rose as well, and the two shared breakfast. Following their meal, Haiwen hopped on his bicycle, leading Li Changhe towards the home of his elder sister, Li Xiaojun. Li Xiaojun's residence is situated in the Anshan village of Donglin Commune, a rural area along the border. The journey from Hulin County town spans nearly 30 kilometers, involving many mountainous paths, with only 2 buses running each day. The two of them, sharing a single bicycle, pedaled for 2 hours, stopping intermittently. They set out from home shortly after 8 in the morning, and by the time they arrived, it was already past 10. Approaching the village entrance, Li Changhe surveyed this remote rural area, where houses constructed of adobe and timber dotted the landscape. The village was characterized by its earthen paths, and the locals cast curious glances at Haiwen, who was pushing a bicycle, and Li Changhe, who carried a travel bag. Haiwen was clad in a Zhongshan suit, while Li Changhe presented a more polished appearance, adorned in a crisp white shirt, straight-cut trousers, and polished leather shoes, complemented by a stylish overcoat. Such attire was unmistakably distinguished, far removed from that of the average villager. Even among the county officials, few donned such elegant garb. Oblivious to the stares, Haiwen and Li Changhe continued their forward march. Anshan village was not particularly large, comprising merely around 200 households, with houses of varying heights scattered in a somewhat haphazard arrangement. Having visited previously, Haiwen led Li Changhe directly to Chen Aigua's residence. However, upon arriving at the front of Chen Aigua's home, they were met with an unexpected scene. The area was thronged with people, buzzing with unusual activity. Chapter 29. The reunion of siblings Li Changhe and Haiwen were under the impression that something significant had occurred, prompting them to hasten to the front. Upon arrival, they beheld a throng of individuals busily transporting items out of a building. Over a dozen young people diligently engaged in the task. They were hauling a variety of objects: dilapidated wooden crates, worn cabinets, an octagonal table, and wooden stools, all being moved outside. "Good sir, what is transpiring here?" Haiwen inquired of a bystander from the village who seemed to be observing the commotion. The villager regarded Haiwen with a hint of suspicion. His face was unfamiliar, indicating he was not a local. Given the limited flow of people during that era, a stranger in the village was easily identifiable. Aware of this, Haiwen smiled and elucidated. "I am an official from the Educated Youth Office of the Hongwei Commune. My name is Haiwen. I have come to see a friend. Chen Aigua's spouse is also an educated youth, and we are acquainted. I have business with her." "Oh, from the Educated Youth Office. I understand now." The villager nodded, then began to gossip. "In truth, there is nothing amiss. The old Chen family is merely moving. They have built a new house at the west end of the village, which was initially intended for the second son's family, Aigua, and his wife. They had persuaded the second son's family with both financial support and labor. However, they have now changed their minds and will not allow Aigua and his wife to reside there. The elder couple intends to move in themselves. Aigua is currently having a dispute with his parents." The man briefly outlined the situation, prompting immediate responses from those nearby. "I believe there should be a dispute. Uncle Chun is showing favoritism, intending to take his third son over there. The new house is meant for him. Aigua has been duped by Uncle Chun, who has taken their money and labor in vain," chimed in a younger woman in the crowd. "Ultimately, Aigua is too honest, and his wife, being an educated youth from another region, lacks local support. If only she had a brother from her family. Could she be treated so poorly?" At this moment, the surrounding individuals began to engage in animated conversation, their voices overlapping. Haiwen cast a worried glance at Li Changhe, who remained remarkably composed. Subsequently, Li Changhe, clutching his travel bag, stepped into the courtyard. "Hey, How did that person manage to enter? One villager exclaimed. Goodness, his attire is quite fine, all made of quality fabric. Look at his wrist. He must be wearing a steel watch. Is he an official from the district? The crowd, having noticed Li Changhe's entrance, could not help but comment on his distinct demeanor, which seemed incongruous with that of the locals. As he moved, some keen observers began to discuss the novelty of his presence. Who was that comrade just now? The villager who had previously spoken to Haiwan asked with curiosity. Haiwan smiled, securing his bicycle nearby. That individual is the brother-in-law of Aigua's wife, hailing from the capital. Good sir, may I leave my bicycle here for you to watch? Absolutely. I'll keep an eye on it for you. Upon learning of Li Changhe's identity, the villagers' interest was immediately piqued. The brothers from Aigua's wife's family have arrived, hailing from the capital city. What does this signify? There is certainly a spectacle to behold. In the village, there is seldom any commotion. The trivialities of daily life serve as the gossip fodder for the locals. Li Changhe stepped into the courtyard, where at its center stood a main house. Although referred to as the main house, it was, in truth, a humble earthen structure. Flanking the main house were two additional lowly earthen rooms. At the entrance of the eastern room, a young man squatted, seemingly dejected and uninclined to assist. Inside the larger earthen house, individuals were busily moving items out. Soon, they noticed Li Changhe, who stood at the entrance. The peculiar attire he donned struck them with surprise. It was not the garb of an ordinary person, but rather that of a cadre from above. Comrade, whom do you seek? Inquired Qin Laohan, who was directing the efforts and had just noticed Li Changhe. A pipe clenched between his teeth, he approached with curiosity. I am looking for Li Xiaojun, Li Changhe replied calmly. Who is Li Xiaojun? Qin Laohan instinctively queried, before a sudden realization dawned upon him. Li Xiaojun was the name of his second daughter-in-law. At that moment, the young man squatting at the doorway lifted his head in surprise, gazing at Li Changhe. He was Qin Aigua. Old Qin, this is the brother from Aigua's wife's family. Arrived from Yanjing. The onlookers, particularly the women gathered at the entrance, excitedly called out to the house, barely able to contain their laughter. Qin Laohan stood there, momentarily stunned. What is this? The brother from my daughter-in-law's family? Have they not been sent down? At that moment, the door behind Qin Aigua swung open, revealing a young woman with red-rimmed eyes emerging from within. Accompanying her was a timid little girl of 3 or 4 years, clutching her mother's leg. The young woman's appearance instantly aligned with Li Changhe's memories. She was his elder sister, Li Xiaojun. Li Xiaojun trembled as she beheld Li Changhe. The tall and handsome young man before her was her brother. Though he had grown taller and more distinguished, he was unmistakably her sibling. Changhe, Li Xiaojun gasped, her voice quivering with disbelief as she called out his name. Li Changhe nodded. Sister. The calm utterance of sister shattered the defenses Li Xiaojun had built around her heart. She quickly approached Li Changhe and threw herself into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. The hardships, grievances, and pent-up frustration she had endured over the years poured forth like a torrential flood upon the sight of her brother. Li Changhe remained silent, gently comforting her shoulders, allowing her to express the sorrow that had long resided within. Mother, mother. The little girl trailing behind Li Xiaojun also caught up, gazing at her mother, who was weeping profusely in front of Li Changhe, and soon began to cry out loud while embracing Li Xiaojun. All right, sister, stop crying. The child is following suit. Li Changhe gently patted Li Xiaojun's shoulder, offering her comfort. Finally, Li Xiaojun lifted her head from Li Changhe's shoulder, her eyes red as she looked at her daughter. At that moment, Li Changhe crouched down, unzipped his travel bag, and retrieved a delicate box. Inside was a collection of premium Shanghai white rabbit milk candies, which Xin Yuxiu had specifically purchased for her granddaughter before departing. Li Changhe opened the box and took out a piece of candy, unwrapping the blue and white paper to reveal the creamy white confection within. Sweetheart, give it a taste. This is the white rabbit candy that Grandma bought for you. The little girl hesitated, then opened her mouth to lick it and exclaimed, It's sweet. She then allowed Li Changhe to place the candy in her mouth. Li Changhe seized the opportunity to lift her into his arms, while his other hand grasped the travel bag. Sister, shall we converse inside? He softly suggested to Li Xiaojun, who nodded in agreement and led him directly into the small house. At the entrance, as Li Changhe approached, Qin Aigua instinctively stepped aside. Li Changhe did not spare him a glance and walked straight in. As for the elderly man Shun and Li Xiaojun's mother-in-law, Li Wangshi, who had emerged upon hearing the commotion, Li Changhe paid them no heed at all. Observing Li Changhe and Li Xiaojun enter the house, the onlookers outside erupted in chatter. Was that the white rabbit candy he just took out? Indeed, it is the white rabbit candy. I saw that iron box in the county supply store last time. It costs 12 yuan a box. Money is no use. You must have a ticket to buy it. They won't sell it to you without one. It seems that Aigua's family is not ordinary. Without a doubt, just look at that brother-in-law, dressed in fine fabric, wearing leather shoes, and sporting a watch, altogether worth several hundred yuan. They cannot be an ordinary family. Quiet down, the team leader has arrived. Chapter 30. Divorce or separation? Choose for yourself. Upon entering the room, Li Changhe cast a glance around and let out a sigh. The dimly lit, dilapidated rural dwelling contained little more than a large earthen Kong and a wooden table adorned with a thermos and several white bowls. To the right of the entrance stood a wooden rack, holding a red and white enamel basin alongside a few soiled towels. In his recollection, his sister had always been a fastidious and cleanliness-loving girl. Changhe, please take a seat. How are our parents? Li Xiaojun inquired eagerly as she hurried to fetch a wooden stool for him. Although she had corresponded with their parents, the letters conveyed scant information. Moreover, letters typically shared good news rather than troubles, making it difficult to ascertain the true circumstances. They are quite well. Father has resumed work and earns over 200 a month, while mother brings in 100. Together, they are now part of the high-income group. Li Changhe replied earnestly. Yes, but how is their health? I have heard. Li Xiaojun was more concerned about their parents' well-being. During her years as a sent-down youth, she encountered several retired officials, and many circumstances were better left unspoken, as they were too grim. She feared that the years had taken a toll on their parents' health. And even though they had returned to work, daily medication could be a burden. Rest assured, you know our family. Apart from our parents' generation, we trace back to peasant roots. They are merely diligent workers without entangled relationships, so they are actually doing quite well. Li Changhe said gently. In truth, Li Changhe's family was relatively stable. His parents were simply intellectuals without significant problems, which explained why Li Lishan and his wife had returned to Beijing so swiftly. That's a relief. That's a relief. Li Xiaojun murmured repeatedly, seemingly unburdening her heart. However, soon after, she fell into silence. It had been nearly a decade since she last saw Li Changhe. In her memories before leaving, her younger brother was still a mischievous little boy roaming the streets. Sister, do you wish to return? Li Changhe, noticing her silence, spoke up. Can I still go back? Li Xiaojun's dull eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope at Li Changhe's words, as she gazed at him in surprise. As the saying goes, it is easy to slide from frugality into luxury, but arduous to descend from opulence to simplicity. While she had lived well in the capital, the reality of rural life was evident. Marriage, in essence, was a refuge from hardship. The ordinary routes back were fraught with difficulties. After all, she had wed in this place, and many conditions were no longer met. In these times, there were only a few avenues to return to the city: medical retirement, recruitment, or substituting for someone else, compounded by the constraints of being an only child. Li Changhe's situation involved medical retirement or being recruited by a factory or government office, or perhaps stepping into a parental position. Lastly, there were those who were the sole offspring or had parents in dire health needing care, which also provided a means to return. Li Xiaojun previously found herself most aligned with job recruitment or substitution. However, now that she is married in the countryside, both options have become exceedingly difficult. As she absorbed this reality, the light in her eyes gradually dimmed. Indeed, who could blame her for marrying and having children? Yet, the harshness of rural life weighed heavily upon her, a young woman truly unable to endure such struggles. Li Changhe, noticing the change in Li Xiaojun's expression, did not hesitate to elaborate earnestly. Sister, I haven't finished speaking. I have come bearing good news. There is now a legitimate channel for you to return to the city. What channel? Upon hearing Li Changhe's words, Li Xiaojun's previously dimmed spirits surged once more, akin to a roller coaster, and she eagerly inquired. The college entrance examination. Over in the capital, they are already preparing to resume the exams. If you pass, in admission to university, you will acquire a cadre status and be able to relocate your household registration back to the city. If you can succeed in returning to the capital, it means you can officially bring your household back without any obstacles. Li Changhe continued. Our father sent me here specifically for this matter. I have brought the textbooks for you. You must study diligently during this period and seize this opportunity. He then revealed the materials from his travel bag, displaying the textbooks to Li Xiaojun. These include annotations from both me and father. You completed high school, and with these resources, I believe gaining admission to university will not be insurmountable. This year marks the first year of resumption. and I suspect the questions may be relatively simple. You must grasp this chance. Li Changhe earnestly urged Li Xiaojun. Trembling, Li Xiaojun accepted the textbooks, her gaze sweeping over the densely packed problem-solving techniques, and a resolute expression began to surface on her face. All right, I will participate in the examination. Yes, sister. There is one more matter to address. What will you do about your family situation? Li Changhe inquired. I am uncertain about your marital relationship with Changhe, so I wish to know your thoughts. If you feel your feelings are lukewarm and wish to return to the city without him, I can assist you in obtaining a divorce. Conversely, if you believe your relationship is intimate and do not wish to divorce, I can help you separate your households. At that moment, Li Changhe gazed seriously at Li Xiaojun, articulating his thoughts. Divorce or separation? After listening to Haiwen's account, he had resolved upon this course of action. However, he would not impose his will upon Li Xiaojun, for this was her life. The choice lay with her, primarily depending on her relationship with her husband. Actually, your brother-in-law is quite a good person. He has treated me well over the years, but some things are unavoidable. You know how it is in the countryside, where filial piety is paramount. He is aware of our parents' favoritism, but sometimes one cannot truly sever ties with them, Li Xiaojun reflected. Clearly reluctant to abandon her husband and children, Li Changhe nodded, realizing that his sister did not wish for a divorce. Their marital bond appeared to be relatively sound. Since you are reluctant to pursue a divorce, let us seize this opportunity to separate our households. Establishing separate registrations would indeed be beneficial for you. It will save you from potential complications when you enroll for the college entrance examination, as you would not be subject to any undue influence from his family. Furthermore, upon returning to the city, your household registration can be easily transferred back. When the time comes, we can assist Changhe in finding employment in the capital. Additionally, living separately will afford you the solitude necessary for your studies, allowing you to prepare without interruptions. I will handle the discussions with them. Please refrain from speaking. And go fetch Changhe, Li Changhe said earnestly to Li Xiaojun. After a moment of hesitation, Li Xiaojun nodded, rose, and proceeded to the doorway, opening the door. Aigua. Upon hearing Li Xiaojun's call, Changhe's expression changed abruptly, paling slightly. Observing her beckon, he felt an inexplicable tremor within him and hesitantly stepped into the room. Chapter 31. Li Changhe's assertiveness. As for Li Changhe himself, he harbored reservations regarding the marriage between Li Xiaojun and Changhe. The two individuals hailed from vastly different backgrounds, and Li Xiaojun's decision to marry seemed more a reluctant concession to her circumstances than a heartfelt union. Should Li Xiaojun gain admission to university or even return to the capital, the disparities between them might only widen, potentially leading to further discord in their values and interactions. Nevertheless, as long as Li Xiaojun harbored no intentions of divorce, Li Changhe felt no compulsion to intervene. Life is a personal journey, and one must tread their own path. Even as her elder brother, he would not impose his will upon Li Xiaojun's choices. Furthermore, the authenticity of their affection could be called into question. History has shown that following the return of educated youth to the city, many experienced divorces. Yet, a significant number of these individuals engaged in sham divorces, orchestrating a fade of separation only to remarry upon their return, often bringing their spouse's household registration along. As this phenomenon escalated, the authorities in the capital were compelled to amend the regulations, disallowing educated youth from divorcing to return. Only widowed individuals were permitted to do so. However, resourceful individuals devised their own strategies. Many chose to feign the death of their spouse, taking advantage of the era's convoluted documentation processes in rural areas. Once back in the city, these individuals would often re-emerge under a new identity, posing as siblings, with many remarrying without much difficulty. Thus, even if Li Changhe held doubts in his heart, he would not pressure Li Xiaojun to divorce. After all, the couple shared a child, an enduring bond between them. Could Li Changhe truly compel her to abandon her husband and child? Changhe timidly entered the room, confronting Li Changhe with little confidence. He felt aggrieved alongside his wife, only to have his plight observed by his brother-in-law, who exuded an air of authority. The chasm between rural life and urban governance was a stark reality during those times. Having a brother who consumed commercial grain bestowed considerable prestige upon their parents. "Please, have a seat," Li Changhe said casually as Changhe entered. Changhe shook his head. "No need, I can stand." "Very well, as you wish. To be candid, my parents sent me here with the intention of bringing my elder sister back. Our work has resumed, and she could easily return to her position, provided she divorces you." Li Changhe wasted no time in asserting his stance, bluntly revealing the purpose of his visit. Upon hearing this, Chen Aigua's complexion paled further. This was precisely what he feared. However, my sister does not wish to divorce. She is reluctant to part with you and the child. Li Changhe, with a calm demeanor, continued, but my sister's feelings remain unchanged. At that moment, Chen Aigua felt a surge of gratitude toward Li Xiaojun, though she averted her gaze, obscuring her expression from view. Changhe, I too do not wish for a divorce at that moment. Chen Aigua summoned his courage and spoke to Li Changhe. Li Changhe merely chuckled disdainfully. Chen Aigua, given the circumstances of your family, do you truly believe I would consent to allow my sister to endure such suffering here? During the day, she toils outside, and upon returning home, she must still bear the brunt of your parents' ire. I have heard from friends that even my niece is not cherished by her grandparents. Is that correct? The bias towards sons over daughters is indeed severe. If you wish to avoid divorce, that is acceptable, but I must ensure my elder sister has some security here. Upon hearing Li Changhe's words, Chen Aigua's face showed a flicker of uncertainty. Changhe, what kind of security do you seek? Divorce or separation? Choose one. Either part ways with my sister, or if you wish to remain together, go speak to your parents about a separation. Thereafter, you shall live independently. You are both capable workers, and each year, you two should be able to set aside a considerable amount, correct? Moreover, it is my understanding that my parents frequently remit money to my elder sister. Thus, you two should have quite a sum at your disposal. Li Changhe said calmly to Chen Aigua. Of course, he suspected that those funds were unlikely to be in Li Xiaojun's possession. As expected, an awkward expression crossed Chen Aigua's face. The money has all gone into building houses. So what? Is this matter to be settled in such a manner? If you are such a spineless individual, I find it unnecessary to continue this discussion. I will not allow my sister to remain here, supporting not only you, but your entire family as well. Even if we were to leave with the child, we would thrive in the capital without worry for sustenance. At that moment, Li Changhe's tone had grown exceedingly cold. Meanwhile, Chen Aigua felt a lump rise in his throat. Is he truly considering a divorce with Li Xiaojun and allowing her to take Nunyo away? No, absolutely not. Chen Aigua's resolve crystallized instantly, his gaze resolute. I will negotiate for a separation. He had once borne the pressure to marry Li Xiaojun, showcasing a tenacity. However, over the years, this tenacity had faltered before his parents, and Li Xiaojun, lacking a strong will, did not exert pressure on Chen Aigua. Now that Li Changhe had arrived, the weight of pressure bore down upon him like a mountain, presenting him with an ultimatum. Chen Aigua quickly solidified his choice. He then turned and exited. Moments later, the courtyard erupted in chaos. A separation? I will not agree. Your father and I are still alive, and yet you contemplate separation. How heartless can you be? You have married and forgotten your mother, have you not? Oh, heavens, how could you have given birth to such an ungrateful son? Hearing the sharp cries, it was undoubtedly Chen Aigua's mother. She was always quick to lament, employing her tears as a means to coerce him. Li Xiaojun heard the commotion outside and couldn't help but let out a sigh, her face filled with helplessness. Li Changhe chuckled, remarking that it seemed as though some spirit of the Zhang family had possessed her, especially since her husband was still alive. Otherwise, she would have surely uttered something like, "Open your eyes and see, rid us of these heartless vermin." Rest assured, sister, just stay inside for now. Li Changhe then opened the door and stepped outside. As he emerged, the gaze of the crowd immediately fell upon him. It's you. It's all you're doing, they exclaimed, accusing him of instigating his son's rebellion against the family. You heartless traitors, you should have been dealt with years ago. Suddenly, Chen Wangshe, upon seeing Li Changhe, recognized the mastermind behind the chaos and stormed towards him, hurling insults and attempting to claw at him. However, she was quick. But Li Changhe was quicker. Before she could even finish her tirade, he delivered a decisive slap. In that moment, everyone present was taken aback by his resoluteness. Li Changhe was unperturbed, with the prospect of a family division or divorce looming. Did he truly need to spare the feelings of such relatives? Dare to utter another word, and I shall strike you again. Who do you think you are to curse my parents? The country has reinstated our livelihoods, yet you dare to act so brazenly. What about your insults when you were using our family's money to build your house? Did you forget that this money came from the very person you now deride? Disgusting. Your son may indulge you, but I certainly will not. Mark my words, I initiated this division, with a heart as blackened as yours. I refuse to let my sister remain here. You have two choices, divorce or separation. Make your choice. At that moment, Li Changhe exuded an overwhelming authority that silenced the crowd. Just then, a young man resembling Chen Aigua, his eyes glistening with anger, rushed forward and swung his fist at Li Changhe. He was none other than Chen Aijuan, Chen Aigua's younger brother. With a cold smirk, Li Changhe seized Chen Aijuan's arm, effortlessly lifting him overhead with a swift maneuver. Chen Aijuan, weighing around 150 to 160 pounds, was no challenge for Li Changhe. With a thud, Chen Aijuan was slammed to the ground. Fortunately, the courtyard was made of soft earth, so the fall wasn't too harsh. Dazed, Chen Aijuan lay there, while the onlookers were once again astonished. Here was a young man over 1.7 meters tall, easily lifted and thrown by Li Changhe, showcasing a remarkable display of strength. Anyone who dares to challenge, step forward. Let us see who else is willing, Li Changhe declared, firmly planting his foot on Chen Aijuan's back, asserting his dominance over the crowd. In rural areas, brawling is rather commonplace. Even fraternal brothers occasionally resort to severe violence. Li Changhe had long contemplated this reality and was notably ruthless in his actions, though he refrained from inflicting fatal harm. He understood the necessity of instilling fear among the onlookers, for otherwise, certain clan members would be inclined to swarm in. As anticipated, Li Changhe's ferocity effectively intimidated those present, leaving even the elder Chen momentarily speechless. The crowd exchanged glances, yet none dared to intervene. Typically, in a village, when one is wronged, their kin would rally to their aid, ensuring that no harm befell them. However, the current predicament involved the relatives of the Chun family themselves. As the saying goes, in the grand scheme of things, the maternal uncle holds the most power. Li Xiaojun's brother, Chen Aigua's brother-in-law, had come to defend his sister, making this an internal family matter, even though some of those present were also members of the Chun clan. Intervening in such a situation proved to be quite challenging. Moreover, Li Changhe's earlier display of aggression and ruthless intent clearly indicated that he was not to be trifled with. Chen Aigua, you spineless coward. You stand idly by as your parents and your brother are bullied. You are utterly devoid of conscience. Chen Wangshi, upon witnessing the lack of support and seeing her youngest son being dealt with, could no longer contain her fury and began to berate him anew. At that moment, Chen Aigua remained somewhat dazed. He had not anticipated that Li Changhe would suddenly strike, let alone assault his mother. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a sense of satisfaction, as he believed his mother deserved such treatment. Li Changhe had accomplished what he had longed to do, but had neither the courage nor the ability to execute. Enough. Everyone. Cease this at once. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from the crowd, followed by several elderly farmers who entered with grim expressions. You must take charge, my third uncle. As an elder, upon seeing the newcomers, Chen Wangshi seemed to have found her ally and began to throw a tantrum once more. Silence. The newcomers were none other than the village captain, Chen Xiling, who exuded authority and first directed a sharp rebuke at Chen Wangshi. He then turned his piercing gaze toward Li Changhe. Comrade, let us discuss this matter inside. Let us not create a spectacle in the courtyard that invites ridicule, shall we? Chapter 32. The ancestor's tomb is emitting blue smoke. The main house now stood desolate, devoid of any furnishings. Thus, under the directive of Captain Chen Xiling, the previously moved 8 immortals table and long benches were returned. After all, a meeting necessitated a place to sit. Aigua, you too come in. Chen Xiling called out to Chen Aigua, who was standing dumbfounded at the doorway. Soon, a group gathered inside, encircling the 8 immortals table. Fourth brother, what transpired today? After all, it was your nephew who came to visit. How could it escalate to violence after all these years? Chen Xiling sighed, looking at Chen Laohan with resignation. Chen Laohan was the fourth in the family hierarchy. Upon hearing Chen Xiling's inquiry, he feigned a look of bewilderment. Third brother, no one knew he was coming. He didn't give any prior notice. As soon as he arrived, he started hitting people, dragging in talk of separation and divorce, even striking Aigua's mother. I still feel as though I'm in a dream. Although Chen Laohan lacked formal education, he had grown shrewd over the years. Keenly aware of the need to assert a moral high ground with the village captain present, Chen Xiling regarded him intently before turning to Li Changhe, gently advising, Nephew, we are all relatives here. Is there not a way to communicate without causing a scene for all to witness, making us the subject of ridicule? Li Changhe scoffed, a derisive smile on his lips. Captain Chen, let us speak plainly. My sister has become a laughingstock in your village over the years. I stood outside just now and overheard others mock her, saying she has no brothers to support her, which has led to her being bullied like this. To be honest, I too was a sent-down youth, and I have seen my share of biased families, but the level of favoritism here is indeed rare. Both are sons. Yet it seems the third was raised by his biological mother, while the second was raised by a stepmother. At this point, the notion of family ties seems moot. Moreover, we hail from the capital, a world away from here. Whether we shall meet again in this lifetime remains uncertain. Let us be straightforward. Either you proceed with the divorce, and I will take my sister and her children away. After all, I have heard of a girl you hold in disdain, one who pales in comparison to your eldest grandson, or you may separate the households, allowing my sister to live independently. Li Changhe was not inclined to engage in lengthy disputes with the Qin family. Grassroots officials possess their own set of logic and methods. Relentless arguing only ensnares one in their verbal traps. The most effective approach is to cut through the chaos decisively. Uncle, do not be so agitated. Even if you facilitate your sister's divorce, she remains a sent-down youth. Can she truly return? Chen Xiling remarked lightly. Li Changhe, with a dismissive smile, retorted, Captain Chen. Do you think I came here merely to observe? To speak frankly, my father currently holds the position of an associate professor at a university, ranked at level 4. While my mother is classified as a level 16 official, my wife's family holds an even higher status. On our side, my maternal grandfather receives a salary within the administrative level 5. Given our family's standing, if it weren't for my sister's relocation to the countryside, do you think the Qin family could ever be associated with us? Would it be too difficult for my sister to return to the city? In truth, we could facilitate her direct return. However, my parents are reluctant. After all, my sister is married and has children here, and we do not wish to be seen as a family that abandons its spouse and children. Thus, my parents sent me to assess the situation in person, and to my astonishment, the reality was quite startling. There are certain truths I refrain from voicing, but Captain Chen, as the leader of your brigade, you should be well aware of the life my sister leads. Li Changhe retorted without reservation. As for the mentioned ranks, my parents' positions are indeed genuine, while the claims regarding my grandfather are mere exaggerations. Let them speculate about the administrative level 5. After all, can those here truly venture to the capital for verification? Unsurprisingly, upon hearing Li Changhe's words, Chen Xiling's expression shifted dramatically. What kind of status must one hold to be at that level? Yet, judging by Li Changhe's demeanor, he certainly does not appear to be fabricating his claims. The crux of the matter is that Chen Xiling finds himself in an awkward position because, to a certain extent, Li Changhe speaks the truth and has a valid point. Moreover, Li Changhe's defiant attitude bears a striking resemblance to those offspring of committee directors from the provincial capital whom he encountered in the county years ago. Do not assume that there were no privileged classes back then. In fact, some individuals were even more arrogant and unrestrained. Chen Xiling then turned his gaze towards Chen Aigua, who was huddled in the corner, furrowing his brow. Aigua, this matter ultimately pertains to your family. What is your stance? Chen Xiling inquired again. Chen Aigua glanced at Li Changhe, then at his parents, and resolutely declared, Uncle San, I do not wish to divorce Xiaojun. I want to separate and live independently. You little rascal. Fourth. At that moment, old man Chen, fuming with anger, stood up as if to strike Chen Aigua, but was sternly halted by Chen Xiling. I shall not agree to a separation. If it comes to that, divorce her and take your sister away. At this point, Chen Wangshe ceased her brazen remarks. No matter how fierce she was, she understood the implications of administrative level 5. I will not divorce. Upon hearing his mother advocate for divorce, Chen Aigua immediately countered. Li Changhe scoffed disdainfully, stating, It matters not. If divorced, we will return to the capital. Even if my sister brings her child, it will not be difficult for her to find a partner. In this day and age, there are plenty of older educated youth returning to the city. However, your 2 sons, so young, would carry the stigma of divorce. I wonder who would dare to marry into the Qin family then. Once word spreads that you forced your second son to divorce for the sake of the youngest, your family's reputation will be tarnished. And it will be no surprise if good families steer clear of such a disreputable household. Li Changhe's sarcastic remarks infuriated both Old Man Chen and Chen Wangshe. Yet their faces betrayed a hint of fear. In this day and age, rural customs are far more conservative than those in urban areas. A divorce in any household becomes the laughingstock of the entire neighborhood. After all, the adage marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog. Follow the dog still holds much sway in the countryside. If Chen Aigua were to divorce, it would not only tarnish his reputation, but it would also make it exceedingly difficult for their youngest son to find a partner, as no respectable family would want to be associated with such a household. Don't speak so harshly, said Chen Xiling, somewhat helplessly addressing Li Changhe. Let us discuss this between the two of us. You go and reconnect with your sister for the time being, all right? Li Changhe understood that Chen Xiling was likely attempting to mediate between the elderly couple. He then stepped outside, feeling a bit awkward upon seeing Haiwen waiting by the door, having completely forgotten about him in the midst of the situation. Come on, let us head inside. Li Changhe urged, leading Haiwen into the room where Li Xiaojun and the others were gathered. Once Li Changhe had departed, Chen Xiling let out a sigh. Old Four, your aunt is quite a formidable character. The reason for his hasty arrival is likely that someone informed him. A young official from the county brought Li Changhe here, so he had to come and see for himself. And what of it? We are the masters of the people now. Can he still reign supreme? Chen Wangshu asserted, her tone now emboldened by Li Changhe's absence. Chen Xiling cast her a sympathetic glance, recognizing the folly in her words. Old Four, let us not take your aunt's words to heart. Just consider those young men who came to hunt in the mountains over the past few years. Their demeanor and swagger. Think of it. They were well fed and well treated from the region to the county to the commune, and they had militia protection while hunting, all for mere amusement. Just recently, I heard those individuals have all been apprehended. Apprehended? What for? Old Man Chen asked, surprised, recalling how imposing those young men had appeared. What else could it be? The higher-ups have fallen, and those men committed numerous wrongdoings over the years. How could they escape punishment? Moreover, let us be honest, ever since Xiaojun entered your family, she has worked tirelessly. The profits from Aigua each year have certainly been in your hands, and with the two children so dedicated, can you truly be that biased? It's no wonder that Haiwen's uncle is upset. I would be too if I were in his shoes. What are you two doing? Previously, living under the same roof was merely a matter of sharing meals, and I couldn't say much. But now, you've used Aigua's hard-earned money to build a new house, only to turn around and have old three move in? Ask around the neighborhood, who conducts themselves in such a manner. As Chen Xiling spoke, his voice grew increasingly heated. At that moment, Old Man Chen could only speak the truth. Third brother, to be honest, it's not that we intentionally slighted Aigua and his wife. It's just that not long ago, the eldest returned and mentioned that a female employee from the timber factory was interested in introducing a match for Old Three. In our thoughts, we aim to bolster the confidence of the youngest, as the local girl from the forest farm would be more amiable upon seeing a new home. We contemplate that once the youngest settles down, the couple could save some money to assist the patriotic couple, enabling them to renovate the old house. However, unexpectedly today, someone from the Li family has arrived. Listening to the words of Old Man Chen Xiling finds himself at a loss to elevate the youngest standing. They sacrificed the interests of the second. It is rather late to discuss this now, as the nephew of the girl has calculated their situation with utmost clarity. They must either amicably separate from the patriotic couple or force a divorce, taking Xiaojun away. I reiterate, once a divorce occurs, not only will it affect the patriotic one, but also the youngest prospects for courtship, which I fear will also falter. In these times, which respectable family allows their child to divorce? Furthermore, how is it that you both fail to perceive the gravity of the situation? Xiaojun now belongs to a family far removed from ordinary laborers. They are all officials, with some even holding significant positions. Given the lineage of our Chen family, can we truly aspire to cross the threshold of such a household? Why do you insist on opposing them? They hail from the capital. Just consider, if the eldest were to inform the girl from the forest farm that the youngest sister-in-law comes from a prominent family in the capital, how would she perceive that? At such a crucial moment, you two cannot discern reality. Perhaps it is merely through the folly of the patriotic one that he finds himself fortunate, as Xiaojun has not abandoned you nor expressed a desire for divorce. Such fortunes, earned over generations, how can you fail to cherish them? At this moment, Chen Xiling, filled with frustration, chastises them sternly. After all, he is the captain of the brigade, possessing a broader perspective than Old Man Chen and his wife. Occasionally, during conversations with officials from the commune or even the county, he picks up on some gossip and boasts. Now, he finds himself with ample reasons to boast as well. Goodness, within the administrative level 5, what rank does that signify? The ancestral grave of the old Chen family must surely be rejoicing. Chapter 33, Hunting and Ginseng. Oftentimes, local officials may be less effective than those who are directly involved. It is akin to encountering an upright security guard in a community. Seeking the manager may not yield results, yet consulting the head of the security team certainly will. Chen Xiling, as the captain of the entire village brigade, holds considerable authority within this community. After all, in this era, the allocation of work points and rations rests solely in the hands of the brigade leader. In the side room, Li Xiaojun was engaged in conversation with Haiwen and Li Changhe when Chun Aigua entered through the door. "Xiaojun, let us proceed to the main house. Our mother wishes for us to discuss the matter of dividing the family assets." He turned to Li Changhe, stating earnestly, "You should come too. I will not attend. This is an internal affair of the Qin family. You may handle it among yourselves." Li Changhe waved his hand, signaling his disinterest. His only desire was for the outcome of the division to secure an independent environment for his elder sister. The manner in which the family was divided mattered little to him, for it was a concern of the Qin family alone. Even if Chun Aigua and Li Xiaojun were inclined to accept the disadvantage, it was of no concern to him. Frankly, given the limited space in the village, it was uncertain whether Li Xiaojun would even reside there in the future, even if she were to falter academically, failing to gain admission to university. Li Changhe's modest earnings could still afford his sister a life of comfort. "Haiwen, do you think we could seize an opportunity in the coming days to procure a few firearms and venture into the mountains for hunting? There should still be quite a few wild boars in the woods." Li Changhe, brimming with enthusiasm, was discussing the prospect of hunting with Haiwen. The vicinity of Hulin lies adjacent to the border, and the nearby Wandishan is a branch of the Changhe Mountains, rich in resources. Numerous wild creatures such as wild boars, black bears, wolves, lynxes, roe deer, and sika deer abound. Furthermore, precious medicinal herbs like ginseng and reishi mushrooms are plentiful. Reflecting on the narratives of the past, one cannot help but recall that the protagonists of such tales were often adept hunters, thriving even in times of famine where meat was abundant. The prospect of unearthing a century-old ginseng root in an era when the average wage was merely 20 to 30 yuan, allowing for monthly earnings in the tens of thousands, was indeed exhilarating. However, to Li Changhe's surprise, the moment he mentioned hunting, Haiwen's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily raised his hand to interject. "No, please do not entertain such thoughts." "What is the matter?" Li Changhe asked, perplexed, sensing Haiwen's palpable fear. With a serious demeanor, Haiwen replied, "Do not assume that just because we recently enjoyed bear paw, hunting is a trivial endeavor. It is replete with peril. Let me clarify. The firearms we currently possess are not sufficiently lethal against large predators, unless you manage to strike their eye or penetrate their skull with a single shot. The typical bullet's penetrative power is inadequate. Otherwise, when struck by creatures such as wild boars, black bears, or tigers, the effect is minimal. Should these ferocious beasts become agitated and charge at you, a collision with a wild boar or a scratch from a black bear could result in severe injury or worse. Not to mention encountering the mountain deity, many individuals, when faced with a tiger, dare not even move, let alone raise a firearm. Furthermore, to strike a moving animal is no simple feat. It demands extraordinary marksmanship. Hunting here occurs in due season, with militia teams organized to venture into the mountains collectively. To speak of other matters, the depths of the forests are fraught with thickets and shadows, where a tiger, leopard, bear, or wolf might lurk, unseen. This endeavor is far from the leisurely pursuit you envision. Of course, if you wish to enter the nearby woods to hunt a pheasant or a bird, that is feasible, and I suspect there are firearms available in the village. However, do not entertain thoughts of hunting boars or bears. In years past, a few audacious youths from the provincial capital, armed with several firearms and accompanied by militia members, ventured into the mountains. They first encountered a herd of wild boars, which scattered in chaos, and then faced a bear. Tragically, 3 militia members perished, and the youths suffered severe injuries, with one grievously bitten by the bear, resulting in a debilitating injury. Ultimately, they did manage to kill a bear and a few wild boars, but the casualties rendered the spoils utterly insignificant. One might perceive hunting as a refined pastime through the lens of literature. Yet I have witnessed seasoned hunters perish or vanish without a trace year after year in these mountains. To be lost in the depths of the forest, quite frankly, often signifies death. I implore you to abandon this notion. With earnest concern, Haiwen urged, and after a moment's contemplation, Li Changhe could only nod in agreement. Very well. As an individual lacking any extraordinary talents, his chances of success in the mountains were indeed bleak, especially without any practice in marksmanship. He would likely return empty-handed. By the way, do you know if there are any locals around here who have unearthed high-quality wild ginseng or similar treasures? I cannot return empty-handed from this trip. Bringing back some local specialties would be quite commendable. Li Changhe inquired with curiosity. It is said that northeast China boasts 3 treasures, one of which is ginseng. Since he was already here, he ought to procure some to take home. Aside from that, there's the prospect of profit. Even if the ginseng is harvested by locals, it is likely sold to state-run collection points, where the prices are not particularly high. However, once it reaches the capital and is delivered to places like Tongrintang, the price undoubtedly escalates. Therein lies the profit margin. In his previous life, Changhe had read a novel set in the 1980s about the lucrative trade of red ginseng, where one could effortlessly earn substantial sums. While he did not harbor such grand ambitions, in this era, one could not engage in such extensive dealings. However, procuring a few pieces to keep at home and selling the remainder individually would not be a loss. As for this matter, I cannot provide you with any concrete information. It would be more prudent to consult the locals rather than rely on me, as my work is primarily within the commune, and I am unaware of what the villagers have dug up. Those who find ginseng in the mountains tend to keep it confidential. They either sell it to herbal companies in the county or retain it for themselves. If you wish to inquire, I suggest asking your brother-in-law, as they possess connections. Ideally, you should consult the captain of their brigade, while they may lack knowledge in other matters. They are likely informed about which households in the neighboring brigade have unearthed quality wild ginseng. Certainly, there is cultivation here. If you wish to purchase ginseng, such as sun-dried red ginseng, I can assist you in obtaining some. However, a large quantity would be unfeasible, as the herbal companies are keeping a close watch. Haiwan spoke earnestly to Changhe. Changhe nodded, deep in thought. At that moment, the door swung open once more, and Changhe and Shaowan entered with expressions of delight. Have you finished distributing? Changhe inquired with a smile, observing Xujuan's demeanor. Yes. They allocated us the new house, but we need to supplement Changhe's parents with an additional 200 yuan, as they contributed to the purchase as well. And we will provide them with 5 yuan a month for their retirement, 250 each. Changhe, I used the money that our parents just gave us, Shaowan said hesitantly, revealing the agreement to Changhe. Previously, when they were alone in the room, Changhe had entrusted her with the 1,000 yuan their parents had given him. Xiaojuan's willingness to generously agree to compensate Changhe's parents with 200 yuan stemmed from the confidence of having that 1,000 yuan as a cushion. However, she felt a twinge of anxiety in front of Changhe. Changhe chuckled, "You needn't worry about my opinion. The money our parents gave you is yours to use as you see fit, as long as you two do not feel at a disadvantage." Upon hearing Changhe's words, both Changhe and Shaowan exhaled in relief, genuinely concerned that Changhe might be dissatisfied with the terms of the division and create further complications. "Changhe, third uncle asked me to inquire if you would like to join him and Haiwan for dinner tonight. What do you think?" Changhe recalled Chen Shiling's request, hesitantly addressing Changhe. "Sure, that sounds fine." Changhe readily agreed. Chen Shiling, who is still the team leader, has a good relationship with him, which is advantageous for Changhe, especially since Shaowan will remain in the village for at least another 6 months. Moreover, he is eager to discuss matters regarding the old mountain ginseng. Chapter 34, Returning to Beijing. Haven, elder sister, I am departing. At the entrance of the Huling County train station, Changhe handed his niece Nyonyo to his elder sister, Li Xiaojun, and then waved goodbye to her family and Haven. With a heart full of regret, he boarded the train back to Beijing. Changhe had spent 3 days in Huling County, during which he helped his sister tidy up her new home and took her shopping in the county town, purchasing items such as Nyonyo's new clothes. He opted for high-end garments and products that did not require tickets, as he lacked the necessary documentation for this region. Moreover, Changhe had initially contemplated acquiring some valuable items, but after gaining insight into the situation, he was filled with frustration. The times have betrayed me. At this moment, Changhe's travel bag contained merely 2 aged ginseng roots wrapped in pine bark. These were not the century-old kind, according to the ginseng experts. They were approximately 50 or 60 years old, 2 4th-grade ginseng roots. This was a fortunate acquisition, facilitated by Chen Shiling, who helped him procure these from seasoned ginseng dealers. Such century-old 6th-grade ginseng roots were now a rarity in the mountains. Even if found, they would be quickly sold off. Ginseng hunters typically roam the mountains accompanied by a group, as solitary foragers are exceedingly scarce. Those who venture into the mountains must earn their keep. Good finds cannot be kept secret, as medicinal companies are quick to catch wind of them. As for Changhe's aspirations for ginseng trafficking, they were swiftly quashed over a drink at Chen Shiling's table. Chen Shiling made it clear that the current climate was not conducive to speculation. According to the directive issued in February 1970 concerning corruption and speculation, any unlicensed entity, or individual was prohibited from engaging in commercial activities, and no unapproved products were allowed for sale. In simple terms, even if Li Changhe purchased red ginseng from rural farmers, he might not be able to sell it in the capital, as state-run pharmacies would refuse to accept it without proper documentation and might even report him. Ultimately, Li Changhe relinquished his trafficking ambitions, recognizing the impending college entrance examinations made such risks unnecessary. The last thing he wanted was to jeopardize his qualifications due to a potential report. In the end, he settled for purchasing 2 fourth-grade ginseng roots from the seasoned dealers, which cost him nearly 400 yuan, 200 yuan each. The price was somewhat steep, but according to the dealers, these would fetch at least 150 yuan each in state-run pharmacies. They were not short on money, and what they kept were of excellent quality. Li Changhe did not mind the extra few yuan. He accepted the 200 yuan price without bargaining. He intended to take one home for his father and keep the other as a token of goodwill for his future father-in-law. Moreover, Li Changhe was confident that these seasoned dealers likely had access to superior goods, possibly even 5th-grade or 6th-grade ginseng kings, or at least knew who did. However, such treasures are not easily revealed nor readily sought after by buyers. Li Changhe currently lacks the means to procure such an item. A century-old mountain ginseng of the 6th grade, even when sold to a state-run pharmacy, commands a starting price exceeding 2,000. Naturally, Li Changhe did not allow Chen Xiling to suffer a loss, subtly imparting a piece of information regarding a potential reform in a rural area. Li Changhe recalled that next year, the household contract responsibility system would likely emerge, prompting changes at the grassroots level in the village, such as the abolition of production teams in favor of village committees. He could not recall the specific timeline, thus he refrained from disclosing it to Chen Xiling, merely advising him of the intention from above to modify the grassroots organizations so that Chen Xiling could prepare in advance. He believed that when the changes finally occurred, Chen Xiling would hold even greater respect for Li Changhe's channels of information. As for whether the news would leak, Li Changhe was indifferent. After all, in this era, false information abounds, and many arrangements from above are subject to constant alteration, rendering them quite chaotic and inconsequential. Meanwhile, apart from the ginseng, Haiwen had also procured for Li Changhe a remarkable item, tiger bone wine. Having consumed tiger meat, it was certain that someone had also infused the bones into wine. Before departing, Haiwen assisted Li Changhe in acquiring a well-sealed bottle of tiger bone wine, which contained not only tiger bones, but also numerous medicinal herbs. According to Haiwen, the wine needed to be sealed for at least 6 months before it could be consumed, with the optimal effects achieved after a year. Li Changhe, being youthful, was in no hurry to indulge and decided to store it for the time being. Of course, there was also the famed wine made from another part of the tiger. But when Li Changhe inquired out of curiosity, Haiwen advised him to abandon the thought. There were plenty of eyes on that wine, including many local leaders, making any covert purchase impossible. On the train, Li Changhe sat in a hard seat, grasping his travel bag, with a long journey still ahead. This return trip took him a full 3 days, as he had rested overnight in Harbin along the way. Otherwise, the relentless train rides would have been unbearable. Yet, despite this, when Li Changhe finally emerged from the train station in the capital, he bore deep dark circles under his eyes. This time, he did not skimp on expenses. He forewent the tricycle and hailed a Warsaw taxi directly. In this day and age, taxi fares vary by brand. For instance, a Warsaw taxi has a base fare of 2 yuan for the first 2 kilometers, with an additional charge of 30 cents per kilometer beyond that, and waiting time also incurs a cost of 30 cents per minute. The journey from the train station to his home, approximately 15 kilometers, ultimately cost Li Changhe 5 yuan and 95 cents. However, the expense was worthwhile, as he was solely focused on obtaining some much-needed sleep. Upon returning home, it was still early. His parents had not yet returned from work. Li Changhe placed his belongings in the room and immediately collapsed into bed. The slumber he experienced was immensely comfortable, a stark contrast to the accommodations he had endured previously. After all, the lodgings of that era typically consisted of shared rooms, with the luxurious single rooms reserved for officials, inaccessible to the average person. When Li Changhe finally awoke, it was to the enticing aroma of home-cooked meals. His stomach was growling, demanding sustenance. As Li Changhe emerged from the house and made his way to the kitchen, he startled Shen Yuxiu, who was inside. "When did you return?" Shen Yuxiu inquired, her surprise evident. "I came back this afternoon and have been napping inside," he replied. "I thought you hadn't returned since your door was shut. By the way, how is your elder sister? Do share the news." "Everything is well. When I visited, They had just finished building their new house and were living independently. I must say, their new home is quite commendable for a rural setting. And the money I brought allowed them to purchase new furniture. My sister has been diligently preparing for her exams, aiming to return to the capital for the college entrance examination, and I believe she will succeed. Li Changhe refrained from speaking ill of Changhe, considering the matters there had been resolved. Moreover, Li Xiaojun had not divorced, and it was highly likely that Changhe would accompany her to the capital. He felt it unnecessary to create discord between the couple, especially in an era already fraught with familial tragedies. That is reassuring. Knowing your sister is doing well puts us at ease, Shen Yuxiu exclaimed. Just the other day, I dreamt she was suffering there, and upon waking, my heart ached for her. Now, I feel relieved. By the way, my son, I almost forgot to ask, why are there so many letters in your room? Those 2 large bags are filled to the brim. I opened a few and found some even contained money and food vouchers. Where are they from? They're all addressed to Ling Jue. Who is Ling Jue? Is that you? At this moment, Shen Yuxiu, holding a dish, curiously directed her questions at Li Changhe. Li Changhe was taken aback. What is this? There are money and food vouchers in the letters? Are readers really this affluent these days? Chapter 35. The current readers are truly supportive. Mom, you haven't touched that money and those tickets, have you? Li Changhe inquired curiously while savoring his meal. I opened a few envelopes, and upon discovering the money and ration tickets inside, I promptly returned them. They are all in that bag, Shen Yuxiu replied, candidly admitting that the moment she saw the money and tickets, she was uncertain how to react and hastily tucked them back away. All right, I will take a look later, Li Changhe remarked, finishing his meal swiftly before retrieving a ginseng package. What is this? Li Lishan asked, intrigued by the item Li Changhe held. A ginseng package, which I purchased from Hulin. This is an authentic old mountain ginseng of excellent quality. Dad, you should brew some medicinal wine yourself. You can inquire at Tongrentang or ask any familiar friends to help you prepare it. A bit of it now, and then would be beneficial for your health. Li Lishan was not particularly fond of alcohol. However, those of their generation had endured considerable hardships in recent years, and their bodies undoubtedly bore the marks of such trials. Li Changhe refrained from taking on this responsibility himself, understanding his own health limitations. Thus, he encouraged Li Lishan to consult a doctor or an acquaintance who could concoct a medicinal wine tailored to his needs. After all, the combination of ginseng with various traditional Chinese herbs would yield differing therapeutic focuses. Oh, Li Lishan, curious, accepted the ginseng package and carefully opened it, marveling at the ginseng within. So this is what old mountain ginseng looks like. It's quite an eye-opener today, he remarked with a sense of wonder. Li Changhe was somewhat astonished. Really, Dad? You've never seen old mountain ginseng? Upon hearing Li Changhe's question, Li Lishan chuckled. Of course, I haven't. When your father and I were young, we had no money. By the time I graduated from university and began teaching, the new China had just been established, and we were solely focused on our research. The country's material resources were scarce, and our salaries were modest, especially while raising you 2 siblings. And then, as time passed, we worked at the farm school, toiling day in and day out. It was only now, with your father's salary having increased a bit, that we could even consider ginseng, which has always been a premium medicinal herb. We could never afford it. Shen Yuxiu interjected, providing context. Indeed. All right, Li Changhe nodded, realizing he had underestimated the situation. You didn't just come back with gifts for Dad, did you? Shen Yuxiu pressed further. Li Changhe promptly replied, you also have some. I brought back a few mountain products, including some Ganoderma and frog oil for your nourishment. Who are you referring to? I meant Lin Lin. She is now dating you, helping you buy tickets and clothing. You didn't bring her anything? Oh, that. Of course I did. Li Changhe, not being the stereotypical man of this era, had been influenced by contemporary sensibilities and was aware of this aspect. Initially, he had intended to gift Zhu Lin a fur coat. Given that September was fast approaching and the capital would soon turn chilly, winters in Yanjing were notoriously cold. However, after seeing the prices, he concluded that he had been rather reckless. In the end, he could only purchase a single woolen sweater. As for the fit, he had to rely on the sales assistant's estimation based on his height and weight. After all, in these times, the emphasis on tailored fits had faded. Most garments were quite loose. That would suffice. Do pay more attention, and don't be so careless, Shen Yuxiu advised Li Changhe once more. To be honest, finding such a daughter-in-law as Zhu Lin filled Shen Yuxiu with immense joy, and she had boasted about it frequently during this period. After finishing the meal, Li Changhe returned to his room. Upon noticing the 2 large bags of letters in the corner, he approached them. He opened the top few envelopes, and indeed, found some containing money and others with food coupons. Ah, a grand unity, as he glimpsed a corner of the currency peeking from an envelope. He quickly discerned the entirety of it. There was quite a sum. Changhe then pulled out this letter and began to read. Comrade Ling Jue, greetings. I am a young intellectual sent down to the countryside from the metropolis, currently stationed in Nangguang. I wholeheartedly resonate with the article you penned. Well, how flattering. Not only praise, but a monetary gift as well. Truly the mark of a wealthy benefactor. After a cursory glance, he stuffed the money and letter back into the envelope. Next, he opened another letter, only to find it devoid of money or coupons. Comrade Ling Jue, I must correct you. Your depiction of the young intellectual's rural life is inaccurate. We do not experience what you describe. Upon reading the opening line, Changhe calmly tucked the letter back away. This was a didactic individual, one who preferred to instruct others on writing rather than penning their own thoughts. How idle. Then, with a spirit of chance, he tore open another envelope. This one was better left unopened. The opening line accused him. Ling Jue, you wretched person, hiding among the young intellectuals, how dare you slander us? Goodness. This fellow had a fiery temperament, launching directly into a tirade without preamble. Changhe proceeded to open a few more letters, encountering a mixture of praise and derision, as well as some sharing of personal experiences. These could indeed provide ample material. He estimated the total amount of money to be around 20 yuan, with the largest denomination being a 10 yuan bill, while the rest consisted of 1 and 2 yuan notes. The food coupons were nationwide ones, totaling about 10 jin, along with various other scattered tickets. Yet, this was merely a fraction. Changhe had barely opened 1/10 of the contents. If this ratio held, the 2 large bags of letters could easily yield a sum of 100 to 180 yuan, along with dozens of jin of food coupons. Alas, if these were rewards from decades hence, he would have accepted them without hesitation, as society would have flourished by then, and money would be abundant. 1 or 2 yuan would be trivial. But now, everyone was struggling to meet their basic needs. Could he truly accept this money? Moreover, he was destined to become a billionaire, a man standing atop the social hierarchy. Could he really be concerned about such trifles? These individuals were indeed a nuisance. If he were to respond to each letter, it would be utterly exhausting. Changhe rubbed his temples. Forget it. Let us go for a nationwide electrification. Subsequently, Changhe settled himself at his desk, picked up a pen, and began to solemnly compose a piece titled To My Dear Readers. Before long, a manuscript exceeding 1,000 words was completed, essentially conveying that everyone had been working hard, while he had the luxury of remuneration and was not in need of financial assistance. Therefore, there was no requirement to send money or food stamps in the envelope, and any received would be promptly returned. After finishing, Changhe casually pulled another manuscript from the pile beside him, intending to submit it to People's Literature as well. At this moment, he could not help but ponder about his other pseudonyms. Those aliases likely did not have any particularly sensational pieces, nor would they have amassed an overwhelming amount of correspondence. Never mind, he thought, he would inquire about it when he had the time. If all else failed, he would simply earn more money and take a page from a certain fairy tale king, purchasing several courtyard houses specifically to store the reader's letters. Perhaps in the future, he could boast about it. What? My courtyard houses worth billions? It wasn't he that I wished to buy them. The sheer volume of reader correspondence was overwhelming, and I had no space to accommodate it. I considered buying an apartment, but there was simply no room. So I made do with purchasing courtyard houses to house these letters. Reflecting on the future scenario where he could nonchalantly flaunt his achievements, a faint smile crept across the corners of Changhe's mouth. At that time, his status would surely be elevated. Chapter 36. The prospective son-in-law arrives. The following day, at the break of dawn, Changhe ascended the stairs, carrying gifts he had purchased for Professor Zhu and others. After such a long time, this marked his inaugural visit to Zhu Lin's residence. Knock, knock, knock. Changhe felt a wave of trepidation as he rapped on the door, for in a sense, this was akin to a young maiden embarking on her wedding journey for the very first time. Soon, the door swung open, revealing not the enchanting visage of Zhu Lin, but rather the somewhat imposing countenance of Dr. Liu. However, upon noticing Changhe, Liu Shuan's expression softened considerably. Aunt Liu. Changhe exclaimed sweetly upon recognizing Liu Shuan as the one who had opened the door. Ah, it's Changhe. What brings you here so early? Liu Shuan inquired, her brow slightly furrowed. Although her daughter was indeed in a relationship with him, it seemed rather unusual for him to arrive at such an hour. Aunt Liu, I just returned from the Northeast yesterday and brought some items for Uncle Zhu and you. I thought I would deliver them personally. Lu Shuan glanced down and noticed that Li Changhe was indeed carrying several items. A flicker of joy ignited within her heart, not out of greed. For her family was of respectable standing, but rather from the surprise that Li Changhe had remembered them during his travels. Such thoughtfulness is a rarity among the youth of this era. Please come in. Lu Shuan stepped aside, allowing Li Changhe to enter. The layout of the house was quite similar to Li Changhe's own, comprising 2 bedrooms. In the living room, an elderly gentleman, slightly older than Li Lishan, sat on the sofa, regarding Li Changhe with a look of intrigue. Professor Zhu, though familiar with Li Changhe's name, had never met him before. Ah, Changhe, what brings you here? Just then, Zhu Lin emerged from the bathroom, her presence graceful and serene. Upon seeing Li Changhe, she appeared somewhat taken aback. You are Li Changhe? Professor Zhu's curiosity piqued as he scrutinized the young man before him. Li Changhe was tall and handsome. Though his features were not the square-jawed type typically associated with masculinity, yet he possessed a certain charm. Uncle Zhu, I've returned from the Northeast and brought some gifts for you and Andy. Li Changhe respectfully placed the items he carried onto the coffee table. Zhu Lin, intrigued, leaned in. Let me see what you've brought. She then approached and opened the bag, pulling out a package wrapped in tree bark. What is this? Bark? Zhu Lin questioned, her surprise evident as she examined the peculiar item. Clearly, you lack familiarity. This is a ginseng package. Lu Shuan interjected, her voice tinged with playful reproach towards her daughter. It appears to be an aged ginseng from the depths of the mountains. Yes, there was a ginseng vendor in the village, and I brought this back after descending the mountain. I thought it looked splendid, so I purchased it. Well, this is quite precious. Changhe, we cannot accept this. You should take it back for your father. Lu Shuan gently declined. Aunt, my father has one too. Li Changhe immediately clarified. Oh, you child. At our age, why buy such things? It's just a waste of money. Lu Shuan sighed at this, though her tone was considerably warmer. In this era, the concept of engagement holds little significance. A publicly acknowledged relationship between a man and a woman is, in fact, akin to an engagement in later times, with very few instances of regret. Thus, in a certain sense, Li Changhe could be considered their prospective son-in-law, albeit unofficially. However, despite such an understanding, they were not yet married, and it was commendable that Li Changhe thought of them during his outing. Observing the gift he brought, with just the old ginseng costing several hundred yuan, it was clear that his intentions were heartfelt. He was affluent, so buying such gifts was to be expected. Zhu Lin could not bear her mother's insincere demeanor. Clearly delighted within, yet still feeling compelled to criticize, she retorted immediately, upon hearing her daughter undermine her. Lu Shuan felt a twinge of discontent. You young people are so extravagant with your spending. How will you manage in the future if you don't learn to be frugal? There are many expenses to consider. Remarkably, the conversation had veered into discussions of future living arrangements. Li Changhe, somewhat at a loss for words, stood there unsure of how to respond. Professor Zhu also felt the topic had strayed too far. After all, Li Changhe had come to present a gift, and the mother-daughter duo seemed to be wandering off course. All right, Changhe, please take a seat. Shuan, put the things away. Lin, pour Changhe a cup of tea. Professor Zhu interjected, facilitating the situation, and Li Changhe took a seat as suggested. I heard that your recent trip to the Northeast was to visit your sister. How is she doing? Professor Zhu inquired. He, too, had 2 daughters, though his elder daughter had married long ago, both partners employed. His younger daughter, Zhu Lin, was of the same generation, having been sent to the countryside. However, after 2 years there, her parents worked diligently to transfer her to the cultural troupe, later securing her a position at a health clinic and eventually recommending her to medical school. Among her peers, her trajectory was nothing short of exemplary. Li Lishan's elder daughter was the same age as Zhu Lin, but her circumstances were not as favorable. Fortunately, she had married in that locale, enjoying a harmonious and fulfilling family life. Li Changhe briefly mentioned, yes, my sister and her husband are indeed well matched. As for family matters, they were not entirely without strife previously, given the shared household with in-laws. However, now that they had separated, one could hardly describe it as a harmonious family life. That's good to hear. Once married, it becomes quite challenging to return to the city, Professor Zhu remarked thoughtfully. In truth, there is a chance. I brought textbooks for my sister so she can continue her studies. Once the college entrance examinations are reinstated, if she gains admission to university, she can reclaim her urban household registration, Li Changhe explained, To which Professor Zhu nodded approvingly. That is a promising path. I heard from Lin that you are also preparing for the college entrance examinations. If you put in the effort during this time, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the exam should take place this year, likely by the end. As August draws to a close, it has been over half a month since the elderly gentleman convened the Science and Education Conference with the Ministry of Education, and many matters have been clarified. So soon? Is the resumption happening this year? Lu Xuan, who had just finished washing fruit, overheard the conversation between the two and found it hard to believe. Noticing Lu Xuan's incredulous expression, Professor Zhu chuckled and remarked during the conference. Associate Professor Chao from Wuhan proposed that the college entrance examination should be reinstated as soon as possible. Many colleagues from other institutions also support this suggestion. He continued. The higher-ups inquired about the Ministry of Education's stance, and Minister Lu indicated that if a delay of 6 months were to occur, it would still be feasible. Consequently, they have decided to proceed this year, given that there is still time. After some calculations, it seems the timeline would be around December, so preparations should commence promptly. Professor Zhu then turned to Li Changhe, expressing his earnest concern. Li Changhe nodded. I understand, Uncle Zhu. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Professor Zhu and Lu Xuan stood up, preparing to head to work. However, before departing, Lu Xuan looked at Li Changhe and Zhu Lin, advising, you two should take some time today to go out and enjoy yourselves, instead of staying cooped up at home. Although your relationship is public now, you are not yet married. It's not appropriate for a young man and woman to be alone at home all the time. Understood, we'll go out shortly. Zhu Lin replied with a hint of exasperation regarding her mother's overbearing concern. Once Professor Zhu and his wife had left, Zhu Lin turned to Li Changhe with a playful pout, and in a feigned huff, she demanded, Li Changhe, where's my gift? Chapter 37. The second intimate encounter in Li Changhe's home. Zhu Lin was delightfully admiring herself in a wool sweater, posing before the mirror. What do you think? Looks good, right? She inquired, glancing at Li Changhe. Absolutely stunning. Just look at who bought it for you. Li Changhe replied with a beaming smile, seated on the bed. However, in his opinion, the sweater's design appeared rather outdated, and its color scheme was quite monotonous, though the quality felt undeniably comfortable to the touch. Initially, he thought the sweater was unremarkable, but seeing Zhu Lin hold it brought a fresh perspective. Ultimately, it is the person who adorns the clothing that determines its appeal. When one is beautiful, any attire becomes exquisite. Zhu Lin rolled her eyes in response. You and your banter. Initially, she was somewhat miffed, thinking he hadn't brought her anything from his trip. But then Li Changhe revealed that he had left the gift at his house, feeling it inappropriate to present it in front of her parents. After all, one cannot showcase a wool sweater before Zhu's father and mother. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Lin set the sweater aside. Although the fabric felt delightful, she had no desire to wear it just yet, considering the sweltering heat of late August in the capital, when autumn's warmth was still lingering. Today, she wore a white short-sleeved floral shirt paired with a blue knee-length skirt. After placing the sweater down, Zhu Lin approached Li Changhe's desk and took a seat on the stool. You must have spent quite a bit on your trip to the northeast, she remarked, noting the expensive items he had purchased, such as ginseng and the wool sweater. Li Changhe chuckled and shook his head. Not too much, really. He estimated his expenditures to be around 600, with 400 spent on ginseng and the rest on various smaller purchases. After toiling for half a year, he found himself back to the point of his previous life, having spent a significant portion of his savings. Come, let me involve you in something fun, Li Changhe said, taking Zhu Lin's hand with an air of mystery. In their current setting, holding hands was no longer a big deal. What are we doing? Zhu Lin asked, curiously following him to the bed while maintaining a cautious distance of a meter. Do not entertain any nonsensical thoughts. What are you talking about? I am a respectable person, Li Changhe replied, slightly exasperated. Though his thoughts might wander, his actions remained quite proper. I've come to have you open some letters. Li Changhe produced 2 large bags filled with letters from readers and dumped them onto the bed. So many letters? Are they all for me? Zhu Lin exclaimed, surprised at the sight of such an abundance. Indeed, they are letters from readers. Let us open and peruse them together. Recently, my mother opened 2 envelopes, which intriguingly contained money and food coupons. Last night, I opened a few myself, and it totaled over 20 yuan. Li Changhe lifted a stack of letters from his bedside, giving it a shake to display its contents. Zhu Lin gazed with interest at the wad of cash he extracted. Are these readers truly so generous? Sending money to the authors? And food coupons too, from all over the country, she exclaimed. I suspect it relates to the policies of previous years, Li Changhe explained. In those days, many writers received no remuneration for their work. Literary workers likely had modest incomes, prompting some readers to include money and food coupons in their letters. After all, there are still plenty of affluent readers. He continued, despite the chaos of those years, most ordinary citizens and workers maintained a relatively stable situation. Their jobs and incomes largely unaffected, even experiencing normal promotions and raises. Many literary enthusiasts, capable of supporting authors through their correspondence, find it entirely reasonable to do so. Zhu Lin hesitated before asking softly, "So, what do you plan to do with this money?" "Well, I called you here to help open the letters. I will filter out all the ones containing money or food coupons and return them. I'll also write an article to be published by People's Literature, advising them not to send me money in the future. Frankly, we cannot ascertain their circumstances. Who knows if this money is saved from their frugal living or if they are truly wealthy. However, I suspect most of them are not as affluent as I am. Therefore, I will return it to them," Li Changhe replied nonchalantly. Seeing his unaffected demeanor, Zhu Lin felt an inexplicable joy. "Li Changhe, you are truly wonderful." She couldn't help but praise him. Upon hearing her compliment, Li Changhe lifted his gaze to meet hers, then smiled gently while opening his arms. "If I am so wonderful, would you grant me a hug?" Zhu Lin's cheeks flushed at his words, yet this time she did not shy away. Instead, she slowly leaned toward him. In the next moment, he enveloped her in his embrace. "I have missed you so much these days," Li Changhe whispered in her ear, prompting Zhu Lin to reach out and wrap her arms around him in return. This was their second intimate contact since their embrace at the summer palace. "Honestly, I have missed you too," Zhu Lin confessed, not pushing him away this time. They simply remained close together. In this era, expressing such sentiments as "I miss you" is a profound declaration of affection. After a while, they parted ways, feeling the warmth enveloping them despite the presence of a fan in the room. "All right, let us continue opening the letters," Zhu Lin suggested, tucking a few damp strands of hair behind her ear to ease the awkwardness. Certainly, at this moment, Li Changhe found it essential to remain calm. After all, summer clothing is rather thin, and his current position rendered him somewhat immobile, inciting a sense of irritation. "This letter is quite commendable. It praises your writing," Zhu Lin remarked as she opened one with curiosity. "Let us keep it for later. We'll peruse it gradually," Li Changhe suggested. "We should first open and then categorize them." "Categorize?" she inquired. "Indeed, what you are currently reading is praise. But there may also be letters of criticism or debate among the various responses," he elucidated. As she opened the next letter, her expression shifted. "Why does this one contain insults?" "I suspected as much. Toss it aside for now, and we'll dispose of it later," Li Changhe said with a light-hearted laugh, unconcerned. Zhu Lin, however, angrily discarded the letter. Such individuals lack decency. If they dislike it, they need not read it. Yet they still feel compelled to pen a letter of insult. It's truly infuriating. One must grow accustomed to it. Li Changhe reassured her gently before opening a few more letters, discovering some monetary gifts within. After a while, he noticed that Zhu Lin had fallen silent. Upon glancing up, he saw her intently reading a letter, meticulously deciphering each word. "What is the matter? Is there something peculiar about this letter?" he inquired with curiosity. Zhu Lin's expression was complex as she slowly extended the letter towards him. "You read it yourself?" she said. Li Changhe accepted the letter with intrigue and glanced at it. "Goodness, it's a love letter." Chapter 38. Youngster, I advise you not to obstruct others' financial paths. Dear Comrade Ling Jue, I am a former educated youth who, like the protagonist you penned, once ventured to the countryside. I have become deeply immersed. I wish to be your lifelong, revolutionary companion. Li Changhe swiftly glanced over the words of this confession letter, then nonchalantly cast it aside. "What is the matter? Are you not pleased after reading it?" Zhu Lin remarked sarcastically towards Li Changhe. Clearly, jealousy was brewing. "Pleased? What is there to be pleased about? This female reader admires the author, Ling Jue. What does that have to do with me, Li Changhe?" Li Changhe retorted with righteous indignation. "Humph, that is mere sophistry." Zhu Lin was not easily ensnared by Li Changhe's words. She was not so naive. Li Changhe shook his head with a smile. "I speak the truth. Consider this. I have never met her nor exchanged a word. She knows nothing of my real-life preferences or habits. The soulmate she perceives is, in essence, the fictional protagonist. And she has projected her feelings for that character onto the author himself. With such a reader, being with her means either transforming her into the type you desire or she will fervently attempt to mold you into the likeness of the novel's hero. Thus, this confession letter is mere nonsense. I have never believed in it. Zhu Lin gazed at Li Changhe thoughtfully, still somewhat skeptical. Is that truly how you think? She found some merit in Li Changhe's reasoning, yet it still felt somewhat unfounded. Certainly, Li Changhe replied decisively. How many fans have faced calamity in the past? The milder cases resulted in ruined reputations, while the severe led to untimely demise. These are lessons learned through blood and tears. Very well, I shall let you off this time. After Li Changhe's analysis, Zhu Lin's earlier discontent dissipated. Indeed, one could not place the blame for such reader confessions upon him. Subsequently, Zhu Lin opened another letter and began to read. This one is rather good. It contains suggestions directed at you, and I find them quite sensible. Zhu Lin read part of it before passing it to Li Changhe. However, Li Changhe did not even glance at it, tossing it aside. Suggestions? I shan't read them. Aren't you going to take a look? I think what he wrote makes quite a bit of sense. Zhu Lin was somewhat bewildered, not understanding why Li Changhe refused to read it. Li Changhe looked at her and sighed. What he says may indeed hold merit, but it is of no use to me. Let me put it this way. Any story, from the moment it begins to be written, is destined to follow a particular trajectory and conclusion. The author has already contemplated its essence. Moreover, the novel is already complete. What purpose would his suggestions serve? Conversely, a story can be interpreted in countless ways, and each interpretation may possess its own validity. In that case, whose opinion should I heed? This letter is merely one among hundreds, perhaps even thousands, and it is conceivable that subsequent correspondence from readers with differing opinions may present equally valid arguments. Li Changhe earnestly explained to Zhu Lin. In his previous life, he observed that many authors, while penning their works, are particularly fond of scrutinizing the opinions in the review section, subsequently allowing those opinions to sway their writing, leading to a deviation from their original intent and ultimately resulting in subpar works. In truth, among the tens of thousands of collections a book may accrue, how many readers contribute reviews? The singular opinions of these readers can hardly represent a broader perspective. They predominantly reflect the preferences of their specific demographic. Furthermore, the tone of a book is established from the outset, and any mid-course alterations necessitate comprehensive adjustments throughout the entire narrative. Thus, while Li Changhe perused reviews in his previous life, he rarely heeded the suggestions, save for one exceptional category. You seem impervious to advice, completely dismissing it. That is not ideal, Zhu Lin remarked, shaking her head at Li Changhe. He chuckled and replied, How can you say I am impervious? Let me clarify. There is one type of reader correspondence that I truly appreciate, the data enthusiasts. Data enthusiasts? What does that mean? Zhu Lin inquired, perplexed by this novel term. They provide precise historical data to correct my inaccuracies. Such contributions I wholeheartedly welcome and acknowledge. In fact, for Li Changhe, it was more than mere acknowledgement. He would often incorporate their insights into his writing. He recalled a time when he had just drafted a timeline for a book, and a reader had posted extensive comments filled with relevant company information that the protagonist required. Subsequently, Li Changhe found it unnecessary to conduct further research, opting instead to follow the lead of that knowledgeable reader's comments, resulting in unexpectedly spectacular success. Such data enthusiasts are genuine fans. Well, I must admit your perspective holds merit. Zhu Lin conceded, finding resonance in Li Changhe's rebuttal. She then set the letter aside and resumed her task. Eventually, she uncovered another letter containing money, which included a 2 yuan note. This discovery invigorated her spirit and enthusiasm. With their newfound understanding of categorization, the pace of their work noticeably quickened. By mid-afternoon, they had finally completed the sorting of these letters. Let me do the math. We have a total of 238 yuan and 167 jin of grain coupons. This amounts to more than half of my salary for the year, Zhu Lin remarked, considering her monthly earnings were merely around 30 yuan. Let us go for a stroll, purchase some postage stamps, and deliver these 2 manuscripts to the People's Literature magazine, Li Changhe suggested with a smile. To return these letters would require them to purchase postage. And even though each stamp costs only a few cents, the total expenditure for such a multitude of letters would likely add up to several yuan, a considerable loss. Zhu Lin, however, remained enthusiastic. The two of them ventured out, opting not to ride their bicycles due to the heat, but rather took a bus into the city. They navigated their way to the entrance of the People's Literature magazine, where fortuitously, the same guard from their previous visit was on duty. Comrade, I have returned to retrieve my books. Li Changhe greeted the other party with a practiced familiarity. The other person looked at Li Changhe, finding him somewhat familiar, yet unable to confirm his identity. You are that? He struggled to recall, but the name eluded him. The plasma high-frequency collider, Li Changhe kindly prompted. Yes, that's it. I remember now, plasma. Please, go on in. The gatekeeper replied warmly, having previously attempted to educate his colleagues about this peculiar name, only to become tangled in his own forgetfulness. Once inside, Zhu Lin could not contain her curiosity and asked, What plasma? What did you tell him? Last time I came to submit my work, I fabricated a machine name to fool him just to get through the door. Li Changhe recounted his little trick to Zhu Lin. Upon hearing this, Zhu Lin couldn't help but giggle. How mischievous of you. As they chatted, they soon arrived at Lu Jianqing's office, where Lu Jianqing happened to be present. Changhe? He called out. Editor Lu, I'm here to submit my work again. Li Changhe replied with a cheerful smile as he walked in. Lu Jianqing nodded. You are quite lazy. It's been ages since you last submitted something. Let me see it. Li Changhe handed over 2 manuscripts, and Lu Jianqing, examining their thickness, smiled slightly. 2 pieces. Let's see the first one. It's very well written, consistent with your usual standard. Now, let us look at the second one. After a few glances, Lu Jianqing's brow furrowed. Changhe, are you intending to use Ling Jue's pseudonym to publish this announcement about refusing to pay for the letters? Yes. Li Changhe nodded. Lu Jianqing sighed and shook his head. Changhe, this cannot be published, and I do not advise you to proceed. What's wrong? Li Changhe asked, puzzled as to why this was an issue. You are still too young. Your manuscript is quite good. The message throughout is that you don't need the money. But just because you don't need it, does that mean others don't? You come from an educated family and live in a university dormitory, while many other authors reside in cramped quarters or even rural areas. Moreover, not every author is fortunate enough to receive top-tier compensation for their work. Many revise their pieces 3 to 4 times. And it can take a month or even 2 to publish just one, earning only a meager sum. The money in these letters was previously a means for readers to support authors who received no remuneration. And we in the editorial department turned a blind eye to this practice, as it is not technically a violation. Authors are human too and need to eat. Your manuscript, however, exposes this matter openly. You may not require this money, but what about others? If they desire it, they will appear greedy in your noble shadow. If they choose not to accept it, they not only suffer financially, but must also bear the cost of returning the letters. This matter is not as simple as it seems. Lu Jianqing earnestly explained to Li Changhe. In truth, Li Changhe grasped the underlying message, simply put. It was one poignant truth. Youngster, I advise you not to obstruct someone's means of livelihood. Chapter 39. Consider the house. Do not overthink it. Do not presume that these readers are frugal. One must remember that those capable of subscribing to our magazine certainly do not lack for sustenance. Lu Jianqing reassured Li Changhe once more. Although a magazine priced at 20 to 30 cents may seem inexpensive, it does not fall under the category of essential expenditures. In essence, this is a discretionary expense, and those who can afford to indulge in literary pursuits are unlikely to belong to the lower income brackets. Thus, Li Changhe emerged with a payment of 142 yuan and 6 jiao, accompanied by several large bags. These bags contained the letters from readers that had been accumulating at the People's Literature Publishing House. The sheer number and size of the bags prompted Lu Jianqing to kindly assist Li Changhe in procuring a vehicle. The publishing house had a dedicated small truck making a trip to Haidian, which could conveniently transport the two of them home. Li Changhe had initially contemplated enjoying a nice meal in the city, but with the truck ride now a necessity, he had to forego that thought. However, Zhu Lin's enthusiasm was ignited. Such a multitude of letters signified the potential for continued success, and they could return home to count their blessings. Once they arrived home, the two of them eagerly resumed their letter opening. Zhu Lin was so engrossed that she neglected to return home for dinner, opting instead to snack at Li Changhe's abode. After all, they had shared intimate moments, and their parents had met, so there was no longer any sense of awkwardness. However, as the clock struck 8, Professor Zhu and his wife could no longer contain their curiosity and used the pretext of a social visit to descend. Upon entering the room, they found Li Changhe and Zhu Lin animatedly tearing open letters on the bed. Lu Shuan was somewhat taken aback. What are they up to? She inquired. Just opening letters. Shen Yuxiu replied with a smile. These are responses from readers of Changhe's novels. Some have even enclosed money and food coupons. Really? Readers are actually sending money? Lu Shuan expressed disbelief. Quite a bit, actually. Together, they've opened letters amounting to over 500 yuan and more than 200 jin of food coupons. Zhu Lin chimed in. I am astonished. Are readers truly this enthusiastic these days? Shen Yuxiu, equally stunned, confirmed the reality of the situation. Indeed, these readers are genuinely contributing money, and in such significant amounts. Isn't this a bit concerning? Lu Shuwan expressed her worries. Such transactions seem rather informal. Shen Yuxiu waved her hand dismissively. It's all right. They visited the People's Daily this afternoon, and it was confirmed that everything is legitimate. They even received more letters. Now, let us enjoy some sunflower seeds and chat while they revel in their financial discoveries. Grabbing a handful of seeds, Shen Yuxiu and Lu Shuwan began to converse, while Professor Zhu and Li Lishan strolled downstairs, showing little interest in the matter at hand. It was not until after 9 o'clock, with Lu Shuwan growing increasingly anxious and checking in several times, that the two finally completed their task. After tallying everything up, the total came to 1,279 yuan. Li Changhe flicked through a thick stack of money in his hands, exclaiming with a sense of wonder. The funds contributed by these readers were not mere cents. The lowest denomination was 1 yuan, which, in this era, constituted a substantial reward. Zhu Lin diligently counted the ration tickets in her possession. I have 698 jin and 7 liang of grain tickets, she stated. After confirming their findings, the two could not help but exchange glances. These people are truly extravagant. With such generosity, it seems that writing can indeed be quite lucrative, Zhu Lin remarked. Unable to suppress her astonishment, Li Changhe shook his head. That is unlikely. I suspect this is an anomaly. The proportion of monetary contributions in my letters is rather high. A typical author would probably not receive such sums. The underlying reason, as he thoughtfully analyzed, was the popularity of his novel Yanjing, coupled with the fact that People's Literature was currently the most widely circulated magazine in the country, representing an official and authoritative publication that ignited readers' enthusiasm. It was now 1977, and the magazine's contemporary, Harvest, and Huacheng, capable of rivaling People's Literature, had yet to emerge. The circulation of People's Literature was rapidly increasing with each issue. In the 1980s, Li Changhe recalled that such peak literary magazines could produce nearly 2 million copies in a month, while the current numbers were undoubtedly lower. Even a conservative estimate would suggest a starting point of at least 500,000 copies. His article Yanjing had become a trending sensation of the era, serving as a pioneering work of scar literature that employed emotional resonance to touch the hearts of many youth. Those who could access People's Literature at this time represented a demographic with considerable purchasing power, akin to individuals like Haiwan, who had stable incomes, were single, young, affluent, and passionate about literature, desperately seeking spiritual guidance. Such fervent financial support was a remarkable phenomenon. However, it was likely that such data would not be replicated. Other authors would find it challenging to achieve similar success. It could only be said that serendipity had contributed to the explosive popularity of Li Changhe's manuscript. Well, it's getting late. You should head home and rest. We shall continue our efforts tomorrow, Li Changhe remarked, glancing at his wristwatch, which indicated it was nearly 9:30. Aunt Lu had already come in several times. Do we have any letters to open tomorrow? Zhu Lin inquired, surprised. No letters, but we should respond to these generous contributors. With so many donations and tickets, we ought to send a few replies as a token of appreciation. Li Changhe had gestured towards the plethora of letters nearby. After all, these patrons of this era deserve at least some acknowledgement. All right then, I will return tomorrow, Zhu Lin said, stretching gracefully, showcasing her lovely silhouette before stepping out of bed. Putting on her shoes and leaving the room. Upon seeing her daughter finally emerge, Lu Shuwan paused her conversation with Shen Yuxiu, fixing Zhu Lin with a stern gaze. Oh, so you remember to come home, she remarked. Oh, Mom, I'm utterly exhausted. Please don't nag me. It's time to go home, Zhu Lin replied. Zhu Lin had long since developed an immunity to her mother's stern demeanor, feeling no trepidation in the face of her expression. Indeed, Yuxiu, we shall take our leave now. Lu Shuwan greeted Shen Yuxiu before trailing behind Zhu Lin as they exited. Shortly thereafter, Li Changhe emerged, shuffling in his slippers, the sound of his footsteps echoing as he made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. Once upstairs, after returning home with Zhu Lin, Lu Shuwan found herself unable to quell her curiosity. Lin, after all that time with Li Changhe, how much did you earn? Zhu Lin cast a playful glance at her mother before cheerfully responding. Guess, you little rascal. Lu Shuwan retorted, a hint of exasperation in her voice. For her curiosity about such matters was insatiable, yet Zhu Lin continued to tease her. Oh, it's not much, merely a little over 1,000. Over 1,000? Lu Shuan was taken aback by Zhu Lin's revelation. That was quite a sum. Moreover, there are nearly 700 jin of national grain coupons, Zhu Lin added nonchalantly. This time, Lu Shuan fell silent. Meanwhile, downstairs, after finishing his grooming, Li Changhe returned to the room. With this newfound income, the previously empty coffers were suddenly replenished. And when combined with the remaining funds and the recently acquired manuscript payment, Li Changhe found himself with nearly 2,000 yuan. With such a sum, the prospect of purchasing a home was now within reach. Chapter 40. Let Zhu Lin ghostwrite lying in bed. Li Changhe pondered earnestly over the matter of purchasing a house. In this era, the vast majority of properties were not available for sale. They belonged to the state. The first batch of commercial housing to be sold to the public in the capital would not occur until 1980. And Li Changhe recalled that it would likely be around the Changhe area. It seemed that a selection of properties would be offered for trial sale, albeit at a steep price of 400 yuan per square meter. In 1980, 400 yuan per square meter would amount to 30 or 40,000 yuan for an entire unit, which would indeed pose a significant challenge for the average person. At present, in 1977, Li Changhe earned a mere few hundred yuan a month from his writing, totaling only a few thousand yuan a year. With 3 years remaining until 1980, he could expect to have at most 10,000 yuan by then. Currently, the only type of property he could purchase was private real estate in the capital. This so-called private property essentially referred to houses that ordinary citizens had acquired before the establishment of the nation. As long as there was proof of ownership from before the founding, the state would still issue property certificates post-establishment. An advantage of such properties was that the land was also privately owned. Consequently, these houses were not prohibited from being bought and sold, depending solely on the will of the individual owners. However, a notable drawback was their dilapidated condition. Most of these private properties were old residential buildings, or at best, rudimentary sihiyuan, courtyard houses. The more upscale properties had been confiscated in previous years due to identity issues and would not be returned until the 1980s. Many of those who had their properties returned had decided to sell them, taking advantage of the relaxed restrictions following the reform and opening up policy, often at bargain prices to facilitate immigration. Inside this category were several valuable sihiyuan, yet the prices remained relatively low. However, for Li Changhe, these prospects felt too distant. He was more concerned with finding a place to reside in now rather than investing for the future. The remaining options, such as the dilapidated courtyards or singular sihiyuan, could likely be secured for under 2,000 yuan, but their poor condition was a significant drawback. Families fortunate enough to have acquired homes before the founding of the nation were typically ordinary citizens, and by now, it was likely that their properties had not seen any maintenance in 60 or 70 years. In this day and age, sihiyuan were hardly comfortable living spaces, with dirt roads, old structures, drafts, leaks, and many lacking proper sanitation facilities. Reflecting on the future, he thought of a certain celebrity who, despite possessing a fortune in the millions, still had to empty a chamber pot in the morning, and that was in the 1990s. One could only conclude that in the presence of these aged sihiyuan, all were equal. While future sihiyuan might command astronomical prices, the living experience they offered in this era was vastly inferior when compared to modern apartment buildings. It appeared that a diligent search was in order. He resolved to seek out properties with better internal conditions and as favorable living conditions as possible. Investment could be considered later. Li Changhe had made up his mind and planned to seize the opportunity to go out and explore the next day. In this time, apart from the sihiyuan in areas like Nanluo Guxiang and Hohai within the Second Ring Road, which he could confidently ascertain would not face demolition in the future, he had no means of determining the fate of sihiyuan in other areas. In contemporary Zhongguancun, remnants of traditional courtyard residences still exist, including the grand dwelling of the Lei family. However, in a couple of decades, it is certain that these structures will be demolished. Lost in contemplation, Li Changhe eventually drifted into a slumber. Perhaps fatigued from yesterday's letter dismantling, Zhu Lin arrived rather late in the morning, appearing just after 9 o'clock. "Are you going to respond to these readers today?" she softly inquired upon entering. Li Changhe shook his head. "Not me, but you. You may write to them. I still have my manuscript to compose." "I write. Indeed. You shall pen the replies." Li Changhe was entirely untroubled by the idea of Zhu Lin writing on his behalf, as such correspondence was inconsequential and would remain unknown to others. The task was straightforward, merely expressing gratitude for the letters received and encouraging their revolutionary fervor. A collective motivation towards national progress. "Writing such letters wastes my time," especially since a manuscript earns over 100 yuan. These are trivial matters. I have something else to discuss with you. What is it? Zhu Lin asked, her curiosity piqued. Now that we have some savings, I was considering whether we should look into purchasing a house. Given our circumstances, it seems improbable that we could separate our living arrangements anytime soon, Li Changhe confided. In this era, most housing is allocated by employers, much like the residence Li Changhe currently occupies, which was assigned to his parents, requiring a nominal rent. Li Changhe's aspiration to attend university aligns with the progressive spirit of the time, yet it poses a challenge, as universities do not provide housing. Zhu Lin, also a university student, would find it equally difficult to secure accommodation upon graduation, as her status as a young employee would likely only afford her a single dormitory. Don't you want to live at home? Zhu Lin asked curiously in response to Li Changhe's remarks. In this day and age, many married couples reside with their parents due to the lack of housing. For instance, Li Changhe's home has 2 rooms, one for his parents and the other shared between him and Zhu Lin, which is sufficient. Li Changhe shook his head. It's not that I don't want to live there. Rather, I doubt it would be feasible. If my elder sister comes to the capital next year, she will likely bring her spouse and child along. Even if she stays in a school dormitory, what about my brother-in-law? What about the child? The best solution is still to live at home. I don't want my parents to be put in a difficult position. After all, my sister has endured more hardships than I have. Both sides of the family are equally dear to me. Moreover, I truly prefer not to share a living space with too many people. I cherish the idea of having our own independent space. Li Changhe articulated his reasoning, which stemmed not from any lofty ideals, but rather from his own discomfort. He was, after all, a product of a different time, and many of his daily habits and lifestyles did not align with those of this era, which also contributed to his reluctance to enter the workforce prematurely. The nuances of behavior and speech differences would inevitably manifest in everyday interactions. Moreover, in later generations, individuals have become accustomed to living independently, with perhaps the occasional companion. As there are numerous secrets in this era, this reflects the late 1970s, had it been a decade or two earlier. Li Changhe's unusual behavior might have drawn suspicion and accusations of espionage. After listening to Li Changhe, Zhu Lin settled down to ponder seriously. Initially, upon hearing that his elder sister's family would be returning to reside, she thought they could simply accommodate them in their home, which is also a 2-bedroom unit, conveniently located nearby. However, it became evident that Li Changhe's ultimate intention was to purchase a home independently. Where shall we procure a residence? Perhaps in the rural outskirts of Haidian? Zhu Lin was not well versed in the intricacies of home buying, having always lived in government-assigned housing in the capital, transitioning from a communal building to their current 2-bedroom apartment, or occasionally residing in a work dormitory. I plan to explore the possibility of acquiring a well-maintained private residence from before the founding of the nation, perhaps a courtyard house, and then enlist a construction team for renovations. What do you think? Li Changhe expressed his thoughts. Zhu Lin was uncertain if this approach was suitable. Shall we venture out this afternoon to explore? It was too hot in the morning, and she surely would not want to go out then. Certainly. Chapter 41. A reunion with an old friend. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the weather outside had become somewhat cooler, offering a respite from the heat. Li Changhe and Zhu Lin stepped out of their home and mounted their bicycles, making their way to the housing management office in Haidian. In this era, the notorious real estate agents of the future had yet to emerge. In earlier times, there were pawnshops, which gradually transformed into the laxian, a term used during the tumultuous Republican period to refer to those engaged in property transactions. Indeed, the term laxian in the context of real estate mediation derives from this very practice. Following the establishment of the nation, these laxian were reassigned as laborers, and the matters of buying and selling homes fell under the jurisdiction of the Housing Management Office. Li Changhe and Zhu Lin soon arrived at the housing office in Haidian town. Noticing that the staff had not yet finished for the day, they entered the premises. Hello, comrade. Li Changhe greeted politely upon entering. Hello, how may I assist you? The staff member within responded with a pleasant demeanor, which was markedly more amiable than that of sales clerks in department stores. Well, we are about to get married, but currently, our living space is insufficient. Li Changhe fabricated a reason and inquired. A perplexed expression crossed the face of the housing office worker upon hearing the mention of purchasing a home. Purchasing a home? Are you certain it is a purchase and not a rental? The staff member focused intently on Li Changhe, asking earnestly. Noting the staff's demeanor, Li Changhe began to ponder. Oh no, My memories are likely erroneous. I am not entirely sure. I recently returned to the city as a youth worker. This is my partner, a student at the medical university. We reside in the family quarters of the Beijing Institute of Technology. We heard from an elderly gentleman while dining out that this housing office could facilitate home purchases, specifically former private residences, which is why we came to inquire. After listening to Li Changhe's explanation and assessing the pair's attire, the staff member nodded in understanding. The Beijing Institute of Technology, I see. You have been misled. Well, not exactly misled. It is true that our housing office could facilitate the sale of private residences, but that was over a decade ago. We have long since changed our policies. Through the staff member's detailed explanation, Li Changhe finally grasped where he had gone awry. Indeed, prior to 1958, it was possible to buy and sell private properties. However, beginning in 1958, due to a housing shortage, the government initiated a rental reform, which allowed individuals to retain a portion of their private property while the excess was managed and rented out by the state, with a portion of the rent returned to the homeowners. In recent years, a notification had been issued stating that rent would no longer be refunded, and the buying and selling of properties had been prohibited. Only rental arrangements through the housing office were permitted. The elderly gentleman you encountered is likely of an age where he still believes in the regulations of years past. We have long since amended our policies. As for your upcoming marriage and housing needs, one option is to wait for your workplace to allocate housing. Since this young lady is from Changhe, with her status as a prospective civil servant, she will be eligible to apply for a marriage housing allocation in due course. The second option is renting. However, given the current housing shortage in our area, suitable accommodations appear to be elusive. The official at the housing management office spoke courteously to Li Changhe. With a sigh, Li Changhe realized that the timing was indeed premature. He recalled having read a book set in the 1980s in his previous life, which mentioned the return of properties and the buying and selling of houses. This implies that the state would likely lift restrictions on real estate transactions in the 1980s. Therefore, purchasing a home now seems improbable. Well then, thank you, comrade. Li Changhe expressed his gratitude and prepared to leave with Zhu Lin. Unexpectedly, a middle-aged woman who had been silent until then suddenly raised her head. You two young comrades, wait a moment. Upon hearing the call, Li Changhe curiously turned back. Do you have something to discuss? Well, are you two interested in renting a house? I have a suitable place that I can show you. Sister Zhang, the woman, smiled and inquired further. Earlier, you mentioned that this young lady is a medical student from Changhe? And you, are you a returning educated youth? Indeed. Li Changhe nodded, feeling that such identities were entirely legitimate and secure. You currently reside in the family quarters of the Beijing Industrial Academy, correct? Are both your parents teachers? Sister Zhang asked again. Li Changhe nodded. Yes, but what does this have to do with our rental situation? Well, I'm also heading home now. So why don't you come with me? We can discuss it as we walk. This is a fortunate opportunity. Sister Zhang then stood up and tidied her belongings. In this day and age, finishing work at 4:30 is quite commonplace. Returning home to buy groceries and prepare dinner is merely routine. Once outside the housing management office, Sister Zhang pushed a bicycle and waved to Li Changhe and Zhu Lin. The house I've found for you is, strictly speaking, not a public housing unit, but rather the private residence you mentioned. During the housing reform, it was designated as a self-occupied reserved property, a small courtyard of approximately 200 square meters. Li Changhe pondered this. According to what the official had said earlier, during the reform, the area reserved for private property owners was set at 225 square meters, suggesting that this house was just within the limits. So what about this house? Li Changhe inquired with curiosity. Let me explain the situation of the house first. The owner is Zhang Shiqi, a distant relative of mine. During the housing reform, their family had a large number of members, and the area retained was compliant with the standards. Thus, it has always been a self-occupied residence. However, over the years, members of their family have passed away, and they initially had 2 sons and a daughter who went to the countryside. She continued, unfortunately, the 2 sons got into a fight in the countryside, injuring someone and then fleeing. The daughter recently married someone from the countryside, but just a few days ago, we received news that she faced complications during childbirth and did not survive. Li Changhe listened, somewhat at a loss for words, thinking to himself, what a fateful turn of events for this family. The issue with this house, as it stands, is that it is technically still private property. However, given the limited population, should the government conduct another inspection, it may no longer meet the required standards and will need to be rented out. Sister Zhang slowly addressed Li Changhe. Li Changhe began to grasp her implication. Aunt Zhang, Do you mean to rent it to us? Not merely to you. He is rather selective about his tenants. Primarily. At this juncture, Sister Zhang gradually solidified her resolve. This old man is quite stubborn. He is willing to rent out the house, but only if he finds the tenants agreeable. We are somewhat concerned for him. After all, he is rather solitary. Which is why we are considering a young couple with stable jobs. Upon hearing Sister Zhang's words, Li Changhe was somewhat speechless. Does that mean we are expected to care for him on a daily basis? Interjected Zhu Lin, visibly displeased. What does he take us for? Sister Zhang quickly waved her hand. It's not that kind of elder care. To put it plainly, it's merely to keep an eye on him. He is essentially an old recluse. The government will look after some matters, but we often find ourselves overwhelmed. If something arises, you can simply call us. In truth, my brother is quite robust. I estimate he could last another 10 to 20 years. He is just a bit particular and has many conditions. In my view, he is quite an impressive individual. Well, you can go and take a look at his house. It is indeed remarkable, one of a kind in our Haitian district. It is fortunate he possesses such capabilities to preserve it. If it does not suit you, or if you are unwilling, consider it as if nothing had happened. Very well. Then we shall go and take a look. Li Changhe had no reservations. To be frank, there are many individuals like Zhang Shiqi in this era. As people reach middle age amidst unprecedented changes in China, there are indeed countless individuals who have endured decades of turmoil and are left alone and forsaken. Just like the elderly gentleman in the courtyard, who dreams of having someone to care for him in his twilight years. Soon, Li Changhe and Zhu Lin followed Sister Zhang to the entrance of a courtyard in Haitian. The location of the residence was indeed quite favorable. Not far from the Friendship Hotel, with the entrance paved in flagstone. Second brother. Sister Zhang approached and knocked on the door, calling out loudly. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing a weary and sorrowful old face before Li Changhe. As he gazed upon this visage, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Zhu Lin was equally astonished, looking at the elderly man with surprise. Goodness, is that not the old gentleman we encountered before? Li Changhe finally recalled who he was. This man was indeed a connection from his past in this era. Chapter 42. A gamble. Even upon seeing Li Changhe and Zhu Lin, old Zhang exhibited little reaction. Unlike his previous demeanor when he had acted like a mischievous old man. However, Li Changhe could comprehend his indifference. After all, he had just received distressing news. The loss of his daughter must weigh heavily on his heart. Sister Zhang entered the room with old Zhang for a brief conversation and shortly emerged. You two should go in and take a look. If you find it suitable, discuss it with him. If not, you may leave as if this never happened. I shall return home now. With that, Sister Zhang mounted her bicycle and departed. Li Changhe, glancing at the partially concealed door, followed Zhu Lin as they stepped inside. Upon entering, they were greeted by a shadow wall, obscuring the view of the courtyard beyond. As they passed through the shadow wall, the interior revealed itself. The courtyard, paved with bluish stone bricks instead of dirt, featured a jujube tree on one side, beneath which sat a wooden rocking chair. Not far ahead, a well stood, completing the scene. This setting, to be candid, felt remarkably out of sync with the current era. We seem to be fated to meet. Feel free to take a look around. If it appeals to you, come back and discuss it with me. Old Zhang said with a lackluster wave of his hand. Li Changhe nodded before making his way into the eastern wing of the house. The main room was not an option, as it was undoubtedly occupied by the elderly gentleman himself. The wing was rather sparse, adorned only with standard furnishings of the era, a wooden bed, a wooden cabinet, and a simple set of tables and chairs. However, two paintings adorned one wall. One was yellowing and appeared to be an ancient artifact, while the other depicted a landscape, seemingly new, signed by someone named Ben Hong. Regrettably, he did not recognize the name and wondered whether the artist would gain fame in the future. In terms of space, the room was quite spacious, and its layout was pleasing, exuding an air of understated elegance. Changhe, do you wish to rent this place? Zhu Lin asked softly, noticing his scrutinizing gaze. She had no objections to the idea of purchasing the house as their little home, but if it were to serve as their wedding venue, she would certainly disapprove. Living here would be less appealing than staying at her own home, which was also in an apartment building. Furthermore, they could wait to see if her workplace would provide housing. Rest assured, our marital abode will not be here. However, if he is genuinely willing to rent it, I would consider it. Don't forget about my readers' letters. I have nowhere to store them. Li Changhe explained to Zhu Lin. Upon realizing that purchasing was not an option, his interest waned. Nevertheless, Sister Zhang's earlier praise had piqued his curiosity, prompting him to see if this was indeed a high-quality courtyard of the era. To his surprise, the courtyard turned out to be in much better condition than the dilapidated ones he had imagined. After inspecting the wing, Li Changhe stepped outside and sat down on a stool beside Zhang Shiqi, who lay there, fanning himself with a palm fan and keeping his eyes closed. "Is that all you came to see?" Zhang Shiqi inquired calmly. "Yes, it looks quite good," Li Changhe nodded. "Did you find it suitable?" "Not bad. I must inform you that finding tenants is not as straightforward as you might presume. Securing a place to reside here is no simple matter," Zhang Shiqi remarked, his eyes wide open as he calmly inquired of Li Changhe. Rather than providing a direct response, Li Changhe replied earnestly, "Please, do enlighten me. To be candid, I have no desire to rent this property. However, I am bound by government regulations that I must adhere to. You may reside here, but I implore you, do not stir any disturbances. I cannot tolerate any raucousness. Do not bring anyone into the house. No relatives or friends are to be invited. Furthermore, the rent is 5 yuan. Li Changhe was taken aback, realizing just how unreasonable the old man was. In this day and age, public housing is prevalent, with the state providing residences at remarkably low rates. For an ordinary individual, renting a room in such a courtyard would cost mere pennies. Even the kind of cadre housing they lived in, a 2-bedroom unit with its own bathroom and kitchen, would amount to only 5 yuan a month. Your pricing is utterly absurd. That is exorbitant, Zhu Lin interjected, unable to contain himself. Zhang Shiqi remained unperturbed, gazing at Zhu Lin with a nonchalant demeanor. There is a rationale behind the cost. Judging by your attire, it appears you are not of humble means. Surely, you reside in an apartment building? However, can your building compare to my courtyard? The ground is paved with Shishan bluestone, and it does not accumulate water during storms. The independent kitchen and toilet are rare finds throughout the city. How many courtyards possess such amenities? Moreover, the ceiling height in cadre housing cannot rival that of this place. The spaciousness alone is incomparable. Enough of this discourse. You may not comprehend, but the price stands firm, Zhang Shiqi declared, his attitude suggesting that he was indifferent to whether they chose to rent or not, and he subsequently closed his eyes once more. Intrigued, Li Changhe wandered over to inspect the kitchen and the toilet in the corner. Although it was a dry toilet, it was quite clean, far superior to the rural ones he remembered from his past life. Li Changhe began to understand the old man's confidence in this era. Owning such a courtyard was indeed impressive. Furthermore, the fact that this property had withstood the test of time without being overtaken by the younger generation indicated Zhang Shiqi's capability. Recently, he had even dined at Old Mo's, clearly a man of discerning taste and financial means. Relishing Western cuisine and residing alone in a courtyard during this period showcased a remarkable adaptability and vision. "Changhe, are you interested?" Zhu Lin observed Li Changhe's keen interest as he surveyed his surroundings. Apart from the steep rent, the courtyard was indeed quite appealing. After a thorough inspection, an idea struck Li Changhe. "Mr. Zhang, your property is truly wonderful. However, the rental price is quite steep, and I would be at a disadvantage simply renting it. What if we made a verbal agreement? I would rent the house now, and when it becomes available for purchase, you could sell it to me. What do you think?" Li Changhe cheerfully proposed, approaching Zhang Shiqi. At this moment, Zhang Shiqi opened his eyes and regarded him intently. "A transaction? Do you believe this house will still be available for buying and selling in the future? Currently, everything is under public ownership, and the private homeowners are gradually being stripped of their assets. Who can predict the future? I am merely seeking a balance here. The exorbitant rent you demand pains me greatly. Throughout the city, aside from a few officials, there are hardly any individuals renting for as little as 5 yuan. However, if you agree to sell it to me in the future, I could consider this house as my own, and the financial burden would not weigh so heavily on my heart," Li Changhe said with a cheerful smile. Zhang Shiqi, however, regarded Li Changhe with a serious expression. "You clever lad, you are quite certain that houses will be allowed to be privately bought and sold in the future?" "I have said nothing. Who knows what the policies will be down the line?" Li Changhe could not disclose that transactions would be permitted in the 1980s. "I have a lingering feeling that agreeing to this is falling into your trap, yet I must admit I am genuinely intrigued. The last time you mentioned that the country would restore the college entrance examination this year. Let us make a wager on that. If the examination is reinstated this year and private sales are permitted afterward, I shall sell it to you. If not, you shall dutifully pay me rent in the future. What do you think? It's a deal." "Such good fortune," Li Changhe readily concurred, and as Zhang Shiqi observed his enthusiastic demeanor, he could not suppress his doubts. "It is already early September, and the enrollment plans for this year have long been submitted. How can he be so confident? Could there truly be a change? Nearby, Zhu Lin, having overheard their conversation, could not help but stifle a laugh. Chapter 43. The purpose of the Sihiyuan on the way back. Zhu Lin sat in the back seat of the car, hesitating several times before finally speaking up. Changhe, are you really going to live in that Sihiyuan? I won't live there unless it is sold to us, and I can renovate it then, Li Changhe replied, shaking his head. In this day and age, choosing to reside in a Sihiyuan instead of a modern apartment is truly nonsensical. After all, the living experience in a typical Sihiyuan is far from satisfactory. Even though Old Zhang has made many improvements, it still falls short of my expectations. Li Changhe had initially planned to purchase a Sihiyuan, invest heavily in renovations, and upgrade everything from the kitchen plumbing to heating systems, enhancing the overall comfort. He even intended to set aside space for a garage during the renovations. However, with the current prohibition on buying and selling, he would not foolishly seek to live in a Sihiyuan. I see you have quite an interest in it. And you seem eager to buy, Zhu Lin observed, recalling Li Changhe's previous enthusiasm. That courtyard of yours is indeed a gem among Sihiyuan. Purchasing it would not be a loss. Li Changhe held back certain thoughts, refraining from mentioning that such a courtyard could be worth billions in the future. Besides, renting such a place for leisure purposes also had its charm. Look, there's a well in the courtyard. Tomorrow, I'll buy a few watermelons and toss them into the well. We can enjoy chilled watermelon, he suggested. Moreover, if I don't move out from my family home, I'll need to find a place for my brother-in-law to stay. He is used to rural living, so it would be fine for him to stay in that Sihiyuan. After all, my sister probably has a dormitory. Li Changhe casually provided this reasoning to Zhu Lin. Zhu Lin, a bit speechless, retorted. But you mentioned earlier that they could stay at your place. Didn't you know we can't buy a house? If we had our own home, I would gladly let them stay upstairs. But we haven't managed to buy one yet. I'm doing my utmost to create better living conditions for them. Li Changhe smiled, showing no signs of embarrassment. He felt justified in his efforts to assist his elder sister. Well, in any case, you have a point, Zhu Lin conceded. At a loss for words, realizing that Li Changhe always seemed to have a rationale. Li Changhe chuckled softly in response, choosing not to elaborate further. In truth, he had other plans that were not suitable to share with Zhu Lin at the moment. Not to mention, earlier in that side room, he had developed an interest upon seeing the calligraphy and paintings hanging on the wall. Who didn't dabble in antiques and artwork back in the 70s and 80s? In later years, figures like Li Chengru and Ma Wei relied solely on their collections of antiques to amass immense fortunes. Not to mention the living example of Han Chunming from Zhengyangmen. Li Changhe was not well versed in antiques, nor did he have the time to study how to authenticate or collect them, as that field required considerable dedication and effort. However, this does not deter Li Changhe from making early investments. In this era, identifying antiques can be quite challenging, yet the abundance of modern calligraphy and paintings is remarkable. Renowned artists such as Qi Baishe, Su Beihong, and Li Karen, some of whom are still alive, offer their works at surprisingly affordable prices. If memory serves him correctly, the price for a Qi Baishe painting is around 7 to 8 yuan per square foot, while Su Beihong's works are slightly more expensive. He cannot recall the price of Li Karen's pieces. He distinctly remembers that Li Karen's Wanshan Hongbian, which sold for several hundred million, has been created in multiple iterations, making it a viable investment opportunity in today's market. While he may not possess the expertise to authenticate antiques, the artworks from modern and contemporary artists do not require such verification, as they are readily available for purchase at state-run art shops in the capital and at reasonable prices. Since he has opted against purchasing real estate, it seems impractical to let the money sit idle. Thus, acquiring these paintings appears to be a wise decision. In a couple of years, as he accumulates more funds, Li Changhe recalls that the Foreign Trade Department had released nearly 10,000 pieces of Qi Baishe and Zhang Deqian's works, fetching a mere 200,000 Hong Kong dollars in total. By cornering this particular market, his wealth could potentially soar into the hundreds of billions. Li Changhe does not concern himself with the exceedingly high-priced masterpieces that often sell for billions at auctions, as he has a fair understanding of the nuances involved in such sales. Frequently, the exorbitant prices of these artworks do not reflect their intrinsic value, but rather their alternative applications. His goal is simple. Even if a piece later appreciates to 18 million, it would suffice. Should his fortune grow further, he envisions establishing a private museum, indulging in more sophisticated acquisitions, a true mark of an authentic Beijing native. Nevertheless, he must consider the logistics of storing these treasures, as relying on his modest two-bedroom apartment is impractical. Furthermore, frequent returns home would likely invite inquiries from his parents. Thus, Changhe wisely decides to rent a traditional courtyard residence. The serene and elegant yard, conveniently located near the Friendship Hotel, offers a relatively secure environment. There, he can store his calligraphy, antiques, and even the 1980 edition of the monkey stamp, creating an impeccable repository. Moreover, the presence of the elderly caretaker, Mr. Zhang, is a significant advantage. An elderly gentleman without children, he likely possesses a wealth of understanding at this stage of life. Having him guard the courtyard, which he considers his home, makes him the ideal custodian. In a few years, once private transactions are fully permitted, he plans to negotiate with Mr. Zhang to purchase the property. Regardless of whether it remains in his possession or faces demolition, it would be a prudent investment. However, such intentions are not something Changhe can openly discuss with others, including Zhu Lin. He cannot proclaim that antiques and paintings will appreciate significantly in value. The prevailing sentiment remains tethered to traditional views, where antiquities and artworks are seen as remnants of the past, unworthy of engagement. On his way home, he spots a vendor selling soda by the roadside and stops to buy ice cream and soft drinks, bringing them back for a refreshing treat on a sweltering day. Upon returning to the residential complex, Zhu Lin does not accompany him, but instead heads back to her own home, having spent the previous evening at his place. It is only fitting for her to return early today, partly to respect her mother's wishes. Upon returning home, Changhe had discovered that both Li Lixin and Shen Yuxiu had already arrived. Out again with Lin, Shen Yuxiu inquired with a warm smile upon seeing him. Yes, just took a stroll, Changhe replied, omitting the fact that he had rented an apartment. It was a matter not worthy of discussion. Instead, Shen Yuxiu glanced at him and hesitated before suggesting, Changhe, perhaps you should consider purchasing another bicycle. Buy a bicycle? Why? Changhe was taken aback, wondering why his mother suddenly wanted him to acquire one. I noticed that Lin's bicycle is a women's model. It doesn't quite suit the two of you to be riding it, Shen Yuxiu delicately remarked. Changhe chuckled. Have you heard some gossip? Well, in this day and age, it does seem a bit peculiar for a young man to be riding a bicycle meant for a woman, much like a man driving his girlfriend's car every day. He acknowledged. All right, if you insist, I'll buy one. After all, I have the means. It's just that I lack a bicycle ticket. Do you and Dad still have any? There's a quota available this quarter in logistics that I am eligible to claim. I will procure it, and you can use it to make the purchase. The allocation of resources in universities was considerably more straightforward compared to factories, primarily because university professors earned decent salaries and had long since acquired their bicycles. Additionally, the faculty was still limited, as many had yet to return. Very well. Once I have the ticket, I shall go and buy one, Changhe readily agreed, recognizing the necessity of a bicycle for his future schooling. In truth, he yearned for a motorcycle, but alas, motorcycles remained classified as military goods, prohibited for public purchase. As for private cars, the situation was even more dire. Not only the common folk, but even typical enterprises were forbidden from acquiring them, as allocations were dictated by governmental levels. In this regard, Changhe found himself nostalgically yearning for a time when one could simply drive out at will. Oh, how he longed for his three-pronged star brilliance. Chapter 44. The Quest for Peking University. The following morning, Changhe reviewed his studies at home. However, there was little to revise. He had mastered the nuances of mathematics and had nearly memorized the selected works of great leaders. His only focus was on the Chinese language, perusing ancient texts repeatedly, for he was uncertain of what classical literature might appear on the entrance examination. Meanwhile, Zhu Lin sat diligently at the opposite end of the table, assisting Changhe by penning replies to his correspondence. She selected letters from readers that expressed sincere sentiments and required encouragement. A stack of postage stamps lay beside her, all purchased by Changhe in bulk. Regrettably, it was not the year 1980, and the renowned monkey stamp had yet to be issued. In the years to come, the philatelic market would gradually flourish, presenting an excellent investment opportunity. The most compelling aspect was its short-term nature. Returns could be realized swiftly. Unlike the decades-long investment required for a courtyard property to reach its peak value, Changhe did not need stamps to appreciate a tenfold increase in value to achieve quick liquidity. Unfortunately, his knowledge of stamps was limited, aside from the monkey stamp. He recalled our country's rivers and mountains in red. This was indeed valuable writing material. However, That particular stamp was exceedingly rare, having been issued a decade prior and discontinued shortly thereafter. In this era, finding one was nearly impossible. The two were engrossed in their tasks until noon, at which point Li Changhe had completed yet another article. Changhe, I have never asked you which school you aspire to attend, Zhu Lin inquired, noticing that he seemed to have finished his work. Which school? If all goes as expected, it shall be Peking University, Li Changhe replied with a smile. Since his rebirth in this era, when he resolved to take the college entrance examination, he had firmly set his sights on Peking University. It was not a matter of obsession. Rather, Li Changhe recognized that he needed the prestigious name of Peking University to facilitate his future plans. Moreover, in terms of peer resources, during this time, Tsinghua and Peking University were unparalleled. Hence, if he were to make a choice, it would undoubtedly be the most fitting one. Peking University, you say? Zhu Lin pondered thoughtfully while Li Changhe glanced outside. Let us go out for lunch. We can also mail the article and replies. The weather is overcast, making it pleasantly cool today. In the afternoon, we should purchase some bedding and tidy up the courtyard. Seizing the rare opportunity of a day that was not excessively hot, Li Changhe felt it imperative to make the most of it. All right, Zhu Lin said, earnestly folding the letters she had just completed and placing them into envelopes, sealing them with glue. What would you like to eat for lunch? I still have 3 gene of meat tickets, she inquired, looking at Li Changhe. In this era, dining at state-run restaurants required not only payment, but also grain and meat tickets. The establishment would calculate the necessary quantity of tickets based on the ordered dishes, which patrons were obliged to submit. Zhu Lin was aware that Li Changhe would undoubtedly choose meat for their meal. Even the ordinary state-run restaurants in the vicinity required tickets. The few upscale establishments in the capital, such as Lao Mo, Quanzhou, and Suihua Tower, did not necessitate tickets, but a meal there would start at 10 yuan. At this moment, a sudden flash of inspiration ignited in Li Changhe's mind. You still have 3 gene of meat coupons, right? I have 2. Let us check later. Just wait for me. Li Changhe stepped outside and quickly located his family's coupon wallet. In this era, every household possessed such a wallet, containing various coupons issued each month. He rummaged through it and found several seasoning coupons as well as his meat coupons. In recent years, the supply of goods in the capital had significantly improved, unlike the scarcity of the 1950s and 60s. For instance, during that earlier period, each person was allocated only 3 to 5 taels of meat coupons per month. However, starting from April this year, the meat supply in the capital increased to 2 gene per person each month. This explains why Zhu Lin held 3 gene of meat coupons. She had been supporting others for a few months and had not consumed her share, thus accumulating a substantial reserve. Yet, this was specific to the capital. Other regions in the country did not enjoy such exaggerated supplies. Come, let me treat you to something fresh today. With the coupons in hand, Li Changhe led Zhu Lin outside. They rode their bicycle to the department store, where they purchased not only a cooling mat and blanket, but also a cutting board and knife. Shortly after, they arrived at Old Zhang's courtyard, laden with their purchases. Please tidy up a bit. I'll go fetch some more supplies and return shortly, Li Changhe instructed Zhu Lin before dashing back outside. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Shiqi stepped out, only to see Li Changhe pedaling away. Girl, what is that lad up to? Zhang Shiqi inquired curiously, leaning against the door. I'm not sure. He just mentioned wanting to make something delicious, but didn't he specify what? Zhu Lin replied. Old Zhang, I might need to use your kitchen shortly. She thought it prudent to give a heads up, knowing Li Changhe would likely require the kitchen for his cooking endeavors. Feel free to use it. Zhang Shiqi, having rented the place to Li Changhe because he liked him, naturally would not refuse such a small favor. Meanwhile, Li Changhe rode his bicycle to a corner of Hadian town, where a blacksmith's shop stood. In those days, rural areas still had blacksmiths. Do you need a pot, a knife, or farming tools? Upon entering, he was greeted by a burly man, bare-chested and enveloped in steam. None of those, master. I need a simple, square stove. Li Changhe gestured with his hands, and the blacksmith instantly understood. Ah, you're looking for a grill, huh? That's quite simple, no technical expertise required. However, comrade, could you expedite the process? I'm in urgent need, and I have national grain coupons. Li Changhe produced the national grain coupons with a smile. You're paying with national grain coupons? The blacksmith looked at Li Changhe, surprised. In this era, national grain coupons held greater value than regular ones, often regarded as hard currency. Indeed, I urge you to expedite the process. I shall compensate you with this. Very well, I shall return in an hour to collect it. The blacksmith readily acquiesced, and the two proceeded to discuss the dimensions and calculate the amount. In this era, individuals like them possessed their own conversion methods for currency and national grain tickets, along with various other forms of documentation, which Li Changhe did not comprehend. So he simply paid with grain tickets. Subsequently, Li Changhe visited a grocery store, requesting 2 pounds of pork and 2 pounds of mutton. It was midday, and there were no fatty cuts of pork available. However, Li Changhe was unconcerned, as he required only a bit of fat. For overly fatty meat would detract from the flavor. Indeed, with the acquisition of the courtyard, Li Changhe's first thought was to indulge in a barbecue. In his previous life, they were known for their barbecues. During summer, barbecuing and beer were essential. He possessed beer tickets, but chose not to purchase any, opting instead for the state-run restaurant where he could acquire loose beer bottled in large glass containers. He also took the opportunity to buy several steamed buns and dumplings. Afterward, Li Changhe returned home with the meat, beer, and buns, recognizing that the barbecue would take some time, and he could not allow Zhu Lin to go hungry. Upon witnessing Li Changhe's arrival, laden with food, both Zhu Lin and Zhang Shiqi were taken aback. "What are you planning?" they inquired. "You will find out shortly. I must first marinate the meat." After rinsing the newly purchased enamel basin, Li Changhe placed the meat inside, poured in the beer, and sprinkled it with scallions, ginger, salt, soy sauce, and other seasonings. "You rascal, are you intending to make barbecue? Unfortunately, you lack a grill," Zhang Shiqi remarked, observing Li Changhe's actions with a knowing smile. "Who says I have no grill? You shall witness it shortly." Once Li Changhe completed his preparations, he glanced at the time and, deeming it sufficient, promptly departed to retrieve the grill. On his way back, he also purchased a few large watermelons, bringing them back in a net bag. "Let us get started." At that moment, Li Changhe was filled with fervor, eager to savor an authentic Zibo barbecue. Chapter 45. Isn't it just a long-distance relationship? At the small stove, Li Changhe divided the freshly grilled skewers among Zhu Lin and Zhang Shiqi. The enticing aroma wafting from the skewers ignited their appetites, and they eagerly dug in. "I never expected you to possess such culinary skills. The flavor is delightful, not much inferior to the renowned roast meat one from years past." Roast meat one, a venerable barbecue institution in the capital, has been serving delectable grilled meats since the Changhe era of the Qing dynasty. Founded by a member of the Hui ethnic group, the establishment specializes in beef and lamb, attracting frequent patrons such as Mei Lanfang and Zhang Daqian. "What is this? The seasoning is incomplete. You ought to add some crushed peanuts or sesame salt. Dipping the grilled meat in that would elevate the taste," Li Changhe casually remarked while grilling. "You seem a bit off, my friend. At your age, how do you possess such an extensive knowledge of culinary delights? Given the scarcity of resources during your formative years, how could you have possibly learned such refined techniques?" Zhang Shiqi observed suspiciously, aware that Li Changhe's age clearly indicated he was born in the 1950s, an era marked by material deprivation. As time progressed, resources became even scarcer, and by the time he was older, he had gone to the countryside. Yet, his grilling skills were remarkably adept. "Well, I picked it up in the countryside. When I was a youth sent to the fields, hunger drove me to catch wild rabbits and such. Back then, we had few seasonings, and grilling without spices resulted in mediocre flavors. Along with my fellow youth, we pondered over how to enhance the taste of meat, and gradually we devised various methods," Li Changhe explained nonchalantly, knowing that no one here could discern the truth of his past experiences. "Goodness, so your grilling prowess is merely a product of imagination," Zhang Shiqi exclaimed after finishing the last skewer. Li Changhe then offered a freshly grilled portion of lamb. The gamey flavor of the lamb did not appeal to Zhu Lin, who had only eaten a few skewers. "Speaking of which, I am curious, old Zhang, with your demeanor and residence. It is evident that you do not belong to the working class or the lower peasantry. How did you manage to evade the repercussions over the years, especially without your home being significantly affected?" Li Changhe inquired, his curiosity piqued. Old Zhang shot him a glance and sighed. "After all, I am a man who has lived through the tumultuous times of the Republic. I have witnessed chaos and disorder. By the mid-1950s, I sensed that the situation was amiss. It was then that I discreetly purchased this property, mainly because it is adjacent to the Friendship Hotel. Over the years, I have discovered that regardless of the era, any dealings involving foreigners necessitate adherence to rules and etiquette. My survival over the past decade has hinged on these two principles, being involved with foreign affairs. With my residence next to the Friendship Hotel and my workplace being a foreign-related unit, I have managed to navigate these times without significant peril. Unfortunately, human strength has its limits. After a lifetime of scheming, I lost my wife and my children. As he concluded, Zhang Shiqi expressed a sense of resignation. Your son has merely run away. He is not dead. Li Changhe shook his head as he explained. Zhang Shiqi cast a glance at him and replied nonchalantly. What difference does it make? If he fled after injuring someone during the countryside assignment, he is a coward of the revolution. Even if he survives, he would not dare return to the city of Yanjing. Whether we meet again in this lifetime is uncertain. In my heart, I shall consider them as good as dead. Zhang Shiqi understood the gravity of the situation. After all, in these times, fleeing after causing trouble in the countryside is a severe blemish on one's integrity, a mark of a revolutionary deserter. Li Changhe remained silent. In his view, once the policy for educated youth concluded in a couple of years, such matters would likely fade into obscurity. As long as his two sons were alive, they could return openly without shame. However, he could not predict the future for Zhang Shiqi, nor could he say with certainty whether his sons were indeed alive. Thus, he chose not to instill false hope. He accepted the possibility that his sons had perished. If they returned, it would be a pleasant surprise. If not, that would be the norm. He decided to let the matter rest and simply enjoy the moment. Nearby, a watermelon that had been submerged in the well was retrieved, the icy water transforming it into a refreshing delight. Zhu Lin took the watermelon out, swiftly slicing it into pieces before distributing it to Li Changhe and Zhang Shiqi. After savoring the roasted meat, Li Changhe took a bite of the chilled watermelon, feeling invigorated. Thus, beneath the juju tree in the small courtyard, the three of them roasted meat, enjoyed watermelon, and engaged in lively conversation until darkness enveloped them. All right. Let us put the stove over there in the kitchen and use it again in a few days. I'll go buy some charcoal. It's far superior to your firewood. Zhang Shiqi indicated towards the kitchen while addressing Li Changhe. This time, due to the hurried preparations, Li Changhe had stuffed the stove with firewood instead of charcoal. He tidied up the stove and iron skewers, then took Zhu Lin home. How do you like this little courtyard? Quite pleasant, isn't it? Li Changhe beamed at Zhu Lin as they walked. Zhu Lin playfully pinched him at the waist, retorting, only because you have money to waste on meat like this. Otherwise, who would indulge in such extravagance? In these times, even seasonings at home are used sparingly. Unlike you, pouring scallions, ginger, garlic, and soy sauce liberally over the meat, and even extravagantly using beer to mask the smell. One mustn't deprive oneself of life's pleasures. Li Changhe offered a slight defense. Zhu Lin dismissed his words, finding his reasoning rather tiresome. After a moment, she sighed and remarked, Changhe, time flies. In just a few days, I will be starting school. Already? I can hardly believe it. Li Changhe was taken aback by Zhu Lin's words, wondering how so little time had passed. Here, we are fortunate to have breaks. Unlike some engineering and agricultural university students, who remain tied to their work, returning to the factories or communes during vacations. This is what they call applying what they have learned. Zhu Lin explained, and at last, Li Changhe grasped that, in this era, the students of workers, peasants, and soldiers were not solely focused on academic pursuits. Rather, they engaged in production and construction while simultaneously acquiring knowledge, which explains why they graduated in just 2.5 to 3 years. Well, when the time comes, I shall escort you to school. Zhu Lin softly remarked to Li Changhe, hesitating momentarily. Li Changhe shook his head, replying, No, you should remain at school. I have recently noticed an increase in the number of educated youth returning to the city. These individuals come back without any job arrangements and are left to wander aimlessly in society. Even if I were to pick you up and drop you off daily, with more people around, I could not ensure your safety. It is best to prioritize our security. I will come to fetch you on weekends. Li Changhe stated earnestly. Love that endures is not confined to the mundane rhythm of daily life. Isn't it merely a long-distance relationship? Li Changhe would not allow his desire for fleeting moments together to dictate that Zhu Lin return home every day. The distance from Xia Hospital to the residential compound spans over 10 kilometers, requiring more than an hour on a bicycle. Although there is currently no policy allowing educated youth to return to the city, with the downfall of those in power, many who had been suppressed are now reclaiming their positions, like Li Lishan and others, who will undoubtedly find ways to bring the children from the countryside back. The long silent rascals and alleyway dwellers are beginning to show signs of revival. At this juncture, Li Changhe did not wish to take any risks. Given Zhu Lin's beauty, it was certain that some would covet her. Even if he were capable of defending her, he could not guarantee her safety amidst a crowd. Therefore, he resolved to prioritize caution for the time being, at least until his group of rascals returned to consolidate their influence. It was also time to pen a letter to his childhood friend, Xin Junxin, to ascertain how he was faring in the countryside. In Li Changhe's memory, his childhood companion Xin Junxin possessed an innate aura of leadership, being both formidable and loyal, which made it easy for him to stand out in the rascal community. All right then, Zhu Lin replied, somewhat despondent. Despite spending these days intimately with Li Changhe, there had been no significant breakthroughs in their physical relationship. However, their emotional connection had blossomed into what could be described as a passionate romance. The thought of only being able to see each other once a week left Zhu Lin feeling a touch of melancholy. Do not worry. I will come to the city to see you whenever I can. After all, it is close by, and as a man, I am quite safe, Li Changhe reassured her. Sensing her discontent, he still intended to submit his manuscript to People's Literature and planned to visit Rongbaozai to purchase some calligraphy and paintings. Rongbaozai is located in Lilikang, not far from Xia Hospital, so he could make multiple trips. Chapter 46. A heartening message from the People's Literature. The blissful days are always fleeting. And soon it was time for Zhu Lin to commence her studies. On this day, Li Changhe busied himself with a multitude of packages, assisting Zhu Lin in organizing her belongings. Changhe, you need not carry so much. Should I find myself in need of anything, I can retrieve it from home later. Zhu Lin remarked, somewhat exasperated at the sight of Li Changhe's overflowing bundles. Better safe than sorry, he replied. It is better to be prepared, for one never knows when something may be urgently required. By the way, I also bought some pastries from Daxiankin. Please take them with you. There's far too much for me to consume, Zhu Lin responded, gazing at the large bag of treats with a hint of dismay. She was not particularly fond of sweets, and the quantity was more than she could ever finish. This is not merely for you, Li Changhe clarified earnestly. Distribute them among your classmates, and tell them it is on my behalf. It will facilitate your interactions in both study and work. Having learned that the academic model for working-class students differed significantly from those of later generations, Li Changhe had considered this aspect. Zhu Lin's time at school was evidently not solely for academic pursuits. She would also be engaged in various responsibilities at the hospital. In this context, nurturing good relationships with colleagues was an inevitable necessity. Previously, Li Changhe had been unaware of such dynamics, but now he felt a keen interest. I see you wish for me to announce your existence to others. Zhu Lin, not one to be easily deceived, quickly discerned Li Changhe's subtle intentions. This was a means of subtly proclaiming his presence under the guise of delivering pastries. Li Changhe nodded with an air of nonchalance. Of course. I must protect my attractive partner. The phenomenon of infatuation, regardless of age or era, is timeless. Li Changhe firmly believed that there were undoubtedly admirers of Zhu Lin within the medical school, although he had never inquired. The act of sending pastries served a dual purpose. It helped Zhu Lin maintain her relationships with classmates and colleagues while simultaneously establishing a protective barrier. At the very least, the gossipmongers would spread word of Li Changhe's existence, and if any persistent admirers remained undeterred, he would bear no blame. Let us go. I shall visit you in a few days. With everything in order, Li Changhe gathered the last of their belongings and descended the stairs with Zhu Lin. They rode her bicycle together, which would remain at the school for Zhu Lin's convenience. Subsequently, Li Changhe accompanied Zhu Lin from Hadian into the city. Arriving at the entrance of Xia Hospital, go on in, Li Changhe encouraged as he watched Zhu Lin wheel her bicycle through the gates of Xia Hospital. She turned back briefly to wave goodbye before entering. Once Zhu Lin had disappeared within, Li Changhe turned and made his way to the office of People's Literature. Throughout August, his output had been modest. After a trip to northeast China, he found himself indulging in leisure activities with Zhu Lin, lacking the fervor he had displayed in the preceding months of diligent writing. With September's arrival, Li Changhe resolved to redouble his efforts, seizing the opportunity to write more and earn more while competition remained relatively sparse. In the office of People's Literature, upon seeing Li Changhe submit another manuscript, Lu Jianxing felt a surge of joy. Changhe, I have some delightful news to share with you. Oh, what good news? Li Changhe inquired, a hint of curiosity evident in his tone. What else could there be, apart from the manuscript fee from the magazine? Do you wish to publish a book? Lu Jianxing smiled as he posed this question to Li Changhe. Publish a book? Upon hearing Lu Jianxing's words, Li Changhe's expression shifted to one of realization. Are you suggesting that my novel could be published? Indeed. Lu Jianxing nodded affirmatively and continued. You know that just behind us is the People's Literature Publishing House. Recently, they noted the remarkable sales of your novel and wished to discuss publishing a collection of your works. I see. Li Changhe responded, now enlightened about the People's Literature Publishing House. Although the magazine and the publishing house share a similar name and operate from the same location, they are, in fact, two distinct entities with different affiliations. The People's Literature magazine is subordinate to the Writers' Association, which, as of now, has yet to resume its functions. On the other hand, the People's Literature Publishing House is under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Culture, due to well-known circumstances in recent years. Both have been operating within the same premises of the ministry, yet they remain separate organizations. To put it succinctly, your novel is not merely literary. It possesses a certain degree of critical integrity as well. The publishing house has not released many books in recent years, with numerous manuscripts piling up, primarily because many authors still face unresolved issues. You, however, are a rising talent, unburdened by such constraints, and your current work is immensely popular among the masses. They see this as an opportunity to experiment and innovate with your book. Yanjing explained to Li Changhe, who felt somewhat bemused by the notion that his work would be used as a testing ground. Nevertheless, it mattered little to him, as he was acutely aware that since the ascent of the elderly gentleman to power, such matters had become trivial. After all, the individual in charge now oversees science, education, culture, and health. Will there be compensation? Li Changhe hesitated before quietly inquiring. Though manuscript fees have purportedly been reinstated, the system is riddled with loopholes, and the enforcement has been lackluster, leaving Li Changhe uncertain about the payment. Yes, the fee will adhere to the premium rate of 7 yuan per 1,000 characters, a point we have already negotiated with them. The current challenge lies in the fact that your manuscript count is insufficient. The publisher's stance is that a collection of approximately 200,000 characters is required. Each of your pieces hovers around 20,000 characters, meaning you would need about 10 stories. Over the past few months, you have submitted 6 pieces, including today's new submission, bringing the total to 7. This indicates you still need to provide at least 3 more. So, what do you think? Are there any issues on your end? Yanjing asked Li Changhe earnestly. Li Changhe calculated the figures. If 200,000 characters at 7 yuan per 1,000 were to be considered, he would net approximately 1,400 yuan. Moreover, with the addition of these 4 articles, the total remuneration surpasses 500 yuan. Altogether, this brings the total to nearly 2,000 yuan. When combined with my personal savings, it amounts to 4,000. There is no doubt it is absolutely feasible. Very well, I shall expedite the work this month and deliver it to you promptly. Li Changhe readily agreed. In that case, I will inform the People's Literature Publishing House on your behalf. Yanjing was quite pleased to see Li Changhe's affirmative response, as he regarded this as a fulfillment of a trust bestowed upon him. The subsequent steps followed the usual protocol, receiving the payment and departing. Upon exiting the grand doors of the People's Literature Publishing House, Li Changhe suddenly had a thought. If published, his personal circumstances would likely be disclosed, not to mention, other literary societies might uncover his pseudonymous identity. At that moment, Li Changhe envisioned the ensuing commotion and couldn't help but shake his head dismissively, choosing to ignore it. After leaving the People's Literature magazine, he glanced at his surroundings and strolled towards Lulakang. Since he was already there, he decided to take the opportunity to explore Lulakang and procure some goods. Chapter 47. This is the future's foundation. To speak candidly, acquiring antiques and artworks in 1977 is no small feat, with few legitimate avenues available for purchase. The majority of shops, for reasons well known, had been shuttered. However, one establishment weathered this storm unscathed, Rongbaozai. Nestled on Shijie of Lulakang, Rongbaozai is a venerable establishment with a history exceeding 2 centuries, primarily dealing in calligraphy and painting. As Li Changhe strolled to the entrance of Rongbaozai, he found the interior sparsely populated. In the wake of recent events, the common folk had distanced themselves from such artistic pursuits. Additionally, the artworks within Rongbaozai were not modestly priced, making them inaccessible for the average household in this era. Nevertheless, Li Changhe hesitated not, stepping boldly inside. Good day, sir. Are you seeking to purchase paintings, paper, or perhaps the 4 treasures of the study? The salesperson inquired. Initially, Rongbaozai focused on the traditional 4 treasures, brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, before expanding into the sale of artworks. I have recently rented a new home and wish to acquire a few paintings for decoration, Li Changhe replied amiably, casting his gaze upon the various artworks adorning the walls. Are you in search of ancient paintings, or those from the past few decades? The salesperson asked earnestly. Do you have any masterpieces by Qi Baishe or Su Beihong? I would like to take a look, Li Changhe responded, deliberately omitting Zhang Daqian's name, as his reputation had presently soured, associated with a contentious departure to the other side of the strait. Indeed, please follow me. We have an array of their esteemed works. The salesperson promptly guided Li Changhe to another wall. Indeed, the wall displayed an assortment of paintings, varying in size and style, each bearing distinct signatures. This is Mr. Baisher's shrimp play, renowned for his unparalleled depiction of shrimp. Presently, Mr. Baisher's works are priced at 8 yuan per square foot. 1 square foot measures approximately 33 centimeters by 33 centimeters. Here we have Mr. Su Beihong's works. He is particularly celebrated for his horse paintings, with galloping horses being a remarkable representation. Currently, Mr. Su's works are priced at 12 yuan per square foot. Additionally, we have works by Mr. Li Karen, a disciple of Qi Baisher, celebrated for his mastery in painting cattle and landscapes, now priced at 15 yuan per square foot. Lastly, we feature works by Mr. Huang Binhong, whose paintings and calligraphy are exceptional, with his pieces priced at 3 yuan per square foot. Listening intently to the salesperson's enthusiastic descriptions, Li Changhe turned his attention to a piece by Huang Binhong. The signature, simply Binhong, resembled that of the painting hanging in the home of the old Zhang. Thus, Huang Binhong was indeed the same artist, albeit his prices were still somewhat lower than those of Qi Baisher and Li Karen. Li Changhe, unfamiliar with the renowned name of Huang Binhong, could only make a rudimentary assessment based on pricing. I have heard that Mr. Li Karen painted several notable pieces titled The Mountains Are Red, which are quite famous. I wonder if we have this painting in the store? Li Changhe pondered curiously. Upon hearing Li Changhe's words, the salesperson hesitated for a moment before nodding. Indeed, we have a piece titled Wanshan Hongbian in the store, but I am uncertain if it is available for public sale. If you are interested, I can inquire for you. Yes, please do ask. I would also like to know about the exquisite artworks of Mr. Qi Baisher and Mr. Su Beihong. I recall that Mr. Qi Baisher's song by Gali Tu seems quite remarkable. Do we have that in our collection? Please hold on for a moment while I consult the manager. The salesperson then stepped inside, leaving Li Changhe to peruse the artworks before him. Li Changhe possessed limited knowledge of art, and the names he mentioned were derived from materials he had researched in his previous life. Many individuals in the past had a tendency to critique historical novels, exclaiming that if they could return to the past, they would undoubtedly invest in antiques and artworks. However, from Li Changhe's perspective, what else could one do in this context? The current societal structure delineates roles as officials, workers, and farmers. Beyond that, any commercial activities are strictly prohibited. Conversely, who could deny that calligraphy and paintings are indeed reliable instruments for appreciation and value? It is evident that a masterpiece can escalate from a mere few dollars to tens of millions or even billions. The adage in prosperous times, antiques flourish; in chaotic times, gold prevails, resonates deeply. Of course, investing in companies like Alibaba or Tencent presents even greater potential for appreciation. But this comes with a prerequisite. One must possess the acumen to invest wisely. Many harbor an inexplicable confidence regarding rebirth, believing that a return to the past guarantees success. Yet the reality is that even if one finds themselves in a favorable position, they may not necessarily soar like a pig in flight. Could the Tuma founders easily accept investments from just anyone? The notion of entrepreneurship is fraught with challenges. One must possess the requisite skills to succeed. During the internet entrepreneurial boom, the e-commerce landscape was not dominated solely by Alibaba. eBay was once the undisputed leader, yet only Alibaba emerged victorious. While eBay has long since faded into obscurity, social platforms, despite their vast user bases, failed to significantly challenge the likes of Tencent QQ, as evidenced by Feixin's attempts. The future phenomenon of Bitcoin attracted at least hundreds of thousands of buyers at the time, yet how many steadfastly held onto their investments, preserving them intact for the future surge? Rebirth merely enhances one's perspective, not their innate capabilities or leadership qualities. Li Changhe was acutely aware of his limitations. He had earned substantial income through writing in his previous life, yet when he partnered to open a store, he suffered considerable losses. He recognized that if he could not manage a small roadside shop effectively, it was unrealistic to expect that he could successfully oversee a large enterprise with tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of employees. Certainly, such managerial skills can be acquired over time, and this era allows for gradual learning. However, in addition to this, investing in artworks as a safety net is essential. While Li Changhe remains uncertain about his future success in business, He is firmly convinced that acquiring a collection of artworks will guarantee his status as a billionaire. Just as he contemplated these thoughts, the salesperson returned. "Greetings, sir. The Wanshan Hongbian in our store is currently classified as a collectible and is not available for public sale. Here, we have several other exquisite works by the esteemed Mr. Li Karen. Would you care to take a look?" Upon hearing this, Li Changhe let out a resigned sigh. Indeed, in this day and age, no one is a fool. Everyone knows to keep their treasures hidden. Without the aid of memory, Li Changhe found himself at a loss, uncertain which pieces were of merit and which were not. However, he possessed a distinct sense of judgment. He recalled that in the realm of painting and calligraphy, larger works generally held greater value than their smaller counterparts. Ultimately, Li Changhe spent approximately 110 yuan to acquire 5 magnificent pieces by Qi Baishe, Li Karen, and Su Beiyang. He refrained from purchasing more, as he deemed the prices still rather steep. He remembered that in the 1980s, the prices of these modern artworks would plummet further, potentially halving from their current rates. Once the reform and opening up policy took effect, items in the friendship store could be purchased at a more favorable exchange rate, rendering it unnecessary to buy excessively at this juncture. Subsequently, cradling the bundled scrolls, Li Changhe took a taxi home. These would serve as the foundation of his future. It would be a significant loss if they were damaged while jostling on public transport. Chapter 48, October 21st, 1977. In the courtyard, Zhang Shiqi was leisurely reclining in the yard. The wooden rocking chair seemed to possess an enchanting allure. Each time Li Changhe visited, this old fellow would invariably be found lounging in it. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Shiqi, without opening his eyes, recognized that Li Changhe had arrived, for aside from him, no one else graced the courtyard. Upon opening his eyes and spotting the painting tube in Li Changhe's hands, Zhang Shiqi's interest was piqued. "Li Changhe, have you been purchasing art?" "Indeed," Li Changhe replied, as he entered the house and searched for a cabinet to store the painting tube. "Wait, don't be so hasty. Take it out, I wish to see," Zhang Shiqi interjected, hastily preventing him from placing it in the cabinet. Li Changhe turned, looking at Zhang Shiqi with curiosity. "What's this? You know about paintings?" "A little," Zhang Shiqi admitted. "I want to see what you've bought. Let us ensure you haven't been swindled." He approached and retrieved the painting tube from the cabinet. Still from Rongbiaozai, as expected. Nowadays, apart from Rongbiaozai, it was quite challenging to procure such items elsewhere. Not to mention, at least the authenticity of Rongbiaozai's offerings was assured. As Zhang Shiqi spoke, he opened the painting tube and carefully unrolled the scroll on Li Changhe's bed. Good heavens, it's Qi Baishe's ink shrimp painting. While it may not be his pinnacle work, it certainly ranks among his exquisite creations. Zhang Shiqi assessed after a few glances. Li Changhe observed Zhang Shiqi for a moment, pondering if this old man was indeed a connoisseur of cultural relics. Zhang Shiqi examined the subsequent paintings, rendering judgments similar to his assessment of Qi Baishe's work, adequate in quality, lacking in superior distinction. "You purchased these intending to collect, I presume?" Zhang Shiqi asked, closing the scroll and smiling at Li Changhe. Li Changhe nodded. "Yes, I happened to pass by Lilakang and decided to buy a few pieces. It wasn't too much money, so I thought I might as well collect them. Quite well, these can be considered fine pieces. In times of peace, they could even be regarded as heirlooms. However, given the current state of affairs, be sure to hide them well to avoid discovery and denunciation." Zhang Shiqi cautioned before taking his leave. Li Changhe casually tossed the painting into the cabinet and followed him out. There were still a few watermelons hanging in the well, so Li Changhe fished one up and sliced it open. In this era, the variety of melons was relatively limited compared to the future, and there were no high-end seedless varieties. Nevertheless, having something to eat was commendable. "Here, take this." Li Changhe offered a slice to Zhang Shiqi, munching as he spoke. "Actually, I went to Rongbiaozai seeking to purchase a piece by Li Karen, Mountains in Crimson, but alas, it was not for sale." "Of course not. They certainly wouldn't sell to you. Given the current circumstances, had it been in the past, you wouldn't even dream of acquiring those few paintings. They might have offered you a few of mediocre quality, which would have been generous enough," Zhang Shiqi remarked with a hint of disdain. Li Changhe gazed at Zhang Shiqi. "Elder, could you elaborate on the nuances contained within? What nuances could there possibly be?" The realm of antique collectibles demands a discerning eye. Possessing such insight enables one to acquire exquisite items. Alternatively, one's status can facilitate such purchases. If one holds a higher standing, sellers may be more inclined to accommodate. When a novice visits a gallery, their lack of expertise becomes evident through conversation. Consequently, They are offered market value pieces, authentic works, yet commonplace. However, the caliber of an artist varies significantly. The early stages of their craft differ vastly from their peak, resulting in disparate valuations of their creations. To put it plainly, an artist reaches the pinnacle of their skill for only a few fleeting years, yielding a limited body of work. Take, for instance, Vast Mountains Drenched in Crimson, a masterwork by Li Karen, painted in 1964 at Changhe, which was acquired for a mere 80 yuan. Securing such a rarity at market price is implausible. Would one expect to casually obtain such a treasure? Zhang Shiqi, clearly familiar with the esteemed Rongbiozai, effortlessly recited details about Vast Mountains Drenched in Crimson. Observing him, Li Changhe pondered, "Sir, your former affiliation with a foreign entity must be Rongbiozai. Am I correct?" The old man did not exhibit the demeanor of a conventional worker. Rather, he carried an air of urban sophistication, reminiscent of a certain comedic figure from later generations. Upon having his identity revealed by Li Changhe, Zhang Shiqi did not dispute it. "You are quite astute. Are you seeking my assistance in acquiring Vast Mountains Drenched in Crimson?" "No need. If it can be purchased, it will be, and if not, so be it. I am not fixated on possession." Li Changhe held no obsession over it. Indeed, while some masterpieces worth billions possess high artistic value, others are intertwined with financial maneuvering. For instance, if an individual owns 100 works by Qi Baishe, inflating the price of one or two will naturally elevate the value of the entire collection, ensuring profits from auctions and even establishing a form of hard currency. Thus, even if Vast Mountains Drenched in Crimson is absent from future auctions, other artworks may still fetch high prices. The world of antiques offers no shortcuts. It requires diligent observation and engagement. The capital, with its 6 centuries of history, has become a repository for the finest treasures, many of which are scattered among the populace. If one wishes to delve into this field, a sincere effort to explore will surely yield remarkable finds. Zhang Shiqi gestured toward Li Changhe, who instinctively inquired, "Are you referring to Panjiayuan?" Lulikang and Panjiayuan emerged as the 2 primary antique districts in the capital, with Lulikang being the legitimate avenue, while Panjiayuan resembles a black market for collectibles. However, to Li Changhe's astonishment, Zhang Shiqi seemed unfamiliar with the name Panjiayuan. "What is Panjiayuan? You must mean Panjiaku, right? Has a collectibles market developed there? Wasn't he just a low-lying area?" Zhang Shiqi, taken aback, inquired of Li Changhe. Li Changhe, equally perplexed, responded, "Panjiaku? Indeed. The capital has no place known as Panjiayuan. It is only referred to as Panjiaku. This area, once a brick kiln outside the city, was owned by a gentleman with the surname Pan, hence the name Panjiaku. It remains a desolate expanse filled with hollows left by excavated earth. You must not be easily deceived. There has never been any indication of cultural relic trading in that place. Exercise caution, lest you fall victim to some nefarious scheme." Zhang Shiqi admonished Li Changhe. Nodding in acknowledgement, Li Changhe speculated that what would someday become the renowned Panjiayuan was still mere wasteland at present. "Understood," he replied, offering no further explanation, and soon resumed a casual conversation with the elderly Zhang. In the days that followed, Li Changhe's life took on a more structured rhythm, reviewing his studies, writing diligently, and visiting Zhu Lin. Occasionally, he would accompany Zhang Shiqi to enhance their meals, indulging in delicacies from establishments like Lao Mo, Quanjude, and Suohua Tower. Old Zhang was a man of discernment, not one to shy away from spending. Their arrangement was equitable, with each taking turns to treat the other, ensuring neither felt taken advantage of. During this period, the nation also celebrated National Day. However, Li Changhe and Zhang Shiqi chose to remain within the confines of their courtyard, avoiding the raucous festivities outside, where drums and gongs heralded the occasion. Thus, time flowed swiftly, transitioning from the warmth of summer into the crispness of autumn. On October 21st, as Li Changhe perused the People's Daily, his gaze fell upon the prominent headline, "Significant Reforms in Higher Education Admissions." The article detailed the reinstatement of the college entrance examination, announcing that in 1 month's time, the exam would be held nationwide, divided into the disciplines of liberal arts and sciences. Besides the subjects of Chinese, mathematics, and politics, the liberal arts encompassed history and geography, while the sciences included physics and chemistry. As he absorbed the news, Li Changhe could not restrain himself, clenching his fists tightly in anticipation. After waiting for over half a year, the long-awaited announcement of the college entrance examination had finally arrived. This signified that the opportunity for him to transform his fortunes was now at hand. Chapter 49. The joyous news of the college entrance examination sweeps the nation on October 21, 1977. The announcement regarding the reinstatement of the college entrance examination surged through the country like a tempest. Newspapers, radio broadcasts, and the fervent whispers of the populace disseminated this thrilling news to every corner of the land. In Hehe Province, Heilongjiang County, and the Hongwei Commune, the cold winds from Siberia had begun to invade this territory as winter approached. Bang, bang, bang. The vigorous knocking at the door startled Haiwen from his afternoon slumber. With the onset of the chilly season, work had become relatively sparse. Haiwen had risen early to engage in reciting and practicing exam questions, followed by a brief rest around noon to rejuvenate himself. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Haiwen donned his military coat and stepped into his cotton shoes, making his way to the door with a soft thud. Upon opening it, a gust of cold air rushed in, prompting him to instinctively wrap his coat tighter around himself. Brother Liang, what brings you here? Haiwen, the college entrance examination, it's back. The robust figure standing at the threshold clutched a newspaper, exuding excitement as he called out to Haiwen. Upon hearing these words, Haiwen swiftly snatched the newspaper from his hands, his eyes scanning the headlines. Significant reforms in higher education admissions. Ensuring quality university admissions is the hope of the nation. Ha 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 ha. It's true, the examination is back. At that moment, Haiwen stood there, laughing heartily, overwhelmed with joy. The college entrance examination had indeed returned. Li Changhe did not deceive me. Meanwhile, in a mountain village several dozen kilometers away from the Hongwei Commune, Changhe stepped into the brigade's party branch. Uncle, has today's newspaper arrived? Ever since Li Changhe's departure, Changhe had been aware that his brother-in-law's visit was to inform Li Xiaojun of the potential reinstatement of the college entrance examination. Since then, Li Xiaojun had devoted herself to studying diligently, poring over the books brought back by Li Changhe. In response, Changhe had quietly taken over all household chores and labor responsibilities, allowing Li Xiaojun to focus solely on her studies. Besides the essential work points that Li Xiaojun needed to contribute, he had assumed all cooking duties. In addition, he made daily trips to the brigade's party branch to check for the latest newspapers, hoping to find the information regarding the examination that Li Changhe had mentioned. It's here. They're all in the stack. I haven't looked yet. The postal workers mentioned a significant decision, stating that every village must receive a copy. Let me see. Changhe strode over to the wooden table, observing the pile of newspapers, and picked up the one on top. Significant reforms in higher education admissions? As he read the title, Changhe immediately delved into the article with earnest attention, though his literacy was limited, having barely completed junior high school before dropping out. Uncle, does this mean they are really reinstating the college entrance examination? He stumbled through the text and quickly handed the newspaper to the elder in the party branch. What? The college entrance examination is back? The elder took the newspaper and skimmed it. By the heavens, they truly are reinstating the examination. Upon hearing these words, Changhe swiftly snatched the newspaper and dashed homeward. Observing Changhe's hasty retreat, the elder uncle, infuriated, shouted after him, demanding he return the paper. As Changhe vanished from sight, the elder uncle returned to the table, scrutinizing the remaining newspapers, all of which featured the same headline. Run. Let's see if that little rascal can outrun my loudspeaker, he muttered, striding towards the village's loudspeaker. He pressed the button and blew into the microphone twice. Hey, attention. Everyone in the village, young and old, especially the youth. According to the information in this newspaper, the college entrance examination is back. He reiterated, I say again. The college entrance examination has been reinstated. You can pursue a university education. At that moment, Li Xiaojun, who was reviewing her studies at home, instinctively stepped outside upon hearing the loudspeaker's announcement, straining to listen. Is it true? The college entrance examination is back? The loudspeaker of that era often emitted a crackling sound, lacking clarity. Fortunately, Changhe barged in just then. Xiaojun, the newspaper. Look at the newspaper. Spotting Li Xiaojun at the doorway, Changhe urgently thrust the paper into her hands. Trembling, Li Xiaojun accepted the newspaper and gazed at the headline. The college entrance examination has indeed been restored. This revelation signified that she could return to the city by way of higher education. Gripping the paper tightly, tears welled up in Li Xiaojun's eyes. Simultaneously, across the nation, from the desolate Gobi Desert to the azure coastline, and from the icy northern forests to the sunlit rice fields of the south, countless young individuals akin to Li Xiaojun rejoiced exuberantly. In the capital, at Xia Hospital, Zhu Lin hastily exited the pharmacy, having anticipated a more relaxed final semester, only to find herself busier than ever. As graduating students, they had already grasped most of their knowledge and were effectively prepared for the workforce. Lin, come here. Just as she re-entered the classroom and had yet to take her seat, she noticed several classmates waving at her. What is going on? Zhu Lin inquired curiously as she approached them, discovering they were gathered around a newspaper. Look, big news. The college entrance examination is being reinstated. It seems we will no longer be reliant on recommendations from workers, farmers, or soldiers, as students who had been admitted through such recommendations. They felt a peculiar sentiment towards the reinstatement of the examination. Zhu Lin, someone is looking for you. Comrade Changhe is here. At that moment, a young woman entering the classroom called out. Changhe had become somewhat of a celebrity in their class, not only for winning Zhu Lin's affection, but also for his generosity. He always brought an abundance of snacks whenever he visited her. Zhu Lin, unable to consume all the treats, would share them with her classmates. In these times, few had experienced such affluence, and thus, Changhe's reputation spread widely. He's here. Upon hearing this, Zhu Lin promptly turned and walked briskly towards the door. As expected, in front of the teaching building, Changhe stood there quietly. It's only Friday. What brings you here? Zhu Lin eagerly approached him, her voice bubbling with joy. Currently, the work schedule still adheres to a 6-day workweek with only Sunday off. I'm simply overjoyed and wanted to see you. Changhe replied with a smile. In truth, at that moment, he longed to embrace her. Yet he suppressed his elation due to the societal norms of this era. Have you seen the news about the college entrance examination? Congratulations, Changhe. You've finally waited for this moment. Although he had learned from his parents that the government would resume the examination, it was only upon seeing the official announcement that a sense of relief washed over everyone, including Changhe and Zhu Lin. How about I treat you to dinner tonight to celebrate? Zhu Lin beamed at Changhe, sensing his happiness. He had hurried over to share this joyful news with her. Sounds great. What shall we eat? Changhe nodded, smiling as he inquired. Let us dine at the cafeteria. I want you to experience the meals at our hospital's cafeteria. Zhu Lin playfully suggested, seizing the opportunity to introduce him to the public, as everyone was already familiar with Changhe. Chapter 50, Registration. In this era, the dining hall lacked the refinement of future establishments. It primarily consisted of long benches and tables, yet the space was quite ample. After finding a table, Changhe settled down comfortably, while Zhu Lin proactively queued at the window to procure their meals. Once seated, Changhe became the focal point of attention for several individuals in his vicinity. This dining hall served as the internal canteen for the medical school, predominantly frequented by its students, particularly the male cohort. Although the age of workers and peasants attending university was generally older, age did not equate to marriage. Many harbored thoughts about the young and beautiful Zhu Lin, who, in contemporary terms, could be considered the unattainable ideal for numerous hearts. To their astonishment, their cherished ideal was now willingly serving that man, who seemed to relish Zhu Lin's attentions without a hint of guilt. Truly, it was enough to crush one's spirit. In contrast, several female classmates frequently passed by Changhe, glancing swiftly at him to satisfy their curiosity. Soon, Zhu Lin approached with a porcelain mug and a steamed bun, placing them before Changhe. Today, as fortune is favorable, the canteen serves braised pork with potatoes. Our chef excels at this dish. Do give it a try. Changhe curiously peered into the mug, revealing a generous portion of braised pork interspersed with chunks of potato. Is this truly the fare prepared by the canteen chef? How fortunate you all are, he remarked, somewhat astonished. Since the latter half of the year, the canteen has improved its offerings. After all, we are an international hospital and occasionally treat foreign patients, so the food here is somewhat better than outside, Zhu Lin explained with a smile, her hands never pausing in their movements. Here, she handed her chopsticks to Changhe, for disposable utensils were a rarity in the canteen, and everyone used their own. What will you use? Changhe inquired with a grin. Zhu Lin then lifted a spoon from the side and waved it in front of him. Silly. I'll just use a spoon. Hurry and eat before it gets cold. She nudged the mug slightly toward him. Changhe promptly picked up a piece of potato and took a bite. This is indeed delightful, he praised, as he balanced the steamed bun in one hand and the dish in the other. As for the piercing gazes directed at him, he remained utterly unfazed. By the way, I haven't had a chance to look closely. When is the upcoming college entrance examination? Zhu Lin had not yet perused the newspaper, having rushed out as soon as Changhe arrived. They say it's a month from now, but I suspect it will be in December at the earliest. The assessment criteria are surprisingly lenient. The age limit has been extended to 30, with no restrictions on marital status. Workers, farmers, educated youth, military personnel, and current officials are all eligible to apply. Additionally, a high school diploma or an equivalent level of education is required. Yet I suspect this requirement will not be enforced stringently, as many from the previous generation only completed junior high. Lastly, political integrity is necessary. Though the scrutiny primarily focuses on individual conduct, breaking the traditional emphasis on social background. Changhe shared the information published in the newspaper with Zhu Lin, who nodded thoughtfully. This suggests that individuals with less favorable backgrounds might also be able to participate in the college entrance examination. To be frank, it ultimately comes down to luck, Changhe remarked. In his previous life, he had encountered a report about the son of a certain revolutionary hero who wished to take the exam this year, but was hindered by political vetting. Ultimately, he wrote a letter to the esteemed elder and sent it to the capital, which resulted in a special approval for him to take the examination. However, such cases are rare. It is likely that numerous educated youth with unfavorable backgrounds will be obstructed from registering for the exam by local officials. This was also the reason Changhe personally visited Hulin County. He needed to help his elder sister, Li Xiaojun, establish connections in advance. Nevertheless, next year should be slightly better. With just over a month to prepare, many educated youth will hardly have time to review their studies. Zhu Lin expressed her concern. The notification has been issued, and the exam is set for a little over a month from now. The problem is that October is still the harvest season for many regions, and in some areas, production will not conclude until mid-November. Consequently, local educated youth will have little time to study. Changhe nodded in agreement, adding that another issue is the scarcity of textbooks. Very few educated youth possess the necessary teaching materials. As a result, the government later announced that all students registering for the entrance examination would be granted a leave of absence for half a month, 15 days specifically dedicated to reviewing their studies. It is anticipated that the highly regarded self-study series on mathematics, physics, and chemistry will soon be reprinted by a local printing house. After their meal, the two headed to the sink in the cafeteria to wash their tea containers before departing. Once outside, Changhe glanced at the sky and realized it was time for him to leave. "Did you come by bus?" Zhu Lin asked, also noticing the time. "Yes," Changhe replied, as he had yet to purchase a bicycle. "Why not ride my bicycle home, and you can come back for me tomorrow? It's just for one day, and I want to be using it," Zhu Lin offered, as her bike was kept at school for daily use. "That works," Changhe agreed, not wanting to overthink it. The weather had turned cooler. Riding a bicycle was feasible, though the only downside was the abundance of mosquitoes along the route. During this time, mosquitoes tended to swarm, but fortunately, Zhu Lin had provided Changhe with a mask for protection. On Saturday, Changhe rode his bicycle to the commune to submit his registration form. It is worth noting that this year, each candidate is required to pay a registration fee of 50 cents. Changhe is currently a returning youth from the countryside, and his parents have long since had their scrutiny lifted and resumed their work. Therefore, although his political review was examined, the risk was not particularly significant. After registering, and with ample time before Zhu Lin's school dismissal, Changhe found himself disinterested in writing. He decided to ride his bicycle to Old Zhang's courtyard. Uncharacteristically, Old Zhang was not in the yard, allowing Changhe to recline on the lounge chair, indulging in a leisurely rest. Old Zhang indeed possessed some unique skills. Behind the rocking chair hung a fragrant sachet, its scent subtle yet effective in repelling mosquitoes. No wonder he could comfortably lie under the tree without fear of bites. Before long, Old Zhang pushed open the door and entered, and upon seeing Changhe lounging in his rocking chair, he displayed no anger but rather expressed astonishment. "You truly are remarkable. The college entrance examination has indeed resumed," he exclaimed. Previously, he regarded Changhe merely as an unconventional youth, distinct from his contemporaries. However, it now appeared that Changhe's insights were quite extraordinary. "Indeed, but I must share some unfortunate news. Do not forget our wager. When the time comes for this courtyard to be bought and sold, remember to sell it to me," Changhe replied leisurely. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shiqi was momentarily taken aback. He had completely forgotten about that matter, and it seemed the young man still had his sights set on his property. This could spell trouble. If the college entrance examination had been accurately predicted by him, would the sale of this house truly be permitted in the future? Chapter 51. Choosing a university major. Zhang Shiqi had previously wagered with Changhe, not entirely relying on chance. By August, The enrollment plans from across the nation had already been submitted, and the recruitment season had long passed. To be candid, even if changes were to be made, he believed it was highly probable that they would occur next year. He never anticipated that such audacity would emerge from the authorities, making alterations with just a few months left in the year. A winter entrance examination for university admissions was unheard of. This could be considered a stroke of luck for Li. You win this round. If one day the policies change and property transactions are permitted freely, I shall sell you my courtyard. However, let it be known, if you are unable to muster the funds by then, do not blame me for not selling. Zhang Shiqi was a straightforward man, unwavering in his decision. Li Changhe nodded with a smile. Rest assured, as long as you do not demand an exorbitant sum, I will certainly have the means. He had already submitted his manuscript to the People's Literature Publishing House, but payment had yet to be received. Nor had any settlement occurred, as the manuscript awaited publication in the magazine and required further editing from the publisher. Li Changhe was not anxious. After all, considering the fees from both the publisher and the magazine, he had a solid foundation of 4,000 yuan in savings. Li Changhe was uncertain when the policy would be enacted in 1980, but he was certain that real estate transactions would be allowed that year. Over the course of 2 years, even solely by writing, he could amass a fortune of 10,000 yuan. Furthermore, Li Changhe harbored grander aspirations. If he succeeded, what did 10,000 yuan signify? Do you think I would be envious of such trifles? Zhang Shiqi retorted, unable to suppress his irritation at Li Changhe's bravado. Their relationship was devoid of generational disparity, both belonging to an unconventional age. All right, get up, don't occupy my chair, Zhang Shiqi commanded, shooing Li Changhe from the recliner before comfortably settling into it himself. You lad, are you preparing for the college entrance examination? Where do you plan to apply? As the weather turned cooler, he mused that a cushion would be necessary for the recliner. There are only a handful of schools in the capital. I suppose I'll aim for Peking University. It seems quite respectable, Li Changhe replied nonchalantly. Truth be told, such a statement felt somewhat premature. The elderly man beside him likely could not grasp the significance of those words. You really do have a flair for boasting. Peking University is no ordinary institution. If you truly manage to get into Peking University, I shall gift you something special, Zhang Shiqi remarked, his tone laced with skepticism. Li Changhe sighed. Grandfather, please don't be like that. If you continue to jest with me, I fear that one day you shall be left with nothing. Internally, he reflected. I am indeed exceptional. Can you compare? Leave that to fate. If you genuinely gain admission to Peking University, that would be akin to entering the Imperial Academy in times past. Gifting you something would be no trivial matter, Zhang Shiqi replied nonchalantly. Very well, prepare yourself. Since the elder intended to offer a gift, Li Changhe would certainly not decline. After a leisurely conversation, he glanced at the sky, noting that it was nearly time, and checked the watch on his wrist before rising. The time has come. I shall not linger with you any longer, for I am off to meet my partner. With that, Li Changhe pedaled his bicycle at a swift pace towards Shieda Hospital. After picking up Zhu Lin, the two made a brief detour to Quanjude, which, for the moment, was still operating under the name Beijing Roast Duck Restaurant. They did not dine in, but instead spent 16 yuan to take away 2 ducks. In these times, a roast duck from Quanjude cost between 8 to 10 yuan, and without needing a ticket, one could even purchase half a duck due to its exorbitant price. Li Changhe was not particularly concerned about the cost. He bought 2 ducks, one for each family, and also opted to take the duck carcasses home to simmer into a nourishing soup. By the time they returned home, it was already past 6 o'clock, and Shen Yuxiu had prepared dinner. You didn't mention you were buying roast duck. I've already cooked the dishes, she said, visibly annoyed. Li Changhe waved his hand dismissively. No worries, Mom. The weather is cooler now. The dishes won't spoil overnight, and we can enjoy them tomorrow morning just the same. Besides, we could always have 2 dishes for dinner. With what you've cooked, we'll finish it in no time. Li Changhe had been rather unpredictable lately. Whenever he returned home and found his mother had cooked, it usually meant he had dined out. No problem. Today can be an extra meal. Let us savor it. Li Lishan remarked leisurely. Only you would play the good-natured one, Shen Yuxiu retorted, heading into the kitchen to find a plate for the neatly arranged roast duck. After the family finished their meal, Li Lishan turned to Li Changhe and gently inquired, Changhe, have you firmly decided to apply to Peking University? Yes. Li Changhe nodded affirmatively. I believe it's best not to be too rigid. When the time comes to apply, it wouldn't hurt to consider several schools, Shen Yuxiu suggested delicately. Both she and her husband worked at an industrial institute, and applying there would likely yield favorable results. No, I'm applying only to Peking University, Li Changhe stated earnestly. For him, Peking University held a significance that transcended other institutions. If he failed to gain admission, attending a different school would not matter much. He could merely secure a bureaucratic position and drift through the 1980s. However, gaining entry into Peking University would afford him an entirely different avenue, one that could perfectly transmute the memories of his previous life into a new reality. He held no romantic notions about Peking University, yet in this era, he desperately needed its prestigious name to bolster his forthcoming plans. Very well, Peking University it is. However, it seems you have little interest in the sciences. Perhaps research is not your inclination, Xin Yuxiu remarked. The departmental list you asked me to find for Peking University, I looked it up today. If you wish to pursue the humanities, your options are rather limited. The most suitable choice is the Chinese department, followed by philosophy or history. Have you decided which one you wish to apply for? Li Lishan had taken the initiative to gather information about Peking University for his son, conducting a preliminary selection. Is there even a question? Our Changhe will definitely apply to the Chinese department. He has already published articles in magazines. There is no need to consider anything else. It appears that the Writers' Association has yet to be reinstated. Otherwise, I believe you would undoubtedly gain admission. Xin Yuxiu remarked, as if it were a matter of course, that individuals like them possess a certain reverence for those engaged in cultural pursuits. If you do not apply to the Chinese department, I recall there is an economics department at Peking University, isn't there? Li Changhe inquired earnestly of his father, Li Lishan. Economic department? Li Lishan gazed at his son in astonishment, never anticipating that Li Changhe would express an interest in such a field. Indeed, there is an economics department. But it seems this year they offer only one major, which is the Department of Political Economy. Are you certain you wish to pursue this? Li Lishan hesitated, reflecting on how the economics department had traditionally been associated with commerce. In the hierarchy of professions, commerce was regarded as the least esteemed. Moreover, in previous years, individuals from the economics department were often those undergoing significant ideological transformation, as it was well known that 8 out of 10 were educated abroad. Although conditions have improved somewhat now, who can guarantee that the situation will not revert? In light of this, Li Changhe's decision to apply to the economics department seemed excessively risky to Li Lishan. Absolutely. I will apply for this. Having solidified his choice of major, Li Changhe resolved firmly within himself. This year's college entrance examination would see him applying to the Department of Political Economy at Peking University. Chapter 52. The winter examination approaches. In the ensuing days, Li Changhe resumed his studies while frequently visiting the commune to check on his registration status. It was not until he received confirmation from the HD District Committee's admissions office that his name appeared on the examination roster that he felt a sense of relief. In this era, entries were solely reliant on manual input. A mere oversight or a fleeting thought could potentially hinder one's progress. Li Changhe, having little else to occupy his time at home, saw no harm in making a few extra trips. As the college entrance examination drew near, Zhu Lin forbade him from visiting her except on weekends when he would pick her up. This allowed Li Changhe to immerse himself in a final review sprint. He found no issues with mathematics. However, he sought to strengthen his grasp on political science, language arts, history, and geography, particularly in political science. He recognized the necessity of practicing the writing styles prevalent in this era, especially the integration of quotations within his answers. To address this challenge, Li Changhe devised a solution. He began transcribing articles from newspapers. The Industrial College's office still possessed a wealth of old newspapers, and Xin Yuxiu from logistics, taking advantage of her position, provided him with a considerable supply. Even during moments of restlessness, when his focus wavered, Li Changhe would take a brief walk before returning home to continue his studies. After all, having prepared diligently for over half a year since his rebirth, he could not afford to falter at the final juncture. Concurrently, many young people in the capital became frenzied over the impending examination, including numerous employed youths. The bold reprinting of the self-study series on mathematics, physics, and chemistry by a publisher in the Magic City sparked a frenzy among the youth of Beijing, with some queuing overnight to purchase the set. It was during this period that Li Changhe realized how fortunate he had been to discover the remnants of that stock in the Haitian Xinhua bookstore. In the annals of future history, this self-study series would be regarded as a salvific tome for many aspiring students during this era. However, the publisher in the Magic City undertook great risks to reprint the book, as it was still classified as a prohibited text under the prevailing two bans policy. It remained a mystery which influential individual had, perhaps unknowingly or intentionally, left those forbidden books in the HD District Bookstore's warehouse over a decade prior. In any case, Li Changhe resolved to seek out a temple in a few years to offer incense in gratitude to that unknown benefactor, be it a brother or sister. Although he identified as a staunch communist warrior, he sensed a certain destiny in this matter and wished to extend his blessings to that unnamed individual. As time progressed and the weather grew colder, Li Changhe gleaned more information about the college entrance examination from various newspapers. This year marked a temporary resumption of the examination under emergency circumstances, with many regions lacking adequate preparation, compounded by the challenges of self-formulated questions and independent grading. In certain regions, an excessive number of candidates have led to a disparity in their qualifications, prompting the implementation of a preliminary examination system. This system allows for an initial assessment prior to the formal college entrance examination, effectively eliminating those with subpar scores. However, some areas, such as the capital, do not adhere to this practice. Notably, there is no preliminary examination in the capital city. Li Changhe recalls that in a few years, this preliminary examination system is expected to be adopted nationwide, facilitating the early screening of candidates. As autumn arrives, the leaves turn a vivid yellow before eventually falling, heralding the onset of winter in the capital. Li Changhe's attire shifts from shirts to thick cotton jackets, and he also experiences the era's central heating. Indeed, the building where Li Changhe resides benefits from collective heating, a privilege afforded to professors through the school's boiler room. In stark contrast, Zhang Shiqi's courtyard home must rely on the less efficient method of burning gas stoves. Nonetheless, the gas stove does have its merits, such as the ability to roast sweet potatoes. On occasion, when Li Changhe feels particularly bothered, he retreats to the courtyard to roast a sweet potato over the warm stove, tossing in a handful of peanuts to roast alongside, creating a delightful crunch. This ritual evokes nostalgic memories of his childhood in a rural home from the 1990s, where life was similarly simple. As days pass, Li Changhe receives notification to fill out his college application preferences. This year, each candidate is permitted to select only 3 choices, and Li Changhe resolutely fills all 3 with the political economy department at Peking University. For him, failing to gain admission to this program would disrupt all his future plans. Such unwavering determination leaves even the teacher reviewing the applications astounded. The college entrance examination in 1977 is scheduled for December 10th, 11, and 12. However, for Li Changhe, he will only take the exam over 2 days. On the morning of the 10th, he will take politics, followed by history and geography in the afternoon. On the 11th, he will sit for mathematics in the morning and Chinese in the afternoon. The 12th is reserved for a foreign language exam, an additional requirement only for those applying to foreign language institutions. On December 10th, Li Changhe rises early, and shortly thereafter, a knock on the door disrupts the morning calm. This Saturday, Zhu Lin has deliberately taken a day off from school to arrive at Li Changhe's home well in advance. Have you packed everything? Have you brought your admission ticket? Eat something light for breakfast. Avoid anything too greasy, she softly advises, fully immersed in her role as a supportive companion. Rest assured, everything is ready. Besides, the exam venue is right at Renmin University Affiliated High School, which is very close, Li Changhe reassures her. The Industrial Institute is less than 2 kilometers north of the high school, which was once part of Renmin University, but has since been transferred to the Haitian Education Commission due to well-known circumstances. The assigned examination room for Li Changhe is indeed located at Renmin University Affiliated High School. Despite the proximity, one must not be complacent, as this is a pivotal moment that could shape the course of his life. Zhu Lin gently reminds him, her concern palpable, though she wonders why she has never been so invested in her own journey at medical school. All right, after finishing their breakfast, the 2 individuals set off on their bicycles. As for Li Changhe's parents, upon seeing Zhu Lin's arrival, they nonchalantly departed for work. The college entrance examination held little significance for them. In the words of Shen Yuxiu, having studied at home for such an extended period, failing to pass would be tantamount to foolishness. Li Lishan, his father, was even more resolute, simply stating that if one did not succeed this year, they could always try again next year. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the 2 departed from their home and arrived at the entrance of Renmin University Affiliated High School. By this time, hundreds of candidates had already gathered, all preparing to take the college entrance examination. Among them were some with unkempt beards, and Li Changhe could easily discern that their ages were undoubtedly beyond the limit. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, during the era of manual verification, Many regulations were not enforced with rigorous strictness. Those with audacity who dared to register mostly succeeded, while those who hesitated found themselves barred by the rules. Wait for me at the courtyard. It's chilly outside. Just come to fetch me when the time comes. Changhe murmured to Zhu Lin as he surveyed the bustling crowd. The courtyard was merely about 1,000 meters away, quite close indeed. All right. After watching Zhu Lin depart, Changhe stepped into the examination hall. At 9 o'clock, with the sound of the whistle, the college entrance examination of 1977 officially commenced. Chapter 53. Let us marry. After 2 days and nights of relentless writing, Changhe experienced the rigors of the college entrance examination once more. However, this time, the challenge was significantly less daunting. In mathematics, there were merely 10 questions, 2 fewer than those typically found in a science paper. The language section was even more surprising. The essay accounted for a staggering 80 points, with the remainder comprising a text analysis and classical Chinese translation. This was still from the art stream. Upon exiting, Changhe overheard fellow candidates discussing the language paper for the sciences, leaving him speechless. Their entire paper consisted solely of one essay titled My Year of Struggle, worth 100 points. The history and geography questions were equally straightforward, primarily inquiring about the 4 great inventions, the chronological order of dynasties, the 4 major rivers in China, and the abbreviations for each province. For Changhe, apart from the language section, he could assure a precision rate exceeding 95 in all other subjects, as claiming a perfect score would be too absolute. The only exception was politics, where, despite extensive revision, he remained uncertain about certain questions. One particularly memorable query asked him to write about the anti-globalization political agenda of several individuals from recent years. How was he to know? He had gone to great lengths to avoid such matters since his rebirth. Fortunately, the prompt included a directive to critique, and without hesitation, Changhe began to express his thoughts, drawing on information gleaned from newspapers. As for his score on that 20-point question, he could not say for certain. Nevertheless, after the examination, he estimated that with a total of 5 subjects worth 500 points, he would secure at least over 400. His uncertainty stemmed from not knowing how he would perform in the essay and politics sections. However, with this score, admission to Peking University seemed assured. Upon finishing the final exam, Changhe exited the examination hall to find Zhu Lin waiting outside. In these times, few accompanied candidates, making Zhu Lin easily noticeable. How did it go? She inquired with genuine concern. Not a problem. Let us head home, he replied, mounting his bicycle and bringing Zhu Lin back to his residence. It was still before 4 o'clock, and neither Li Lishan nor Shen Yuxiu had returned home. Once inside, Changhe suddenly lifted Zhu Lin into the air, holding her aloft. Since his rebirth, from his return to Beijing to today's conclusion of the college entrance examination, he had navigated this year with great caution. Now that the exams were over, he could finally glimpse the dawn of hope. Caught off guard as Changhe lifted her, Zhu Lin initially did not react. He spun her around a few times before stopping, at which point she softly requested, "All right, please put me down." Having trained in dance, she found the spinning quite trivial. As Changhe set Zhu Lin down, he gazed at her with deep affection. Noticing his expression, Zhu Lin seemed to sense something and instinctively turned her head away. Yet in the next moment, she felt her lips suddenly sealed. In that instant, Changhe made his bold move. Zhu Lin's eyes widened, her mind blank. It was only when he released her that she began to come to her senses. "Once we receive the notification letter, shall we marry?" Changhe earnestly gazed at Zhu Lin and spoke softly. Initially, Changhe had intended to confess his feelings to Zhu Lin upon receiving the admission letter. However, to his surprise, Zhu Lin had spoken first, propelling their relationship forward at an astonishing pace. Now that the college entrance examination was completed and with the impending reform year, Changhe had firmly established himself in this era. Therefore, he could no longer wait for the young lady to broach the subject of marriage. In a time when many couples marry after just a brief acquaintance, Changhe and Zhu Lin had already been together for several months, which was considered quite a long time. Moreover, given Zhu Lin's relatively advanced age in this era, they could not afford to delay marriage for years as in later generations. He felt a responsibility to consider her reputation. Having overlooked this once before, he could not afford to do so again. Thus, after the exams, feeling assured about his university prospects, Changhe promptly brought up the topic. At this moment, Zhu Lin, nestled in his embrace, was still somewhat dazed, having not fully processed the situation before being drawn into Changhe's proposal. She had intended to admonish him, but upon hearing his words, She found herself disinclined to do so. Raising her head, her gentle and serene eyes now looked earnestly into Li Changhe's, and she softly replied, "Changhe, are you serious?" "Of course. I have been contemplating this for quite some time, eagerly awaiting this day. Once I receive my admission letter and can proudly claim my identity as a student of Peking University, we shall marry and obtain our certificate. For only then will I be worthy of you." Li Changhe responded with utmost sincerity. After hearing his words, Zhu Lin lightly placed her finger on his lips. "Nonsense. What does it matter about being worthy? I cherish you regardless of your situation." There were unspoken sentiments within Zhu Lin's heart. Despite their lengthy relationship, Lu Shuwan had subtly hinted at their futures several times, considering their ages were no longer youthful. However, Li Changhe had not initiated the conversation, nor had Zhu Lin inquired. She understood Li Changhe was focused on preparing for his exams and did not wish to distract him. She had planned to hint at the matter after the exams. Yet unexpectedly, Li Changhe had broached the subject of marriage as soon as he returned home. "My thought is this. After the spring festival, when the weather warms, the admission letters should be arriving. By then, my sister will also return from Heihe to attend our wedding. I wonder about your sister's circumstances?" Li Changhe remarked. He was not an only child, nor was Zhu Lin. She was the second child in her family, with an older sister who had long been married, although both spouses seemed to be working outside of the capital. In any case, Li Changhe had never met them. They were engaged in supporting construction in the border areas, and they had previously exchanged letters, indicating they would likely return next year. Zhu Lin, upon hearing Li Changhe's words, softly responded, "In that era, even those with jobs often found themselves reassigned based on national needs." Zhu Lin's sister and brother-in-law are both physicians. However, several years ago, they received an order to support medical development in remote areas and have not returned since. "Now, please let me go so I can remove my padded coat," Zhu Lin urged, gently pushing Li Changhe aside. She was still clad in a thick cotton jacket, having been swept into his arms immediately upon entering. Li Changhe, too, was similarly attired, having shed his military coat and outer layer, now donning merely a sweater as the warmth of the room enveloped them. Zhu Lin, in contrast, wore a woolen sweater that Li Changhe had gifted her, distinguished from a typical sweater by its lightweight nature, accentuating her figure gracefully. After changing out of their outer garments, they proceeded to Li Changhe's room, where he discreetly closed the door behind them. "Changhe, if we were to marry," Zhu Lin began, turning to broach the subject of marriage once more. Yet, at that moment, Li Changhe was preoccupied, captivated by her presence, and only desired to treat Zhu Lin to some exquisite imported candy. Chapter 54. Is this what you call marriage? When Li Lishan and Shun Yuxiu returned home, they were quite surprised to find only Li Changhe at home. "Where's Lin Lin?" Shun Yuxiu inquired curiously, given that the two were usually inseparable. Furthermore, today marked the final day of Li Changhe's college entrance examination, and Zhu Lin had already arrived early in the morning. She went home," Li Changhe replied somewhat helplessly. Observing the slight unease on her son's face, Shun Yuxiu scrutinized him with suspicion. "You little rascal, you Haven Tea bullied her, have you? A young man, vigorous and strong. Alone with a girl at home, it's hard to say." "No, Mom, what are you thinking? She had matters to attend to at home." Li Changhe hastily defended himself, aware that in this day and age, the accusation of mistreating a girl was a grave one. In truth, he had merely indulged in some imported candy that afternoon. Nothing more. Zhu Lin had returned home early, partly because Li Changhe had a penchant for sweets, making meaningful conversation quite difficult, and partly because she intended to discuss their marriage with her parents. Staying at Li Changhe's home, she feared she might succumb to his persistent advances. "Actually, it's a good thing, Mom. I plan to obtain the marriage certificate with Zhu Lin as soon as the admission notices come out. She has gone home to discuss it with Uncle Zhu and Aunt Lu." To clear his name, Li Changhe eagerly shared his plans with his parents. To be honest, he was rather uncertain about the wedding customs in this era. Getting a certificate? That's wonderful. You two should have done that ages ago. It's been long overdue. Shun Yuxiu remarked, reflecting the mindset of her generation, where merely meeting a few times and finding mutual affection sufficed for marriage, with little regard for the concept of dating. Li Changhe eagerly awaited his mother's further elaboration, but to his dismay, Shun Yuxiu fell silent. "Mom, please continue," he prompted, feeling somewhat exasperated. "Continue what?" Shun Yuxiu replied, puzzled. "I meant, are there no other formalities? Like a wedding procession or something?" Li Changhe pressed on. Shun Yuxiu finally understood. "Of course there are. On that day, I'll prepare a new outfit for you and Lin Lin, you'll take some photos, and then go get the certificate. Generally, the groom would borrow a bicycle for the procession or take a bus if the distance is far to bring his bride home. But since you live just upstairs, you won't need a bicycle, just go down and bring Lin up. Right? Nowadays it's all about the 3 turns in 1 ring. Right? The bicycle, the watch, the sewing machine, and the radio, isn't that so? Shen Yuxiu pondered aloud. Li Changhe couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. They had everything except for a sewing machine. They not only owned a radio, but also a television. The sewing machine was simply unnecessary, as Shen Yuxiu, being an intellectual, was not skilled in the craft of handmade textiles. We already have everything at home. I think it's best to simply give them the money. When the time comes, we can hand over 3,000 yuan to them, allowing them to choose whatever they wish to purchase, Li Lishan remarked. Li Changhe felt somewhat speechless, as he was aware that his parents possessed a substantial sum of money. Compensation from years past, disbursed according to their wages. Considering Li Lishan and Shen Yuxiu's salaries over the past 7 to 8 years, their compensation would undoubtedly exceed 10,000 yuan. Indeed, when a man is affluent, he displays generosity. Offering 3,000 yuan as a wedding gift is quite the gesture. As for money, I have enough. Li Changhe was not lacking in funds either, as he still had 4,000 yuan at his disposal, albeit part of it had not yet been received. By the way, should we host a banquet? Are there any relatives or friends we should invite? Li Changhe hesitated before asking, uncertain if the tradition of hosting a banquet still existed in this era. The Li family did not have many relatives. Li Lishan's family had become separated during the war years, and he was unsure if any remained. He had been rescued by Li Changhe's maternal grandfather, who, recognizing that Li Lishan had received some education, invited him to become their son-in-law. However, Li Changhe's maternal grandparents explicitly stated that they would not allow Li Lishan to become a son-in-law because they had a son. Subsequently, Li Lishan and Shen Yuxiu supported each other in their pursuit of higher education. It was also due to the open-mindedness of Li Changhe's maternal grandfather that Li Lishan and Shen Yuxiu were classified as poor peasants rather than wealthy peasants from Shen's family. According to the policies of that time, children of landlords and the bourgeoisie who married into lower-middle peasant families and labored for a year could have their familial status transformed accordingly. Shen Yuxiu married Li Lishan before the establishment of the state, and since she was already employed at that time, this condition allowed Li Changhe's family to be recognized as a cadre from a poor peasant background. Even though later on, Li Lishan and his wife were regarded as intellectuals and subjected to labor, their treatment was relatively favorable compared to the most unfortunate cases. Li Changhe's maternal grandparents passed away early, not long after the establishment of the state. He indeed had 2 uncles. However, one perished heroically in the 1950s, while the other became a cadre but has also been laboring in recent years, with no knowledge of his whereabouts. Given the average status of the Shen family, they were not classified as poor peasants. To be honest, during that period, it was a challenge for individuals to care for themselves, let alone others. And connections had long since faded. There was little hope of locating relatives. Even his second uncle's family was now untraceable. Shen Yuxiu sighed, expressing her helplessness. Li Changhe pressed his lips together, remaining silent. If his second uncle's family were still alive, they would likely have returned in these past 2 years. Though he was uncertain of the specifics, there was nothing he could say at this moment. We shall see. I believe the current climate is favorable, and it is likely that many will return. There will eventually be a day for reunion, Li Lishan reassured his wife. As for the banquet, let me discuss it with old Zhu. He has many relatives. In recent years, this practice has fallen out of favor, as everyone is now considered revolutionary comrades. A marriage certificate is acquired, a photograph is taken, and a few candies are distributed at the workplace, and that suffices. However, this year, I will confer with old Zhu and see what he thinks, Li Lishan deliberated, addressing Li Changhe. Very well. Li Changhe nodded in agreement. What a curious affair. A mere photograph and a certificate, and thus it is deemed a marriage. Is this truly what one calls wedlock? Consider the countless engagements that have faltered over dowries, and the weddings marred by discord. One must provide 28,888 before even alighting from the vehicle. Indeed, wives of this era are quite remarkable. The assertion that women can uphold half the sky is not mere rhetoric. Meanwhile, in the home of Zhu Lin, a similar conversation unfolds. Upon hearing her daughter express the desire to obtain a marriage certificate with Li Changhe after he receives his admission notice, Lu Shuan's face brightens with satisfaction. The young man from the Li family seems to possess some discernment. Once he secures that notice, he will be regarded as a university student, a promising candidate, which will not diminish their standing. Yet, will he succeed in the examination? Mother, if he cannot pass, then surely no one in the capital can. Zhu Lin finds herself at a loss. Why does her mother always cast doubt at crucial moments? Lu Xuan realizes her comments may be ill-timed and feels a twinge of embarrassment. I spoke without thinking. However, what shall we do about your wedding this year? The prevailing sentiments are quite unpredictable. Perhaps we should descend and discuss it with the Li couple. Come to an agreement first, and then inform your grandfather. What do you think? Professor Zhu softly suggested to Lu Xuan. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xuan nodded. That sounds reasonable. Let's deliberate together on how to proceed. Subsequently, the couple rose and made their way downstairs. Zhu Lin, observing this, felt resigned and could do naught but follow suit. Chapter 55. You asked me what use the economics department of Peking University is? A series of knocks echoed from outside. I approached the door. Li Changhe rose and walked over to open it, revealing Professor Zhu and his family standing at the threshold. Uncle Zhu, Annie Li Changhe promptly greeted with respect. Ah, Changhe, we have come to discuss matters with your parents, Professor Zhu said gently, eyeing the young man who was soon to become his son-in-law. Old Zhu has arrived? Come in, come in. At that moment, Shen Yuxiu hurried over, warmly welcoming them. The two families had been colleagues, good neighbors, and close friends. And now it seemed they were destined to become even closer as in-laws. Li Lishan also stood to greet them. And soon the four of them gathered around the tea table, leaving Li Changhe without a seat. Li Changhe busied himself with boiling water, preparing tea, and fetching sunflower seeds and peanuts. Once he had completed all these tasks, he quietly returned to his own room, leaving the conversation outside without a chance for him to interject. In his room, Zhu Lin also slipped in, as she too had no voice in the matter of marriage. Upon seeing Li Changhe enter, she recalled her earlier behavior and shot him a glare. My parents are out there. Don't get too carried away, she admonished. It's one thing when no one is home, but with them here, I cannot allow you to act recklessly. What are you thinking? Li Changhe found himself at a loss for words, recognizing that he had indeed acted impulsively that afternoon. Sigh, I just feel that I have wronged you. Li Changhe sighed, expressing his helplessness. Wronged me? What do you mean? Zhu Lin looked at him with confusion. Marriage is such a simple process. You just go get a certificate and distribute some wedding candies, Li Changhe stated. Zhu Lin, upon hearing this, dismissed it with a wave of her hand. What is the big deal? Isn't that how everyone gets married? In our medical school, we even have collective weddings. Everyone ties the knot together, and we just sip some water and eat a candy while the ceremony unfolds. Nowadays, it's all like this, revolutionary weddings, no extravagance. Are you still dreaming of the old-fashioned weddings with drums, palanquins, and extravagant bridal processions? Zhu Lin teased Li Changhe with a playful smile. Li Changhe nodded. Believe it or not, I have indeed considered that. Humph, you relic of feudalism. Be careful, or I might report you. Zhu Lin jested with a grin. Li Changhe smiled back, remaining silent. The ideals of this generation are quite upright, yet in 10 or 20 years, these customs may very well resurface. By the way, I have yet to ask you, why are you so determined to apply to the economics department of Peking University? With your excellent writing skills, why not pursue the Chinese department instead? Zhu Lin voiced her curiosity. In this era, aside from casting aside the youthful literary dreams, the Chinese department holds an additional allure. It is both politically aligned and specialized. As a Chinese citizen, one ought to study the language, Marxism-Leninism, and the thoughts of great leaders. This is the true essence of contemporary higher education. Thus, the Chinese department has become the most sought-after major in universities, with outstanding students eager to enroll. Primarily, one might wonder why I, having published numerous novels and on the verge of releasing a book, would still pursue studies in the Chinese department. Instead, I believe the economics department holds greater promise for the future. As the 11th Congress has stated, the nation's objective is to construct a socialist, modernized state. With the authorities restoring order, we are poised to develop the national economy, which is precisely why I enrolled in this program. Li Changhe earnestly conveyed this to Zhu Lin. A familiar sensation washed over Zhu Lin. She perceived that Li Changhe was speaking with a serious facade, yet there was a peculiar truth in his assertions. Indeed, he was correct in stating that individuals in the Chinese department often showcase their talents through writing and publishing. In this regard, Li Changhe has already achieved notable success. Thus, from this perspective, his decision to eschew the Chinese department is hardly questionable. Li Changhe's starting point has already surpassed the endpoint for many students in the Chinese department. At that moment, Li Changhe found himself unable to divulge the true reasons behind his choice to Zhu Lin. In reality, his decision to pursue studies in the economics department at Peking University was solely to align with the knowledge and memories residing in his mind. Although China initiated its reform and opening up policy in 1978, the first decade of reform primarily focused on adjustments within state-owned enterprises and national directives. For the common citizen, the differences between life in the 1970s and the 1990s were minimal, save for the increased availability of consumer goods and a slight easing of the tightness surrounding rationing. Amid such monumental changes, individual agency appeared insignificant. Even in 1984, heralded as the dawn of domestic entrepreneurship, establishing a company was not an endeavor for just anyone. Companies at that time were required to maintain state-owned attributes, relying on state enterprises and governmental affiliations, rendering private enterprises non-existent. For Li Changhe, if he aimed to establish himself domestically in the 1980s, he would likely find himself drifting along with the tide, either joining a state enterprise or a government position. However, Li Changhe possessed an additional trove of knowledge from his past life, a repository of information he had amassed while writing historical fiction, which was rooted in the developments of Hong Kong beginning in the late 1970s. Consequently, he realized he had two paths before him. One was to tread the traditional route of reform in the 1980s and later soar during the burgeoning economic era of the 1990s. The other was to devise a means to actualize the insights of Hong Kong from his memory, thereby acquiring his initial fortune in the 1980s. The former path would allow for a steady, methodical development in alignment with contemporary life, while the latter presented significant challenges. In that era, aside from clandestine means, it was exceedingly difficult to travel openly to Hong Kong, and even if he were to go, Li Changhe doubted his chances of success. The Hong Kong of the late 1970s and early 1980s was far from the idyllic portrayal often depicted in films. It was a place rife with chaos, far more tumultuous than the mainland, where British colonizers held dominion over the island's valuable assets, subjugating the local populace akin to slave masters. Beneath the surface, a myriad of affluent Chinese merchants exist, and beneath them lie various community organizations. Li Changhe, an outsider from the mainland, would likely find himself unwelcome in such circles. Even if he were to clandestinely cross over, it is hardly plausible that he could ascend from the depths through sheer force, as depicted in numerous novels. First as a mere thug, and then as a leader. He is not trained in martial arts since childhood. What would he achieve? Furthermore, he has no intention of undertaking such a perilous journey, for he is a proud citizen of the old capital, and the thought of sneaking into Hong Kong is beneath him. What Li Changhe aspires to do is to carve a path in China that resonates with the memories of his past life. With diligence, he has indeed found a promising direction. The economics department at Peking University serves as the starting point of this journey. Naturally, he cannot share this with Zhu Lin, as the path ahead is fraught with uncertainties. Li Changhe's current mindset is one of cautious optimism. He is willing to explore this route, accepting success or failure with equanimity. After all, Peking University holds a prestigious reputation domestically, and even if he were to progress methodically through the 1980s, his life would not be devoid of quality, merely requiring a period of patience. In contrast, the mere act of writing novels and the entertainment industry of the future seemed too trivial for him. Chapter 56. The task of grading college entrance examinations as the days passed. The arrival of New Year's Day marked the beginning of 1978 in the Gregorian calendar. However, for the people of the present day, New Year's Day hardly qualifies as a holiday, lacking any time off. When Li Changhe had just been reborn last year, he discovered that not only was there no holiday for New Year's, but even the Spring Festival was devoid of breaks. Over a decade ago, a decision was made to forego the Spring Festival holiday, allegedly prompted by someone's proclamation to gee the Spring Festival. A group of astute individuals began fervently writing letters advocating for the cancellation of the Spring Festival break, which ultimately led to its abolishment. Moreover, activities such as setting off firecrackers, visiting friends, dragon and lion dances, and feasting were all strictly prohibited, with only the tradition of posting Spring Festival couplets remaining. He recalled that in the rural areas, families universally displayed nearly identical couplets, with the most popular being 30 years of unceasing struggle. Continue working on the first day of the new year. At that time, Li Changhe, who had endured bitter meals, was indeed filled with tears. He was still a patient back then. However, there was a notable difference. At least the spirits of the people he observed on the streets seemed to have improved. Li Changhe speculated that this was likely due to an increase in their wages. In the latter half of 1977, the government implemented a nationwide wage increase. Although only 40% of the population received a raise, this ratio was not insignificant. Similarly, students like Zhu Lin also benefited from this wage hike. These students, classified as workers, peasants, and soldiers, could not be compared to regular university students due to their unique admission circumstances and academic system. Previously, a regular university graduate would start with a salary of 46 yuan, while graduates from the workers, peasants, and soldiers' universities could only expect a starting salary of 38 yuan in 6 designated areas. However, following the recent wage adjustment, their starting salary was raised to 43 yuan, a notable increase of 5 yuan. Li Changhe's family also reaped the benefits. In addition to the wage increase, the government approved the restoration of technical title evaluations, allowing for reclassification. This also meant that Old Li, an exceptionally rare 4th-level associate professor, was likely to attain a formal position in 1978. After all, a normal 4th-level designation would pertain to a full professor, and Old Li's status as a 4th-level associate professor was a result of unique historical circumstances. Though his salary remained unchanged, it sounded far more respectable to proclaim oneself as a legitimate professor. Beyond that, Li Changhe surmised that Old Li would find little opportunity for advancement unless he were to persist. Not to mention, 1st and 2nd-level professors were regarded as foundational figures in their respective disciplines, with 1st-level titles having been awarded only once in 1956 to individuals of masterful caliber. It was likely that Old Li would be fortunate to achieve a 3rd-level title before retirement. During this time, apart from writing articles, Li Changhe was also engaged in a rush to exchange tickets for goods needed for his wedding, such as wedding candies and peanuts. Fortunately, Li Changhe possessed nationwide grain tickets and had recently received a modest amount of reader donations, although not as substantial as the first time. Nonetheless, even the smallest contributions were valuable. Thus, he utilized his nationwide grain tickets to procure these essential goods. However, this time, the exchange did not proceed as smoothly as Li Changhe had envisioned, especially with the approach of the Spring Festival. And this year's rumors suggested that the standards had been relaxed. The department stores in the capital had already begun stocking up in preparation for the festive season, amassing a variety of goods. For the ordinary populace, the distinction between national and local food coupons was negligible. Rather, this year's celebration presented an opportunity for a sumptuous meal, with seeds and candies readily available. Hence, the number of individuals willing to trade with Li Changhe was limited. Li Changhe remained unperturbed. He was determined to engage in exchanges, and once secured, he would directly visit the department store or supply and marketing cooperative to procure goods to bring home. Little by little, he would eventually accumulate enough supplies. Upon returning home in the evening, Li Changhe glanced at the time and casually turned on the television. "Are you still watching TV at this late hour?" Shin Yuxiu inquired curiously, observing his actions. "I heard there's a new program tonight called News Broadcast. I want to see what it's like." Li Changhe cheerfully explained to Shin Yuxiu. Subsequently, Shin Yuxiu brought over the dishes, and the three of them began to enjoy their meal while watching the inaugural episode of News Broadcast from January 1st, 1978, which would go on to air for decades. Naturally, Li Changhe wished to witness this historic moment. However, this episode was not broadcasted by CCTV, but rather by the capital's television station. The screen displayed only the silhouette of the female host, while the voices of 2 individuals could be heard, one of whom was Zhao Zhongxiang, perceived only by his voice but not seen. After watching for a while, Li Changhe began to feel a bit bored. The news was somewhat awkward for him at that moment. Meanwhile, Li Lishan sat engrossed in the broadcast. The current news broadcast was not the half-hour duration it would eventually become, but rather a brief 20 minutes. Once they finished watching, they also completed their meal and cleared the dining table. Li Changhe then retreated to his room, turned on the desk lamp, and prepared to compose another piece. In the past 2 months, he had primarily focused on reviewing, and aside from his submissions to the People's Literature Publishing House, he had not written much else. With the college entrance examinations now behind him, Li Changhe intended to resume his writing, aiming to submit to Yanjing Literature and Yanha. After all, he had cultivated his pen name, and not submitting would be a waste. With the influx of educated youth returning to the city next year, coupled with further relaxations in national policies, this lucrative industry was poised to flourish. Therefore, while the competition within the field remained minimal, it was imperative to write prolifically. Meanwhile, as Li Changhe worked diligently through the night, Dozens of teachers at a school arranged by the Beijing Education Committee were laboring under the stars. These were the examiners for the college entrance examinations. Compared to many other regions, the capital had the advantage of a well-educated populace, providing an ample number of individuals to undertake the grading. Nevertheless, this task remained a formidable challenge for them. The first college entrance examination since the Restoration mandated a commitment to fairness and impartiality, leaving no room for negligence. However, time is of the essence, as this is an expedited college entrance examination, and the enrollment process must be completed before the commencement of the new semester following the Spring Festival. This presents a significant challenge for the examiners. Fortunately, after several days of relentless effort, the majority of the papers have been reviewed. The teachers in the science group find themselves at somewhat of an advantage, as their subjects, mathematics, physics, and chemistry, offer established answers, allowing for straightforward grading. In contrast, the humanities present a more complex scenario, with many questions demanding interpretative responses that require both subjective judgment and objective evaluation. Among these, the Chinese language group faces the most formidable difficulties. At this juncture, a number of men clad in Zhongshan suits entered the room. "Esteemed examiners, we have an additional task to undertake," one of them announced. "The People's Daily intends to select an exemplary essay from this year's examination papers in our capital for publication, showcasing it to the nation. If any of you come across a particularly well-written essay, please submit it for evaluation by our editors." As soon as the head of the Chinese language grading team concluded his statement, a hand was raised. "Director Zhao, I happen to have an essay here that I believe is exceptionally well written. Shall we allow the editors of the People's Daily to take a preliminary look?" A grading teacher suggested. The editors exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, fortune favors the prepared." "Very well, please pass it here," they responded, with the editor's approval. Director Zhao nodded as well, and a Chinese language paper was presented before them. The editors glanced at the name inscribed on the paper, Li Changhe. Subsequently, they began to read with utmost seriousness. Chapter 57. My year of struggle in this battle in the autumn of 1976, while I was laboring in the fields. Gazing at the golden waves of wheat, I reveled in the bountiful harvest of the year. Suddenly, the broadcast interrupted my reverie, and in that moment, it felt as though the heavens had collapsed. This opening line plunged the attending editors into a wave of nostalgia. Indeed, who among them did not share that sentiment? Subsequently, Li Changhe began to articulate the tumult of his spirit. Upon hearing the news, the very pillars of his mental world crumbled, igniting a rekindled flame reminiscent of reciting the independent cold autumn and the flow of the Xiang River northward. He recounted his bewilderment after being sent back to the city from a reservoir rescue, reflecting on the awakening of youth filled with promise. In this narrative, Li Changhe candidly chronicled his decision to relinquish the work assigned by the commune to others, choosing instead to take up his pen and express his transformation of spirit through words, sharing his journey with all. In the winter of 1977, I found myself seated in an examination hall, pen racing across the paper, striving to gain admission to university, to contribute to my country's modernization, and to fulfill the aspirations of an elderly figure. The past is gone. Let us look to the present, he mused. Li Changhe understood well that if he were to adhere to conventional essay writing, his experiences of that year would seem rather unremarkable. While others toiled at the grassroots level, he, having returned to the city due to illness and not yet accepting a job, would appear anything but progressive if he were to write candidly. Therefore, Li Changhe took a different route, framing his year of struggle as a battle of the spirit, a quest for soul redemption. With the fire of salvation ignited by the poetry of that esteemed individual, from Changhe to snow, each spiritual transformation was a testament to the refinement of his spirit through that individual's verses. Thus, he transmuted a seemingly idle year into one of spiritual warfare, embellishing the narrative of his journey. Simultaneously, Li Changhe held his own subtle intentions, knowing that with the endorsement of that individual's poetry, the grading teachers would be unlikely to bestow a low score. His writing was profound and heartfelt, showcasing the transformation of the spirit of the educated youth throughout that year. A daily newspaper editor sighed at this moment. "I am indeed familiar with Li Changhe. He has written a multitude of pieces this year." When I mentioned his pen name, the editors were sure to recognize it. Another editor chimed in, "Oh, who is it?" These editors, though they worked for the People's Daily, were also literary figures. "It's Ling Jue from the People's Literature Journal." I had learned this only recently when old Zhou discussed an upcoming publication with me. The true name of Ling Jue is Li Changhe. No wonder his writing flows so smoothly. It is seamless. Ordinary candidates cannot reach this level. Most importantly, one editor remained silent. Yet the implication in his unspoken words was clear. The personal spiritual transformation was intricately tied to that individual's poetry, and thus, the weight of this essay was anything but trivial. To speak candidly, the essay is indeed well written. However, if published as is, it may come across as somewhat vague. An editor expressed their perspective, noting that while the composition is excellent, it operates on a level that may be too elevated. Esteemed colleagues, I possess another essay which I believe merits your attention. At this juncture, another evaluator presented an essay, passing it along, titled In This Year of Struggle. It was authored by Lucia Hong. Once unsealed, it revealed a narrative that commenced with the brisk autumn winds. In contrast to Li Changhe's composition, this essay adopts a more grassroots approach, portraying the transformations of a year from the viewpoint of a lower-class youth. This piece resonates more closely with the experiences of the working class. Indeed, it exudes a sense of authenticity characterized by its sincere language. Nevertheless, it is evident that Li Changhe's work reflects a higher intellectual plane and a more profound thematic elevation. There is no need for contention. Let us take all the commendable pieces back for the chief editor's discernment. For now, let us transcribe these two drafts. The leading editor set the tone, and the others nodded in agreement, recognizing the rationale of bringing everything back for the chief editor's decision. They then retrieved paper and pen to begin transcribing, mindful that these are examination scripts and cannot be removed. That evening, the editors worked tirelessly, ultimately selecting 4 or 5 commendable manuscripts to take along. Once they departed, an evaluator took a sip of water and remarked, "Li Changhe is truly remarkable. I have heard that he approaches full marks in other subjects as well." Aside from Chinese, the grading speed for other subjects was notably quicker, with many already tallying scores. As they were all grading at the same institution, some information was shared informally. Due to the expedited nature of this year's process, the evaluation for the college entrance examination was far less stringent than in later years. In some regions, even math evaluators were in short supply, necessitating the use of physics teachers instead. There were also instances of widespread cheating and score manipulation. In certain areas, the education committee, from the director down to the evaluators, collectively altered scores for familiar examinees, which ultimately incited outrage from higher authorities. Consequently, many regions opted not to disclose scores this year. By 1978, a unified examination paper and standardized questions would be implemented nationwide, with examiners kept in complete seclusion until the conclusion of the college entrance examinations. Meanwhile, back at the People's Daily editorial office, several editors, bearing noticeable dark circles under their eyes, presented the outstanding manuscripts to the chief editor. Chief editor, these are the selections we have made, with the 2 finest at the top, one by Li Changhe and the other by Lucia Hong. Given the differing opinions among us, we defer to your judgment, stated the leading editor earnestly. The chief editor nodded, donned his glasses, and began to scrutinize the manuscripts, meticulously reading through each word and phrase. After finishing the review, he sat in contemplation. These 2 essays serve as splendid complements to one another. One embodies a battle of the spirit, while the other reflects a struggle in daily life. Thus, it is fitting to publish them together. The editor-in-chief has made a decisive choice. However, our layout poses a challenge. There is no need to rush the publication. We shall await further submissions that may be withdrawn or suitable for postponement in order to allocate space for them. The editor-in-chief has proposed a solution. Days passed, and with the conclusion of the college entrance examination grading, the scores for candidates in the capital region were largely released. Subsequently, admissions officers from various prestigious institutions gathered in the capital, poised to select students. Due to the independent examination papers set by each province, personal preferences indicated by students this year merely serve as references and do not constitute an absolute criterion for selection. This implies that although one may apply to a particular school and program, the actual admission may not align with the stated preferences. Furthermore, the method of student admission involves schools selecting candidates based on announced cutoff scores, with certain institutions, such as Tsinghua and Peking University, possessing priority in this selection process. Teacher Zhang, here is the high-scoring information for liberal arts candidates from the capital region this year. You may review it first. In this era, Tsinghua remains predominantly an institution for science and engineering, while the advantages for liberal arts candidates largely reside with Peking University. Now, Let us discover who achieved the highest score in the liberal arts this year, Teacher Zhang remarked with a smile. Seated alongside several other faculty members from Peking University as they perused the information. Chapter 58. Purchasing a Changsam for Zhu Lin. Li Changhe and the Zhang teacher perused the topmost information sheet. Mathematics scored 100, Chinese 98, Political Science 81, History 96. Geography 100, culminating in a total of 475. Impressive, Zhang exclaimed. Apart from political science, 2 subjects achieved full marks, while the other 2 are also nearly perfect. The other admission officers leaned over for a glimpse, subsequently shaking their heads, remarking, the political score is somewhat low. Old Liu, you were misled by his high scores. In fact, his political score is not low among this year's candidates, Zhang rebuffed with a smile. Let us examine his family background. If all is in order, we shall transfer his information to the confidential archives. This year's cohort at Peking University features several newly established programs, classified as top secret, with exceptionally stringent admission criteria. Academic performance is not the sole determinant. Regrettably, as Zhang continued to scrutinize Li Changhe's family circumstances and his parents' past experiences, he sighed. The family background issue is not problematic. Yet it certainly does not meet the safety criteria. Alas, it seems there is no hope. He decided against classifying it as confidential, stating, given his family background does not qualify, let us assign him to the Department of Political Economy according to his preferences. Zhang shook his head, resigned. This boy is undoubtedly intelligent and still quite young. What a pity. Setting aside Li Changhe's file, Zhang resumed his selection process. At this moment, Li Changhe remained unaware that his plans were on the verge of being disrupted. Days passed, and the atmosphere of the Spring Festival in the capital grew increasingly vibrant. One could distinctly sense the liberation from over a decade of constraints. For instance, after more than 10 years without a Spring Festival holiday, this year, the Ministry of Coal issued a notice permitting coal mines across the nation to observe the holiday. This sparked envy among employees of other departments and factories. Moreover, the capital department store established stalls in the square for the sale of New Year goods, displaying a diverse array of festive items outdoors. By day, colorful banners fluttered, while at night, lights illuminated the area, transforming it into a bustling night market. The interior of the department store was equally adorned, resplendent with decorations. And the first-floor hall even featured a massive couplet. Most notably, at the clothing display counters, rare Changsams made an appearance. It is worth noting that prior to this, Changsams, akin to suits, were strictly prohibited attire. When Li Changhe spotted the various Changsams hanging on the racks within the capital department store, he halted in his tracks. He had accompanied Zhu Lin to purchase new clothes for the Spring Festival, but the clothing of this era was, to say the least, difficult to describe. Little did he expect to find Changsams here. Noticing Li Changhe's pause and his gaze fixated on the Changsams, Zhu Lin suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Surely, he is not considering. As anticipated, Li Changhe took Zhu Lin by the hand and approached the display. Excuse me, comrade. May I inquire about the material of these Changsams? Li Changhe boldly inquired of the saleswoman. Upon seeing him approach, the saleswoman rarely displayed a smile. Perhaps due to the festive season approaching. We have a variety of materials available: cotton, corduroy, and the finest of all, silk. Particularly, the corduroy and silk have been sourced from the metropolis, and the craftsmanship here is unparalleled, she enthusiastically promoted. Excuse me, do we need tickets for the corduroy and silk? Li Changhe curiously asked. Based on his experience, such high-end goods typically commanded a hefty price, but often did not require tickets. As expected, the saleswoman shook her head, stating, our kipeos do not require tickets, but I must warn you, they are not inexpensive. That's acceptable. Let us examine the styles and colors, replied Li Changhe. His interest piqued upon hearing that no tickets were necessary. After all, he was not short on funds at the moment. Changhe, what do we need this for? Zhu Lin asked, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Primarily, kipeos had been banned in previous years, and the curves they accentuated. We can wear them at home. Since they are being sold in department stores, it signifies a change in perception. I suspect that soon, suits will also be acceptable. Li Changhe whispered to Zhu Lin. Imagine, I in a suit and you in a qipao. We could take a wedding photo to display at home. Zhu Lin's face lit up at the thought. She was not particularly conservative, and as Li Changhe pointed out, the sale of these garments in department stores was quite telling. Envisioning herself in a qipao alongside Li Changhe in a suit evoked memories of her parents' wedding photo from the Republic era. All right then, let us have a look. She decided. With their minds made up, they began to browse. The kipios of this era were not the scandalous thigh-high slits of later generations. Instead, they were modestly cut just below the knee. Li Changhe and Zhu Lin quickly selected two outfits, one in deep black corduroy, which was warm enough for homewear, and another in light ivory silk, intended for summer. The moment Li Changhe touched the silk, he recognized the exceptional quality of the material from this era. He recalled how his father had purchased a silk shirt in the 1990s, which he wore often in the early 2000s. It was cool and smooth against his skin, providing great comfort. Subsequent purchases of so-called silk garments never matched that experience. It was possible that during those times, he had not encountered true high-end silk. Nevertheless, the texture of this silk qipao felt identical to the memories he cherished. After determining the appropriate sizes, Li Changhe instructed the saleswoman to tally the total. "Greetings, comrade. The total comes to 96 yuan. Li Changhe nodded, then retrieved a bundle of cash from his pocket, counted out 96 yuan, and handed it to the vendor. In this era, the largest denomination is the 10 yuan note. Once the expenditure exceeds a certain amount, counting the money becomes quite a cumbersome task. After making the purchase, Zhu Lin placed the two garments into her large cloth bag, initially intended for buying New Year goods. She had now bought clothing ahead of time, such fine garments that snacks would be ill-suited to store alongside them. "Shall we first drop these off at my dormitory? It's not far, after all." "That sounds good." Li Changhe agreed, considering that if these clothes were pressed by other items, they might easily lose their shape. However, just as the two were about to leave, a boisterous voice suddenly called out to Li Changhe. "Li Changhe?" Turning towards the sound, Li Changhe saw a robust young man standing there, his face alight with surprise. Juncheng. The one calling out to Li Changhe was none other than his childhood friend, Shen Juncheng, who had once been the leader of their rebellious gang in Hadian. Chapter 59. Offspring of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Juncheng. "Have you returned to the city?" Li Changhe felt a surge of warmth upon seeing his childhood friend from his memories. The two had indeed been inseparable in their youth, leading a group of boys and earning a modest reputation in the Hadian district. Unfortunately, their youth prevented them from making a name for themselves in the vast metropolis before the tides of time swept them away to the countryside. "I came back for the festival. By the way, I received your letter and was planning to find you in the next few days," Shen Juncheng said as he approached Li Changhe, embracing him warmly. During this era, educated youth were permitted to return to the city for the spring festival, provided that family members remained there. "And who is this?" Shen Juncheng inquired, noticing the beautiful Zhu Lin by Li Changhe's side. His curiosity piqued. "This is my partner, Zhu Lin. Lin. This is my childhood friend Shen Juncheng, also from our area." Li Changhe introduced them with confidence. "Is his family part of the industrial academy?" Zhu Lin asked, surprised, as she instinctively assumed that Li Changhe's friend belonged to a residential compound. "Not quite. His family is from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. By the way, Juncheng, have my uncle and aunt returned home?" Li Changhe then turned to Shen Juncheng with a question. Shen Yuxiu and Shen Juncheng's family are considered distant relatives, albeit quite far removed. This connection was one of the reasons Li Changhe and Shen Juncheng had grown close in their childhood. Shen Juncheng nodded. "Yes. They returned in November and sent me a telegram, which is why I am back for the new year. A few days ago, my father learned that my second aunt and uncle had also come back, and he mentioned visiting them when he has the chance. I brought Changhe here to buy some things and thought I saw your silhouette just now." "Changhe, do you remember? She is our youngest." Shen Juncheng pulled a slender girl over to introduce her to Li Changhe. Li Changhe recognized this somewhat frail young lady as the little one from years past. Changhe was 5 or 6 years younger than Li Changhe, and they were not particularly familiar, as she was merely a small child when Li Changhe was 15 or 16. Later, when Li Changhe and Shen Juncheng went to the countryside, Changhe was taken along by her parents. "Changhe ge, Zhu Lin jie." Changhe greeted Li Changhe and Zhu Lin earnestly, revealing her shy demeanor. It was evident that this young girl was particularly introverted, reflecting on the experiences of the years. Li Changhe could surmise that children shaped by such circumstances tend to exhibit either boldness or timidity. "Changhe has grown so much. Let us go, Juncheng. We should find a place to eat and chat leisurely." At 58, Wangfujing Street stood an old courtyard. Suihua Building? Shen Juncheng gazed in astonishment at the prominent characters on the sign. This was indeed one of the 8 renowned buildings, a notable restaurant in old Beijing. Let us venture forth to indulge in the exquisite flavors of Shandong cuisine. Suihua Tower, a descendant of one of the 8 great towers, originated from Dongxing Tower. It is said that the individuals from Dongxing Tower established Suihua Tower, subsequently casting Dongxing out of the prestigious Eight. Li Changhe harbors no particular fondness for the Eight Great Towers. His sole passion lies in the culinary delights of Shandong. More accurately, he was raised on Shandong cuisine in his previous life. Naturally, the Shandong culinary repertoire is extensive, with some exquisite dishes that Li Changhe has only recently had the pleasure to savor. A few years ago, dining at Suihua Tower required a reservation, but since last year, such a rule has been waived. Nevertheless, patrons at Suihua Tower remain few, and as they do not accept meal tickets, the prices of the dishes are correspondingly elevated. Changhe, are we truly dining here? Shen Junsheng, while not particularly reserved with Li Changhe, felt that choosing Suihua Tower for a meal was rather extravagant. Of course, we are here to welcome you back and treat you to something special. Observing Shen Junsheng's lean figure, it was evident that he had been deprived of ample sustenance over the years. Let us order braised sea cucumber and sliced chicken with egg white. Li Changhe deftly began to select the dishes when suddenly, his arm was pulled down by none other than Shen Junsheng. What is it? Li Changhe assumed he was being advised to order fewer dishes, but to his surprise, Shen Junsheng spoke softly. Changhe, why not order the famous nine-turn intestines? Taken aback, Li Changhe replied, you wish to try the nine-turn intestines? That is a signature dish of Shandong. Allow me to sample it. Since Li Changhe had already brought him here, Shen Junsheng would not hold back. Their long-standing friendship was devoid of pretentiousness. Very well, let us add a serving of nine-turn intestines, a portion of deep-fried meatballs, diced chicken and sauce, and a turtle egg soup. For the staple, we shall have 2 servings of 4 joy dumplings. Li Changhe selected all the classic dishes from Suihua Tower, which are renowned for their delightful flavors, save for the nine-turn intestines. He had never tasted it before, primarily because the authentic version from his past life rendered him unable to approach the dish again. The last time Zhang Shiqi visited, he had also ordered this, but Li Changhe could not bear to eat even a morsel. 4 individuals, 5 dishes, and 1 soup. This did not seem excessive in these times, as most people had little to spare. Those who could eat, especially Shen Junsheng, possessed a hearty appetite. As expected, once the dishes were served, Shen Junsheng wasted no time, devouring his food voraciously, all the while ensuring to serve his younger sister, Shen Qingyu. After all, during his days in the countryside, he could only partake in meat during festive occasions, and that in scant portions. After a hearty meal, Shen Junsheng sat back comfortably, exclaiming, it has been years since I have enjoyed such delectable fare. Meanwhile, Shen Qingyu, though also partaking, savored her food with a more measured approach, lacking the same exuberance as her brother. Junsheng, did you sit for the college entrance examination? Li Changhe inquired, though he was aware that his question might be futile. As anticipated, Shen Junsheng shook his head. What nonsense. Our village leader never even bothered to register us. The old fellow merely toyed with us, treating our cohort with indifference. Nonetheless, to be honest, if you were to give me an exam now, I would be at a loss. Back in our school days, we hardly studied earnestly, and much of what we learned has long since faded from memory, Shen Junsheng remarked nonchalantly. Although he had attended classes with Li Changhe before they descended, very few had devoted themselves to serious study. At that time, brawling and street antics were the prevailing trends. Had Li Changhe not undergone a transformation of spirit, he too would likely have struggled to pass. By the way, you're not married in the countryside, are you? Li Changhe inquired quietly. Certainly not. However, my friend, in the countryside. Heh. Shen Junsheng left his statement hanging, merely sharing a knowing glance with Li Changhe. Li Changhe surmised that Shen might have someone special back home. It made sense, with his strong features and robust physique. He was quite handsome by the standards of this era. In any case, it is better that you are not married. I've heard that there seems to be a policy in the works regarding the return of educated youth to the city. And those who are married face the most difficulties. Being single is comparatively easier, Li Changhe said, speaking earnestly to Shen Junsheng. Really? Upon hearing Li Changhe's words, Shen Junsheng's eyes brightened. Changhe, you mustn't be teasing me. My mother is considering retirement to let me take over. In these times, many educated youth were finding their way back to the city by assuming their parents' roles, prompting numerous key positions to see early retirements, all to facilitate their children's return. There's no need for that. Let Annie keep her job. I believe this issue will surely be resolved by the end of the year. Just hold on, soon enough. You can return without any reservations, Li Changhe assured Shen Junsheng earnestly. To be honest, even if you hadn't mentioned it, I had no immediate plans to return. Shen Junsheng sighed, expressing his frustration. If I were to come back now, according to policy, Qingyu would have to return to the countryside. She just got back a few days ago. Reverting to a rural household registration would be absurd. Shen Junqing explained his predicament to Li Changhe, who finally grasped the complexity of the situation. Chapter 60. Mental illness and bedwetting in this era. There exists a distinctive feature in the household registration policy. Children inherit their mother's household registration. Take Qin Huairu from the courtyard, for instance. She was a rural resident who married into the city, resulting in all three of her children initially possessing rural registrations and unable to access the Jia family's commodity grain. It was not until Qin Huairu filled in for Jia Dongxiu and entered the steel mill that her children's status transitioned to urban registration. Similarly, children like Shen Qingyu, who followed their parents to the city, naturally adopted their mother's registration, meaning that for several years, Shen Qingyu was classified as a rural resident until her parents returned, at which point her registration was also transferred back. However, upon returning, a new complication arose. Shen Qingyu was now 17 and at the age when educated youth were sent to the countryside. Although the policy of sending educated youth had not yet been abolished, there remained some leeway. For instance, families with multiple children could retain one child in their original location, sparing them from going to the countryside. Thus, if Shen Junqin did not return, all the other children in the Shun family would be sent as educated youth, allowing Shen Qingyu to remain in Beijing. Conversely, if Shen Junqin returned, Shen Qingyu would be compelled to go back to the countryside, converting her urban registration back to rural. Li Changhe, upon hearing this, was somewhat taken aback by the unexpected twists in the situation. However, he recalled that by the time of the reform and opening up, very few people were being sent to the countryside. In simpler terms, following the upheaval of the previous years, the enforcement of this policy had likely been de facto terminated. Even if the official policy had not yet concluded, I suspect the situation is not as dire as it seems. I've noticed that the commune hasn't been emphasizing the countryside policy lately, nor are they promoting it. I believe this matter will soon come to an end. Even if you return, Qingyu should not have to go to the countryside, Li Changhe has speculated, albeit without specific memories, relying instead on his understanding of the situation. Shen Junqin nodded in agreement, stating, "My parents have said something similar. However, this matter is ultimately uncertain. If I were to return, and Qingyu was sent away, it would be a disservice to her at such a tender age. It would be better for me to stay down there. I haven't faced any hardships these past few years. My only complaint is that the food isn't as good as what we have here. Indeed, we men are tough and resilient. We have adapted to life down there. I believe it won't be long, perhaps a year or so, before you all return," Li Changhe concurred. "By the way, Changhe, enough about me. What about you? How did you end up being medically discharged? Surely you weren't drinking foot bath water every day?" Shen Junqin inquired curiously. In the letter Li Changhe wrote to Shen Junqin, he merely stated that he was discharged due to illness without divulging the specific reasons. Bah, you can't expect wisdom from a dog's mouth. I was legitimately aiding the injured at that time. In truth, I was merely suffering from a headache, out of boredom. I was rambling on, finding amusement in my own company. The outcome left the doctor utterly bewildered, as he suspected I was mentally unwell. I have no idea where he got the notion that I might be suffering from a psychiatric disorder, but he hastily labeled me as mentally impaired. When the superior heard this, they feared I might become a complete fool and promptly approved my return to the city. To be honest, at that moment, I had no desire to leave. Of course, I couldn't confess to Li Changhe that I had traversed time. So I adopted the audacious demeanor of a boastful rogue from my memories and began to regale Shen Junqin with tales. It was indeed a coincidence. In this day and age, very few hospitals possess a psychiatric department, yet there are specialized mental health institutions. But wait, Zhu Lin remarked, scrutinizing Li Changhe. "If you're returning, you must go for regular checkups and take medication. In this era, mental illness is classified as a statutory condition necessitating registration, reporting, and treatment." Zhu Lin, being a Jia, was well aware of this. "Allow me to finish," I interjected. "I returned for that reason, but my records do not reflect it. Initially, I was oblivious to these matters, but later I realized that the diagnostic report was problematic. Returning with such a label of mental instability would be detrimental. I would rather not return to the city at all than be branded in such a way. Consequently, I claimed I had recovered, asserting that I was perfectly fine and merely experiencing a headache. You cannot classify me as mentally impaired. If you insist, let us go to a psychiatric hospital for assessment. You can imagine the diagnostic capabilities of those hospitals. there was no way they would truly send me to a psychiatric facility for evaluation, which would be hundreds of kilometers away. Besides, I had no issues whatsoever. I merely stated I felt a bit disoriented at the time. By that point, the higher-ups had already approved my medical retirement, and the personnel at the commune observed I appeared entirely normal. After a brief discussion with the doctor while drafting the report, they amended my records, and thus, I returned to the city. Changhe chuckled as he recounted the events. When he first arrived in this new era, he hadn't focused on that matter. The thought only occurred to him while filling out forms, as his medical retirement process had already commenced. Changhe quickly wielded his silver tongue, successfully altering his records. Zhu Lin couldn't help but shake his head. Your commune truly went above and beyond to facilitate your return. Indeed, I owe gratitude to the clerks at the commune. They likely sensed my desire to return to the city and, without exposing the truth, facilitated my journey. To be candid, I did not deliberately seek to return by feigning illness. It was merely a fortuitous coincidence that led to my medical retirement. I simply played the fool in that moment, as Changhe reflected. The individuals at the commune are astute. They surely recognized Changhe's intentions, merely allowing events to unfold. Moreover, those few had been apprehended, and chaos ensued at that time. Regardless, since the higher-ups had already consented to my medical retirement, the specifics of the records were of little consequence. However, the best was yet to come. Upon my return, when I reported to our youth office, the staff member did not document my medical retirement. Instead, they recorded it as a family necessity. In their words, my performance during my time in the countryside had been commendable, and having returned after aiding others, it was more advantageous to note it as a family requirement for job seeking, as a medical retirement might hinder my employment opportunities. That official is indeed a good person. Changhe, upon witnessing this, was quite astonished. However, the official's knowing smile towards him suggested that he was quite accustomed to such matters. Who says there are no good people in this era? In truth, most individuals are inherently good. Is it true that someone actually fell ill from drinking foot-washing water? Changhe recalled Shen Junshin's earlier words and curiously inquired. It's not exactly foot-washing water, just some filthy liquid that we jokingly refer to as such. Yet, it was truly ingested, leading to kidney disease. However, compared to another case, this is hardly significant. In our youth commune, there was a fellow who, in his desperation to return to the city, resorted to some extreme measures. He would wet his bed every night. The stench in our room was unbearable. As he continued this for over a month, rendering the place uninhabitable. Eventually, the hospital diagnosed him with enuresis, and he was granted a medical discharge. Shen Junshin recounted this with evident disdain, clearly having endured considerable torment during that period. Changhe, intrigued, remarked, such talent. Surely, no one else attempted this? Was this truly a means to return to the city? Of course, others tried. They would also rise in the middle of the night to urinate. However, what was going through that guy's mind? His resolve was something else entirely. These individuals aspired to be educated youth but were simply deserters. I was determined to reform him. In the dead of night, I got up and gave him a good thrashing, and the other guys joined in, collectively beating him up. Afterward, we took turns at night. Whenever we noticed him about to wet the bed, we would rise and punish him. Eventually, he ended up with a bruised face and, bearing the marks we left him, secured a medical discharge. Haraha. Upon hearing this, Changhe, along with Zhu Lin and Shen Qingyu, couldn't help but burst into laughter. These tales were amusing yet absurd, encapsulating the bizarre realities of their time. The four of them continued to eat and chat, finishing all 5 dishes completely, naturally. Changhe and Shen Junshin were the main contributors. After the meal, Changhe arranged another meeting with Shen Junshin, and they went their separate ways. Changhe and Zhu Lin, feeling no inclination to return to their dormitory, decided to ride their bicycles home directly. Chapter 61. Zhu Lin, clearly. My taste is exceptional upon returning home. I set down the scattered items I had purchased. Originally, Changhe had intended for Zhu Lin to try on the qipao in the house. However, to his surprise, Shen Yuxiu returned at that moment. Shen Yuxiu's arrival disrupted Changhe's plans, and upon seeing her, Zhu Lin found an excuse to head home as well. The nature of their interaction changed dramatically with the presence of her future mother-in-law. The dynamics of their private moments were no longer the same. Once Zhu Lin departed, Changhe turned to Shen Yuxiu, curiosity evident in his voice. Mother, why are you home so early? Shen Yuxiu, having observed the exchanged glances between Zhu Lin and Changhe, could tell they had been enjoying each other's company. Yet, in these times, where else could she go? With the approach of the Spring Festival, school activities had dwindled, prompting an early return for many. Today, she had heard the delightful news that our school would likely enjoy a 3-day holiday for the Spring Festival, thanks to the coal ministry. She remarked with a sense of entitlement. In this era, regardless of whether one worked in factories, government offices, or schools, it had become customary for women to finish work earlier, especially when it came to picking up children or preparing meals. As the Spring Festival approached, the coal ministry had set a precedent for other departments. Though the state had not formally issued a decree regarding holiday leave for the festival, some departments had taken the initiative to allow their subordinate units to enjoy a break. By the way, Mother, today I ran into Junsheng and Xinyu. My uncle and aunt have also returned in the last couple of months, Li Changhe shared with Shen Yuxiu, recounting his encounter with Shen Junsheng. Shen Yuxiu paused momentarily. Then a gleam of joy illuminated her expression. Your uncle has returned as well? In this day and age, familial ties among city dwellers remain strong, as many were employed in public service, free from conflicts of interest, fostering frequent visits among relatives, particularly after the chaos of recent years. Receiving news of a distant relative was indeed a blessing for Shen Yuxiu. Yes, I plan to visit them the day after tomorrow when I meet Junsheng. Li Changhe noted, having arranged to see Shen Junsheng soon. Working at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, that is a prestigious position. It is indeed time for a visit. It has been many years since I last saw them, and I wonder how they have fared. Shen Yuxiu mused with a hint of nostalgia. Meanwhile, as Shen Yuxiu engaged in light conversation with Li Changhe, Zhu Lin had returned home. Upon her arrival, the house was empty. Unlike Shen Yuxiu, Lu Shuan was a doctor, not in a laid-back occupation. With no one around, Zhu Lin closed the door and retreated to her room, retrieving the 2 kipeos from the bag and laying them out on the bed. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to try them on at home. She had never worn a qipao before, having only seen them in family photographs. In her childhood, she had donned a dress only once. Thereafter, she primarily wore a green military uniform. After closing the door, she gently shed her clothing and gazed at the 2 kipeos laid upon the bed, first picking up the black one. In her room, there was a full-length mirror, and after adorning herself, Zhu Lin stood before it. Observing the graceful curves reflected back at her, a sense of bashfulness enveloped her. She comprehended why Li Changhe insisted on purchasing such garments for her. She was well aware of his ulterior motives. How could one possibly wear such attire outside? It was simply, although Zhu Lin felt an internal resistance, she could not deny that the dress looked exquisite on her when viewed in the mirror. Perhaps, she mused, she would wear it solely for him. While this dress might be too scandalous for public wear, if it pleased Li Changhe, she would don it at home for his enjoyment. Little did Li Changhe know that he was about to indulge in a delightful surprise. As Zhu Lin lost herself in contemplation before the mirror, the sound of the front door opening interrupted her reverie, and Lu Shuan stepped inside. Lin Lin, she called out, but upon receiving no response, she sighed. This girl, always lingering with Li Changhe outside, was truly a disappointment. Just as she finished her internal lament, Zhu Lin's door swung open, revealing her gracefully emerging in the black qipao. You're home, Lu Shuan exclaimed. Wait, what are you wearing? My heavens, who bought you that qipao? Observing the fitted silhouette of Zhu Lin's dress, Lu Shuan's expression shifted, and she hurried over. In recent years, qipeos had become a rarity, worn only by the bourgeoisie of the Republic era. Was it Li Changhe who purchased it for you? How could he possibly buy you such a garment? Lu Shuan questioned, her anxiety palpable. Zhu Lin chuckled softly in response. Mom, why are you so worried? It was indeed Changhe who bought it. Can you guess where we found it? What is there to guess? Who dares sell such clothing nowadays? Lu Shuan's realization dawned upon her as she recalled the rarity of such garments. Mom, fret not. We bought it at a department store in the capital. It was displayed openly on the shelves. The sales clerk assured me it was sanctioned for sale by the state, so the restrictions no longer apply. Zhu Lin reassured her mother. Lu Shuan hesitated for a moment, but the logic settled in. Unless the government had permitted it, who would dare sell such attire? Is it truly from the department store in the capital? Of course. They had it prominently displayed. It was specially imported from the metropolis. Without a ticket, but quite expensive. Zhu Lin confirmed with a nod. Let me see. Lu Shuan, now believing with a fair degree of certainty, approached and touched Zhu Lin's sleeve, nodding in admiration. This fine corduroy, the meticulous hand-stitching, indeed, it is well crafted. It must not have been inexpensive. Zhu Lin nodded. There's also a silk piece inside, suitable for summer. I bought both for a total of 96. 96 yuan, which is less than a month's wages for a family of workers, yet it's merely the cost of your attire. She sighed. Well, at least this rascal isn't stingy and is willing to spend on you. Lu Shuwan nodded in satisfaction at this moment. Not to mention, his willingness to spend on his own daughter at least proves that Li Changhe is not a miser. Otherwise, if they were to argue over trivial matters, life would surely be difficult. Rest assured, he has no qualms about spending. In his words, money is earned to be spent. And most quarrels between couples arise from financial issues. Zhu Lin recalled the absurd reasoning Li Changhe had shared with her and couldn't help but relay it to her mother. Lu Shuwan, after listening, nodded in agreement. What he says holds some truth, but keep an eye on him. In a marriage, one cannot just spend freely. Saving is essential. By the way, you often mention Li Changhe's writing. Do you know how much he has saved? Lu Shuwan asked curiously, turning to Zhu Lin. I know, Zhu Lin instinctively replied. Then glanced at Lu Shuwan. Why do you want to know, Mom? I was just thinking that when you get married, your father and I might want to contribute a little more to avoid you spending lavishly and ending up short. That's unnecessary. His writing fees are quite substantial. He still has around 4,000 on hand, Zhu Lin remarked casually. 4,000? Lu Shuwan couldn't help but express her astonishment at this figure. Are you saying he saved 4,000 after writing for half a year? Lu Shuwan sought confirmation. Yes, it wasn't always this much. Mainly, his work is being published as a book, and the publisher paid him a substantial amount all at once. Li Changhe had not concealed this from Zhu Lin. They had discussed it during their casual conversations. 4,000 yuan, in this era, is indeed a considerable sum. All right. You see, my instincts were right about this young man from the very start. Lu Shuwan felt an inexplicable joy, convinced that her initial judgment of Li Changhe was astute. Zhu Lin, after listening, paused for a moment and then looked at her mother with a hint of exasperation, her lips curling slightly. Why don't you mention how you disapproved of him when he was unemployed? Is it really your keen insight? Clearly, it's my judgment that should be applauded. Chapter 62. The Spring Festival of 1978. On February 7th, 1978, the first day of the Lunar New Year, it was an auspicious occasion for prayers, marriages, the yearning for children, and the welcoming of wealth. Awakening from slumber, Li Changhe comfortably emerged from his warm bed and, clad in thermal attire, approached the window to draw back the curtains. Before him lay a vast expanse of white, a quintessential northern landscape. The recent snowfall had persisted and remained unthawed. This year, the capital was as frigid as ever, with the snow expected to linger for an extended period. Gazing at the pristine, snow-covered ground, Li Changhe's mind wandered to a phrase from his previous life. The post-snow capital had transformed into Beijing, a nostalgic reflection shared by countless netizens yearning for their homeland. Regrettably, he found himself in Beijing without a camera or drone to capture the breathtaking snowy scenery. The previous night had been New Year's Eve, and today marked the auspicious first day of the new year. The Li family celebrated in a modest manner, devoid of the elaborate customs of later years, lacking both the Spring Festival Gala and the tradition of staying up late. Many of the customs from previous years had simply been remnants of old traditions in those times. New Year's Eve was marked by a bitter meal and mutual self-criticism among family members. This year, however, there would be no bitter meal, nor the necessity of a collective celebration. Merely gathering at home for a good meal was a delightful improvement. In the stillness of the night, Li Changhe had heard the sound of firecrackers. The sporadic bursts, the work of some audacious individual daring to celebrate on New Year's Eve, indicated a gradual loosening of the ideological constraints that had prevailed in recent years. On this first day of the Lunar New Year, the Li family was set to host guests. Soon, his distant uncle, Shen Junsheng, and his family would join them for a feast. Li Lishan had also extended an invitation to his future father-in-law's family, and Professor Zhu had readily accepted. Up and down the stairs, families would mingle, as it was customary to bring joy and warmth to the holiday without excessive formality. After all, the previous years had left everyone yearning for connection. Soon, the sounds of activity resonated from outside, as his mother, Shin Yuxiu, rose early to prepare. In addition to the previously fried meatballs, there were fish, shrimp, beef, and pork to be cooked, along with dough for dumplings. This year, thanks to Li Changhe's ample resources, the family's provisions were exceptionally plentiful, surpassing that of 99 of households in that era. Changhe, are you awake? A call from Shin Yuxiu pierced the morning air. Li Changhe donned his clothing and stepped outside. I'm up, Mom. What's the matter? It's still snowy outside, and I suspect your uncle and the others want to be able to ride their bicycles and we'll have to walk here. Please dress warmly and go greet them. They may bring something along for which you could lend a hand, Shen Yuxiu advised. A few days prior, Li Changhe had encountered Shen Junqing and even visited his home. In contrast to the fortunate circumstances of Li Lishan and Shen Yuxiu, Li Changhe's uncle, Shen Zhongyun, and his wife were not as fortunate. They had a small child, and the hardships they endured far outweighed those faced by Li Lishan and his spouse. Moreover, both individuals, unable to bear any burdens, sustained far more grievous injuries than those suffered by the couple, Li Lishan. This was precisely why Shen Yuxiu had advised Li Changhe to go over. Very well. I shall set off at once. Please take my fox fur scarf and wrap it around your aunt, Shen Yuxiu instructed as she observed Li Changhe preparing to leave. Before the new year, my elder sister, Li Xiaojun, had sent a substantial package, which included several pairs of thick cotton shoes and a fox fur scarf. The fur was sourced from a hunt by my brother-in-law, Chen Aigua, and Li Changhe had never anticipated he possessed such skills. Nevertheless, the foresight to honor his mother-in-law in advance indicated that both Li Xiaojun and Chen Aigua were not lacking in wisdom. Not to mention, that fox fur scarf was indeed a gift that Shen Yuxiu greatly cherished upon its arrival. Understood, Li Changhe replied, retrieving the fox fur scarf from the room and unapologetically wrapping it around his own neck. He then donned his military overcoat, put on a lei foam cap, and slipped into the cotton shoes sent by his elder sister. The cotton shoes contained some form of fur, and the insoles appeared to be made of grass mat, which Li Changhe suspected was from Ural grass. Regardless, they were comfortable, and even walking on the snowy ground did not leave his feet cold. Once properly attired, Li Changhe stepped outside, treading upon the thick layer of snow as he made his way toward the residential area of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The family quarters of the Industrial Institute and the Academy lay on either side of Bai Road, one to the east and the other to the west. However, one could simply walk straight along Bai Road. The distance was just over 2 kilometers in a straight line. As he walked, Li Changhe occasionally spotted children playing in the snow, some slipping and sliding, while the more daring rode their bicycles, wobbling as they showcased their riding skills. After covering nearly 2 kilometers, he encountered a group approaching him, which turned out to be Shen Junqin's family. Shen Junqin spotted Li Changhe from afar and waved enthusiastically. Li Changhe quickened his pace to meet them. Changhe, what brings you here? Shen Junqin inquired hurriedly upon seeing Li Changhe approach. My mother worried about the slippery road, so she sent me to fetch you, Li Changhe replied. Aunt, please wrap this around you. My sister just sent it before the new year, and my mother specifically asked me to bring it for your warmth. At that moment, Li Changhe removed the scarf from his neck and handed it to Shen Junqin's mother. Let me carry that, he said, accepting the item she was holding, which turned out to be merely a box of pastries and a large cabbage. Changhe, is this essay on the college entrance examination yours? At that moment, his uncle, Shen Zhongyun, suddenly presented a rolled-up newspaper, visibly excited as he inquired. College entrance examination essay? Li Changhe was taken aback as he accepted it and unfolded it. Sure enough, prominently displayed beneath the headline was a substantial segment featuring 2 college entrance examination essays, one of which was signed by Li Changhe. Upon seeing this, Li Changhe was left speechless. Of course, it was expected for Liu Xiaohong's essay to appear in the People's Daily. After all, in a previous life, that very essay had also been featured in the same publication. However, what is the situation with my own piece being published? He merely wishes to bask in the glory of great figures, hoping to elevate his own essay scores. This is quite astonishing, as it has reached the esteemed pages of the People's Daily. How remarkable! By the way, if the People's Daily has published my essay, I wonder if they provide any remuneration? A peculiar thought suddenly flashed through Li Changhe's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. What am I thinking? Is it your work? At that moment, Shen Zhongyun asked anxiously. In contrast to his father, Li Lishan, a man of science, Shen Zhongyun, although also in a technical field, harbors an unwavering literary dream. This is evident from the names he has chosen for his children. Junqing, Qingyu. These names are distinctly cultured, starkly different from the patriotic notions of this era. Therefore, for him, the publication of his nephew's essay in the People's Daily is of immense significance. This is the People's Daily, the most authoritative newspaper in the country. It is mine. I cannot fathom why the People's Daily chose to publish this essay. Li Changhe, too, did not deny it. For him, it was a delightful surprise. Being featured in the People's Daily is akin to receiving a protective talisman, a prestigious label. The Spring Festival of 1978 has indeed heralded a propitious beginning for him. Chapter 63. Lu Shuan's reminder at Li Changhe's residence. when he arrived with Shun Junshin's family. Professor Zhu had already descended and was engaged in a pleasant conversation over tea with Li Lishan in the living room. "Sister, let me assist you." Upon entering, Aunt swiftly removed her coat and proceeded to the kitchen to lend a hand. In these times, when one claims to host a gathering, it essentially signifies a family reunion. And managing the cooking alone is indeed an overwhelming task. "Changhe, take that beef and the chicken upstairs to help Lin and your Aunt Lu. They are also quite busy over there," Shin Yuxiu instructed Li Changhe. "Goodness, one kitchen is insufficient. We need to add another upstairs." Li Changhe had just shed his coat and was still stabilizing himself on his feet, but he complied and ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, upon entering, Shin Zhongyan spotted Li Lishan on the sofa and promptly approached him. "Zhongyan is here. Allow me to introduce you to Professor Zhu from our school. He is also Changhe's future father-in-law. Professor Zhu, this is Changhe's maternal uncle, Shen Zhongyun, from the Chinese Academy of Sciences." Li Lishan introduced the two parties. Although Shen Zhongyun was a distant uncle, he was directly referred to as uncle during the introduction. After the three exchanged pleasantries and settled down, Shen Zhongyun produced a newspaper he had carried along. "Brother-in-law, a momentous occasion. Look, Changhe's essay has been published in the People's Daily." "The People's Daily?" Upon hearing Shen Zhongyun's words, Li Lishan could not help but express his astonishment, hastily taking the newspaper. In this era, when CCTV had yet to be established and television was not widely embraced, the People's Daily stood as one of the most authoritative national media platforms. Being featured in the People's Daily held significance akin to appearing on the evening news in later times. Professor Zhu, unable to contain his excitement, leaned in to take a look. Despite being a distinguished professor, he had never had the honor of being featured in such a prestigious publication. "Excellent, excellent. This is truly a cause for celebration." Li Lishan and Professor Zhu both beamed with joy. With a son and a son-in-law, both felt a profound sense of pride at this moment. Seeing Li Changhe's essay on the page, though shared with another examinee, was more than sufficient. In the kitchen, even with the sounds of the frying pan sizzling, Shin Yuxiu and the others could still hear the laughter emanating from outside. "What are they discussing that has them laughing so heartily?" Shin Yuxiu inquired while stirring the dishes, engaging in conversation with her siblings nearby. "It's indeed a splendid affair. Eldest sister, Changhe's college entrance examination essay has made it to the People's Daily. This morning, old Shin spotted it in the newspaper at home and immediately recognized it. Confirming it was his, she explained. They must be chatting about this outside. I never expected our Changhe to have achieved such remarkable success," Aunt remarked, filled with admiration as she turned to Shin Yuxiu. She too had sons, two to be precise, yet neither her eldest nor Shin Junshin could compare to Li Changhe's accomplishments. The youngest daughter, of course, should consider taking the college entrance examination next year. Did she make it to the People's Daily? Upon hearing this, Shin Yuxiu was somewhat astonished. Was her son truly that remarkable? When the family gathered for lunch, the atmosphere brightened as they discussed the matter, filling everyone with joy. "I believe the essay has been submitted. Longha's chances for the college entrance exam this time appear promising. At the very least, the political review aspect should be manageable," Shin Zhongyan remarked earnestly. "However, we must not celebrate too prematurely. We have just received notice that these new university recruits must undergo a physical examination. Those who do not pass will have their applications returned, and they will not be admitted. Longha, even if you achieve the required score, you must still attend the physical examination in a few days. This year's examination standards are not overly stringent, but one crucial point remains. On that day, maintain a composed demeanor and avoid excessive excitement. The recent notification indicates that blood pressure is a significant criterion. Should it be deemed too high, you will fail the examination and forfeit your admission eligibility." Lu Shuwan, who works in a hospital and holds a respectable position, was well informed about the situation. The authorities had long since instructed hospitals to prepare personnel for this undertaking. While it is indeed delightful to be featured in the People's Daily, Lu Shuwan felt compelled to remind them of the gravity of the situation. Other concerns may be manageable, but blood pressure is closely linked to one's emotional state. Undue anxiety can easily elevate blood pressure, risking a failure to meet the standard. This year, many candidates were disqualified due to high blood pressure. "I understand, Aunt Lu." Li Changhe nodded seriously in response. Satisfied that her words had resonated, Lu Shuwan smiled and said, "There is no need to be overly anxious. Once you receive your notification, let me know which hospital you will be examined at, and I will speak to the attending physician. Such matters are trivial." Indeed. While the examination form may be a significant concern for some, for others, It is merely a formality. Very well. I will inform you as soon as I receive the notification. Thank you, and Li Changhe readily agreed, not out of a desire for favoritism, but rather to ensure that his future mother-in-law recognized his eagerness for her assistance. Otherwise, all of Lu Xuan's prior words would have been in vain. She had showcased her influence, and it would be unwise to aloofly decline her offer. Such behavior is characteristic of those lacking emotional intelligence, and Li Changhe certainly would not commit such a faux pas. As the meal progressed, the family enjoyed a lively afternoon together. Li Lishan and the others had indulged in drink, while Li Changhe and Shun Junshin abstained, as they felt it was inappropriate. However, after the three had consumed enough, Li Changhe found himself quite fatigued. First, he assisted his uncle into his room, allowing Shen Zhongyun to rest on his bed. Then, he helped his future father-in-law upstairs to their bedroom. After returning downstairs, he took on the task of tidying up the house for Shen Yuxiu. Shen Zhongyun had indulged in excess, leading Shen Junshin to escort his mother and sister home, with plans to return shortly. Observing Shen Zhongyun's condition, it appeared that if he remained inebriated, he would spend the night in Li Changhe's room, sharing the space with him. Should he regain consciousness, Shen Junshin would accompany his father back home. Once Li Changhe had concluded his assistance to Shen Yuxiu, Shen Junshin made his way back. You two brothers can chat at home. I shall ascend to find Aunt Lu for a pleasant conversation, he declared. With Li Lishan already asleep and Shen Yuxiu feeling bored at home, she took a handful of sunflower seeds and went to engage in conversation with Lu Xuan. With the imminent marriage of the two children, it was essential to foster their emotional connection. Soon, the living room was left with only Shen Junshin and Li Changhe. At that moment, Shen Junshin reclined on the sofa, languidly addressing Li Changhe. Changhe, what do you think I should pursue if I truly return to the city this year? University? Frankly, I doubt I could pass the entrance exams. Working in a factory? I honestly believe I lack the temperament for such confinement. Otherwise, I wouldn't have clashed with the village committee during my rural stint. To be frank, I simply resist authority. Becoming an official? That would require securing a position worthy of the title. At times, Shen Junshin pondered his seemingly bleak future, contemplating that if he were to return to the city, he could not merely subsist without purpose. What is the rush? Let us wait and see. Perhaps a suitable opportunity will present itself then, Li Changhe remarked, smiling as he surveyed the chosen companion of his choice. Unbeknownst to most individuals of this era, a monumental societal transformation was on the verge of unfolding this very year. Chapter 64. The political review controversy. As Li Changhe engaged in casual conversation with Shen Junshin, he remained oblivious to the ongoing debate concerning him. At this very moment, within the admissions office of Peking University, a group of educators was meticulously sorting through student application files, while other departments enjoyed a holiday respite. This year's educators were diligently working overtime, striving to swiftly identify suitable candidates for admission from across the nation. This task proved to be quite challenging, as the selection process relied heavily on manual labor. Moreover, it was not merely a matter of academic scores. A political review was also imperative. The educators were required to conduct a final allocation of majors based on the criteria of the political review, as many fields necessitated a specific level of scrutiny. The political review for students was conducted following the protocols established in the documents from 1962 and 1964. In the capital city, the process was relatively straightforward, as Peking University could easily obtain information regarding candidates' daily conduct from local enterprises and governmental institutions. However, disputes occasionally arose, particularly regarding individuals such as Li Changhe. During this era, political reviews were typically classified into three tiers: top secret, secret, and general. These classifications significantly influenced admission into various programs. Generally, most majors at Peking University did not impose restrictions based on political review status. Even students with general ratings could be admitted. Nonetheless, certain faculties, such as the law school, enforced stringent political review requirements. As the first cohort of law students emerging from a tumultuous period, the law school at Peking University mandated a top-secret classification for its admissions. Consequently, the criteria for admitting students at this level were exceedingly rigorous, transcending mere preferences and emphasizing the university's commitment to selecting suitable candidates nationwide, regardless of the candidate's chosen preferences. As long as they met the admission criteria for the law school, they were prioritized for acceptance. A notable figure was once admitted to the law school despite listing the Anhui Normal University as his first choice and the history department at Peking University as his second. Ultimately, He was accepted into the law school due to his top-secret rating. Unfortunately for Li Changhe, who applied to the Department of Political Economy, his chosen major also required a political review classification. Although not at the top-secret level, it commenced at the secret tier. Currently, a group of individuals was deliberating over the classification of Li Changhe's political review. The assessment determined by Haitian classified Li Changhe's review as secret, aligning with the requirements for his intended major in political economy. However, it must be noted that in 1977, many matters could not be solely judged by surface regulations. The individuals enforcing these rules also played a crucial role. At that moment, within the admissions office, a faculty member surnamed Qian raised a concern regarding Li Changhe's political review classification. Director Zhang, is it truly appropriate for this student, Li Changhe, to be admitted to the Department of Political Economy? Personally, I believe his political review has been elevated beyond what is warranted. Upon reviewing his file, I found that he has no work experience, is not distinguished, and comes from an intellectual family background. Such a student should, at most, receive a general classification. How can he possibly be rated as secret? Director Zhang looked at the admissions officer with a mix of surprise and curiosity. This teacher Qian was not one of the instructors accompanying the team to the Haitian Education Commission. Rather, he had been transferred from the school's G committee and was known as Qian Wenming. Teacher Qian, there are no issues with this student's political review. We have conducted a home visit, and his parents' situation was clarified last year. The authorities have also indicated that we should place greater emphasis on the candidate's personal performance. Director Zhang patiently explained. Qian Wenming shook his head resolutely and replied, "It is precisely because of his personal performance that I believe he is ill-suited for the political economy department. He has applied for this major as his top 3 choices, and I have serious reservations about his intentions. Since returning to the city, he has not engaged in any work and has declined the job assigned to him. I find his ideological stance to be substandard. I suggest we assign him to the General Chinese Department instead of the Political Economy Department." Upon hearing Qian Wenming's words, a displeased expression crossed Director Zhang's face. "Teacher Qian, do you think this is still the same situation as a few years ago when you were with the G Committee? You cannot simply label a candidate without concrete evidence. Just earlier, there was a candidate named Haiwen from Heha, whose background is far more concerning than Li Changhe's. His family has overseas connections, yet he was admitted to the Political Economy Department without issue. Why should Li Changhe be treated differently? He is not comparable. Haiwen is an outstanding educated youth in Heha and has even joined the party. The commune's evaluation of him is exceptionally favorable, marking him as a comrade who has withstood rigorous scrutiny. Conversely, Li Changhe is neither a party member nor has any accolades to his name. I firmly believe," Qian Wenming retorted, his neck taut as he faced Director Zhang. "Enough. I do not require your opinion. My judgment is what matters. If I deem him suitable, then he is suitable. Your opinion carries no weight." Director Zhang interrupted, harboring no fondness for this individual who had a penchant for writing grand reports. "Director Zhang, this is sheer autocracy and unreasonable work practices. If you continue like this, I will escalate the matter to the G Committee," Qian Wenming exclaimed, unyielding and glaring at Director Zhang with fierce determination. At that moment, another teacher interjected, "Excuse me, could we pause for a moment? Teacher Qian, Director Zhang, if the Li Changhe you speak of is indeed this one, I believe his political review rating poses no issues whatsoever. Just take a look." A teacher retrieved a copy of the People's Daily from a nearby desk and presented it to both of them. The essay of a candidate named Li Changhe has been published in the People's Daily. If Teacher Qian's contention revolves around this student, I maintain that his political review is flawless, the teacher remarked with a smile. Director Zhang took the newspaper, and upon scrutinizing it closely, he discovered, indeed, the name of the candidate, Li Changhe, printed prominently on the page. A wave of unexpected delight washed over him as he glanced at Teacher Qian, his eyes glinting with a hint of mockery. "Teacher Qian, what do you think? This is the essay from the candidate Li Changhe. You mentioned that he did not accept the local job assignment, and the reasons are clearly articulated. Why don't you take a moment to read it carefully and contemplate whether he meets the qualifications?" Director Zhang remarked with a sneer. Qian Wenming took the newspaper and began to read intently, glancing at the top where he confirmed it was indeed the People's Daily. At that moment, a myriad of emotions washed over his face, shifting between shades of green and purple. He realized he had embarrassed himself. The fact that even the People's Daily published Li Changhe's essay rendered his insistence that the candidate's political review status was overly elevated utterly absurd. Director Zhang observed Qian Wenming, aware that he was merely seeking a fault to exploit. A few years ago, he had been quite prominent at Peking University, basking in the limelight. However, since the well-known upheaval 2 years prior, his methods had become ineffective, relegating him to the sidelines where he was largely ignored. Somehow, he had found an opportunity to join the admissions team, attempting to revive his former tactics. His intentions were not specifically aimed at Changhe. Rather, he had identified a flaw in the candidate's credentials and sought to leverage this chance to reinstate his own relevance. By demonstrating his competency in political reviews, Qian Wenming hoped to extricate himself from his current predicament. Yet this time, it seemed he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. After much effort to find a candidate to target, it turned out that this individual had made it into the People's Daily. Was this some form of jest? At that moment, Qian Wenming felt a profound sense of mockery, directed at himself. How fortuitous! He had spent so much time searching only to find a candidate who had achieved such recognition. Teacher Qian, it is essential to approach your work with diligence and sincerity. Relying on cunning alone will no longer suffice. Times have changed, and your outdated methods of discrediting others are no longer effective, Director Zhang bluntly admonished, taking advantage of the situation to further undermine Qian Wenming. In this new era, it would be best for such foolish clowns to remain downcast. Chapter 65. It's all our people on the second day of the Lunar New Year. Changhe indulged in a long slumber, with nothing pressing to attend to and no girlfriend to seek out. After all, it was the second day of the new year, and the Zhu family had gone visiting relatives at their grandfather's house. He awoke to a sense of ennui and a reluctance to write. After a moment's contemplation, he dressed and prepared to venture outside. Where are you off to during the festive season? Inquired Xin Yuxiu, observing Changhe's intentions from the sofa with curiosity. I'm heading to the town to inquire about the admission notices, he replied, recalling that in the year of the 1977 college entrance examination, notifications were typically dispatched in January or February. He couldn't fathom why his had not yet arrived. Very well, just be cautious on your way. With snow still carpeting the roads, Changhe opted not to ride his bicycle and chose instead to walk. After all, he was a robust young man. After nearly an hour of walking, he finally arrived at the town center, intending to inquire at the education office. However, as he approached the entrance, he noticed several individuals bustling about. They were busy affixing a large notice to the outer wall. Glancing at it, he thought how fortuitous it was that he had arrived at just the right moment. The notice contained a list of candidates eligible for medical examinations. The very first name on the list was Changhe. Excuse me, may I ask if those on this list should go directly to the hospital for their medical examination? He inquired, stepping closer to confirm the details. A young man wearing a military-style cap turned to him, scrutinizing him briefly. Yes, your name is here, he affirmed. Indeed, I had intended to come and ask. And fortuitously, I stumbled upon your posting. Changhe nodded in response. How convenient. You've saved us the trouble of notifying you. May I ask who you are? The young man's demeanor shifted to one of enthusiasm upon learning Changhe's name, as those listed were prospective university students, essentially future leaders. The prospects of these university cadets far surpassed those of their grassroots counterparts. Changhe. Oh, you are the Changhe? The one featured in the People's Daily? The young man's expression transformed into one of astonishment upon hearing Changhe's name. Yes, that would be me. Wonderful. Comrade Changhe, you are a source of pride for us in Haitian. I've heard that you excelled in the liberal arts for this year's college entrance examination in the capital. The young man gave a thumbs up, beaming at Changhe. In these times, many pieces of information were nearly impossible to keep under wraps. Although it was publicly stated that scores would not be released, word had spread internally long ago, especially regarding Changhe's honor from the Haitian Education Office. Come in quickly. Let us get your medical examination form, and then you can head to the hospital. Once we submit this on our end, your admission notice will be issued. Under the warm hospitality of the young man, Changhe soon obtained his medical examination form. He also gleaned from the young man's subtle hints that unless he had a serious ailment that could not be concealed, his medical examination would undoubtedly pose no issues. It is evident that the Education Committee has already conferred with the hospital. After all, considering that a student achieved the highest score in liberal arts on the college entrance examination and has been featured in the People's Daily, it would indeed be absurd if he were to fail the health examination. With this unspoken understanding, Changhe found no need to discuss matters further with his mother-in-law. He simply took his medical examination report and admission ticket to the hospital in Haitian town. As anticipated, the health check proceeded without a hitch, devoid of any complications. Armed with the stamped medical report, Li Changhe returned to the Education Committee office. Patience is required. The admission notice would arrive shortly. While it may be challenging to predict others' outcomes, the committee remains particularly attentive to Li Changhe's situation. After all, he is the top scorer in liberal arts applying to Peking University, conveniently located in Haidian. To put it plainly, they are all part of the same community, and it would be quite difficult for him to be rejected. However, little does Li Changhe know that there are individuals at Peking University contemplating a change in his major. Had he been aware, he might have been infuriated enough to confront the responsible party. Fortunately, he remained oblivious. Upon exiting the Education Committee office, Li Changhe, feeling liberated, hummed a tune as he made his way to the Sihiyuan. The peach leaves were sharp, while the willow leaves enveloped the sky. In that position, the esteemed gentleman listened intently to my words. In these times, singing is indeed an art. Many songs from past lives are deemed frivolous in this era. Thus one must tread carefully. Nonetheless, Tanshui he poses no significant issue, as it is a local folk tune from the Haidian area, with the Londian factory and Huoqing situated just west of the town center. As he hummed along, Li Changhe soon arrived at the Sihiyuan, pushed open the door, and stepped inside. However, upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback. While couplets adorned the entrance, the courtyard was unkempt, with snow piled up and the surroundings looking somewhat dilapidated. The atmosphere within the small courtyard lacked the festive spirit of the season. Pondering this, Li Changhe made his way to the main room of the elder Zhang. Upon opening the door, he found Zhang Shiqi seemingly still in bed. On the central eight immortals table, a bottle of liquor, a plate of peanuts, a few steamed buns, and a dish of pickled vegetables lay in disarray. Who is it? Zhang Shiqi, lying on the bed, seemed to have heard the commotion and called out from behind. Li Changhe sighed. It's me. On this significant day, you were just eating this? At that moment, Zhang Shiqi turned over and sat up. Just making do, after all. I am all alone. Is there any need for extravagance? He replied nonchalantly. Li Changhe understood that despite Zhang's usual carefree demeanor, such holidays likely weighed heavily on his heart. With a son gone, a daughter lost, and both parents and spouse deceased, he truly is a solitary figure in this world. Let me prepare some food for us to share at noon. We can have a drink together, Li Changhe proposed, empathetic to Zhang Shiqi's solitude, as he too often felt isolated in this world. Many times, he sensed a disconnection from the era he inhabits and felt the need to conceal his true self. Very well, Zhang Shiqi acquiesced. Subsequently, Li Changhe made his way to the kitchen, surveying the contents therein. It was satisfactory, with both meat and vegetables available. His culinary skills were rather mediocre, naturally leading to no exquisite dishes being prepared. He placed a small iron pot atop the modest stove in the room, poured in some water, and then proceeded to chop and toss in a head of cabbage, followed by cutting and adding the meat, along with a sprinkle of seasoning and salt. A large pot of stewed meat was on the way, suitable for consumption. Observing Li Changhe's actions, Zhang Shiqi, wrapped in a thick cotton coat, felt somewhat speechless. I had thought you possessed considerable skill. It turns out you are merely concocting a hodgepodge stew. Haven't you ever tasted the renowned Northeast dish of pork stew with vermicelli? We may lack vermicelli, but surely a variation of pork stew with cabbage will suffice. However, I must say, your kitchen appears quite well stocked. As Li Changhe stirred the simmering pot, he glanced at Zhang Shiqi and remarked, each month, I allocate 10 yuan for groceries to my sister, who assists me in purchasing provisions. Any surplus serves as her commission. Frankly, I am indifferent to what she chooses to buy. By the way, it is already February. How are you faring with the college entrance examination? Did you gain admission to Peking University? At this moment, Zhang Shiqi had also settled beside the stove, inquiring of Li Changhe with a tone of feigned exhaustion. Chapter 66. Zhang Shiqi's gift Peking University? It's a done deal. I just completed my physical examination today and now await the admission notice. Li Changhe remarked, lifting a chopstick full of cabbage, slurping it down eagerly. Perhaps it is a matter of the times, but the simple dish of braised cabbage and pork tastes surprisingly delightful. Are you so confident? Are you certain your scores are sufficient? Zhang Shiqi inquired thoughtfully, observing Li Changhe. Li Changhe chuckled, setting down his bowl. I'm not boasting. I have the highest liberal arts score in all of Yanjing. In the past, I would have been a top scholar. Gaining admission to Peking University would be a breeze. In the presence of others, Li Changhe would maintain a semblance of modesty, but before Zhang Shiqi, he felt no need to hold back. He realized that this elder had lofty standards. Attempting to play it low-key would only evoke disdain in his heart. Who would have thought you possessed such talent? Zhang Shiqi expressed his surprise, casting a quick glance at Li Changhe. Suddenly, he set his bowl down, stood up, and approached the bedside. There, he rummaged around until he unearthed a concealed compartment, from which he retrieved a rectangular red wooden box. Earlier, I mentioned that upon your acceptance to Peking University, I would present you with a gift. Now that you have been accepted, here it is. Zhang Shiqi placed the wooden box on the table beside Li Changhe. Upon seeing it, Li Changhe appeared somewhat astonished. What is this? Is it made of rosewood? He asked instinctively, lifting the vibrant red box. At Li Changhe's remark, a hint of disdain flickered across Zhang Shiqi's face. At that moment, he regretted his choice. This young man had no understanding of antiques. What a shame. In the future, if you encounter something unfamiliar, refrain from making wild guesses. This is called tihong, a form of carved lacquer art. Tihong. Li Changhe gazed at the box, puzzled. Never mind. Are you familiar with cloisonne? Of course, Li Changhe replied, fully aware of cloisonne's significance. Tihong, cloisonne, ivory carving, jade carving, these are the four renowned crafts. This piece in your hands is known as the Tihong Landscape Treasure Box, dating back to the Qianlong era. You should visit the Palace Museum more often. It houses several exquisite pieces. Zhang Shiqi calmly educated Li Changhe. Li Changhe examined the box with curiosity. I initially thought you were going to gift me the 10,000 mountains in red. When he learned of Zhang Shiqi's connection to Rongbo, Li Changhe had speculated that the gift might be the famed 10,000 mountains in red. However, that was not the case. At Li Changhe's comment, Zhang Shiqi scoffed. Forget about the 10,000 mountains in red. That piece is a treasured work of Rongbo and will not be released anytime soon. Intrigued, Li Changhe asked, treasured work? What does that mean? Zhang Shiqi gazed at him, bemused by his naive curiosity, and sighed. I wonder how you even came to know about these paintings. Are you aware of the inspiration behind Li Karen's 10,000 Mountains in Red series? Inspiration behind what? Li Changhe instinctively inquired, then gazed at Zhang Shiqi. And suddenly a spark of inspiration flickered in his mind. The mountains are ablaze with red, the forests are dyed in hues. Upon hearing Li Changhe's correct answer, Zhang Shiqi nodded, you're clever. The key is the red. Do you understand? At that moment, Li Changhe comprehended. No wonder Zhang Shiqi referred to it as their household treasure. How intriguing. This was the source. It was clear why Rongbo refused to sell it. Well, forget about that painting. Perhaps in 3 to 50 years, they might sell it. However, the gift I present to you can also serve as a family heirloom, Zhang Shiqi remarked nonchalantly. Curious, Li Changhe opened the box to reveal a copper lock. And upon lifting the lid, he discovered a set of verdant jewelry, comprising a necklace, bracelet, ring, and earrings. Is this jadeite? Li Changhe asked, astonished as he gazed at the jewels within the box. Indeed, this set of old green jadeite originated from the Qing Palace, Zhang Shiqi confirmed. From the Qing Palace? You mean that old hag Cixis? Li Changhe recalled Cixis' fondness for jadeite. What are you thinking? That old woman's grave has been desecrated. Do you really think I could offer you this? Zhang Shiqi replied. Besides, this set was not even to her taste back then. He began to elaborate. The true rise of jadeite cannot be attributed to Cixi. It began with Emperor Qianlong, who had a penchant for it. However, their preferred colors differed from what we see now. The Qing court favored Zhengyang green and Huangyang green, disregarding this old green. Thus, I suspect this set was likely a gift to some concubine. But by the time of the Republic, tastes had shifted, and this old green became a new favorite, earning a rather fashionable title, emerald, akin to a Western gem. In my view, the quality of this old green surpasses that of Zhengyang green and Huangyang green. I had planned to keep it for my daughter as a family heirloom, but given the previous circumstances, I hesitated to give it to her. Now, with her gone and the family lost, it serves no purpose. Seeing that you and that girl are to be wed, I shall gift it to you. The bracelet's circumference is not small. I noticed that Zhu Lin's wrist could certainly accommodate it. Zhang Shiqi spoke with a hint of melancholy. Li Changhe cast a glance at him, his heart subtly sighing. He was unfamiliar with old green, yet he knew of emerald. In years to come, the term emerald would be deemed unsatisfactory, as people would find it too reminiscent of Western gems, prompting a new, fashionable designation, imperial green. In his past life, while writing, Li Changhe had researched jadeite and viewed videos on the subject, for the elements of stone gambling and gem appraisal were commonly encountered in urban life. Based on its luster and quality, it was evident that the set Zhang Shiqi presented was indeed among the finest jadeite, likely reaching the level of imperial green jewelry. Regarding this set of jewelry, one could assert that its future value is no less than that of Wanshan Hongbian. Indeed, one cannot say otherwise. Sir, are you truly willing to part with such a splendid gift? Li Changhe inquired with a smile. Take it. Seeing it only deepens my melancholy, as it constantly reminds me of my daughter. Alas. Zhang Shiqi appeared genuinely reluctant to retain the jewelry, gesturing for Li Changhe to take it. Very well. In light of this exquisite set, I assure you that in a couple of years, I shall certainly arrange for a caregiver and chef for you, ensuring that your days are comfortable and pleasant. Li Changhe promised Zhang Shiqi at that moment. Zhang Shiqi cast a glance at Li Changhe and smiled nonchalantly. All right. I shall await that. Come, let us toast. The two small wine cups gently clinked together. Chapter 67. The admission notice has finally arrived in the early morning at Anshan Village, Heilong County, Heilongjiang Province. Changhe trudged through the thick snow to the brigade. Uncle, he began, but was swiftly interrupted. Silence. You foolish boy, do you not tire of pestering me every day? I have already informed you that the postman comes only once a week. What do you intend to accomplish by loitering here like a guard? Even though he was the nephew of Changhe, the elder man found his presence increasingly irksome. During the festive season, he wished to refrain from scolding the boy. Yet Changhe was simply too bothersome. A few days prior, his occasional inquiries were tolerable, but since the beginning of February, he had taken to arriving every morning at dawn. Initially, the elder man appreciated the company for idle chatter. Yet it soon became clear that this obstinate youth was not going to leave. He remained at the entrance, an ever-present distraction. Their conversations were hindered, and despite attempts to shoo him away, he resolutely stayed put. I am here to wait, Changhe asserted, squatting at the doorway, eschewing the bench for a spot on the cold ground. Fine, you can wait here. I shall take my leave. And remember to lock the door upon your departure. The elder man, weary of lingering, decided to leave Changhe to watch over the entrance while he sought out companions for drinking. Just as he reached the threshold, a bicycle came to a halt, adorned with the green insignia of the post office. Old Chin, good news. Your village has produced a college student. The postman exclaimed as he dismounted. What? A college student? The elder man's heart raced at the possibility that it might be Li Xiaojun. Yet, upon reflection, he recalled that several young intellectuals from the village had also taken the entrance exam this year. Indeed, not just one. Quite impressive. The postman promptly retrieved several letters from his bag, and just as the elder man reached for them, another hand suddenly intercepted. Let me see if there's anything for my wife, Changhe declared, snatching a handful of letters and eagerly scanning the names. Soon, he spotted the third letter, addressed to Li Xiaojun. Found it. Uncle, I'm off. With that, Changhe thrust the remaining letters into his uncle's hands and sprinted away, clutching Li Xiaojun's letter tightly. Damn it, you scoundrel. Couldn't you deliver the letters all at once? The elder man sighed, gazing at the pile of letters in his hands before returning indoors. Once again, the loudspeaker blared, announcing, attention to all candidates who participated in the college entrance examination. I will now read the names of those who should come to the brigade to collect their admission notices. Wang Daqing Guaixia in the courtyard. Li Xiaojun perked up at the sound of the announcement, keenly listening for her name. Yet, as each name was called, hers was conspicuously absent. Li Xiaojun's complexion turned a shade of pallor. Those who had studied alongside her, some of whom had performed worse, had all been accepted. How could her name not be among them? Could it be that her family background had hindered her? Just then, Changhe strode in. Upon seeing his wife standing in the courtyard with tears brimming in her eyes, he was momentarily taken aback. Xiaojun, what's wrong? He asked, concern etched in his voice. Li Xiaojun, her face ashen, replied, they just announced the accepted names at the brigade, and mine was not among them. Wang Daqing and Guai Xiao were both called. I think I didn't get in. At that moment, Changhe realized the issue lay with him. You got in. Trust me. I have the letter right here, he said, hastily presenting the envelope containing the acceptance letter to Li Xiaojun. She stared blankly at the letter before quickly snatching it from his hands and carefully tearing open the envelope. Extracting the notification within, she saw that it was indeed the acceptance letter from the Beijing Institute of Technology. I got in. I really got in. At that instant, overwhelmed with emotion, she collapsed to the ground in tears. She had thought she would be bound to this remote rural border for life, but now, she finally held the ticket back to the city. Don't cry, please don't cry, Xiaojun, Changhe said, feeling somewhat helpless at his wife's tears. I need to write a letter to tell my parents, Li Xiaojun suddenly declared, standing up with determination. Changhe followed her into the house. Watching as she hurriedly gathered paper and pen, he gently interjected, Xiaojun, Maybe we should call your parents directly instead. Hmm? Li Xiaojun looked up at him. Let us just go to the commune post office and call your dad. I remember Changhe left your father's office number. Chen Aigua spoke earnestly. Li Xiaojun's realization dawned upon her. Yes, we can call. Let us go to the commune. She remembered she had both her father's and mother's office numbers. Soon, at the logistics office of the Beijing Institute of Technology, Shen Yuxiu was seated, engaged in light banter with her colleagues. Just then, the phone on her desk rang. Hello? A nearby teacher answered it. Moments later, he turned to Shen Yuxiu. Yuxiu, it's for you. Shen Yuxiu approached with curiosity and took the phone. Hello. This is Yuxiu. Mom, came a heartfelt voice from the other end of the line. Shen Yuxiu froze, and then, trembling, she asked into the receiver, Is it Xiaojun? Mother, it's me, Li Xiaojun. Her voice trembled with emotion, as she had refrained from calling home until this moment. This was her first phone call to her parents since Li Changhe's arrival. You child, it's been so long, and you haven't thought to call your father and me. How could you be so heartless? Upon hearing her daughter's voice, Shen Yuxiu could no longer hold back her tears, scolding Li Xiaojun through the phone. At that moment, Li Xiaojun also succumbed to tears, but she quickly composed herself. Mother, I have been accepted into university. I just received the acceptance letter today. I called Dad. But he didn't answer. Please inform him and Changhe. Accepted? Really? Where? Shen Yuxiu asked eagerly. I got into the same school as you and Dad. The Capital Institute of Technology. We will be buying tickets to Beijing in the next few days, Li Xiaojun declared with determination. Beijing, she was finally returning. Meanwhile, as Li Xiaojun spoke with Shen Yuxiu, a young man arrived at the doorstep of Li Changhe's residence, knocking vigorously. Li Changhe, your admission letter has arrived. Chapter 68. Li Changhe is shown the door. Li Changhe stepped outside and opened the door, only to see a young man standing at the entrance. Dressed in a dark green postal uniform and carrying a satchel, the young man inquired curiously, Are you Li Changhe? Yes, I am. Please come in for a glass of water. Li Changhe, realizing the visitor was there to deliver an admission notice, warmly invited him inside. Thank you. But I need to see your examination admission ticket to confirm your identity. As this is a university admission notification, we must proceed with caution, the young man stated earnestly. Taken aback, Li Changhe had not anticipated such formality surrounding the delivery of admission notices in this day and age. Please wait a moment, he replied. Returning to his room, Li Changhe retrieved his admission ticket and handed it to the young man. After examining it closely, the young man nodded. Indeed, this is your admission notice. Please keep it safe, he said, handing over a sealed envelope before waving goodbye and hurriedly descending the stairs. Watching the young man's retreating figure, Li Changhe couldn't help but marvel at the quality of postal services in these times. Once back inside, Li Changhe opened the envelope and pulled out a thin sheet of paper. Indeed, the admission notice of this era was simply a flimsy piece of paper. At the top, it read Admission Notice from Beijing University. The G Committee of Beijing City hereby informs Li Changhe, following the school's admission decision and with the approval of the Provincial, Municipal, and Autonomous Region Higher Education Admissions Committee, you are accepted into the ordinary class of the Political Economy major in the Economics Department. Please report to our university between February 21st and 22nd, 1978, with this notice. Truly, it bore the hallmark of its time. Far removed from the elaborate admission notices of future generations adorned with images of the iconic Boya Tower and Weiming Lake. However, this was enough to ease Li Changhe's anxieties. He had successfully gained admission to the Political Economy Department, his wish fulfilled. If given the choice, Li Changhe would have preferred to study international economics. Yet that program was temporarily closed for well-known reasons. Nonetheless, the Political Economy Department was acceptable, as long as it was associated with economics. As Li Changhe tucked away the notice and returned to his room, he contemplated what to pack. In truth, there was little to prepare. Beijing University was merely 3 to 4 kilometers from his home, a bicycle ride of less than half an hour. He realized he needed to purchase a bicycle. Previously, Shen Yuxiu had brought back the bicycle ticket, but Li Changhe had delayed buying one, reluctant to ride in the cold winter. He had primarily relied on the bus to transport Zhu Lin. Now, however, he would need a bicycle for school. Just as he was about to head out to make the purchase, the door swung open once more. In walked Shen Yuxiu, her eyes reddened from tears. Mom, what happened to you? Li Changhe observed the unmistakable signs of her distress. Had something happened at school? Your sister called. It's good news, she replied. Your sister just informed me that she received her admission notice. Li Changhe instantly understood. This must be a conversation between mother and daughter, which inevitably turned sentimental. Which school did my sister apply to? Since she has received an admission letter, she must have been accepted. She applied to the Beijing City Industrial College. And she will indeed be studying right at our doorstep. Upon hearing this, Shin Yuxio's face instantly lit up with joy. Initially, she had hoped for her son to attend school nearby, but he insisted on taking the entrance exam for Peking University. However, now with her daughter returning with good news, she too will be studying close to home. By the way, could you tidy up your room later and organize your belongings? Why? At that moment, Li Changhe felt an unsettling intuition. Could it be that his mother? You aren't planning to move in with Lin after receiving the admission letter, are you? Once you're married, you'll move upstairs to live with her, conveniently freeing up your room for your sister and her family. Li Changhe was momentarily speechless. Mom, I'm not a son-in-law. What does living with them even mean? This has nothing to do with being a son-in-law. It's simply a matter of housing scarcity. Besides, Lin's family also has a 2-bedroom apartment, which offers an available room. This suggestion came from your mother-in-law, and I thought it made sense. We can't let your sister's family stay in a large communal dormitory, where in winter there's no heating and they have to rely on coal. Although your sister has returned, she is still classified as a student and her financial support comes from the school. Your brother-in-law is from the countryside and holds an agricultural household registration, which means he cannot access commercial grain or coal tickets. Here, your father and I live in a heated apartment and do not issue coal tickets, so where would we get coal for them? Moreover, didn't you say before that your sister's return meant you would clear out your room for her? Are you having second thoughts? Shin Yuxio looked at Li Changhe suspiciously. Li Changhe felt a mix of despair and resignation. He indeed had reconsidered, especially since he had not managed to buy a Sihiyuan. Yet, Shin Yuxio's reasoning was undeniably valid. Although Li Xiaojun had transferred her household registration, the commercial grain is allocated by the school, not the local street. Many supplies distributed by the street are unavailable through the school, such as accommodation. Many school dormitories at present utilize boiler heating, which is relatively advanced for this era. Tsinghua University had adopted heating even earlier, as far back as 1936. Consequently, students are not allocated coal tickets. And if Li Xiaojun and her family were to live in a communal dormitory or a 2-building, they would be unable to acquire coal. Coal tickets are rarely exchanged externally, as they are essential for daily living, distributed per capita to each household for winter heating. Li Changhe's family does not possess them since their apartment has central heating, and their kitchen uses liquefied gas, making them among the earliest users of gas in the capital. Don't overthink it. We're not suggesting you become a son-in-law. It's simply that living upstairs is convenient. A few days ago during a conversation, when I mentioned your sister might be returning, she indicated that if she did, she would let you stay with them. Once you and Lin are married, you can apply for housing together, and then you can move out. How could I have said that at that time? Could I have suggested that you all stay at our house while your sister stayed outside? Is that something I could express? Besides, wouldn't that be a slight to your Aunt Lu? Shin Yuxio recounted the events to Li Changhe, who found himself at a loss for words. This was undoubtedly his mother-in-law's subtle intentions. Never mind, he would address it when he met Zhu Lin. The pursuit of wealth remained paramount. Once the commercial housing at Tuanjia Lake was available, he would purchase one for 30,000. Determined, Li Changhe resolved privately to prepare for the impending changes. All right, once I obtain the certificate, I'll take care of everything. He felt indifferent. At worst, he would stay at school, as Zhu Lin still had 6 months of studies ahead. On Saturday, Li Changhe arrived at Xia Hospital to pick up Zhu Lin after school. So, Changhe, did your notification arrive? Zhu Lin inquired curiously on the bus. Yes, it has. Why? Are you eagerly anticipating it? Li Changhe replied with a grin. Don't be ridiculous, Zhu Lin retorted, playfully pinching Li Changhe's waist. Though the thick cotton jacket dulled the sensation. Do you think obtaining the certificate is such a straightforward matter? I still need to submit a report to the school for approval, Zhu Lin said helplessly to Li Changhe. Taken aback, Li Changhe realized he had overlooked this detail. In this day and age, for someone with organizational ties wishing to marry, it was not merely a matter of personal choice. One had to seek approval from the organization. Furthermore, for students from worker peasant soldier backgrounds, securing approval for marriage reports was far from a simple task. Chapter 69. Zhu Lin's predicament upon disembarking. Li Changhe initially intended to head home, but Zhu Lin grasped his arm. It's not far from the Sihiyuan. Let us pay a visit. All right. Li Changhe nodded in agreement. And the two proceeded to the Sihiyuan. Zhang Shiqi was absent, presumably wandering elsewhere. Li Changhe entered the house and ignited the stove, dispelling the chill that lingered within. As a town resident, he possessed a coal ration card, having previously procured coal for the occasional use of the two of them in the Sihyuan. After all, coal rations were allocated per individual, and he could not utilize Zhang Shiqi's share. However, with his impending enrollment in university, Li Changhe's benefits would soon be revoked. This was also the reason why Shen Yuxiu did not account for his coal ration during their conversation. Once he transitioned to university, his residency would shift to Peking University, where he would be registered under a collective student household, which, in comparison to his current status, was decidedly inferior. Unfortunately, in this era, attending university necessitated a change of residency, which would subsequently dictate future allocations. In this regard, Li Changhe somewhat regretted his university admission. As the fire in the stove blazed brighter, Li Changhe and Zhu Lin settled around it. "What troubles you? Has something occurred at school?" Li Changhe inquired softly. Having sensed Zhu Lin's preoccupation, Zhu Lin hesitated momentarily, then cautiously addressed Li Changhe. "Changhe, I fear my marriage application may not be approved by the school." "Why is that?" Li Changhe asked, taken aback. Even if it requires organizational approval, they wouldn't outright deny marriage, would they? Zhu Lin pondered briefly before continuing in a hushed tone. "Recently, I have sensed a certain disdain towards our cohort at school." "Disdain?" Li Changhe regarded her thoughtfully. "What do you mean?" Zhu Lin, visibly distressed, explained. "It's a kind of invisible rejection, you understand? For instance, when I used to ask teachers questions, they would respond earnestly. Now, they seem to dismiss me. This sentiment is not isolated to me. It pervades our entire class, and I've heard even senior students interning at the hospital are experiencing similar treatment. There are rumors circulating that regular admissions have resumed, and those of us who were recommended might be sidelined, with no opportunity for key positions. When we were admitted, the requirement was that we all be unmarried, allowing us to balance study and work, so there were indeed stipulations regarding marriage, though they were not strictly enforced. Now, with only 6 months until graduation, I feel that if I apply, the school will likely reject my request." Zhu Lin's revelations prompted Li Changhe to reflect deeply. He recalled memories from his past life, having only a shallow understanding of the workers and peasant students. Yet he remembered reading a novel at the starting point that detailed the intricacies of the situation. Within the narrative, there exists a supporting character who serves as the protagonist's mentor, a university student of a certain kind. He finds himself in a position devoid of any prospects for promotion, relegated to the sidelines even among his peers. The author had previously alluded to this predicament. Furthermore, he recalls a significant detail. In recent years, Tsinghua and Peking University had admitted a number of students from the working class, peasantry, and military backgrounds. However, in the future, all records pertaining to these students were systematically erased, leaving a void in the enrollment data for those years. Essentially, this implies that these esteemed institutions do not recognize these individuals as their graduates. Consequently, Li Changhe speculates that not only the cohort of Zhu Lin, but rather the entirety of students like them may ultimately face an invisible reckoning from society. While there may indeed be some exceptional individuals among them, it is feared that the majority will fade into obscurity. At the core, these university students represent a unique product of their era, unacknowledged and overlooked. Observing the young woman's exquisite beauty, Li Changhe ponders deeply. In her previous life, she had chosen to transition into acting only as she approached 30, perhaps not out of volition but due to certain unspoken circumstances. After all, in 1975, the crew of Haixia had sought her out, yet she had not chosen to pursue an acting career then. If Li Changhe's cohort is hailed as the pride of the reform era, then undoubtedly, Zhu Lin and her peers could be seen as the last remnants of a bygone age. Li Changhe is inclined to believe her assessment is sound. The future appears exceedingly bleak for individuals of their ilk. In truth, her initial estimation may be overly cautious, while not all may face an entirely dim outlook. A significant portion of these students are likely to find themselves without any prospects whatsoever. Subsequently, the advocacy for youthfulness in various sectors is, to some extent, an attempt to fill the void left by this generation of middle-aged individuals. Even those who have secured positions often find themselves displaced, vacating critical roles. You would concur with my observations, wouldn't you? It seems we, too, may bear a stain due to our educational pursuits. Zhu Lin may lack prophetic foresight, yet she can sense a shift within the institution. Many faculty members and other personnel have altered their attitudes and perspectives. Some educators have begun discussions on how to recruit new medical students, asserting that they should proceed with preliminary approvals to see how it unfolds. Changhe believes that, regardless of the outcome, an attempt must be made. If her conjectures prove accurate, then Zhu Lin could simply resign. After all, there are ample opportunities ahead, and they do not rely on that particular job. Very well, once we return to school, I shall give it a try. Zhu Lin nodded in agreement. Following this, the two extinguished the fire in the stove and returned home. Upon their arrival, family members naturally inquired about the couple's intention to register their marriage. Given that Changhe had received his notification letter, their identities aligned, and it was indeed time for them to wed. Changhe opted not to elaborate excessively, merely informing his family that he would have Zhu Lin submit an application at school on Monday, thereby deflecting their inquiries. On Monday, Changhe accompanied Zhu Lin to the school. Subsequently, Zhu Lin took the initiative to inquire at the Academic Affairs Department, while Changhe waited outside. Before long, within half an hour, Zhu Lin emerged with an unwavering expression. Upon witnessing this, Changhe sighed inwardly. Indeed, as anticipated, the outcome was as I had predicted. There was no approval granted. I was told to devote my thoughts to my studies, not to focus solely on personal relationships. It was stated that during my time at school, romance and marriage were prohibited, and that marriage could be postponed until 6 months after job placement. After Zhu Lin exited, both angered and aggrieved, she confronted Changhe. Well, if they want to grant approval, then so be it. We can wait a few more months. Once you graduate, we shall marry. Changhe gently reassured Zhu Lin, asserting that it was merely a matter of a few months' delay, and he was willing to wait. Meanwhile, Changhe's mind began to contemplate. It was indeed time to consider alternative paths for this young woman, for her current route was likely to be obstructed. Chapter 70. How many pen names have you used? What? You can't obtain the certificate? That evening, at Changhe's home, Shen Yuxiu was taken aback upon hearing Changhe express his inability to obtain a marriage certificate with Zhu Lin. Although she was involved in logistics, matters concerning the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university were beyond her purview. It was not so much a matter of prejudice as it was a clear lack of support. What could they do if the school refused to approve? Changhe lamented. This matter must be communicated to Aunt Lu, Shen Yuxiu declared, rising hurriedly to ascend the stairs. Shortly thereafter, Professor Zhu and Lu Shuan followed her down. Changhe, your mother mentioned that Ling Lin's school won't authorize her application. Is that correct? Lu Shuan inquired urgently as she entered. Changhe nodded. Aunt Lu, the school's stance is to consider marriage only after Zhu Lin graduates and is assigned to a position. After about half a year, it's not entirely impossible, Li Lishan interjected. However, Shen Yuxiu immediately shook her head, resolutely stating, that is not acceptable. If they wait another 6 months, they still won't be able to marry. At Shen Yuxiu's words, not only Changhe, but the others present regarded her with curiosity. Steadying herself, Shen Yuxiu explained gravely. It has come to my attention that the school has been discussing the new code of conduct for university students regarding the upcoming college entrance examination candidates. Unlike the previous cohorts of workers, peasants, and soldier students, this new group is subject to different considerations. One stipulation concerns dating and marriage during their studies. The prevailing sentiment is one of opposition, as it is believed that marriage and childbearing could hinder academic pursuits. This regulation is likely to be formalized. While the final decision remains uncertain, I fear the repercussions will be severe. Changhe furrowed his brow as he processed Shen Yuxiu's words. He vaguely recalled that in the 1980s, university students were prohibited from dating or marrying. Minor infractions could lead to disciplinary actions, while severe cases could result in expulsion. Such circumstances could lead to dire consequences. If marriage were indeed forbidden, would the couple then have to wait another 4 years? That was unacceptable. As soon as Shen Yuxiu finished speaking, Lu Shuan shook her head vehemently. Waiting another 4 years? By then, how old will Lin Lin be? I recall that the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university only required students to be unmarried upon enrollment. It was never stated that marriage during their studies was prohibited. Lu Shuan turned to Professor Zhu, who, unlike Li Lishan, had not faced significant upheaval in his career during those years and had maintained stable employment. Surely there must be students who have married during their time at your school? Professor Zhu sat thoughtfully, recalling, indeed, there was one student who submitted a petition and underwent various approvals, ultimately leading to marriage. Although few students had married, exceptions did exist. That is sufficient. It indicates that this can indeed be accomplished. Leave this matter to me. You both should prepare the necessary documents for obtaining the certificate. you are still quite youthful, too preoccupied with adhering strictly to regulations. When instructed not to do something, you simply comply, without considering the need to inform your family. Lu Shuan initially made a firm promise, and subsequently, she admonished Li Changhe. At that moment, Li Changhe could only accept this with humility. Indeed, they are still too young. As expected, just 2 days later, Lu Shuan informed Li Changhe to bring the necessary materials and accompany Zhu Lin to submit the approval report. Li Changhe arrived at Xiehe with great delight and sought out Zhu Lin. "Why are you here?" Zhu Lin inquired, somewhat surprised to see Li Changhe's presence before Saturday. What good fortune! Li Changhe promptly recounted the family meeting from a couple of days prior to Zhu Lin, smiling as he added, "Aunt Lu instructed me to accompany you once more for the approval. This time, there will be no issues." Upon hearing this, Zhu Lin pondered thoughtfully. She must have contacted my grandfather. In truth, even if she hadn't, I planned to come this weekend anyway. Very well. Let us proceed with the report. Subsequently, Zhu Lin and Li Changhe returned to the Academic Affairs Office. This time, they were attended by a different instructor, who did not coldly reject Zhu Lin's application, but rather inquired gently about their circumstances and financial situation. In essence, in this era, if one lacks financial means, the state does not permit marriage. How can one marry without money? When the instructor learned that Li Changhe was an incoming student at Peking University and had writing income, he readily filled out a form. "Your situation indeed falls within the realm of reasonable marriage," he stated. "Take this form and register at the Youth League Committee. Then you may proceed to obtain your marriage certificate. However, one thing to note, Zhu Lin, you have only a few months left until graduation. We can approve the marriage. But if you were to become pregnant and it affects your graduation, that would be counterproductive. Understand?" The senior instructor subtly cautioned Zhu Lin. She respectfully nodded. "I understand, teacher." "Good. Take this to the Youth League Committee." With that, the approval process was deemed complete. Upon exiting, Li Changhe observed Zhu Lin's buoyant steps and sensed that their endeavor was likely successful. "Let us head to the Youth League Committee," he exclaimed, somewhat bewildered. "I am a member of the League. I must register there," Zhu Lin replied. In this era, being part of the Youth League still holds significant status. If one cannot enter the party, at least being in the League demonstrates one's exemplary character and scholarship. For students from worker-peasant-soldier backgrounds, if one is not even a League member, they are deemed unworthy of education. The two then made their way to the Youth League Committee, encountering no obstacles. As the Academic Affairs Office had already granted approval, there was no reason for further hindrances. Moreover, considering Zhu Lin's age, she would be eligible for withdrawal from the League in 2 years, so they swiftly registered and affixed their seals. Thus, the entire approval process within the school reached its conclusion. What remained was to find a suitable time to obtain their marriage certificate. This matter cannot be taken lightly. Li Changhe is determined to choose an auspicious day. After sharing a meal with Zhu Lin in the school cafeteria, Li Changhe carefully placed the approved documents into his canvas bag. These materials must not remain within the confines of the school, should they fall into the wrong hands. It could lead to unwarranted speculation or gossip, which would be disastrous. The student body of workers, farmers, and soldiers is a complex community, and many issues remain unspoken. Upon leaving Xie Hospital, Li Changhe made a detour to the People's Literature magazine office. Every time he visited Xie, if he did not take the opportunity to submit a manuscript and collect some payment, he felt he had wasted the trip. Moreover, with marriage on the horizon, he needed to earn more to support his future wife. As he entered Lu Jianqing's office, Li Changhe was about to greet him when Lu Jianqing abruptly inquired, "Well, Li Changhe, tell me, how many pseudonyms have you registered with other magazines?" At that moment, the radiant smile on Li Changhe's face faded instantly. Were his other aliases about to be revealed? Chapter 71. Opening multiple pseudonyms is quite normal. Upon hearing Lu Jianqing's inquiry, Li Changhe remained unflustered. After all, pseudonyms were merely a trivial matter. In his past life, he had employed numerous pseudonyms while composing, to the extent that he could hardly recall them all. His curiosity was piqued, however, as to how Lu Jianqing had uncovered this detail. Typically, he maintained one pseudonym for each magazine. Some he had used less frequently and thus ceased submitting to them. Currently, his primary focus lay on 3 magazines: People's Literature, Yanjing Literature, and Yanhe. The abundance of magazines had become a source of vexation, as Li Changhe found himself unable to keep pace with the demands of writing. Handwriting, after all, could never match the speed of typing, and it was unrealistic for him to spend an entire day in uninterrupted writing. Ideally, the magazine he yearned to contribute to the most was Story Magazine, as its requirements were minimal, allowing for a diverse range of genres, from science fiction to martial arts romance, and even eerie tales. For Changhe, it was the perfect platform to earn writing fees, a true forte for web novel authors. Regrettably, Story Magazine was still titled Revolutionary Story Magazine, and he felt unprepared to contribute to its content at this juncture. Changhe responded nonchalantly, his casual demeanor leaving Lu Jianxing momentarily speechless. Here was a writer who could submit timely contributions to 3 magazines, while others struggled for months to produce even a single piece. What kind of prodigy was this? And how could his mind be brimming with such creativity? Is there something wrong with my approach? Must I restrict myself to a single pseudonym? Changhe inquired, genuinely perplexed. Is there some sort of limitation imposed by the magazines? No, there's no such restriction. It's simply that we are astonished by your prolific output. Lu Jianxing replied, shaking his head in embarrassment. This situation is indeed quite shocking. I have no other options. If I were to submit solely to your magazine, it would present complications. I cannot expect multiple pieces of mine to appear in every issue. If my submissions are rejected, that poses an even greater dilemma, as I rely entirely on writing fees for my livelihood. Thus, I decided to adopt several pseudonyms and submit to multiple publications, Changhe explained with an open-handed gesture, expressing his helplessness. It's not that I don't wish to submit to you. Rather, your magazine has limited space. How about this? Why don't you share your completed pieces with us first? We can select a couple, and you can submit the remaining to the other 2 magazines. After all, your pseudonym at People's Literature is currently the most popular, Lu Jianxing suggested, shifting the topic in a congenial manner. Given Changhe's impressive efficiency, it would be prudent for People's Literature to select the best pieces first. Regardless of the author, the quality of submissions varied, with some shining while others fell short. They could keep the superior works and allow the other 2 magazines to take the lesser ones. That is not negotiable, Changhe replied, shaking his head resolutely and refusing Lu Jianxing's proposal. Lu Jianxing was taken aback, gazing at him in surprise. This young man seemed somewhat unreasonable. Changhe, however, smiled and said, in the future, my ability to submit will be limited, as I will soon be attending university and will not have as much time for writing. Indeed, in just over 10 days, Changhe will commence his studies at Peking University. Once the academic year begins, he will be engrossed in research and coursework, leaving him little time to write the 4,000 or 5,000 words he does daily at present. University? Have you taken the college entrance examination? Lu Jianxing gazed at Changhe in astonishment, immediately recalling the recently concluded exams. Wait, the essay published in the People's Daily a few days ago, could it be your entrance exam composition? Lu Jianxing suddenly remembered the discussion in their editorial department regarding the essay by Changhe. They had speculated whether it was indeed him, as only the names of the candidates were disclosed, leaving room for the possibility of homonyms. Subsequently, engrossed in preparations for their group activities, Lu Jianxing had pushed this thought aside, but now it resurfaced. Yes, it is mine, Changhe replied calmly with a nod. Lu Jianxing could not help but express his awe. You never cease to astonish. Which university did you get into? Peking University. Peking University? Naturally, the Chinese department, I presume? Changhe's admission to Peking University was unexpected yet somehow fitting for Lu Jianxing, a blend of surprise and inevitability. Not the Chinese department, but the Department of Political Economy. Changhe shook his head, bemused by the contemporary obsession with the Chinese department. Political economy? Initially, Lu Jianxing contemplated asking what that entailed but thought better of it, realizing he might not comprehend the response. In truth, the Chinese department holds little significance for you, he conceded. Graduates from the Chinese department typically find their paths leading to the Ministry of Culture, publishing houses, or literary associations. Alternatively, they often resort to writing independently. For Changhe, having reached this juncture, the allure of the Chinese department was indeed minimal. By the way, Changhe, would you be interested in joining the Writers' Association? Lu Jianxing inquired in a hushed tone. The Writers' Association? Is it being reinstated? Changhe recalled that the association had not yet resumed, nor had the entire artistic community, including prestigious institutions like Beijing Film Academy and Central Academy of Drama, which had been excluded from the 1977 college entrance examination. Preparations are already underway, Lu Jianxing explained mysteriously. Changhe understood now how his pseudonym had been revealed. In January 1978, following approval from higher authorities, a preparatory group for the reinstatement of the Literary Federation and Writers' Association was established. Zhang Guangnian, editor-in-chief of People's Literature, serves as the deputy leader of this group. Furthermore, various prominent literary societies across the nation, including renowned publications such as Yanjing Literature and Yinhe, would have representatives involved in such preparatory groups. The literary circle of this era is extensive, yet the literary community remains relatively small, particularly among these venerable magazines. In previous years, conditions have been dire. Now, as the clouds part to reveal the moon, old acquaintances reconnect, naturally leading to convivial gatherings filled with camaraderie. In such gatherings, boasting inevitably becomes a cherished ritual, especially among those who have achieved notable success. Lu Jianqing, naturally one of them, invited some old friends for a meal and engaged in idle chatter. However, when the conversation turned to a certain Changhe, he was taken aback, for it was said that within the pages of Yanjing literature, there existed an author named Changhe, renowned for his prolific writing and high caliber. Shortly thereafter, from the Yinhe side, another claim emerged of an author, also named Changhe, a resident of the capital, whose submissions were both timely and of exceptional quality. As these revelations settled, an eerie silence enveloped the table, as they simultaneously realized they were likely discussing the same individual. In these times, largely due to the preceding years, many new writers opted to submit their works under their real names, eschewing pseudonyms. Nonetheless, when someone chose to use a pen name, the magazine would not reject their submission, for it is a common practice in writing. However, when the pen names differ yet the real names align, particularly in the case of two Li Changs from the capital, it is reasonable to conclude they are indeed the same person. Thus, the multiple identities of our comrade Li Changhe were inadvertently revealed, leading to Lu Jianqing's inquiry upon his entrance. It is estimated that the secretary of Group D of the Writers' Association is none other than our editor Zhang, a seasoned veteran who, prior to the temporary cessation of the association, served as its deputy secretary. Once the association resumes its recruitment, I shall submit your name, Lu Jianqing softly remarked. Upon hearing this, Li Changhe was somewhat astonished, not realizing that the esteemed old Zhang held such a notable position. Impressive. It is worth noting that the rank within the Writers' Association is not insignificant. Moreover, it is closely affiliated with the Literary Federation. At that moment, Li Changhe's thoughts began to expand in myriad directions. Chapter 72. The Writers' Association and the Literary Federation, what's the matter? Not interested in the Writers' Association? Lu Jianqing inquired, somewhat taken aback by Li Changhe's silence. This lad, could it be that he harbors no desire to join the Writers' Association? Let me enlighten you. Do not underestimate the Writers' Association. Even after you graduate from university and secure a formal job, possessing the credentials of a certified author will bestow upon you numerous advantages. Lu Jianqing gently urged Li Changhe. Li Changhe shook his head. No, I was merely contemplating something else. Does the Writers' Association still belong to the Literary Federation? The Literary Federation, known as the National Federation of Literary and Art Circles, is a body directly governed by the state, serving as a vital link and bridge between the government and the artistic community. Li Changhe recalled various associations such as the Writers' Association, the Tsui Association, and the Film Association, all of which were previously under the jurisdiction of the Literary Federation. However, there exists a notable distinction. The Writers' Association holds a particularly elevated status within the Federation, akin to the difference between a provincial capital and its surrounding regions. Li Changhe distinctly remembered that the future standing of the Writers' Association would be further elevated to a level comparable to that of the Literary Federation, with many chairs of the Writers' Association concurrently serving as chairs of the Federation. Li Changhe's reflections were not without purpose. They stemmed from the Federation's ongoing influence on various sectors within the arts. For instance, the Film Association, which may currently be referred to as the Film Workers Association. To put it simply, in the future, the three major domestic awards, aside from the Huabiao Award, which is government-issued, will include the Golden Rooster and 100 Flowers Awards, awarded by the Literary Federation and the Film Association. In the China of the 1980s, the Literary Federation and its subsidiary organizations held significant sway. It was only after the nation underwent broader reforms in the 1990s that the distinctiveness of these institutions began to fade, albeit slightly, as their influence persisted. As the country embraced reform and opening up in the 1990s, Li Changhe swiftly connected the dots to future sectors such as advertising, film, audiovisual media, and commercial real estate associated with cinema. In the early stages of reform, those who could secure various industry access permits from the state were undoubtedly individuals or institutions closely linked with official bodies, namely, the Writers' Association, the Literary Federation, the Film Association, and the film industry. In an instant, Li Changhe's mind conjured a pathway that could evolve progressively along the timeline. The circle of novel writing may not be vast, yet the entire cultural, artistic, film, and television sector represents an enormous landscape. Most importantly, beyond the inherent industry of the film sector, the ancillary benefits it brings are exceedingly apparent, such as the enhancement of brand value, promotional outreach, and market expansion. While Li Changhe himself might not have the time to navigate this, he could certainly assist his wife, Zhu Lin, in planning accordingly. Moreover, if Zhang Guanyin were to become the secretary of the Writers' Association, his rank would undoubtedly be no less than that of a deputy minister. As Li Changhe pondered these matters, Lu Jianqing chimed in with a smile. Well, the relationship between the Writers' Association and the Literary Federation is quite intricate. Let me briefly explain. The Federation was initially established by literary workers, similar to organizations like the Women's Federation and the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. In the past, there existed an organization within the Literary Federation known as the Literary Workers Association. This association was later restructured and transformed into the Writers' Association, which now falls under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Culture. However, the Writers' Association maintains a close relationship with the Literary Federation, reflecting a situation where each entity is intertwined with the other. For instance, the current literary and artistic preparatory group is essentially coordinating efforts for both the Federation and the Association. Upon hearing Lu Jianqing's explanation, Li Changhe began to comprehend the situation. I see, he acknowledged. There are not too many national literary workers, yet not too few either. Once you join the Writers' Association, you'll find that our peers in the capital will provide ample opportunities for encounters. Lu Jianqing earnestly addressed Li Changhe at this moment. Li Changhe nodded in agreement, stating, "No problem. Once the Writers' Association is reinstated, I will join at the earliest opportunity." Not to mention, throughout the entire 1980s, the prestige of being a writer was notably strong, especially for those affiliated with the Writers' Association. So, you are here to submit your manuscript. Let us have a look at this piece, Li Changhe remarked, retrieving a manuscript from his bag and handing it to Lu Jianqing. Lu Jianqing glanced over it briefly before setting it down. I am quite aware of your caliber. It is sufficient for you to leave it with me. However, we must agree that even if your subsequent writings are fewer, you must prioritize our journal, People's Literature. Given our relationship, you cannot submit to others first. Lu Jianqing emphasized to Li Changhe at that moment. There was no doubt about it. Lu Jianqing foresaw that once the Literary Federation and Writers' Association were reinstated, a multitude of competitors would emerge. Furthermore, he had heard that the neighboring People's Literature publishing house was set to launch its own literary magazine titled Contemporary. Additionally, it seemed that the capital's publishing house was also planning to introduce a magazine, with an experienced editor harboring ideas for a new publication named October. The title October alluded to the significant events of that month 2 years prior. Rumor had it that apart from the capital's publishing house, there was a group in Shandong province interested in October as well. However, it remained uncertain to whom this magazine would ultimately belong. Regardless, once these magazines were launched, they would undoubtedly present the most direct competition to People's Literature. What does a magazine most desperately need for distribution? Certainly, it craves quality content and outstanding authors. A writer like Li Changhe, who consistently produces high-quality manuscripts, would undoubtedly be a sought-after asset for various magazines. Thus, Lu Jianqing could not afford to be careless and took the precaution of advising Li Changhe in advance. All right, once I have a manuscript ready, I will certainly show it to you first, Li Changhe replied wholeheartedly. Not to mention, People's Literature contributed the most to his earnings, providing him with the highest possible payment for his work, which helped his piece gain nationwide acclaim and facilitated its publication. Out of gratitude for such support, Li Changhe prioritized People's Literature in his considerations. It's a promise. Let there be no turning back, Lu Jianqing stated earnestly to Li Changhe. Li Changhe smiled, assuring him, rest assured, I will keep my word. By the way, in a few days, if time permits, I would like to invite you and editor Zhang for a meal. You're treating us to a meal? Is it to celebrate your acceptance into university? Lu Jianqing smiled and jested. Li Changhe shook his head, saying, No, I am getting married. Once I finalize the date, I will invite you and editor Zhang. After his rebirth, Li Changhe's social circle had shrunk considerably, and Zhang Guanyin and Lu Jianqing were among the first to become acquainted with him. Furthermore, It was indeed a gamble for Zhang Guangnian and Lu Jianqing to publish his manuscript. Regardless of their intentions, Li Changhe recognized this favor. Thus, with his impending nuptials, treating them to a meal would be a fitting expression of gratitude. It must be that exceptionally beautiful girl from last time, right? You have quite the eye. Her beauty is certainly noteworthy even in the entirety of the capital. All right, when I run into old Zhang later, I will inform him to look forward to celebrating your joyous occasion. Lu Jianqing readily agreed. Chapter 73. Li Xiaojun returns to the city in the early morning. As dawn broke, February's chill still lingered in the air. At the bustling train station in the capital, Li Xiaojun cradled her daughter, while Changhe trudged behind, burdened by a large woven bag filled with an unknown assortment of items. Both appeared weary as they exited the station. The journey from Hulin by train had taken its toll on them, leaving them feeling utterly exhausted. Upon stepping outside, they found themselves momentarily at a loss. Xiaojun, are you unfamiliar with the way? Changhe inquired, his expression one of innocent bewilderment. Li Xiaojun furrowed her brow, contemplating. I need to think. It has been years since I last returned. Let us go check the bus stop sign. Perhaps we can find a familiar place name, she suggested. They had not contacted their family prior to their arrival, as Li Xiaojun relied on her familiarity with the city to guide Changhe and their daughter. However, upon arrival, she realized she had overestimated her memory. By the way, take out your change. We'll need to buy tickets soon. She reminded Changhe before moving towards the bus stop sign to examine the routes. Once she identified a familiar location, she believed she could navigate her way home. More than an hour later, they stood at the entrance of the residential compound. Guard, I assure you my home is within this compound. Look. This is the address my brother left for me. It must be correct, Li Xiaojun exclaimed, not anticipating that after such a long journey, they would be halted by the security at the gate. The guard scrutinized the young woman before him, a flicker of recognition crossing his mind as he recalled her words. Ma'am, it's not that we wish to deny you entry. The issue lies in your lack of identification. We cannot permit you to enter without proper proof. Perhaps you could have a family member come to retrieve you? You could provide an address, and we can send someone to inquire on your behalf. That way, a family member could confirm your identity when they arrive. The security team had instituted additional regulations over a year ago due to the increasing number of youth returning to the city, allowing for one person to assist with notifications. Very well, this is my family's address. I am uncertain of the exact building number, but my brother should be home. His name is Li Changhe. Li Xiaojun stated earnestly, producing the address her brother had given her. Wait, did you say your brother is Li Changhe? Is he the son of Professor Li Lishan? The guard asked, his surprise evident as he regarded Li Xiaojun. Yes, my father is Li Lishan, and Li Changhe is my brother. Do you know them? Li Xiaojun replied, equally astonished by the guard's recognition. The guard smiled knowingly. Indeed, your brother is quite well known in our community. He achieved the highest score in this year's college entrance examination, even featured in the People's Daily and admitted to Peking University. As the guard spoke, he gave a thumbs up in admiration. Please wait a moment, I will go fetch him for you. With that, the guard made his way to Li Changhe's residence, where Li Changhe was currently engrossed in writing. With the new semester still some time away, he sought to complete several drafts to prepare himself for the forthcoming university experience. Regardless, he had made up his mind. He would gradually submit the few pieces he had to People's Literature and temporarily halt submissions to the other two publications. His train of thought was interrupted by a knock at the door. Li Changhe walked over to open it and found the security officer at the entrance. Over the past year, he had become somewhat familiar with them, exchanging greetings during his daily comings and goings. Officer Sun, is there something you need? Li Changhe inquired with curiosity after opening the door. Comrade Changhe, a family has arrived at the entrance. The woman claims to be your sister. We cannot verify their identity, so we thought we should call you to take a look. If they are indeed your family, you can let them in, Officer Sun replied warmly. Li Changhe nodded. It should be true. My sister has also been admitted to university, but she didn't notify me in advance. Please wait a moment while I put on my coat. Wrapping himself in a thick military overcoat, he donned his shoes and hat before heading to the door with Officer Sunday. It's my sister and her family. Thank you. Officer Sunday. I'll take them to get a pass shortly. From a distance, he spotted Li Xiaojun and recognized her immediately. Sister, you all came without a word. I would have come to greet you, he exclaimed as he reached the entrance, taking his niece from Li Xiaojun's arms. Though the weather was cold, the little one was sleeping soundly in her mother's embrace. After returning home, upon entering, Li Xiaojun and Changhe couldn't help but take in their surroundings. Brother, How did our family acquire such a wonderful house? Did our parents get a new allocation? Li Xiaojun asked, astonished. During their time in the countryside, they had lived in a communal building, far from this two-bedroom apartment. Yes, our parents received a new allocation upon their return. We struck it lucky. This is housing designated for full professors, Li Changhe replied with a smile. Changhe, on the other hand, cautiously surveyed the interior. Not to mention, even the cadre buildings in the commune were not of this caliber. He had only seen buildings like the communal ones in the county, which his elder brother inhabited. In this moment, the family appeared to them as if they were living in paradise. Before arriving, Changhe had no clear perception of the disparity, but at this moment, he acutely realized the significant difference between their homes. Please, take a seat and rest for a while. You can place the child on my bed. I'll go speak to our parents, Li Changhe said, settling them in before riding his bicycle to the school. He was already quite familiar with the industrial college. First notifying Li Lishan and then informing Shen Yuxiu from the logistics department. Shen Yuxiu then accompanied him back home directly. Taking leave was hardly a matter of concern during that era. Upon returning home, the mother and daughter, reunited after many years, naturally embraced and wept. Their sobs eventually waking the child sleeping in the inner room. Once their emotions settled, Li Xiaojun entered the room and brought out the child. Mother, this is my daughter with Aigua. Her given name is Tingting, and her nickname is Nyonyo. Nyonyo, call grandma. The child, still struggling with her pronunciation, could only murmur the words faintly. Oh, Shen Yuxiu hastily acquiesced, then took the child into her arms. Li Changhe, please go to the grocery store and procure some delicacies. I shall prepare the noodles later. Today, Grandma is treating my granddaughter to fried sauce noodles, Shen Yuxiu instructed, directing her words towards Li Changhe. He nodded in agreement. All right. I shall take a look. Grasping the grocery voucher, he descended the stairs and mounted his bicycle, swiftly arriving at the center of Hadian town, where he selected several prepared foods. In recent years, supplies had increased somewhat, so Li Changhe purchased a roasted chicken, some braised beef, and a few candies for his niece. Upon his return home, he discovered that Li Xiaojun was embroiled in a heated argument with their mother, Shen Yuxiu, and the crux of their dispute revolved around Li Changhe. Chapter 74, Deep Bonds of Siblings. Child, why are you so disobedient? I had already discussed this with Changhe. As Li Changhe stepped through the door, he heard Shen Yuxiu scolding Li Xiaojun in an agitated tone. Li Xiaojun, however, resolutely replied, I don't care. I simply refuse to live at home. Mother, have you ever considered it? Whose son marries and moves into the father-in-law's house? Is that truly marriage? Is our family so impoverished that we lack a house? This is all for your sake, to allow your family to stay at home. At this moment, Shen Yuxiu was utterly perplexed by her daughter's obstinacy. Earlier, she had mentioned Li Changhe's upcoming wedding and suggested that Li Xiaojun's family stay at their home. When Li Xiaojun inquired about where Li Changhe would reside, Shen Yuxiu divulged her plans, leading to Li Xiaojun's vehement disagreement, resulting in a heated argument between mother and daughter. Perhaps Changhe is considering our family and is willing to move into the father-in-law's house, but I must tell you, I refuse. In our region, a son-in-law living in his father-in-law's house is no different from being a dependent. Regardless of one's capabilities, it is met with disdain. Just look at Changhe's elder brother. In our village, he boasts of being a state worker, living off public provisions, and returns to the village looking down upon others. Yet, we are all too aware of the life he leads. He cannot even speak loudly in front of his wife, always submissive and meek. In any case, my family will not be residing in Changhe's house. At this moment, Li Xiaojun displayed a resolute demeanor before Shen Yuxiu, starkly contrasting her previously reserved self when she met Li Changhe. This was indeed a different side of her, revealed only in front of her mother. You understand, don't you? It is not that I do not comprehend. Allowing you to stay is merely to spare you hardship. It is freezing outside in winter. Where else would you live? Can a child endure such conditions? Shen Yuxiu felt a pang of grievance. If it were not for this daughter, would she have put her son in such a position? For these few days, we can stay at a guest house. Once school starts, I will live on campus, and we can have Changhe rent a place for Nyonyo outside. She continued, the weather in Hulan is far colder than in the capital. After all these years, have we not managed to endure? Regardless of your arguments, I will not allow my brother to live with his father-in-law, Li Xiaojun declared firmly to Shen Yuxiu. She had already received so much assistance from Li Changhe. How could she monopolize his room and reduce him to living like a dependent at his father-in-law's house? Shen Yuxiu glared at Li Xiaojun in frustration and then sighed helplessly. How could I have given birth to such a stubborn child, impervious to reason? She resolved to let her daughter have her way regarding living arrangements, planning to assist them in finding accommodation elsewhere. Let us check if there are any available rental properties through the school's logistics department. I will inquire as well. At that moment, Li Lishan, who had just returned home, spoke up decisively. In truth, witnessing his daughter and son so harmoniously uncompetitive brought him joy. Moreover, he noted that the son-in-law had remained silent since entering the house, clearly feeling uncomfortable in this family setting. Although Shen Yuxiu meant well, good intentions do not always yield favorable outcomes. Well, I have a courtyard. Perhaps we could let my sister and her family stay there. Li Changhe remarked as he set down his belongings. You have a courtyard? What kind of courtyard? Shen Yuxiu responded, gazing at him in astonishment. Li Lishan and Li Xiaojun also turned their attention to him, puzzled by the sudden revelation of Li Changhe's property. It's just a courtyard near the Friendship Hotel, where I rented one of the side rooms. The owner is an elderly man living there alone. I received numerous letters from readers before, and with so many packages accumulating at home, I consulted with Zhu Lin at the housing authority and rented that room. I initially intended to purchase it, but the housing authority only permitted rentals and recommended that place instead. It's a private courtyard. Once you enter, it's quite nice, equipped with a separate restroom and kitchen. The room has a stove and all the necessary amenities, and I stored the coal I had divided there. At least I won't have any issues burning it through this year. Li Changhe explained to Shen Yuxiu. Now that it was late February, the weather would gradually warm up after March. The coal he had for the winter was sufficient to support Li Xiaojuan's family until spring. As for next year, they would deal with that when the time came. All right, let us move into that courtyard. We'll relocate our belongings shortly, Li Xiaojun decided before Shen Yuxiu could respond. Do as you wish. Coming back only irks me, Shen Yuxiu thought, feeling indifferent as the siblings made their arrangements. What more could she say? Their bond had left her feeling quite out of place. The Friendship Hotel was not far from here, less than 2 kilometers away, a convenient distance. Let us eat first. And after the meal, I'll go over to tidy up. After all, it's Zhang Shiqi's property. I should at least greet him, Li Changhe continued. He then presented the roast chicken and sauce-drenched beef he had purchased, causing the little girl to nearly drool with anticipation. Here, let us give Nyo a chicken leg first. Shen Yuxiu tore off a chicken leg from the roast chicken and handed it to the little girl. We'll save the other one for later. We'll have it for dinner. With the 2 chicken legs now allocated, the little girl eagerly began to devour hers without hesitation. Changhe, when exactly is the day you and Lin Lin will register your marriage? Li Lishan inquired, looking at Li Changhe. Li Changhe smiled. It's settled for this weekend. We'll go to register then. Although students have a single day off, all factories and government offices remain operational throughout the year. While everyone initially had a weekend off, due to well-known reasons, weekends have been abolished for over a decade, turning them into mandatory workdays. This way, Zhu Lin won't need to take leave. We'll handle everything that day, Li Changhe stated earnestly. This weekend then? That sounds good. Let your mother know to inform the cafeteria, and we can treat everyone to a meal at the school cafeteria, Li Lishan concluded. Li Lishan nodded gently and said, I will return to the cafeteria this afternoon and inform Master He. Master He is the chief cook in charge of the cafeteria, under their logistics department. After enjoying a delightful lunch, Li Changhe suggested that Li Xiaojun and his spouse rest at home for a while. He then rode his bicycle to the courtyard. Why are you here in the middle of the day? Zhang Shiqi was watering the flowers in the courtyard, seemingly unaware of where he had procured 2 pots of plum blossoms, which he had set up on a trellis beside the wall, cherishing them dearly each day. I need to discuss something with you. Go ahead, Zhang Shiqi replied without looking up. My sister just got into university and has returned to Beijing with her husband and daughter from our rural hometown. There is no space for them at home. Would it be all right for them to stay with me temporarily? Upon hearing this, Zhang Shiqi turned his head and gave him a sideways glance. I knew you wouldn't come here for anything good. However, my friend, let me be clear. This house is now mine, and we had our agreements. I can allow them to stay for a while, but it depends on whether they are compatible with my temperament. If they can adapt, then all is well. But if they cannot, we must agree that you will find them another place promptly. Is that understood? Zhang Shiqi did not immediately agree, but instead laid down his conditions. Li Changhe naturally acquiesced. No problem. Let us do it this way. My brother-in-law is a decent man. If you find him unsuitable for staying, I will arrange another place for him. All right then, bring them over. They need not stay in your room. The other wing across is still vacant. Let them clean it up and move in. It will bring some liveliness to this house. Zhang Shiqi indicated towards the remaining room, addressing Li Changhe. Very well. I will bring them over shortly. Chapter 75. The Marriage Certificate. Sister, when your family resides in someone else's home, it is imperative to be mindful. This house is not a state-assigned public residence, but rather his private property, granting him the authority to reclaim it at any time. Particularly now, as your husband and Nyo do not yet possess a household registration in the capital, they are considered unregistered residents here. Once the busy days have passed, I suggest you, brother-in-law, return to the northeast first and initiate the transfer of your work relationship. Otherwise, it will be impossible for you to remain here. Li Changhe, while on the road, diligently reminded Li Xiaojuan's family. It is worth noting that Chen Aigua's position was not arranged through Li Changhe's assistance, but rather by Xin Yuxiu, who helped secure a temporary role in the school's logistics department. This so-called temporary position implies that someone else's name is associated with the job, while one substitutes for them. Akin to a temporary worker, albeit with slightly better compensation. Typically, such temporary positions arise when a job vacancy unexpectedly appears in the household of an urban worker. Yet the family member is not of age to take over. Consequently, a temporary substitute is arranged to maintain the position. These roles are generally negotiated privately and involve inconsequential tasks that do not disrupt the overall operation. In such scenarios, those in authority tend to turn a blind eye, allowing the position holder to continue receiving their salary, which is then partially shared with the substitute. Those who possess temporary positions often prefer to recruit individuals from rural areas, as they lack a registered urban household and can only remain in the city through such roles, making them easier to manage. Conversely, urban residents with registered household status can readily transition to permanent roles or even usurp positions, often enjoying better compensation, even with lower wages. Many rural individuals are drawn to these temporary roles, for any job in the city is deemed superior to what is available in the countryside. Xin Yuxiu exerted considerable effort to secure Chen Aigua's position, as in these times, everyone has a few impoverished relatives, and some are more inclined to assist their rural kin. She negotiated for no salary, allowing Chen Aigua to receive only half of the various allowances and living materials, ultimately securing the position. The Li family does not lack wealth, but rather requires ration coupons, as many supplies and provisions are distributed based on the number of individuals. During this period, grain rationing is determined firstly by age, adults and minors, and then categorized by labor type. For instance, heavy laborers may receive up to 54 pounds per month, while most adults are allotted merely 30 pounds. This allocation is not significantly influenced by rank, even with both Li Lishan and his spouse employed at the school. Additional provisions are scarce, especially considering Chen Aigua and Nyo's needs. Now that a temporary position has been secured, even if the food rations are somewhat limited, Li Changhe can provide some national grain coupons to supplement, ensuring that daily life remains manageable. According to Li Changhe's recollection, if they persevere for another year, it seems that the capital may soon see the emergence of negotiable grain, allowing for the purchase of food with money, thus alleviating any concerns. After all, they are not lacking in financial resources. In truth, Li Changhe has contemplated whether he could assist Chen Aigua and Nyo in transitioning from agricultural to non-agricultural status. But upon examining the policies, he discovered that it is exceedingly challenging. The household registration policy enacted in November 1977 drew a stark line between urban household registration for grain distribution and agricultural household registration. In the cities of Beijing, Shanghai, and Tianjin, the barriers for urban grain household registration were further intensified compared to other cities. Previously, the protagonists in many historical novels effortlessly transitioned from agricultural to non-agricultural household registration, and Li Changhe remained indifferent to this notion. However, upon conducting thorough research, he found such claims to be utterly preposterous, particularly regarding the household registration in the aforementioned cities, where the challenges proved insurmountable. The newly introduced regulations on household registration transfer of 1977 effectively sealed off all pathways for conversion from agricultural to non-agricultural status. For instance, regarding marriage, prior regulations allowed a child's household registration to be transferred with the mother. Yet the 1977 provisions explicitly stated that marriages between individuals with rural and urban household registrations would result in children being assigned rural household status. Thus, even if Li Xiaojun successfully transitioned to urban grain household registration, her daughter would invariably remain with agricultural status, unable to accompany her into the urban fold. Similarly, Changhe would be compelled to retain his agricultural registration, with no means to convert to urban status unless he were rendered incapacitated, losing all family support and requiring Li Xiaojuan's care. Furthermore, a regulation instituted last year mandated that individuals with agricultural household registration could not leave their labor without just cause. Any violation would result in a permanent disqualification from household registration transfer. In normal circumstances, Changhe could only provide a letter of introduction to escort his wife to school, after which he would have to return to rural labor immediately. Should he attempt to remain in the capital clandestinely, not only would he face deportation, but the GA would swiftly revoke his eligibility for conversion, relegating him to a lifetime of agricultural registration with no prospects for urban transition. Of course, some might suggest that one could obtain urban household registration through employment opportunities in the capital. However, after examining the prerequisites, Li Changhe concluded that such a notion was overly simplistic. During this era, employment opportunities prioritized urban household registrations, while it was possible for rural households to be accepted. One would need either specialized vocational skills or recognition as a national model worker. Specialized skills, such as driving, were deemed essential in this age. While Li Changhe possessed driving skills, the dilemma remained. Where could he procure a vehicle to teach Changhe? Both avenues presented formidable challenges, and even with skills or accolades, transitioning from agricultural to non-agricultural status still hinged on the availability of quotas in the capital. This meant that meeting policy requirements alone was insufficient. One would also need to await the opening of available slots. Currently, the national quota data does not exceed 1/5 of the local non-agricultural population. While there are indeed quotas for transitioning from agricultural to non-agricultural status in the capital, their numbers are exceedingly limited, particularly this year, as a significant portion has been allocated to university graduates. The remaining quotas are distributed among various institutions, yet these entities possess only the power of recommendation, with final approval resting with the GA, which employs dedicated household registration officers to conduct on-site evaluations and confirm the applicant's actual circumstances. Moreover, the GA does not conduct reviews in isolation. They must collaborate with multiple departments, including agriculture, labor, personnel, and civil affairs. Should any single aspect fail to pass, the opportunity is lost. It is little wonder that the future may witness a surge in divorces due to the challenges of returning to the city, especially in the regions of Beijing, Tianjin, and Hebei. However, Li Changhe speculates that this formidable barrier will likely persist for only a year or two, as the large-scale migration back to the city renders such restrictive measures untenable. He recalls that since the 1980s, the transition from rural to urban residency has become considerably less stringent. "Once you are married, I shall return," Changhe intoned, revealing his surprise at how his mother-in-law, Xinyuxiu, had also arranged employment for him. He brought Li Xiaojun and his family to a traditional courtyard, where, after introductions, they began to tidy another room. This room, akin in size to Li Changhe's own, was furnished with a bed and a table. Once cleaned, they could simply lay down bedding and settle in. Li Changhe moved the stove from his room into this one, connected the flue, and assisted in preparing the space for Li Xiaojuan's family before departing. In the blink of an eye, the date had shifted to February 19, 1978, just days before Li Changhe was to commence his studies. On this weekend, it was deemed auspicious for weddings, bed-setting, blessings, and prayers for offspring. Early that morning, Li Changhe and Zhu Lin set forth with an array of prepared documents to the Zhongguancun commune. In this era, marriage registration occurred at various communes under the auspices of the G Committee, where designated marriage registrars operated. However, the process was far from straightforward. Marriages in this time required the scrutiny of marriage registrars alongside departments such as family planning, the Women's Federation, and the Youth League, which included considerations for the age of marriage. Nonetheless, Li Changhe was already considered a mature bachelor by the standards of the day, while Zhu Lin was undoubtedly classified as a late bride. Their registration proceeded smoothly, albeit the marriage certificate differed from what Li Changhe would later envision. Lacking a space for photographs, it simply bore their names and ages, along with the date. At that time, marriage certificates were not standardized nationwide, each locality possessing its unique version. After securing their certificate, Li Changhe and Zhu Lin were now legally wed. Stepping out of the commune, Li Changhe gazed at the marriage proof in his hand, and then at Zhu Lin beside him, feeling as though he were enveloped in a dream. The illustrious ruler of the Kingdom of Women, Zhu Lin, was now, at last, his lawful wife. The sensation was truly exquisite. Chapter 76. The warmth of the hibiscus tent through the spring night. In the capital city, the Debizeo photography studio, a venerable establishment of many years, welcomed Li Changhe and Zhu Lin, who entered clad in brand-new attire. They collected their first photograph together, a moment that required several days of development, yet fortuitously. It was ready on this very day. Li Changhe gazed at the photograph, imbued with a sense of nostalgia, but before long, it was delicately taken by Zhu Lin, who carefully tucked it away in her bag. "Let's go home," Zhu Lin called out playfully, noticing Li Changhe still standing there in a daze. Upon returning home, the lively atmosphere dispelled the fleeting sense of unreality that had enveloped him. Initially, Li Lishan and Professor Zhu had deliberated on keeping the wedding modest, as the prevailing winds of circumstance remained uncertain. Nevertheless, even in simplicity, a considerable number of guests arrived from both families. The Li family, including Li Xiaojun, and the Shen family were present, though Shen Junshin had already returned to the countryside. Upstairs, Zhu Lin's relatives gathered, and Li Changhe accompanied her, meeting a plethora of uncles and aunts. Zhu Lin's grandparents were absent, residing in a nursing home, and they planned to visit them together at a later date. This marked Li Changhe's first encounter with Zhu Lin's relatives, whose numbers far surpassed those of the Li family. Regrettably, Zhu Lin's sister and her husband could not return in time, and it was said they would be away for some duration. Additionally, neighbors occasionally visited to extend their congratulations, as this was the faculty quarters of the capital city industrial institute, housing many colleagues of Li Lishan and Professor Zhu. Numerous guests presented red envelopes, but Li Changhe graciously declined them. In essence, it was a revolutionary wedding. No red envelopes were accepted, unlike the customs of later generations, where a designated accountant would tally the envelopes. Accepting them could lead to serious repercussions if reported. Thus, Li Changhe shared the same sentiment as Li Lishan and Professor Zhu. No envelopes would be accepted, as they were not in want of money. At noon, a gathering of people convened at the school canteen. Although it was the weekend, many remained on campus, with few students venturing out. Li Lishan had scheduled the meal slightly later to avoid overlapping with the students' dining hours. The dishes served were unpretentious, consisting of the customary fare of the era, neither extravagant nor meager, appealing to the masses. In this period, no formal wedding ceremonies were held. Li Changhe and Zhu Lin merely adorned themselves with a red flower pinned to their chests, circulating throughout the canteen to toast their friends and relatives. In such a unique era, they found themselves devoid of peers, with the majority of attendees being elders, resulting in a subdued atmosphere. In fact, urban weddings during this time were far less exuberant than those in the countryside, lacking in elaborate rituals. Throughout the event, many from the school came to offer their congratulations, including leaders, colleagues of Li Lishan, and even their students. However, very few remained for the meal, primarily engaging in mere polite exchanges of congratulations before Shen Yuxiu offered them some sunflower seeds and peanuts, or distributed a few pieces of candy, after which they departed. Since it was in the school cafeteria, neither Li Changhe nor Zhu Lin's relatives indulged excessively in drinking, opting instead for moderation. In public settings, everyone was mindful of their behavior. Many habits had solidified over the years. After satisfying their appetites, the group dispersed, some returning home while others continued to converse at either of the two families' residences. Li Changhe and Zhu Lin had to return home to tend to various matters, engaging in conversation with one person and then addressing another's inquiries. They remained preoccupied until evening, and only after the relatives departed did the two families find tranquility. That night, Professor Zhu and Lu Shuan also dined at Li Changhe's home, primarily moving between upstairs and downstairs, as they had brought back some leftovers from lunch. In this era, wastefulness was frowned upon. During the meal, mother-in-law Lu Shuan presented a large stack of money. "Changhe, Lin, we didn't get a chance to give you anything today. You lack for nothing for your wedding, and we have little to offer. So your father and I have decided to give you both some money to start your life together." On the other side, Shen Yuxiu similarly produced a pile of cash. Smiling as she said, "We have agreed with your parents as well. 3,000 from our family, neither too much nor too little. You can use this for whatever you desire." Li Changhe and Zhu Lin's marriage lacked traditional dowries or gifts, such as the customary lavish items. What mattered most was their living conditions, which, in this day and age, were quite luxurious. Many pieces of furniture in Li Changhe's home were newly purchased by his parents upon their return and could be regarded as new. When Li Changhe and Zhu Lin obtained their marriage certificate, They also received a furniture voucher, which could be redeemed for a piece of furniture at a department store, though neither of them chose to utilize it. As for Zhu Lin, aside from receiving some new bedding from Lu Shuwan, there was little else to be added. Thus, they resorted to giving money as a gesture. "Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom," Li Changhe expressed without pretense, accepting the 2 bundles of cash and then placing them in Zhu Lin's hands. From that moment on, it would be Zhu Lin who managed their finances. With 3,000 from each family, totaling 6,000, and an additional 4,000 Li Changhe had saved, they could confidently declare that they had become a household with 10,000 in assets. That evening, Li Lishan and Professor Zhu joyously drank to excess once more, this time without Xin Yuxiu and Lu Shuwan intervening. Li Changhe escorted both fathers back to their respective rooms, and upon returning home, he found the living room empty. It was evident that everyone understood that this night, Li Changhe and Zhu Lin had yet to accomplish the most significant task of all, consummating their marriage. When Li Changhe entered the room, Zhu Lin was already seated there, appearing somewhat anxious, quietly observing the floor. "What's wrong?" Li Changhe approached and sat beside her, softly inquiring. Zhu Lin trembled slightly. I feel a bit nervous, Changhe," Zhu Lin whispered softly, for it was the night of their wedding, a moment she had awaited for 25 years. "Allow me to hold you for a while. It will ease my nerves." Li Changhe, not a novice in such matters, felt no apprehension. Sitting at the edge of the bed, he gently pulled Zhu Lin into his embrace. This time, she offered no resistance, yielding like a delicate kitten, and they held each other in tranquil silence. However, mere moments later, Li Changhe began to lower his head, gradually advancing with determination. Zhu Lin, this time, offered no opposition. "Changhe, turn off the lights," she whispered to him as they progressed. Yet, in such a moment, how could Li Changhe consider extinguishing the light? How could he witness the truest form of his empress in darkness? Beneath the interplay of light and shadow, their silhouettes drew ever closer, reminiscent of the verses in the Song of Everlasting Regret, where cloud-like hair and flower-like beauty bask in the warmth of the lotus curtain. That night, Li Changhe finally fulfilled his long-desired wish. Chapter 77. The novel is a sensation in the early morning, a delicate, snow-white arm extended from the warm embrace of the blankets. Li Changhe opened his eyes, gazing at the enchanting figure of his queen beside him, and could not resist leaning closer. "All right, Changhe," Zhu Lin gently urged, exerting considerable effort to push him away. "We can't indulge too much. We still have school today." It was Monday, and she had no leave to spare. She had merely taken advantage of the weekend to tie the knot, yet the responsibilities of school awaited her. Moreover, she felt a tinge of shyness during the day. Last night, Li Changhe had seemed entirely familiar, his playful demeanor captivating her. The thought of a sudden knock from her in-laws brought a wave of embarrassment over her. "Fine, I shall pick you up tonight," Li Changhe said softly to Zhu Lin, realizing the urgency of time, for in just a few days, he would be starting school, and their moments together would become uncertain. "All right," Zhu Lin replied, her heart brimming with joy. The feeling was distinct from merely dating. They were now truly sharing a life together. "Time to rise," Zhu Lin declared, sitting up and beginning to don her clothes one by one. She then handed Li Changhe his garments. Once he was dressed, they stepped out together. In the living room, Li Lishan and Xin Yuxiu were already awake, with Xin Yuxiu busily preparing breakfast in the kitchen. "Mom, let me help you," Zhu Lin offered softly as she approached. "No need, no need. You two hurry and wash your faces and brush your teeth. I will be done shortly. Breakfast will be ready just in time," Xin Yuxiu replied, her face radiant with joy, as happiness often brings a refreshing spirit, and this was indeed a moment of great celebration. Shortly after, Li Changhe and Zhu Lin entered the bathroom, each holding identical new cups. In modern terms, they might be called couple mugs, yet for now, they merely reflected the limited styles available. Once they were ready, they emerged to find that Xin Yuxiu had brought out a steaming breakfast of fluffy buns and some leftover dishes. "Eat up, Lin Lin, make sure to have plenty," Xin Yuxiu cheerfully encouraged, serving Zhu Lin a slice of meat with enthusiasm. In stark contrast, upstairs at the Zhu residence, Professor Zhu and Lu Shuwan were having a rather lackluster meal. Noticing Lu Shuwan's lack of appetite, Professor Zhu inquired with curiosity, "What is the matter?" "I'm just not hungry," she replied. "That's odd. Usually, when our daughter is at school, you don't act this way. Why today?" Professor Zhu expressed his bewilderment. Lu Shuwan lifted her head at his words, saying, "Is it not different? She is in the school, but now she is just downstairs eating." The mere thought of Lin dining below diminished her appetite entirely. Why not invite them up for dinner tonight? It's just upstairs and downstairs. They will still come up every now and then, he suggested. You simply cannot see the bigger picture. Professor Zhu shook his head, expressing a sense of resignation. Before reaching for a pair of chopsticks to serve himself some vegetables, she chose not to eat, opting instead to indulge herself. Observing Professor Zhu's carefree demeanor, Lu Shuwan felt a surge of irritation. While she was engulfed in her own melancholy, he appeared utterly at ease, relishing his meal. Just then, the sound of a key turning in the lock broke the moment, and the door swung open to reveal Zhu Lin and Li Changhe. What brings you back? Lu Shuwan turned her head, a flicker of joy momentarily lighting her eyes at the sight of Zhu Lin and Li Changhe, though her exterior remained composed. I was just about to head to school and came up to fetch a jacket, Zhu Lin replied with a cheerful grin. The pair had initially intended to depart after their meal, but Li Changhe suggested they ascend to check on their parents, fabricating a reason to see them. After all, on the first day of marriage, the couple might still be adjusting. Zhu Lin considered this, and, since it was merely a few steps up, they proceeded upstairs. Your mother just remarked that knowing you were downstairs eating made her unable to enjoy her meal. Professor Zhu chimed in playfully. You can't possibly keep your mouth shut even during dinner, Lu Shuwan retorted, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she directed her frustration at Professor Zhu. Zhu Lin feigned ignorance and led Li Changhe into her room to search for clothes. After casually selecting a jacket, the two emerged once more. Mom, Dad, we're off. By the way, we'll come over for dinner tonight, Zhu Lin called out to Lu Shuwan as they departed. All right. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuwan's face brightened with joy. Once the two had left, she glanced at Professor Zhu, who was still engrossed in his meal, and in a fit of annoyance. She seized the dish of meat and vegetables. Enough eating. Wait until they return to dine together. I haven't finished yet, Professor Zhu protested, watching as Lu Shuwan took away the dish, shaking his head and resorting to the pickled vegetables nearby. Meanwhile, after leaving the family compound, Li Changhe and Zhu Lin arrived at the bus stop to wait for the 32 bus. On such a chilly day, he certainly wouldn't ride his bike to school with Zhu Lin. Taking the bus was the most sensible option. Fortunately, the 32 bus was not overly crowded in the morning. However, upon entering the city and transferring, the bus became more packed. Commuters and students alike had begun to create the early semblance of congestion reminiscent of the future capital. Li Changhe accompanied Zhu Lin all the way to the school gates, and after ensuring she had entered safely, he did not rush to leave. Today, he had planned to treat Lu Jianqing and Zhang Guangyin to a meal, but the timing was still too early to head over. Strolling around the vicinity, he noticed a new China bookstore where a long line of people had gathered. Curiosity piqued. Li Changhe approached the end of the line and tapped a young man on the shoulder. Excuse me, I'm curious, what are you all queuing up to buy? You don't know? We're here to purchase the Ling Jue novel collection. It has been selling like hotcakes at the new China bookstore these past few days. Li Changhe was taken aback. My book? When did it come out? At that moment, the doors of the Xinhua bookstore swung open, and a lady from the bookstore emerged, raising her voice to announce, please do not rush, form an orderly queue. Those currently waiting will have the opportunity to purchase the newly arrived stock. Meanwhile, a group of young men and women approached, quickening their pace upon noticing the opening. Observing this, Li Changhe stepped out of the line and turned to leave. It seemed that the books were selling quite well. However, the success of the sales was of little concern to him since his remuneration had already been settled in full. In these times, authors receive only a basic fee without royalties based on sales, which means that even if hundreds of thousands of copies are sold, he would only receive that initial sum. Reflecting on the future royalties system, one realizes that it heralds a golden age for writers. Regrettably, such a prospect is not on the horizon now. After wandering for a while, the biting cold became unbearable for Li Changhe. He glanced at his watch, noting that it was nearing 9 o'clock. He then considered his direction and made his way towards the bustling main street. Surely, as a future secretary of the Writers Association, he should seize the opportunity to forge connections. Chapter 78. What does Li Changhe look like? At noon, on Wangfuching Street, in the Minzu Hotel, Li Changhe, Lu Jianqing, and Zhang Guangyin were gathered around a copper pot, preparing slices of lamb. This place is famously known as the Donglishun restaurant, although it is presently referred to as the Minzu Hotel. The chill of February still lingered in the capital, making a hot pot a delightful indulgence on such a cold day. As it was midday, Lu Jianqing and Zhang Guangyin abstained from alcohol, mindful of their work commitments in the afternoon. By the way, old Zhang, I heard that the authorities are considering allowing these time-honored brands to restore their original names. Lu Jianqing inquired, savoring a piece of lamb before directing a smile toward Zhang Guangyan. Zhang Guangyan shook his head, expressing his reservations. It's still uncertain. There is considerable controversy surrounding it. He hesitated, some thoughts lingering unspoken. He knew more than he could divulge. Li Changhe, seated across from them, remained silent, quietly dipping his lamb into the pot. Reform has never been a seamless endeavor. There are always advocates for change, as well as proponents of conservatism. Viewed from a future perspective, this represents an unprecedented transformation for the nation, yet while immersed in this era, Li Changhe could only describe it as a clash of swords and sabers. Let us talk about Changhe. Why did you choose to study economics instead of continuing with your Chinese studies? If you graduated from the Chinese department, you could have easily been assigned to our Ministry of Culture or the Writers' Association. What a splendid opportunity that would have been. Zhang Guangyan remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Given Li Changhe's current reputation, graduating from Peking University's Chinese department would have paved a smooth path in the cultural sphere. And Zhang Guangyan believed it would not be difficult for him to assume a successor's role in the future. I, too, find it unfortunate. I still cannot fathom what the politics and economics department truly entails. It seems to focus on economic theories, doesn't it? Are you, then, aspiring to become an economist? Lu Jianqing asked curiously. Li Changhe smiled and replied, not exactly. It's just that I personally believe literature reflects social phenomena, albeit superficially. In other words, we can depict these social phenomena through words, yet we do not explain how they arise. Economics, however, serves as the underlying force that drives social change. It is akin to a hand that propels society forward. If one merely aims to portray society, perhaps the Chinese department suffices, but to truly comprehend the essence of society, I feel it is essential to study economics. Young man, your foresight surpasses ours. Zhang Guangyan remarked with admiration. He then added, previously, Jianqing told me that once the Writers' Association is reinstated, he wishes to recommend you for membership. I share the same sentiment. Our association is a collective organization, and joining would not interfere with your studies or career. Moreover, it would offer you certain advantages. Zhang Guangyan holds a high regard for Li Changhe, not solely due to the remarkable works he has produced at such a tender age, but also because of Li's keen intellect. At times, Zhang senses that this young man perceives certain matters with greater depth and foresight than he, an elder. For instance, while many youths typically engage in grandiloquent discussions about national affairs, Li Changhe, during his conversation with Lu Jianqing, chose to listen intently in silence, refraining from contributing to the discourse or voicing his opinions. Such composure is a rarity among the youth of this era, and in Zhang's view, it is a quality well-suited for a political career. Regrettably, had Li Changhe been aware of Zhang's thoughts, he would undoubtedly assert that a political path is unattainable. Many believe that returning to the system in the 1980s is beneficial, with ample opportunities and rapid promotions. However, Li Changhe would argue that such thinking is overly simplistic. This era is rife with seasoned predecessors and their disciples. Each position has its own unique challenges, and who can truly discern what lies within? The waves of the Yangtze River push forward, yet 9 of the preceding waves perish upon the shore. Are you certain you belong to that fortunate 1? As the trio enjoyed their meal, a group of young individuals hurriedly entered the ethnic restaurant, taking a seat beside Li Changhe. There were 5 of them, 3 young men and 2 young women, followed shortly by a girl with braided hair. Did you manage to buy it? The braided girl inquired as she entered, prompting the others to eagerly question her. I got it. What about you all? She replied, proudly producing a book from her bosom. We didn't get any. We arrived too late, and the Xinhua bookstore was sold out. No worries, having one is sufficient. We can take turns reading it. So, Li Changhe is actually named Li Changhe, and he is only 22, so young. Absolutely. How else could he depict such genuine sentiments about rural life? It's strange, though. Every time I finish his novels, I feel a profound connection, yet upon reaching the conclusion, I sense his expansive and profound spirit. Indeed, it seems each of his tales culminates in a phrase imbued with philosophical wisdom. For instance, in The Courage to Go to the Countryside, there is a line that states, courage is not the absence of fear, but the resolve to uphold one's beliefs in the face of it. When I read that, I thought, wow, it truly resonates with my heart. The young individuals engaged in animated discussions about Li Changhe's newly released collection of stories. At this moment, Zhang Guangnian and Lu Jianqing exchanged glances with the nearby youths before turning their attention back to Li Changhe. They observed him with his head bowed, calmly and unperturbedly retrieving lamb from the pot to place in his bowl, as if the chatter around him were entirely inconsequential. I wonder what Li Changhe truly looks like. One mused. I envision him as a refined and cultured young man, akin to Chen Jingran. I believe he might be a burly man adorned with a thick beard, exuding the robust demeanor characteristic of the North. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the neighboring table, where several young men and women found themselves embroiled in a spirited debate about the appearance of Li Changhe, which inexplicably escalated into a quarrel. Observing the escalating tension, Lu Jianqing couldn't help but glance at Li Changhe and jestingly remarked, "Why don't you intervene and put a stop to them?" Li Changhe shook his head, responding, "The greatest allure of words lies in their ability to evoke boundless imagination, whether beautiful or grotesque. These visions are uniquely yours. Moreover, true friendship flourishes through conflict. What of friendships that fracture over disputes? Are they even genuine?" Upon hearing Li Changhe's words, Zhang Guangnian chuckled as he plunged his chopsticks into the bottom of the pot, giving it a vigorous stir, only to see his smile gradually fade. Goodness, engrossed in conversation, the meat in the pot had vanished. Chapter 79. To board or not to board. Li Changhe, unburdened by financial constraints, decisively ordered several more dishes once the meat was depleted. After all, the ethnic restaurant did not require tickets, it merely demanded currency. Upon finishing his meal, Li Changhe had nowhere particular to go, so he accompanied Lu Jianqing and the others back to the editorial office of People's Literature. There, he located an unoccupied desk, requested a pen and a sheet of paper, and began writing his manuscript on the spot that afternoon. Though the office was bustling with noise, Li Changhe appeared unfazed, diligently writing without pause, seemingly devoid of the need for contemplation. This left Lu Jianqing and the others greatly enlightened, realizing why Li Changhe could submit so many pseudonymous works. Though not entirely without breaks, after over an hour of handwriting, his wrist would ache, prompting him to rest and stretch. He showcased his writing prowess to the editors throughout the afternoon. Around 5 o'clock, he departed the office with his unfinished manuscript in hand. Upon reaching the school gate, he met up with Zhu Lin, and they returned home together. However, this time, they were headed to his father-in-law's residence. Lu Shuwan had prepared several dishes in advance, adhering to the old custom, marking her daughter's return home. However, all traditions had been largely disregarded, as newlyweds no longer adhered to such practices, though some families still held on to them. "Dad, Mom, I'm here." Upon arriving at the Zhu household, Li Changhe could now openly address them, and he understood the need to present himself well, avoiding any semblance of idleness. The more industrious he appeared, the more satisfied Lu Shuwan became, reaffirming her good judgment. "You should stay the night. By the way, Changhe, once school starts, do you plan to continue commuting or stay on campus?" After dinner, Lu Shuwan curiously posed this question to Li Changhe. He replied with a smile, "Mom, I haven't yet discussed this with Lin. I've been busy all day yesterday. We'll talk it over tonight." "All right, just the two of you discuss it," she said, not pressing further, merely seeking a topic of conversation. That evening, in Zhu Lin's room, it was Li Changhe's first night at his father-in-law's home. The room bore little difference from his own, save for a more feminine decor. After a silent yet intimate exchange, Zhu Lin nestled against Li Changhe's chest and softly inquired, "By the way, regarding what Mom said about commuting, what are your thoughts? Will you stay on campus or commute back and forth, with Peking University being nearby?" Just a short bicycle ride of 10 minutes, commuting posed no inconvenience for Li Changhe. In truth, he found it manageable, but the daily commute could be cumbersome for her. Li Changhe had contemplated this before. While Peking University was close, Xia Hospital was considerably farther from home. The distance of several kilometers meant Zhu Lin would need to transfer multiple times on public transport, and biking would be even less practical. Most importantly, it has now been 78 years, and the impending wave of educated youth returning to the cities is just around the corner. The influx of these individuals from rural areas brings not only the burden of food and employment, but also significant pressures on social security. This circumstance is something Li Changhe must take into account. However, it seems there has been little trouble over the past 2 years, Zhu Lin remarked casually. During her return to the city in these 2 years, she often visited home and felt no sense of insecurity. This is only because the educated youth have not returned in large numbers. Imagine the scenario where tens or even hundreds of thousands who have resided in rural areas for over a decade suddenly swarm back to the cities. There simply aren't enough jobs available. As for me, I have been admitted to Peking University, and I need to arrange accommodation. One reason is to gauge how well I can manage the academic pressure and keep up with my studies. Moreover, it is prudent to find a place nearby, especially given the unpredictable weather. My thought is that you will continue to stay at school during the week, and if I have the time, I will pick you up from school so we can return home together. Ultimately, Li Chang had decided that he should not indulge in fleeting pleasures and allow Zhu Lin to bear the risks. All right then, if I have time, I could return home early during the day and then visit your school. I haven't yet explored Peking University, Zhu Lin softly added. Certainly. We will see how your schedule aligns, Li Changhe replied, not refusing her suggestion. During this era, daytime is still quite safe, with many people on the streets and a generous spirit among the locals. If someone were to shout in protest against misconduct, the enthusiastic crowd would likely take matters into their own hands, and the authorities might even reward them for their actions. How different it is from later times, where even a simple fall could lead to accusations. Wait a moment, Li Changhe suddenly thought. If we consider age, those older folks in the future are quite similar in age to him now. So, the cycle of assisting those who have fallen, dancing in public squares, and the rambunctious groups on the streets, are they not the same cohort? Of course, this is only a portion. The majority of people in this era are still quite admirable. Don't fidget, he said as their conversation continued. But Li Changhe soon grew restless, prompting Zhu Lin to lightly swat his hand. Unfortunately, remaining still was out of the question. Who genuinely engages in serious conversation at such moments? The night passed in silence. The following morning, after having breakfast, Li Changhe adhered to his routine of escorting Zhu Lin to school. On that day, however, instead of heading to the magazine office, he took a bus back home and arrived at the courtyard. He intended to check on how his sister's family was getting along with Zhang Shiqi. Additionally, he needed to send Changhe off, armed with the introduction letter and job offer from the school, to complete the necessary formalities back in their hometown. As for his niece, Shen Yuxiu had already arranged for her to attend the local daycare, with plans for her to be dropped off during the day and picked up by Shen Yuxiu in the evening. Li Changhe was contemplating the possibility of converting part of the living room into a separate space for them. The current residence, a two-bedroom unit of over 60 square meters, boasts a relatively spacious living area since this measurement does not include the balcony. Furthermore, given that this unit was designated for high-ranking officials, it features balconies on both the north and south sides, allowing for the theoretical possibility of creating an additional room. It need not be grand. It suffices for Li Xiaojun and her daughter to reside comfortably. As for Changhe, a courtyard dwelling would be quite adequate. Upon arriving at the courtyard, Li Changhe noticed that Nyonya was frolicking in the yard. Upon spotting Li Changhe, she immediately dashed over. Uncle. Li Changhe effortlessly lifted her into his arms. Noticing the dust upon her garments, he gently brushed her off. Zhang Shiqi was not in the yard, but rather inside the house, as the weather had turned quite chilly. Embracing his niece, Li Changhe entered Zhang Shiqi's main room. What brings you here today? Zhang Shiqi inquired, his rocking chair now positioned beside the warm stove, radiating comfort. With the school term approaching, I thought I would pay you a visit and also check in on my elder sister's family. How does it sit with you? Li Changhe asked with a cheerful smile. Zhang Shiqi responded with a measured tone. At present, it appears satisfactory. Your brother-in-law is a taciturn and honest man, yet he works with remarkable efficiency. Your sister possesses keen insight, and this girl has been raised with good manners. She does not come barging into my room uninvited. However, true character reveals itself over time. I shall observe them gradually. Very well, let us go. This noon, we shall dine out, my treat. After all, I need to escort Changhe to the station, and it would be delightful to take Nyonya into the city for a stroll, while also treating Zhang Shiqi to a meal as a token of gratitude. You are quite considerate. Come, today I shall take you for a stroll around Lilikang. Chapter 80. The Tan family cuisine at the Capital Hotel. After bidding farewell to Changhe at the train station, Li Changhe embraced his niece and accompanied Zhang Shiqi in search of a meal. Being relatively young, Li Changhe could not quite compare to the seasoned gourmand Zhang Shiqi when it came to culinary pursuits. It was unclear what connections Zhang had, but he confidently led Li Changhe directly into the dining hall of the Capital Hotel. What do you think? Quite upscale, isn't it? This place far surpasses the old establishments like Tsuhua Tower, as everything adheres to international standards, Zhang Shiqi proclaimed with a sense of pride. Indeed, during this era, the decor of such foreign-related hotels as the Capital Hotel was on an entirely different level from the outside world. Zhang Shiqi had anticipated witnessing Li Changhe's astonishment. But to his surprise, Li Changhe merely cast a cursory glance before losing interest. In comparison to the five-star hotels of the modern era, which boasted even more opulent designs and sophisticated lighting and sculpture, Li Changhe found himself more captivated by the diverse offerings on the menu. Unlike the singular cuisine of Tsuhua Tower, the Capital Hotel presented a veritable cornucopia of national culinary styles, featuring Sichuan, Cantonese, Huaiyang, and more. Enough of the sightseeing. Let us indulge in my recommendations today. Among the dishes here, the most authentic is undoubtedly the Tan family cuisine. It emphasizes slow cooking and meticulous preparation, particularly excelling in shark fin and bird's nest dishes. Today, we shall sample the shark fin and see what delicacies are available to nourish this young lady. Typically, such exquisite items like shark fin would require advance reservations at the Capital Hotel. Yet seasoned connoisseur Zhang Shiqi knew that the kitchen often kept a selection on hand for unforeseen circumstances. There were numerous ways to prepare shark fin within the Tan family cuisine, including braised shark fin, shredded shark fin with crab roe, and more. As the two engaged in conversation, a man dressed in a Zhongshan suit approached them with a warm smile. "Ah, old sir, what brings you here today?" The man clearly recognized Zhang Shiqi and greeted him enthusiastically. "Director Qi, I simply brought my family out to experience the world after the new year. You needn't bother with me. I'm just here for a meal, without any official duties today," Zhang Shiqi replied, familiar with the exchange. Director Qi nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, enjoy your meal. Should you need anything, just call for me. We shall meet again soon." After casting a friendly glance at Li Changhe and his niece, he smiled and departed. "Well, uncle, it seems you possess greater stature than I had imagined," Li Changhe remarked with a chuckle. The Capital Hotel served as a foreign-related establishment, specifically catering to visiting dignitaries, and gaining entry was not merely a matter of wealth. Even ordinary officials, without special requests or introductions, would find it nearly impossible to enter. Yet Zhang Shiqi had led them straight inside. Shaking his head, Zhang Shiqi replied, "Young man, you misunderstand. It is not that I am superior to many others. Rather, some matters are obscure to you, akin to a leaf blocking the view of Mount Tai. Take foreign affairs, for instance. This is of significant importance to the nation. Given the significance of the matter at hand, it often necessitates the involvement of various experienced individuals who over time establish a fixed circle. Those on the outside cannot penetrate, and those within are reluctant to exit. Thus, this circle becomes sealed. What you may perceive as unattainable is, to us, of little consequence. Conversely, once outside this circle, we find ourselves no different. Even a mere community director could easily manipulate me. Therefore, do not overestimate my prowess." This elder possesses clarity of vision, and it is no wonder he navigates life with such insight, albeit regrettably, in the wrong era. Subsequently, the two individuals enjoyed a leisurely meal of Tan family cuisine at a restaurant in the capital, ultimately sparing Li Changhe from footing the bill, likely due to some internal protocol regarding settlement. Zhang Shiqi suggested that Li Changhe should treat them next time, to which Li Changhe made no objection. Upon exiting the restaurant, the two descended the steps. Where to next? To Lilikang? Li Changhe inquired with interest. Zhang Shiqi pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "There is no rush to go to Lilikang. Let us first detour to a trust shop to see if we can unearth some treasures." A trust shop? Goodness, that is the legitimate second-hand market of the capital. In essence, a trust shop is a hybrid of a second-hand marketplace and a pawn shop, albeit state-run. The greatest advantage of a trust shop is that items typically do not require receipts, and one can often find valuable goods, such as watches and cameras, among the second-hand foreign wares. Of course, for future novelists, the most sought-after items here would be antiques and various old artifacts, which are often discarded in favor of resale at trust shops. Li Changhe had previously contemplated visiting such a place, but due to last year's unique circumstances, he refrained. After all, the situation was still sensitive at that time, and antiques were considered old goods. Li Changhe's primary focus then was on the college entrance examination. However, now in 1978, having been accepted into Peking University, he felt emboldened. Which trust shop should we visit? Tianqiao, Dongdan, or Xidan? Li Changhe recalled several renowned trust shops in the vicinity, including one seemingly located at Xinjiku. Not those, Zhang Shiqi replied. Those are too crowded. And the focus is primarily on foreign goods. The chance of stumbling upon any worthwhile items is slim. Exceptional pieces are either transferred to state-run shops after being appraised by experts or covertly purchased by them. leaving little for external sale. Finding a bargain, it seems, is not an easy endeavor. Zhang Shiqi gestured to Li Changhe and indicated the direction. Today, I shall take you to a hidden gem. Outside Changwen, near Washiku. There are 3 alleys. Li Changhe, cradling Nyonyo, followed Zhang Shiqi to the entrance of the southern alley. As expected, there stood a trust shop with a sign proclaiming Huasher Trust Shop. Ah, old sir, you have arrived. Upon entering, the sales clerk at the door greeted Zhang Shiqi with warm enthusiasm. Zhang Shiqi nodded with a smile, explaining that he had come to search for a few pieces of old furniture due to a relative's wedding. Feel free to look inside. Recently, quite a few valuable items have been brought in. Just the other day, a complete set of exquisite pieces was delivered for consignment, all made of fragrant rosewood. The salesperson whispered to Zhang Shiqi. Surprised by this revelation, Zhang Shiqi gazed at him with intrigue and inquired, why are such items being sold now? These kinds of furniture were either demolished or burned in previous years. It is unimaginable that they have been preserved until now for sale. He had heard that just a few days prior, the G Committee was clearing out old residences to prepare accommodations for returning educated youth. Some of these historic homes had originally served as storage for various belongings. It was mentioned that there was a plan for restitution to the original owners, and this particular set was reportedly being returned to its rightful proprietor. However, fearing complications, they opted to send it here with the intention of selling it. Yet they were not entirely ignorant of its value. They chose to consign it, setting a price of over 300 yuan, an amount that would be out of reach for the average family. The trust shop operates on 2 models. One involves the shop appraising and purchasing items for resale, while the other allows sellers to consign items, with the shop merely taking a commission. In the case of consignment, the price is generally determined by the client. Once sold, the trust shop notifies the seller via mail to collect their earnings. Come, let us take a look, Zhang Shiqi said. His interest piqued as he beckoned Li Changhe to follow him inside. Chapter 81, A Fortuitous Find. The Flower Market Trust Shop distinguishes itself from several others, primarily dealing in furniture, porcelain, metalwork, and leather goods. Those with discerning eyes often come here to unearth treasures. As Zhang Shiqi strolled along, he elucidated various details to Li Changhe. Old sir, do you think there are any underground treasures here? Li Changhe inquired with curiosity. Zhang Shiqi chuckled softly. To put it frankly, if we're talking about items from before the founding of the nation, there are indeed quite a few, though most have been legitimized. As for those daring enough to sell post-founding relics, they would not risk bringing them here. Anyone selling here, whether to the trust shop or on consignment, must provide their identity, name, home address, and workplace. Furthermore, if one were to underestimate the expertise of the appraisers in these shops, they would be mistaken. They can discern with remarkable accuracy whether an item is an antique or freshly unearthed. However, it is not infallible. Everyone's expertise varies, and misjudgments do occur, which is where some individuals' discernment is truly tested. As Zhang Shiqi spoke, he led Li Changhe into a room. Li Changhe pondered. Perhaps it was due to the shop's formality that it had given rise to a marketplace like Panjiayuan. Upon entering, Li Changhe surveyed the surroundings. Unlike the glass cabinets of the Dongdan area, this trust shop comprised several expansive rooms that felt almost like a warehouse. Wooden furniture was scattered throughout, each piece marked with its price. Zhang Shiqi first guided Li Changhe to a few pieces mentioned by the sales clerk for a closer examination. There stood a 4-legged Luohan bed, 2 official hat chairs, a cloud-patterned flat table, and an antiquities shelf. This appeared to be a partial set for a study, lacking only a dragon-patterned writing desk and a screen. A pity indeed. After circling the items and scrutinizing them, Zhang Shiqi shook his head. Is this truly Wangwali wood? Li Changhe curiously asked Zhang Shiqi. Zhang Shiqi glanced at him and smiled. Are you interested in purchasing? If it is indeed Wangwali, it would be a wise investment. Li Changhe could not discern the wood, but he understood its value, seeming even pricier than rosewood. 360 for the set is not exorbitant. If you wish to buy, you may proceed, as the price is quite reasonable. Let me find you a matching screen and writing desk, and soon your study for novel writing will come to fruition. Xiao Huang, come here. Zhang Shiqi called out, and a young man hurried over. Old sir, you've arrived. The young sales clerk greeted Zhang Shiqi cheerfully. Please prepare the invoice for this set. He will purchase it. Fetch a few sturdy workers from the back to assist with the delivery. Ensure they are reliable and not those who might be sly. Zhang Shiqi instructed the clerk with practiced ease. Understood. Rest assured, old sir. Let us see if we can procure a screen and a writing desk for you. Zhang Shiqi remarked as he turned back to Li Changhe after making the arrangements. Li Changhe, cradling Nyonyo, obediently followed behind, completely at a loss regarding the proceedings. Merely observing whatever Zhang Shiqi pointed out, Zhang Shiqi wandered around, soon arriving at a corner where he discovered a grand screen standing tall. The screen boasted a deep purple hue, affixed to the wall with considerable size. As Li Changhe approached for a closer inspection, he noted, Zeton carved cloud dragon pattern screen. Material, Zeton, price, 588 yuan. Goodness, over 500, yet such a large Zeton screen must be worth it, he mused. However, Zhang Shiqi moved closer to the screen, examining it meticulously while dusting it off occasionally and leaning in to take a whiff. Something seems amiss with this screen? Li Changhe inquired, intrigued by Zhang Shiqi's demeanor. Zhang Shiqi remained silent, his expression heavy with contemplation. After a moment, he turned to Li Changhe with a serious tone. Do you have the courage to wager? Are you referring to this screen? Li Changhe replied, taken aback. Yes, at 588 yuan, at ISNT inexpensive. Do you dare to purchase it? Zhang Shiqi asked earnestly. What is there to fear? I'll buy it. Li Changhe declared with a flourish, his confidence buoyed by his newfound wealth. Zhang Shiqi observed Li Changhe's bravado with a smile, choosing not to comment further. Shortly thereafter, he discovered a Wang Wali writing desk priced at 85 yuan, which Li Changhe promptly acquired. With this, the study is nearly complete. Any desk or chair now will likely surpass the value of the books I write, he mused. Come, let me help you find a few vases to adorn your antique shelf, Zhang Shiqi suggested, leading Li Changhe to the porcelain section, filled with an array of antiquated ceramics from various dynasties, including Ming and Qing, in diverse shapes. Old man, might I select a yuan blue and white porcelain piece from here? Li Changhe asked, grinning at Zhang Shiqi. Zhang Shiqi looked at him, puzzled, and queried, what do you want with yuan blue and white porcelain? I read in a newspaper that yuan blue and white is quite valuable. Li Changhe fabricated a response, recalling a piece he had seen last year regarding the discovery of yuan blue and white on Galu Street. Yuan blue and white has only recently gained recognition. It was only in the 1950s that foreigners acknowledged its existence. Reports suggested some were found on Galu Street a few years ago, though I have yet to see one. This item is currently esteemed in the archaeological community, but few collectors possess it. Where would you find such a piece? Moreover, even if one were available, very few can identify it as yuan blue and white. After all, who knows the difference between it and Ming blue and white? I will see if there are any early Ming blue and white porcelain vases here. Take your chance, perhaps one of them is indeed yuan blue and white. Zhang Shiqi jested while explaining to Li Changhe. Li Changhe sighed, reflecting on the porcelain king that would later grace auction houses. A concept only just beginning to be understood in his current era. He pondered the authenticity of those grand blue and white jars, uncertain how many were genuine and how many were mere fakes. Subsequently, Zhang Shiqi assisted Li Changhe in locating several pieces of porcelain, some from the Ming dynasty and others from the Qing dynasty. In Zhang's words, they were all from official kills, so there was no risk involved. Li Changhe was indifferent and spent over 100 yuan. Ultimately, the total expenditure in the trust market amounted to 137 yuan. By the end of the transaction, even the salesperson could not help but cast a curious glance at Li Changhe, for such an amount constituted a considerable expenditure in this era. Afterward, the two exited the trust shop, whereupon Li Changhe observed several robust men assisting in the loading of his purchases onto a cart. This folding screen is exceedingly heavy. One of the laborers called out to the others nearby. Soon, 4 or 5 individuals stepped forward, lifting it with care onto the cart. Li Air. Zhang Shiqi shouted towards the man handling the screen, who immediately approached upon recognizing Zhang. Hey, old Zhang, is all this your purchase? Sort of, Zhang replied. I entrust these items to you. Ensure they reach my courtyard safely. If they sustain any damage, I shall hold you accountable. Zhang Shiqi, well acquainted with Li Air, spoke with assurance. Rest assured, old sir, my brothers and I have been doing this for many years. Nothing will go awry. Off you go. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Shiqi signaled the laborers, who mounted the cart and began their slow journey towards Hadian. Old sir, was that screen truly not made of rosewood? Li Changhe recalled that the trust goods had been appraised as such. Rosewood? I can't say for certain. Perhaps someone misjudged its material. However, I cannot definitively conclude. This screen likely originated from the imperial court, not from the Qing dynasty, but from the Ming era, serving as a backdrop to the emperor's dragon throne. It is highly probable that it was part of a complete set, but only this screen remains. As for its material, I would speculate it is most likely agarwood. If authentic, you have stumbled upon a remarkable treasure. So you cannot be certain either, Li Changhe remarked, shaking his head. Zhang Shiqi shot him a glare. Of course, who could dare to assert such a certainty? That is why I suggested you take a gamble. However, I would wager that my guess is quite accurate. In the future, should the opportunity arise, you may seek further appraisal. If it indeed is agarwood, take delight in your fortune. Chapter 82. The start of school at Peking University. All right, old man. It seems we won't be visiting Lilikang after all. Li Changhe sighed as he glanced at his sleeping niece resting on his shoulder. Yet, this was not the primary reason for his discontent. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Li Changhe was financially strained. Although his household savings surpassed 10,000 yuan, the majority was under the custody of Zhu Lin. Zhu Lin was not miserly. She had previously provided Li Changhe with 1,000 yuan for his discretionary spending. Coupled with the small change he usually kept on hand, he had accumulated over 1,000 yuan. However, today, he had spent it all in one go. Now, Li Changhe found himself with less than 20 yuan in his pocket. The main issue was indeed the lack of funds. Zhang Shiqi chuckled and nodded. Well, it's not all bad. You spent over 1,000 today, which isn't a loss. Knowing when to stop and leaving with something is the best mindset. In the antique trade, greed is the greatest taboo, for there is an endless supply of fine treasures. Those who succeed in counterfeiting do so by exploiting the greed that resides in people's hearts. Now, let us return home. Upon returning to the Sihiyuan, Li Changhe and his companions moved faster than the furniture movers. Shortly thereafter, these movers arrived with the furniture and assisted in placing it into Li Changhe's room. After settling the payment, Li Changhe surveyed the interior before taking his niece home. He possessed no profound knowledge or passion for antiques. His collection was purely a means of investment. Of course, it was possible that in the future, when finances were no longer a concern, he might display these items as symbols of prestige. Upon returning home, Li Changhe spent some time drafting an article. There was no need to pick up Zhu Lin today, as he would be starting school the following day. Regrettably, it meant spending another evening alone. Early the next morning, Li Changhe awoke to an empty house. His niece had already been taken to daycare. After tidying up and changing into his clothes, he gathered his admission notice and other materials, then rode his bicycle towards Peking University. As he approached the university gates, his attire, combined with his bicycle, made him the most striking figure on the road. Drawing the attention of fellow students disembarking from buses, their expressions varied. Li Changhe paid little mind to the stares. He first secured his bicycle at the designated parking area near the entrance. Then, clutching his notice and other documents, he followed the signs to the Department of Political Economy's office, where a queue had already formed. Inside the office were several individuals who appeared to be of considerable age. Li Changhe could not discern whether they were seniors or instructors. In this day and age, it was truly difficult to judge a student's age, as those ahead in line seemed significantly older than him. Soon, it was Li Changhe's turn. He approached a man who appeared to be in his 30s. Greetings, esteemed teacher. I am Li Changhe from the Department of Political Economy. Li Changhe presented his materials and stated his name. You are Li Changhe? Dong Wenjun, with curiosity, scrutinized Li Changhe, recognizing him as a prominent figure in their department. Not only was he the top scorer in this year's Liberal Arts College entrance examination in the capital, but his essay was also published in the People's Daily, and he is an author whose collection of novels is currently a bestseller nationwide. Of course, his most widely known achievement was the debate between Director Zhang of the admissions office and Qian Wenming regarding him during the admissions period. Director Zhang's remark, "I do not require your opinion, I only need my own," has become legendary at Peking University. Hello, I am Dong Wenjun, the director of our Political Economy Department office. You may call me Teacher Dong. Now, please fill out this enrollment report form, and here is the application form for the People's Scholarship. Li Changhe meticulously began to complete the forms. The enrollment report was manageable, but the application for the People's Scholarship left him feeling somewhat helpless. This scholarship, often referred to in later years, was a financial aid that not only did not require payment for attending university, but also provided monetary support. The People's Scholarship consists of 3 levels, A, B, and C, with level A being the highest at 19.5 yuan. Additionally, there is a 3 yuan subsidy for impoverished families. This means that if one belongs to a family of financial hardship, they could receive an extra 3 yuan, totaling 22.5 yuan, which was considered the highest university subsidy of that era. However, this scholarship is not awarded to everyone. It is contingent upon one's individual economic and family situation. The form requires details about parents' occupations and incomes, as well as one's own income, including salary and other earnings. As Li Changhe filled out the scholarship form, Dong Wenjun glanced over and sighed. You can simply fill it out casually. You surely do not meet the qualifications and will not receive the upper standards. Given your circumstances, you would only be eligible for the most basic living subsidy. They were already well aware of Li Changhe's background. Both of his parents were teachers at an industrial college, and he himself was a published author. So his income was undoubtedly substantial. Under such conditions, it was impossible for him to qualify for even the lowest C level. Nevertheless, the school would not entirely deny financial assistance, as that would appear excessively discriminatory. Therefore, for students like Li Changhe, who came from affluent backgrounds, the school would provide a modest living subsidy, symbolically offering 5 yuan. This meant that Li Changhe, as a university student, would receive a mere 5 yuan each month while at Peking University. However, apart from this, Li Changhe found that the other benefits at Peking University were quite satisfactory. For instance, his grain allocation was 45 jin per month, with a larger portion of fine grains compared to coarse grains, which was quite commendable for that era. Most importantly, he received meat coupons daily, allowing him to enjoy meat, a luxury in those times. Are you married? Your college entrance examination materials indicated that you were unmarried. Dong Wenjun inquired, astonished, as he looked at Li Changhe's current household registration information. Li Changhe nodded and smiled, saying, Yes, teacher, prior to my college entrance examination, I was unmarried, but after completing the exam, I obtained a marriage certificate with my partner. This shouldn't be a restriction at our school, right? Dong Wenjun shook his head, replying, There are no such restrictions. I was merely inquiring as the documentation did not align. However, this mainly pertains to male students. Generally, if female applicants indicate they are married on their forms prior to application, we do not admit them. Indeed, the state permits married youths to participate in the college entrance examination. However, universities retain the right to choose and may opt not to admit married females. Upon hearing this, Li Changhe couldn't help but sigh, realizing that his sister's admission to the industrial college was likely due to the teacher's leniency. Yet, if such sentiments were expressed 40 years hence, they would undoubtedly be deemed as gender discrimination, liable to face severe backlash. Your dormitory is in Building 37, Room 213. Come. I shall escort you there. After Li Changhe completed the form, Dong Wenjun stood up and smiled.